Chapter 001. As an airport security inspector, are you checking for imposters at the high-speed rail station? Madam, please show me your legs. At the Jingzhou high-speed rail station in Handong province, Wang Jingmeng, clad in a blue security uniform, halted a traveler dragging a suitcase, his expression stern. He was a freshman in the Department of Rail Transit Operation Management at Jingzhou University, taking advantage of the summer break to work part-time as a security inspector at the high-speed rail station. This job not only provided him with a modest income for his academic expenses, but also allowed him to accumulate valuable work experience in preparation for a future career in the high-speed rail industry. Beyond his identity as a student, Wang Jingmeng possessed a mysterious secret. He was a time traveler. Indeed, he was one among the numerous time travelers chronicled in the works of Xintao novels. In his previous life, he had toiled at a security company, rising before the dawn and retiring after dusk. He was in a frantic rush, driven solely by the paltry earnings. A month prior, Wang Jingmeng had successfully completed a significant security assignment, earning a substantial bonus from his company. Just as he was about to step out to celebrate, a reckless, fully insured semi-truck struck him, flinging him several meters away, and he found himself transported to another world. Nothing is more agonizing than receiving a bonus only to lose one's life. When Wang Jingmeng regained consciousness, he discovered that he had transformed into a youthful figure. The silver lining was that his new identity came with a unique ability. He could perceive the abnormalities in others. It soon became evident that this ability was perfectly tailored for a security inspector. Was he perhaps destined to be an innate security inspector? On his very first day as a security inspector at the high-speed rail station, Wang Jingmeng utilized his newfound ability and detected an anomaly on a traveler. The individual he had stopped was a striking woman, over 178 centimeters tall, adorned in a purple dress, with long hair cascading down her back. Her most captivating feature was her long, slender legs that seemed to command the very air around her. With an air of elegance and authority, the blue-haired woman wore sunglasses, her expression icy, reminiscent of a femme fatale from a game of espionage. "Madam, please show me your legs." Thinking that the blue-haired woman had not heard him, Wang Jingmeng repeated his request. His fellow intern, Xiao Kai, noticing the attention from onlookers, hurriedly tugged at his sleeve. "Meng, what are you doing?" "I am merely fulfilling my duties as a security inspector," Wang Jingmeng replied defiantly, resolute in blocking the blue-haired woman's path. He was certain that she harbored some sort of secret. His ability would not deceive him. Xiao Kai, taken aback by Wang Jingmeng's serious demeanor, found himself momentarily speechless. Could it be that he was genuinely conducting a security check? He felt almost embarrassed to expose the truth. As Wang Jingmeng remained unyielding, the blue-haired woman met his gaze with a frigid stare. Then, lifting the hem of her dress, she revealed a pair of legs so fair they seemed to glow. Xiao Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Those legs were longer than his very existence. Initially, he had thought Wang Jingmeng had uncovered some concealed contraband on the blue-haired woman, but it appeared there was nothing at all that, yes, Xiao Kai was about to exhale in relief. Wang Jingmeng interjected, "Madam, would you kindly remove your socks?" The unexpected request left Xiao Kai in shock. Not only were they scrutinizing her legs, but they also demanded the traveler to remove her socks. How outrageous! Regaining his composure, Xiao Kai hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. "Meng, you risk provoking a complaint from the passenger. If the station master finds out, our internship opportunity will be jeopardized. Kunkin, trust me this once. There is undoubtedly something amiss with her," Wang Jingmeng asserted earnestly. "My name is not Kunkin," Xiao Kai exclaimed in frustration. His name was Kai Su, not Kunkin. "I know, Kunkin," Wang Jingmeng replied. Confronted with Wang Jingmeng's security request, the blue-haired woman wore a frosty gaze, yet she seemed reluctant to escalate the situation and removed her socks, handing them to Wang Jingmeng. Xiao Kai approached cautiously to examine the socks, contemplating how he would have reacted had it not been for the fear of complaints. After an extensive search, they found no contraband hidden within the socks. "I sincerely apologize, madam." Xiao Kai quickly returned the socks to the blue-haired woman, offering her profuse apologies. "Am I free to leave now?" the blue-haired woman asked icily. Just as Xiao Kai was about to respond, Wang Jingmeng interjected again, "Not yet." Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. Within the high-speed train station, A group of girls returning home for the summer regarded Wang Jingmeng with disdain, muttering words like pervert, creep, and despicable. Wang Jingmeng pretended not to hear, his gaze fixed intently on the cold-eyed, blue-haired woman. "Madam, your legs," he began. "Are they white, long, and slender? Would you like to touch them?" The blue-haired woman retorted with a chilling smile. Wang Jingming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could this truly be an opportunity? "I would appreciate it, madam." Xiao Kai looked on in astonishment at Wang Jingmeng. Surely, he wouldn't dare to proceed? With so many eyes upon him, didn't he fear that she might report him and have him arrested? If that happened, there would be no chance of an internship at all. He might even be expelled from school. Just then, Station Master L. Jiangwo hurried over, offering apologies to the blue-haired woman. "Madam, I sincerely apologize. This security officer is new today. Our training has been inadequate." As he spoke, he shot a warning glance at Wang Jingmeng. However, Wang Jingmeng seemed oblivious to the unspoken message. "Station Master, I assure you, this lady poses a security risk. Trust me." The station master rolled his eyes in exasperation, his expression seemingly conveying that he believed Wang Jingmeng was the real threat to safety at Jingzhou High-Speed Rail Station. "Xiao Wang, cease this nonsense." "Station master, just allow me to touch her leg for a moment. I can prove it." Wang Jingmeng insisted stubbornly. The station master's face darkened, resembling a character from a traditional Chinese opera. "What is it with you today? You must touch that leg?" Even the most patient of station masters could not contain his anger. "Wang Jingmeng, will you ever stop?" At that moment, a prompt appeared before Wang Jingmeng's eyes. Douse the false person's leg with water to reveal her true form. A false person? Wang Jingmeng did not hesitate. With lightning speed, he seized a bottle of mineral water from the table. Uncapping it, he splashed it onto the legs of the blue-haired woman. He firmly believed that his instincts would not mislead him. "What are you doing, hey?" Xiao Kai exclaimed, startled by Wang Jingming's sudden action. At that moment, the prospect of maintaining his internship slipped irrevocably from his grasp. The blue-haired woman, taken aback by the unexpected splash, failed to evade the deluge, her long legs now drenched. Just as the station manager was about to reprimand Wang Jingmeng, an unforeseen transformation ensued. A piercing shriek erupted from the blue-haired woman, and a multitude of azure scales manifested upon her thighs. Immediately, a strong, briny odor assaulted Wang Jingmeng's senses, nearly causing him to regurgitate his breakfast. The scent was overwhelmingly potent. Then, he witnessed the astonishing transformation of the woman's legs into a resplendent fish tail, while her hair morphed into serpentine strands of blue. Chapter 002. Release the Siren. Entropy Blade. Wang Jingmeng acknowledged that there was an element of gamble in his actions, yet fortune favored him. Upon contact with water, the blue-haired woman underwent an uncontrollable metamorphosis. Her skin darkened to an inky hue, adorned with a profusion of minuscule scales that would terrify any with a fear of clusters. Her visage began to contort grotesquely, reminiscent of a failed cosmetic surgery. Delicate jade-like ears transformed into fins, and a set of razor-sharp teeth akin to those of a shark sprouted from her mouth. At this juncture, the woman's elegant legs vanished entirely, her lower half now wholly transformed into a fishtail. This was undeniably a creature of the abyss. Wang Jingmeng never imagined that on his very first day as a security officer, he would expose a disguised entity. The sight of the blue-haired woman now evoked memories of a horror film, The Mermaid in the Sewers. "A monster!" Xiao Kai gasped, utterly flabbergasted, as her long-held beliefs shattered before her eyes. Such a creature was indeed real. Moreover, it existed amidst human society, appearing in the bustling confines of a high-speed railway station. The consequences of allowing this monster to board a train were too harrowing to contemplate. In that moment, Wang Jingmeng recalled a recent, shocking subway murder case in the neighboring city of Jinghai, which resulted in the deaths and injuries of 57 innocent civilians. News reports had labeled the perpetrator as a mentally ill individual. Yet, what sort of deranged mind could inflict such devastation? It now seemed plausible that the subway massacre had been orchestrated by a creature lurking within human society, disguised entity. The daily foot traffic at the high-speed railway station was double that of the subway. Should a disguised entity wreak havoc there, the casualties would likely be catastrophic. Had Wang Jingmeng not identified the creature, the ramifications would have been unimaginable. At that moment, the revealed entity emitted a shrill, piercing wail. An invisible wave of sound rippled through the air, causing all surrounding passengers and staff, save for Wang Jingmeng, to collapse, rendered unconscious. With a splutter, Wang Jingmeng coughed up a stream of blood, his head throbbing as if it might split apart. The siren's shriek was profoundly penetrating, even covering his ears provided no solace. Wang Jingmeng swiftly pressed the alarm and seized a gas canister, charging towards the merman. At the high-speed train station, one encounters a myriad of individuals. Just moments ago, a traveler insisted on bringing a gas canister aboard the train. Naturally, the security personnel intervened, confiscating the canister. In that brief interlude, Wang Jingmeng raised the canister and struck it forcefully against the merman's head. By the time the railway police responded to the alarm, at least a minute would have elapsed. During this critical moment, every individual present was in peril. A dull thud echoed as Wang Jingmeng's arm went numb, yet the merman remained unscathed, not even a drop of blood spilled. Alarmed by this, Wang Jingmeng felt a surge of panic. How stubborn could this creature be? Roar! The merman opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a foul stench of seafood wafting through the air. Why are you roaring so loudly? In this dire predicament, adrenaline surged through Wang Jingmeng, driving him to muster an unexpected strength to swing the gas canister repeatedly against the merman's head, deforming it in the process. The merman, with its gaping abyss-like mouth, bit down hard on Wang Jingmeng's shoulder, blood gushing forth. It felt as though he had been bitten by a shark. Yet, this was a high-speed train station, not the ocean. The excruciating pain ignited a ferocity within him. Bite me? I shall not let you have the last laugh, even if it costs me my life. Gritting his teeth, Wang Jingmeng grabbed a lighter and opened the gas canister's valve. He ignited the canister. Demon, perish! The spark from the lighter met the gas, igniting in an instant. Sensing impending danger, the merman attempted to flee, only to find Wang Jingmeng firmly clutching its slippery tail. Boom! The gas canister exploded, propelling Wang Jingmeng several meters away. The merman was merely knocked unconscious, not dead. What is happening? Who called for help? Just then, the railway police arrived, witnessing a blood-soaked security officer struggling to rise. A few meters away lay a creature covered in scales. I called for help. I am the security officer at Jingzhou High-Speed Rail Station. Wang Jingmeng quickly identified himself to the arriving officers. Comrade, you are losing a considerable amount of blood, the officer exclaimed, startled at the sight of Wang Jingmeng's blood-soaked uniform. Strangely, his wounds appeared as though inflicted by a shark. Yet, how could there be a shark in a train station? It's merely a minor wound. Nothing to concern myself with, Wang Jingmeng replied, adrenaline still coursing through him, dulling the pain. This creature is not dead yet. With that, he took the bomb disposal fork offered by the police and charged towards the unconscious merman. I must pierce it immediately. At this moment, rather than fear, Wang Jingmeng felt exhilaration. His instincts told him that his extraordinary ability extended beyond mere identification of imposters. Slaying this fish might yield unexpected rewards. The police assumed Wang Jingmeng was under some psychological duress, prompting his reckless behavior. Without hesitation, he raised the bomb disposal fork and plunged it with all his might into the merman's throat, that a direct strike to the throat. A mixture of the briny scent of seafood and fresh blood splattered all over him. In excruciating pain, the merman awakened, struggling to break free. Wang Jingmeng, fueled by an inexplicable surge of strength, pinned the merman firmly to the ground. The vitality of the merman was astonishingly robust. Despite having his throat pierced, he struggled for several minutes before finally succumbing to death. In that fleeting moment of the merman's demise, Wang Jingmeng felt an energy surge into his body. Initially, he believed it to be a mere illusion induced by excessive blood loss. However, he soon realized that the wounds on his body were healing at an astonishing rate. Within mere breaths, the injuries inflicted by the merman had vanished without a trace, leaving no scars behind. At that moment, a notification appeared before Wang Jingmeng. Successfully spared the foe being, deep sea merman. Reward acquired, entropic sword chi. Upon seeing the prompt, Wang Jingmeng was momentarily taken aback. Spare the foe being? How intriguing. This method of sparing possesses a certain spiritual quality. To his delight, he discovered that sparing the foe being would grant him a reward. His gaze fell upon the entropic sword chi within the notification. Entropy refers to the state of maximum disorder, where the universe succumbs to a chaotic and lifeless condition, also known as thermal death. The entropic sword chi could also be referred to as the sword chi of annihilation. Are you all right, Wang? The railway police, noticing Wang Jingmeng covered in blood, inquired with concern. Wang Jingmeng shook his head and pointed to the merman's lifeless body. Can this fish earn me a third-class merit? Chapter 003. The Extraordinary Achievement of Classmate Xiao Wang. In the lounge, station master L.V. Jiangwo held a thermos cup and sipped water, bearing an expression of lingering fear. After many years as a station master, he had never encountered such a bizarre creature. Thankfully, Wang Jingmeng had discovered it in time. Had the monster, disguised as a human, infiltrated the high-speed railway station, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Should any incident occur, he, as the station master, would be held accountable. Xiao Wang, I misjudged you. It is thanks to you that the monster was not allowed to enter, he thought with a pang of guilt. At that moment, he had believed that classmate Wang was merely taking advantage of a security check to inappropriately touch a passenger's leg due to their beauty. It was understandable. Who would anticipate a monster masquerading as a human among travelers? After all, which security personnel would initiate such an inappropriate search? Everyone had assumed Wang Jingmeng was merely being unreasonable and attempting to take advantage of the situation. Little did they know that there would be a twist. Upon touching, Wang discovered scales. If he had not detected the anomaly in time, the situation could have escalated severely. Next time such an incident occurs, the station master vowed not to intervene. Wang Jingmeng could touch whomever he wished, in whatever manner he pleased. It was his duty, and he was merely fulfilling it. Unfazed, Wang Jingmeng's thoughts were now solely focused on his newfound abilities. The station had decided to grant him 2 days off to recuperate. Observing that Wang Jingmeng had only torn his uniform and sustained no significant injuries, the station master felt relieved and suggested he take some time off. No way. At my age, this is the prime time to shine in my position. How could I possibly rest? Wang Jingmeng firmly rejected the idea of a break. His abilities were rewarded through the release of imposters, and to do so, he needed to identify the imposters hidden among the crowd. The more populated the area, the easier it was to spot them. Among the busiest places, the high-speed railway station certainly ranked high, with an average daily foot traffic of 300,000 people, placing it among the top in the nation. The chances of discovering imposters here were significantly greater than elsewhere. Moreover, Wang Jingmeng could leverage his identity as a security personnel to conduct searches of suspected imposters with legitimacy. A break was out of the question. Not only did Wang Jingmeng refuse time off, but he also requested to work overtime. Station master, I would like to apply for night shifts. Wang Jingmeng believed that the likelihood of encountering imposters would be higher at night, prompting his proactive request. The station master was taken aback by Wang Jingmeng's fervor for work. Classmate Xiao Wang was exceedingly dedicated. How touching, exclaimed Kai Su, nearby, astonished by Wang Jingmeng's enthusiasm for an internship opportunity. He suspected that Wang Jingmeng's motives were more than just professional. Seeing Wang Jingmeng lively and untroubled, the station master slowly uttered a word, stroll. By the way, station master, how should we handle that fish? Wang Jingmeng inquired about the earlier monster, causing the station master to feel a wave of apprehension. His heart could not bear the shock at his age. Professionals have already arrived to clean up the scene. Professionals? Wang Jingmeng's heart stirred. These professionals must certainly be aware of the existence of imposters, much like the agent from the 749 Bureau in films. Furthermore, there was delightful news. The station was preparing to commend him with a first-class merit award, as stated by the station chief. Upon hearing of the first-class merit, Wang Jingmeng found himself invigorated. He had initially thought that eliminating a single fish would merely earn him a third-class commendation, but to his astonishment, the station intended to nominate him for a first-class honor. Judging by the station chief's demeanor, it seemed that the first-class merit was indeed within his grasp. At the very least, a second-class merit was assured. Wang Jingmeng's valor was not ordinary. Engaging in combat with such a monstrous entity, He was constantly at risk of losing his life. This first-class merit was something he had fought for with his very existence. In addition to the certificate of merit, there was a monetary reward of 100,000 yuan. It is worth noting that both Wang Jingmeng and Kai Su earned a mere 1,800 yuan a month during their internship at the high-speed railway station. On his very first day as a security inspector, Wang Jingmeng would receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. For an ordinary student like him, this was an astounding sum. Xiao Wang, you should return home to rest for now. Tomorrow, I will arrange for a new uniform for you, the station chief remarked, glancing at the tattered remnants of Wang Jingmeng's uniform. All right, chief, see you tomorrow. After leaving work early, Wang Jingmeng took the subway back to his residential complex. Upon arriving home, he received a phone call. As he answered, a lively voice resonated through the line. Meng followed by a series of beeps. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Jingmeng ended the call. A short while later, the phone rang again. Hey Meng, let us talk this out. Don't hang up just yet. Zhang Soling. If you keep calling me Meng, I swear I will knock you out. Wang Jingmeng retorted, unable to tolerate the annoyance. Meng, I am Zhang Qilin, not Zhang Soling, he said with a tone of lamentation. The world is so beautiful, yet you are so irritable. This is not good at all. With that, Wang Jingmeng hung up once more. Almost immediately, Zhang Qilin called again. Hello, don't hang up. Tonight is the class monitor's birthday. He has reserved a large private room at Platinum Han KTV and is inviting the entire class. Last time, didn't you have a scuffle with the monitor? He asked me to call you, saying he wants to bury the hatchet. A month ago, class monitor Sun Liang had been showing off on a basketball court, only to be emphatically dunked by Wang Jingmeng. Feeling humiliated, Sun Liang had enlisted a few athletic students to confront him. Wang Jingmeng, undeterred, had engaged Sun Liang directly, ignoring the other athletic students and focusing solely on Sun Liang, delivering a thorough beating that left him howling in pain. Although Wang Jingmeng also bore some scars, Sun Liang fared 10 times worse. What Wang Jingmeng had not anticipated was that following his confrontation with Sun Liang, he would awaken a newfound ability. Ever since, Sun Liang had taken to avoiding him at school. Given Sun Liang's petty nature, the thought of him genuinely wanting to reconcile seemed implausible. Wang Jingmeng scoffed. He could not fathom Sun Liang undergoing a sudden change of heart. After all, a dog cannot change its nature. Yet, he was curious about what scheme Sun Liang was concocting. Very well, I shall attend tonight. Regardless, it was Sun Liang who was hosting the evening, and he was curious to discern Sun Liang's true intentions. All right, Ameng, I will drive to pick you up, Zhang Qilin remarked. You haven't even obtained your driver's license. How could you possibly have a car? Isn't a shared bicycle still a vehicle? Get lost. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jingmeng took a shower, cleansing herself of the lingering stench of fish from the merman. She then rolled on her bed and fell into a deep slumber, not awakening until the evening. Descending the stairs, she secured a shared bicycle and made her way to the Platinum Han KTV. Ameng, over here. Upon reaching the entrance, a vibrant young man waved at her. It was none other than Zhang Soling. As Wang Jingmeng and Zhang Soling entered a lavish private room, she furrowed her brow, detecting a familiar odor reminiscent of dead fish. Chapter 004. The Mermaid's Revenge. Danger approaches. Wang Jingmeng, why have you arrived so late? There is a penalty of 3 drinks for tardiness. In the private room of the Platinum Han KTV, the space was already filled with people. Sun Liang caught sight of Wang Jingmeng entering, and a flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes as he approached with a bottle of beer in hand. Wang Jingmeng glanced expressionlessly at the beer he held and retorted, "You can shove it." The simplest form of banter, the utmost enjoyment. Before awakening his extraordinary abilities, he had dared to confront Sun Liang, and now, emboldened by his newfound powers, he felt no need for pretense. It mattered not who you were. Stop pretending in front of me. Sun Liang's expression darkened, feeling humiliated before the entire class by Wang Jingmeng's rebuke, leaving him at a loss. He had not anticipated that Wang Jingmeng would offer him no semblance of respect. Yet, Sun Liang had to endure. He could not afford to fall out with Wang Jingmeng, as there were those who would not spare him. Ameng, I heard you're interning as a security officer at the Jingzhou high-speed railway station. At this moment, a classmate, sensing the tension, attempted to shift the conversation to lighten the atmosphere. What kind of future does being a security officer offer? If you're seeking an internship, you could speak with the class leader and let him arrange a position for you at Long's Group. Sun Liang's lackey chimed in, attempting to elevate himself by belittling others. Long's Group is the leading enterprise in Jingzhou City, a Fortune 500 company with substantial capital and immense influence. Sun Liang, born with a silver spoon, was a privileged second-generation heir. Being a security officer is certainly more promising than being a sycophant. Wang Jingmeng shot back directly. The atmosphere in the private room froze. No one had expected Wang Jingmeng to be so combative today, ready to confront anyone who displeased him, showing no leniency towards these fools. With their sarcastic jabs, they awaited his retorts. Sun Liang's face was an ugly shade, dark as if it might drip with moisture. "How is your work as a security officer going, Meng?" Someone attempted to divert the topic. Being a security officer is monotonous and tedious. What else there to discuss? Sun Liang's lackey remarked insidiously. "Indeed, it's not much. I've only earned a first-class merit." Wang Jingmeng replied with an unruffled demeanor. Sun Liang, who had just taken a sip of beer, spewed it out in disbelief. A first-class merit? Did he save the world? How infuriating! He felt utterly humiliated. The classmates in the room were dumbfounded. Who knew that being a security officer could also yield such accolades? "Let us not dwell on this. Let us drink." Sun Liang forced a smile and raised his beer bottle for a toast. "Why hasn't Qin Yu come?" Someone suddenly inquired. Qin Yu is the belle of Jingzhou University and the only daughter of the chairman of the Qin dynasty group, a symbol of wealth and beauty. At the beginning of the semester, Sun Liang had launched an aggressive pursuit of Qin Yu, hoping to win her over and circumvent years of effort. However, he ultimately faced defeat. Not long ago, his conflict with Wang Jingmeng had also been connected to Qin Yu. He sought to impress Qin Yu, only to be ruthlessly reprimanded by Wang Jingmeng, losing face before this exquisite flower of the human realm. Enraged and humiliated, he decided to confront Wang Jingmeng. It was rumored that Qin Yu suffered from a psychological ailment, prompting Chairman Qin to scour the world for a psychologist. Whoever could cure her affliction might have the chance to become a son-in-law of the Qin family. 10 minutes later, everyone was thoroughly intoxicated, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. Although they were all university students with decent alcohol tolerance, the rapid descent into inebriation suggested foul play. Someone had likely spiked their drinks. The one who remained sober would undoubtedly be the culprit. In the next moment, Sun Liang opened his eyes, a sinister expression gracing his face. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a towering man clad in sunglasses, resembling an iron tower, strode in. "Brother, I've located the person you sought," Sun Liang said, lowering his gaze in deference. Just a few hours prior, the man in sunglasses had approached Sun Liang, instructing him to lure Wang Jingmeng out, culminating in the events of the evening. Sun Liang was not entirely aware of the man's identity, only that he was formidable, referring to himself as an extraordinary being. "Well done," the man remarked, casting a glance at the unconscious Wang Jingmeng before tossing a small blue pill to Sun Liang. Sun Liang eagerly caught the blue pill, excitement illuminating his face. This substance, known as sublimation sugar, promised to grant him unparalleled, superhuman strength, as if elevating the very essence of his existence. Having previously experienced the intoxicating effects of sublimation sugar, Sun Liang was utterly captivated by its allure. No wonder there was an odor of decay upon entering. "It seems a false being lurked here. Are you here to avenge the woman who perished at the high-speed train station?" he taunted, regrettably unaware of how that woman had met her demise at his hands. Wang Jingmeng opened his eyes, locking onto the man in sunglasses with unwavering intensity. The aura emanating from the man resembled that of a merman. He too was one of them, unlike the deep-sea merman who had perished earlier. This man appeared to embody brute strength. His arms were thicker than Wang Jingmeng's thighs. "You're not intoxicated?" Sun Liang gasped in surprise upon realizing Wang Jingmeng's clarity. However, he quickly regained his composure. With the extraordinary being at his side, Wang Jingmeng, an ordinary student, posed little threat. After slaying the merman earlier, Wang Jingmeng had absorbed the residual energy, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. The drug Sun Liang had administered held no effect on him. Wang Jingmeng's words seemed to deeply provoke the merman. The female merman slain earlier had been his wife. A furious roar erupted from the merman, his skin transforming into a deep blue, adorned with a multitude of scales. His eyes morphed into blood-red orbs, resembling searchlights, casting an eerie crimson glow. His clothing tore apart, revealing a row of spiny fins along his back. The merman's muscular frame was exceptionally developed, brimming with potent explosive power. Before Wang Jingmeng, the disguise of the merman was completely torn away, revealing a grotesque form. The merman's appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Deep Sea King from One Punch Man. With a roar, Wang Jingmeng lifted the marble dining table before him and hurled it directly at the merman. The merman, grinning menacingly, raised his sharp claws and effortlessly shattered the 100-kilogram marble table with a single swipe. The sound of the impact echoed as shards scattered everywhere, leaving the private room in utter disarray. The classmates, drugged by Sun Liang, were sound asleep, oblivious to the commotion. Subsequently, the merman lunged forward, brandishing his claws to strike at Wang Jingmeng's face, the sharpness of his attack palpable. Wang Jingmeng's gaze sharpened. He understood that to survive, he must draw his sword without delay. Aligning his index and middle fingers, he aimed at the merman and unleashed a surge of annihilation sword energy. The black sword energy flashed past in an instant, piercing through the merman's robust arm. A piercing, ear-splitting scream erupted, reverberating throughout the room. Chapter 005 Double Kill. The power of the merman, a sudden, piercing scream, startled Sun Liang. He then witnessed an extraordinarily surreal scene. Wang Jingmeng raised his hand and unleashed a black sword aura, which penetrated the merman's arm, leaving a gaping black hole in its palm. Through the void, one could see the merman's face contorted in terror. At that moment, the merman's crimson fish eyes shimmered with fear, having initially underestimated Wang Jingmeng as a mere trivial opponent. To its astonishment, he possessed such formidable abilities. One strike of sword aura had severely wounded the merman. "You are a spirit master?" It hissed in a low voice. The ability to shoot sword aura was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Only a spirit master could wield such power. It was not just the merman who was taken aback. Even Wang Jingmeng himself was astonished by the might of the entropy sword aura. "So I am this strong," he mused. It appeared that the merman was no longer a source of dread. Even if it was indeed a spirit master, it would meet its demise today. Wang Jingmeng thought to himself. Having faith that he could replicate such a feat, the merman leaped, leaving deep marks on the ground, its menacing form charging towards him with terrifying speed. In an instant, it lunged at Wang Jingmeng. Utilizing a spirit master's attack was immensely depleting of spiritual energy, and a technique as powerful as the entropy sword aura could not be unleashed repeatedly, since the previous strike had not slain the creature. It was Wang Jingmeng's life that was now at stake. The merman gambled on the possibility that his firearm was devoid of ammunition. A pungent scent of seafood assaulted his senses. Just as the merman lunged, Wang Jingmeng pressed his finger against its forehead. "Entropy sword aura, unleash." A subtle sound pierced the air, as if something had sliced through it. "Oh no, I've miscalculated." The merman did not anticipate that Wang Jingmeng could fire the entropy sword aura in rapid succession. Realizing this too late, it hastily tilted its head in an attempt to evade. However, the speed of the sword aura was astonishingly swift, several times faster than a bullet from a handgun. Despite its efforts to dodge, the merman was a fraction too slow. The black sword aura flashed past, creating a hole in its skull. In the next moment, the merman stood frozen in place, its sharp claws perilously close to Wang Jingmeng's eyes. A wave of fear surged through him. Fortunately, he could fire the sword aura continuously, or he would have perished at the hands of the merman. "Were you not so arrogant? Let's see you flaunt it again." Fearing the merman might still be alive, Wang Jingmeng raised his hand once more, unleashing another entropy sword aura that sliced across the merman's grotesque body. A horrific gash extended from its shoulder down to its waist, cleaving it diagonally. The foul stench of fish blood gushed forth from the merman's body. The act of repeatedly striking its corpse continued until the merman was utterly vanquished. Successfully released, the deep-sea merman. Reward obtained. Power of the merman. At the moment of the merman's demise, a notification from his golden finger appeared before Wang Jingmeng's eyes. Another fish released. Merit 1. Subsequently, he felt a surge of powerful energy flowing into his body. Wang Jingmeng bent down to pick up a fist-sized fragment of marble, his palm gradually closing around it. To his astonishment, the hard marble crumbled in his grasp as easily as soft tofu. Sun Liang could hardly believe his eyes. The seemingly invincible being had been so effortlessly subdued by Wang Jingmeng. How could this be possible? It was crucial to acknowledge that Wang Jingmeng was indeed such a formidable entity. Sun Liang dared not scheme against him. He felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare, consumed by profound regret. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. As Wang Jingmeng turned his gaze towards him, Sun Liang's face drained of color. Surely he did not intend to silence him permanently? Ameng, I may have spoken too loudly earlier. I truly did not wish to harm you. I was merely coerced by this monster who claimed to seek you, he stammered, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything. For the sake of our shared past as classmates, I implore you to spare me. My father is a director at Longza Group. Should anything happen to me, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against you. In a sudden panic, Sun Liang turned and bolted towards the exit of the private room, shouting desperately, "Help! Murder!" A swift kick from Wang Jingmeng struck the back of Sun Liang's head, sending him crashing against the door before he was propelled outside. Darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to unconsciousness, a testament to the resilience of youth. Subsequently, Wang Jingmeng retrieved his phone and dialed the police. "Hello, I wish to report a murder at the Platinum Han KTV." The operator's voice trembled upon hearing the report of a homicide. "Is the perpetrator still on the scene? Please ensure your safety and do not let the assailant discover you. We will dispatch units immediately. The assailant is still present, but I am quite safe, for I am the perpetrator," Wang Jingmeng replied. The operator fell silent for a brief moment before retorting, "Please do not joke. Filing a false report carries legal consequences." "I am not jesting. To be precise, I have slain a monster," Wang Jingmeng clarified, succinctly describing the creature's appearance. After ending the call, within 5 minutes, police, fire services, and ambulances arrived at the scene. 2 investigators clad in black vests led the way. Upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of a grotesque merman lying in a pool of blood. Upon examining the corpse, they discovered a gaping hole in the merman's forehead, perplexingly not made by a bullet. This was a D-class monster from the records of aberrant beings, specifically a deep-sea merman. The investigators, recognizing the deep-sea merman, wore expressions of shock. D-class aberrant creatures typically necessitated the presence of at least 10 fully armed professionals to be subdued. Just recently, a similar incident in the neighboring city of Jinghai involved a subway homicide perpetrated by a D-class aberrant, requiring 13 investigators to neutralize the threat. The deep-sea merman that had perished in the Platinum Han KTV was even more formidable than the D-class aberrant encountered in Jinghai. The 2 investigators knew with certainty that they were ill-equipped to handle such a being. However, the deep-sea merman has met a tragic demise here. Contemplating this, the gentleman in the black vest raised his gaze towards the one who reported the incident, Wang Jingmeng. "Greetings, I am Li Chongkai, affiliated with the department responsible for handling extraordinary events. May I inquire if you were the one who vanquished this creature?" Li Chongkai offered Wang Jingmeng a benevolent smile. "Which department is that? The 749 Bureau, or perhaps the covert operatives?" Wang Jingmeng queried. Li Chongkai's expression stiffened. "You dare to interrogate us? Is that correct? Since you have already encountered the imposter, we need not conceal our identities any longer. We are investigators from the Imposter Investigation Bureau," Li Chongkai stated. "The so-called imposters are, in simple terms, monsters masquerading as humans, infiltrating human society. While some of these imposters are harmless, the vast majority pose significant dangers. Take, for instance, the D-class imposter, the deep-sea merman you have just encountered. The deep-sea merman possesses strength far exceeding that of an ordinary human, can breathe underwater, and is inherently fierce and highly aggressive. To date, dozens of individuals in Jingzhou City have fallen victim to merman attacks. Do you understand why this deep-sea merman appeared in the KTV? Li Chongkai inquired, locking eyes with Wang Jingmeng. It came seeking vengeance against me, only to perish here, Wang Jingmeng succinctly summarized. Chapter 006, Department of Pseudo-Humans Investigation. Thus, during the day, you dispatch a merman at the high-speed railway station, and that evening, a companion of the merman sought revenge, only to meet the same fate at your hands. Li Chongkai gazed at Wang Jingmeng in astonishment, eager to uncover the method behind his triumph over the merman. The deep-sea merman is classified as a D-level pseudo-human, presenting an extreme level of danger. Typically, a minimum of 10 specialized investigators is required to handle such formidable entities. Yet, Wang Jingmeng effortlessly vanquished this D-level deep-sea merman, an achievement that even seasoned investigators like Li Chongkai could scarcely fathom. Mermen possess strength far surpassing that of humans, making them formidable adversaries. Moreover, their bodies are encased in a resilient layer of scales, rendering them resistant to conventional ammunition. Only a shot from an anti-material sniper rifle to the merman's head could guarantee a lethal outcome. Li Chongkai observed that Wang Jingmeng bore no formidable weaponry. How then had he achieved such a feat? Could it be that after slaying the merman at the high-speed station, he awakened the talent of a spirit master? This was the only explanation Li Chongkai could conceive. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how an ordinary individual could dispatch a D-level pseudo-human unscathed. What is a spirit master? Wang Jingmeng countered, recalling that the merman had also presumed him to be one. Have you read the novels about tomatoes? A spirit master is akin to the immortal cultivators in those stories, known in the West as awakeners or exorcists. In essence, they are humans who wield supernatural powers. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingmeng immediately comprehended. His unique advantage was indeed the supernatural power Li Chongkai had described. The abilities of a spirit master are not innate. One must kill a pseudo-human to awaken this talent. Currently, the Department of Pseudo-Humans Investigation has documented 989 types of pseudo-humans. Yet this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Numerous unknown pseudo-humans lurk within human society. The department's duty is to uncover and control these concealed entities. These pseudo-humans are not innocuous. In fact, 99 of them are exceedingly dangerous, exhibiting a strong propensity for aggression towards humans. Not long ago, a murder case at the subway station in the neighboring city of Jinghai was perpetrated by a D-level pseudo-human. Had the Department of Pseudo-Human Investigation not acted swiftly, the casualties would have far exceeded what was reported in the news. Pseudo-humans are inherently capable of manipulating supernatural forces. When a pseudo-human perishes, the supernatural energy they possess dissipates into the environment. Should an ordinary person come into contact with this energy, they may have the opportunity to awaken the abilities of a spirit master and acquire supernatural powers. Conversely, when a pseudo-human kills a spirit master, they too can absorb the supernatural energy of their victim. Li Chongkai patiently elucidated this dynamic to Wang Jingmeng. In essence, pseudo-humans and spirit masters exist in a predator-prey relationship. The more powerful the spirit master, the more likely they are to attract the attention of pseudo-humans. The aura of a spirit master is immensely enticing to pseudo-humans, akin to a starving ghost who has long abstained from meat, gazing at a plate of braised pork. Are you familiar with the dark forest principle? Spirit masters and pseudo-humans are hunters in a dark forest. Once exposed, they risk annihilation at each other's hands. Li Chong issued a serious warning to Wang Jingmeng, emphasizing the peril faced by many novice spirit masters who inadvertently expose their identities and attract the deadly attention of imposters. Wang Jingmeng replied, "No more pretense. I am indeed a spirit master." In order to conceal the secret of his unique abilities, he openly acknowledged his identity as a spirit master to divert suspicion. The agents of the Imposter Investigation Bureau exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a sense of confirmation. Only a spirit master possesses the capacity to vanquish imposters. Each spirit master is endowed with distinct supernatural abilities. "May I inquire about your powers?" asked the young man following Li Chong. Upon hearing this, Li Chong quickly signaled him to silence. "Apologies, Xiao Lin has just begun his internship at the Imposter Investigation Bureau and is unfamiliar with the protocols. You need not answer that question. Every spirit master maintains strict confidentiality regarding their abilities, even from those closest to them, for the revelation of such secrets could lead to their demise. The number of imposters lurking nearby remains unknown, and threats to a spirit master's life extend beyond imposters to fellow spirit masters as well. Humans fear ghosts, and ghosts understand the treachery of humans. The Imposter Investigation Bureau had previously handled a case involving a psychologically twisted spirit master who exploited imposters to hunt down rival spirit masters, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen. Ultimately, the instigator was executed by the Bureau. One bullet sent him to hell. My abilities are rather mundane. There's nothing to conceal. I merely possess considerable strength. As he spoke, Wang Jingmeng effortlessly dismantled the door of the private room, akin to dismantling a Lego structure. Li Shun Nudda, acknowledging that strength-type spirit masters are quite common. What about the holes found on the merman's corpse? Xiao Lin could not suppress his curiosity. Wang Jingmeng glanced at Xiao Lin and replied, "Learn from comics. It's the Navy's 6 styles." Finger gun. With a swift gesture, he punctured a hole in the sturdy door with his finger. And the gashes on the merman's body? That was the Gale step. I employed the Gale step. Xiao Lin remained skeptical, yet lacked evidence to refute him. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Imposter Investigation Bureau? The nation is in dire need of talents like you, Li Chong suggested. The Bureau is currently in need of personnel, especially spirit masters like Wang Jingmeng. However, Wang Jingmeng politely declined the offer, as he cherished his work as a security officer more than anything. The Bureau can offer you the position of an informant, which would not interfere with your primary job. Informants are not required to clock in at the Bureau. They simply need to notify the Bureau promptly upon discovering an imposter. There is a monthly stipend of 20,000 yuan for informants and additional cash rewards for reporting imposters. The terms presented by the Imposter Investigation Bureau were too enticing for Wang Jingmeng to refuse. He agreed to become an informant, as he intended to investigate imposters anyway, making it a convenient arrangement. What is the situation with this person? Li Chongkai pointed to the unconscious Sun Liang and inquired, "Who is he?" "He is Sun Liang, a student from Jingzhou University, and he was the one who brought the merman here," Wang Jingmeng replied. Upon hearing this, Li Chongkai's gaze turned icy. "Xiaolin, wake him up." Xiaolin understood instantly and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Sun Liang's face, rousing him from his stupor. As Sun Liang regained consciousness, his face was nearly swollen to the size of a pig's head. Upon noticing the lifeless body of the merman beside him, a look of sheer panic washed over him. "Who are you?" "My father is Sun Tianquan from Longza Group. Release me at once. I despise those who collude with imposters." With a snap, a rose gold bracelet was fastened onto Sun Liang's wrist. Once he entered the Imposter Investigation Bureau, even his father, a board member of Longza Group, would find it exceedingly difficult to extricate him from this predicament. Chapter 007. The stench of a corpse in the suitcase. Sun Liang never imagined that a birthday celebration would culminate in his confinement within a detention center. Initially, he contemplated maintaining a stoic silence, akin to a character in a film, declaring to the investigator, "I shall speak not until my lawyer arrives." However, after succumbing to the investigator's formidable memory retrieval techniques, he confessed to the collusion with a false person to harm his classmate with remarkable clarity. Just a month prior, Sun Liang had been bested in a brawl with Wang Jingmeng, and in a fit of displeasure, he summoned his dubious companions for a late-night feast, only to encounter a merman by ill fortune. Consequently, his companions became the merman's midnight repast. Sun Liang, having lived a sheltered life, had never witnessed such a gruesome scene and immediately knelt before the merman. Recognizing Sun Liang's potential usefulness, the merman spared his life. The son of a director at Longza Group, Sun Liang was born with a silver spoon, well aware of the existence of false persons and spirit masters. Under the merman's coercion, he provided substantial information regarding local spirit masters in Jingzhou. In the ensuing days, these spirit masters fell victim to a series of brutal attacks by false persons, resulting in grievous casualties. Although Sun Liang did not wield a hand in the violence, the information he provided indirectly precipitated their demise. According to the False Person Management Act, his actions constituted complicity, leading to dire consequences. A death sentence loomed likely. Upon hearing of Sun Liang's fate, Wang Jingmeng could not help but reflect. The class leader had reached his end before even graduating, unwittingly securing a state-sponsored fate, thus avoiding 60 years of tribulation. Had he not lost the fight with Wang Jingmeng, he would not have ventured out for late-night snacks and thus never encountered the merman. Without that encounter, he would not have transgressed the law, nor would he have found himself in such dire straits. Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is my own. After the personnel from the False Person Investigation Bureau removed the merman's corpse along with Sun Liang, the unconscious classmates were subsequently transported to the hospital for gastric lavage. Wang Jingmeng departed from the Platinum Han KTV, cycling home on a shared bike, cloaked in anonymity. The following day, it was Wang Jingmeng's turn for the evening shift. Upon arriving at Jingzhou High-Speed Railway Station, he was greeted with delightful news. "Aming, the first-class merit application you submitted has been approved," exclaimed Xiao Kai with palpable excitement. So soon? Wang Jingmeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly deduced that the False Person Investigation Bureau must have intervened. Now, serving as an informant for the Bureau, he had, in essence, become a beneficiary of the state. With a reward of 100,000 yuan in hand, Wang Jingmeng, previously modest in means, found himself suddenly affluent. As a spirit master, numerous avenues for wealth lay before him, and a monthly income in the millions was no mere fantasy. However, the allure of monetary gain paled in comparison to his desire for strength. In wealth and prestige, do not forget your roots. Xiao Gai Hap Lokek. Eager to bask in Wang Jingmeng's fortune, tonight's late-night feast is on me. There will be plenty of crayfish. As the work shift commenced, Wang Jingmeng donned his uniform and took his place. The night deepened, and the bustling railway station gradually emptied. At that moment, Wang Jingmeng caught a whiff of a foul odor reminiscent of a decaying rat wafting through the air. His gaze swept over the travelers undergoing security checks, and he noticed a corpulent man dragging a suitcase. The suitcase appeared to be quite heavy, as the man was panting heavily and drenched in sweat, nearly gasping for breath. The odor that Wang Jingmeng had detected earlier seemed to emanate from his suitcase. Upon closer inspection, Wang found nothing unusual about the man himself. He was merely an ordinary overweight individual. The anomaly lay within the suitcase he clutched. Sensing something amiss, Wang approached him, introducing himself as a security officer. "I suspect you are concealing contraband. I must conduct a search of your suitcase." Startled by the demand, the man stammered, "It's a misunderstanding. Yes, you. I'm not carrying anything illegal. Could you please refrain from inspecting my suitcase?" He appeared timid and exceedingly reluctant to comply. "Whether or not you possess contraband will be revealed through the search," Wang replied, maintaining a professional demeanor. "Ameng, does this person have illegal items hidden in his suitcase? Could it be drugs?" "In quit xiao gai, visibility. It remains uncertain. We must conduct a search to ascertain the truth. Please cooperate with our procedures," Wang insisted, preventing the man from proceeding until the suitcase was opened. The commotion attracted the attention of onlookers, who gathered in increasing numbers, drawn by their innate curiosity. Realizing that refusing the search would certainly hinder his passage, the man reluctantly consented to the inspection. However, the suitcase was secured with a combination lock, requiring a code for access. "What is the code?" Wang asked. The man hesitated before replying, 114514. Wang entered the code, and with a soft click, the lock released. As he opened the suitcase, a foul odor of decay surged forth. To his astonishment, he discovered inside a young girl dressed in a frilly Lolita dress. The crowd erupted in chaos. This was no mere contraband. It was a concealed corpse. Who would have thought that this seemingly timid and cowardly man was, in fact, a murderer? He had committed a heinous act and concealed the body within his suitcase, bringing it to the train station. Wang swiftly lunged forward, pinning the man to the ground. "Who is this girl?" he demanded in a low voice. "She is my girlfriend, named A.I. Li." The man stammered in fear, struggling to speak. Wang scoffed. "I didn't realize you harbored such twisted tendencies. You murdered someone and transported the body in your suitcase. What were you planning to do?" At this, the man thrashed even more vigorously. However, Wang effortlessly kept him pinned to the ground, immovable despite the man's desperate attempts to escape. It's a misunderstanding. AI Lee is a doll, not a corpse. The man cried out, his voice filled with desperation. At this proclamation, the crowd's expressions shifted to one of bewilderment. Originally believing that the overweight man had murdered his girlfriend and concealed her body within a suitcase, Wang Jingmeng was taken aback to discover it was merely a doll. Upon hearing this, he approached to examine it closely. Inside the suitcase lay a delicate, white-clad doll that indeed appeared lifelike. Wang Jingmeng reached out and gently pinched the doll's porcelain-like face, yet remained unresponsive. He then caressed its leg, finding the texture astonishingly realistic, indistinguishable from that of a living person. Classmate Kai observed with a peculiar expression, recalling how Wang Jingmeng had previously wished to touch the leg of a dark-clad woman, and now he was fondling the leg of a white-clad doll. This security officer had certainly unraveled the situation for him. "Do not touch her. Not even I've laid a finger on Ellie," the overweight man lamented, resembling a heartbroken victim of betrayal. Wang Jingmeng then grasped the doll's tiny, ice cream-like foot and detected a faint odor of decay. Why would a doll emit such a foul scent? This doll posed a potential risk and could not be permitted on the train. It needed to be confiscated. Ignoring the overweight man's protests, Wang Jingmeng seized the doll and locked it away in the storage room of the high-speed railway station. The doll was undoubtedly suspicious. If necessary, he would dismantle it for inspection the following day. Ultimately, the overweight man departed the station, despondent and defeated, surrendering his train ticket in despair. "Ameng, I shall take my leave," Kai Su exclaimed, swiftly departing on his bicycle as the workday concluded. Upon returning home, barely settling into his seat, Wang Jingmeng was startled by a sudden knock at the door. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 12:50 a.m. Who could be knocking at such an hour? Peering through the peephole, he was met with the sight of a pale-faced girl clad in a Lolita dress standing outside. She had followed him. Chapter 008, Releasing the Corpse Demon, Immortal Golden Soul. The pallid skin of the white silk-clad girl was even more ghostly than that of a corpse 3 days deceased. Her expression eerily contorted as she stood at the threshold, raising her snow-white hand in a gesture reminiscent of knocking. Through the fortified door, Wang Jingmeng could detect the foul stench of decay emanating from the girl. An oppressive chill seemed to seep through the barrier, plunging the room's temperature to an Arctic low, as though he were ensconced within a refrigerator. Peering through the peephole at the white silk girl outside, a shiver coursed through Wang Jingmeng. There was something decidedly amiss with this girl. Not only was she mobile, but she had also followed him home. But why him specifically? Could it be that her pursuit stemmed from that moment at the train station when he had inadvertently brushed against her leg? A heavy dread settled in Wang Jingmeng's heart as he recalled what Li Chongkai had once told him, that pseudo-creatures are irresistibly drawn to the aura of spirit tamers, and should their identity be revealed, they would become prey to these abominations. Thus, had this girl been attracted by his very essence? Wang Jingmeng stealthily extinguished the lights in his room, holding his breath and remaining utterly silent, feigning absence to observe how this entity would respond. Yet, it appeared the girl possessed an uncanny awareness of his presence within the room. "Brother, open the door." Her voice echoed with a strange laughter in the corridor. Suddenly, the lights in the hallway flickered violently, illuminating a face devoid of color. "Do not hide in silence. You had the audacity to touch my leg, so why not open the door?" Her voice, sharp and penetrating, pierced the stillness. Wang Jingmeng remained unmoved. Opening the door was out of the question. Acknowledging that the girl was indeed unsettling, he would not be foolish enough to invite her in. What kind of ghostly ruckus was this in the dead of night? At that moment, the door of a neighboring apartment swung open with a resounding bang. A rough-looking man with yellow hair emerged, his demeanor fierce. Upon spotting the white silk girl standing at Wang Jingmeng's door, he immediately straightened his posture. "Hey there, beautiful. Are you looking for this pretty boy next door?" He leered, swallowing hard as he approached the girl with a lascivious grin. "What is so special about this pretty boy? He has all looks and no substance. I'm far more appealing," he continued, his intentions unmistakably crude as he suggested they retreat to his room for some games. As he reached out, emboldened by the sight of the girl, standing alone in the corridor, he attempted to forcibly drag her into his lair. Once inside, he would dictate the terms of their games. This man, a regular at the local establishment, had coerced many young women into participating in his twisted amusements. He perceived the girl as delicate and easily overpowered, his mind igniting with wicked thoughts. Just as he grasped her fair arm, the white silk girl's expression morphed into a ghastly grimace. Her pupils flared to a blood-red hue, and veins throbbed ominously across her visage. Suddenly, her mouth stretched grotesquely to reveal a set of sharp, beast-like teeth. The unexpected transformation sent the lascivious man into a panic, his bravado evaporating in an instant. "Monster!" he shrieked in horror. In the next heartbeat, the white silk girl opened her maw wide, a long, barbed tongue lashing out like a striking serpent. In an instant, the throat of the yellow-haired man was pierced, a segment of his tongue protruding grotesquely from the back of his neck. Blood gushed forth in a crimson cascade, and the man's eyes widened in terror, his expression contorting into a mask of agony. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat desperately. A gaping wound had opened on his neck, and his breaths became increasingly labored. The white-haired girl retracted her tongue, licking her lips with a look of disdain. Ordinary blood no longer sufficed to satiate her. Only the blood of spirit masters could truly nourish her. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jingmeng could not help but gasp in horror. Who would dare to kiss her? At that moment, the eerie laughter of the corpse demon echoed through the security door. "Little brother, open the door." He. Wang Jingmeng took a deep breath and from behind the door raised her middle finger at the painted corpse demon, declaring, "Stop with the nonsense. If you have the ability, come in and see if I won't deal with you." The painted corpse demon's expression hardened, pressing itself against the door. Just then, a surge of black sword energy shot forth, piercing through the door and creating a hole in the demon's body. With a squelch, Wang Jingmeng watched as the demon deflated like a punctured balloon. "Your girlfriend's deflating." Wang Jingmeng did not let her guard down, unleashing 2 more waves of annihilation sword energy at the door. The door crumbled like paper under the onslaught, and the demon, now riddled with dark holes, emitted a chilling, high-pitched scream. Wang Jingmeng kicked the door open and rushed outside, only to find human skin lying on the ground. It was the painted skin the demon had shed. After claiming a victim, the demon would don the skin to masquerade as human, lurking within the city. Those who had glimpsed the demon's true form were already dead. Wang Jingmeng looked up to see a shadow fleeing at terrifying speed toward the end of the corridor. "Is this a public restroom? You come and go as you please?" she exclaimed before pursuing it. 5 minutes later, she caught up with the fleeing demon in the hallway. Raising her hand, she unleashed a blast of annihilation, sword energy, towards the swiftly moving shadow. Whoosh! The black energy sliced through the air, striking the demon's shoulder. A piercing scream reverberated through the corridor as the demon's pace slowed. The motion sensor lights flickered on, illuminating the demon's form. It was entirely black, covered in dense, dark fur, with only its blood-red eyes visible. Its stature was diminutive and emaciated, resembling that of a gnome. The demon lacked a distinct gender, able to transform into a human guise by donning the painted skin. As Wang Jingmeng closed in, a fierce glint flickered in the demon's eyes. It had never been cornered by a human before. Viewing Wang Jingmeng as prey, the roles had now reversed, and the demon found itself ensnared. In a moment of desperation, the demon's pupils constricted ominously, and it opened its maw wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth. A pungent stench of decay assailed the senses as a long, barbed crimson tongue shot forth, striking like lightning towards Wang Jingmeng's face. "Is this your only tactic?" he sneered, having witnessed the corpse charm's tongue kill Huang Mao. He was prepared. The same maneuver would not work on him. Wang Jingmeng raised his hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, swiftly slicing through the air. The entropy sword chi surged forth like a bolt of black lightning. With a dull thud, a scarlet tongue fell to the ground, rendering the scene both bizarre and horrifying. By the time the corpse charm reacted, Wang Jingmeng's fingers were already pressed against its forehead. No! In the next instant, the black sword energy burst forth from the back of the corpse charm's head, leaving a gaping hole in its brow. Successfully freed, the painted skin corpse charm Reward acquired. Indestructible Golden Soul. Chapter 009. Hello, classmate. You smell wonderful. In the next moment, a faint golden hue enveloped Wang Jingmeng's dark eyes. The energy expended in the pursuit of the corpse demon swiftly replenished, and in an instant, he felt invigorated and extraordinarily alert. It was as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, rejuvenated to the fullest. The indestructible golden soul could be regarded as the ultimate talisman for restoring vitality and energy. It significantly enhanced Wang Jingmeng's stamina, allowing him to unleash the entropy sword chi with unwavering composure, as if he had consumed a potent stimulant. His remarkable endurance and recovery, combined with his strikingly handsome visage, which could be likened to a wealthy woman's joyful countenance, would undoubtedly drive the single affluent women of Jingzhou City into a frenzy. With the integration of the indestructible golden soul, even if Wang Jingmeng sustained a fatal injury, he could recover rapidly, perhaps healing completely before even reaching the hospital. This served as an additional safeguard for his life. The monsters were ferocious and adept at disguising themselves as humans, lurking within crowds, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. Even spirit masters from the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau could find themselves in dire straits if they were not vigilant, potentially falling victim to these imposters. Life is singular and precious. Hence, the more safety nets one possesses, the better. One must not act recklessly. Steady resolve is the path to victory. Wang Jingmeng silently reminded himself. Just then, the phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw that it was Li Chongkai from the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau. Hello, Brother Kai. Wang Jingmeng answered immediately. Wang Jingmeng, do you live in the Flip Flower Garden? Li Chongkai asked urgently. There has been a report of a homicide at the Flip Flower Garden, involving a deceased individual from a development lounge. The Bureau suspects that a pseudo-human monster is responsible for the killing. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingmeng surmised that a resident must have discovered the body. He had been preoccupied with pursuing the corpse demon and had not yet informed the Investigation Bureau. Indeed, that is the case, Wang Jingmeng replied. Listen carefully. Your current situation is perilous. Do not venture outside. The aura of a spirit master will attract the pseudo-humans. Our team is on their way to provide assistance, Li Chongkai warned gravely. The threat posed by pseudo-humans far surpasses that of ordinary murderers. They possess supernatural abilities, are ruthless in their methods, and relish hunting humans. Spirit masters are particularly coveted prey for pseudo-humans. Once a pseudo-human detects the presence of a spirit master, they will relentlessly pursue them until they are slain. Wang Jingmeng resided in the Flip Flower Garden, and Li Chongkai speculated that the pseudo-human might be targeting him. Given that he had just awakened as a spirit master and was perceived as an easy target, if the pseudo-human discovered that Wang Jingmeng was a spirit master, they would certainly not let him escape easily. Thus, Wang Jingmeng's situation was exceedingly dangerous. It's too late, Brother Kai, Wang Jingmeng replied calmly. At these words, Li Chongkai's heart tightened. Have you already been detected by the pseudo-human? I've already dealt with it, Wang Jingmeng stated. Quickly find somewhere to hide. Hold on. We'll be there shortly. What did you just say? Li Chongkai exclaimed, suddenly realizing the implication, his voice rising several octaves. Wang Jingmeng, did you just say you have killed the pseudo-human? The Investigation Bureau received word that within merely 2.5 minutes, the imposter who had slain the yellow-haired victim was eliminated by Wang Jingmeng. Are you certain the imposter is dead? Li Chongkai inquired incredulously. Absolutely, without a doubt. Just wait. Within 5 minutes, Li Chongkai arrived at the scene with the Bureau's personnel. Upon witnessing the corpse demon, he was taken aback by its ghastly visage. Is this little black creature the imposter? The corpse demon was covered in dark fur, its face contorted in a grotesque manner, exuding a pungent stench reminiscent of decay, akin to the black-furred zombies portrayed in films. It is a painted-skin corpse demon, a type of imposter, Wang Jingmeng elucidated. To think it was a D-class painted-skin corpse demon. How did you uncover it? Li Chongkai expressed disbelief, recognizing that the corpse demon was a variant of zombie. However, unlike ordinary zombies, it could don human skin to masquerade as various individuals, making it difficult for even those nearby to discern its true nature. I discovered it during security checks at the high-speed railway station. It was disguised as a doll attempting to blend in, but its claws inadvertently revealed its identity. Wang Jingmeng recounted the incident. Li Chongkai felt a heaviness in his heart. Indeed, the corpse demon had targeted Wang Jingmeng, the spirit master. Yet, he had not anticipated that Wang Jingmeng would successfully turn the tables and slay the demon. In Jingzhou, few spirit masters possess the prowess to single-handedly eliminate a D-class imposter. Remarkably, Wang Jingmeng had only recently awakened his abilities as a novice spirit master, yet he had already achieved such a formidable feat. Was it due to innate talent? Li Chongkai shook his head. One could not generalize regarding human capabilities. The Bureau had a prodigious investigator who, in a fit of extreme rage, managed to slay a C-class imposter. This exemplified the chasm between genius and the ordinary. Wang Jingmeng had awakened as a spirit master for a brief period and had already dispatched 3 imposter monstrosities. His talent undoubtedly belonged to the realm of the extraordinary. The Bureau had stumbled upon a treasure. What was most remarkable was that had anyone else possessed Wang Jingmeng's level of talent, they would have long since become arrogant. Yet, Wang Jingmeng remained grounded, diligently performing his duties as a security officer at the high-speed railway station, neither boastful nor hasty. This disposition alone surpassed that of the vast majority of his peers. Unbeknownst to Li Chongkai, within the youthful body of Wang Jingmeng resided the soul of an ancient spirit. In both life and action, he adhered to a principle of steadfastness. I will report your merits to the Bureau. The reward will be substantial, Li Chongkai remarked, patting his shoulder. Thank you, Brother Kai. I shall take my leave now. I appreciate your hard work. Wang Jingmeng offered Li Chongkai a cigarette, adeptly navigating the nuances of human relations. Very well. Return to rest. We will handle the aftermath here. Li Chongkai nodded, contemplating. Wang Jingmeng's future was boundless. A few investigators clad in black vests approached, meticulously beginning to clear the traces left by the imposter. The vast majority of ordinary citizens remained oblivious to the existence of imposters, partly due to the Bureau's deliberate concealment to prevent chaos and panic. 4 ordinary individuals were entirely incapable of discerning imposters. The night passed without incident. At 9 in the morning, Wang Jingmeng was still lost in his dreams when a phone call abruptly roused him from slumber. You rascal, where did you gallivant last night? Sleeping in so late? Zhang Soling chided, her voice dripping with feigned indignation. Old Zhang, dare to call me a rascal again, and I shall break your legs. Wang Jingmeng retorted, his irritation palpable. Have you forgotten our class agreed to visit Qinyu today? Zhang Soling interjected, reminding him of the plan he had completely overlooked. Not long ago, Qinyu, the belle of the management department at Jingzhou University, had been stricken by a psychological ailment that no number of therapists could remedy. As her classmates, they intended to pay her a visit today. After ending the call, Wang Jingmeng hastily donned a pair of trousers and set out. By 9:30 a.m., a group of classmates gathered at the entrance of Qinyu's villa. Why hasn't Sun Liang arrived? Wasn't it he who suggested we visit Qinyu? One student remarked, puzzled by his absence. Everyone was aware that Sun Liang harbored feelings for the enchanting Qinyu and had gone to great lengths to win her favor. Fearing that she might not meet him alone, he had summoned the entire class to accompany him, thereby ensuring he wouldn't face rejection. He had been ready to showcase his best self in her presence. Yet today, Sun Liang was conspicuously absent. Have you heard? Sun Liang was arrested. Someone exclaimed. Arrested? When did this happen? Another asked, astonished. It was on his birthday. Apparently, he was charged with a serious crime and may never see freedom again. I can't believe Sun Liang could stoop so low, another remarked incredulously. I've heard his father is pulling strings everywhere to secure his release, but to no avail. Wang Jingmeng's expression remained inscrutable, as if the news bore no relevance to him. It seems Sun Liang will not be joining us. Let's proceed inside. They had informed Qinyu prior to their arrival, and after ringing the doorbell, the villa's butler promptly appeared to welcome them in. As Wang Jingmeng followed the group into the Qin residence, he suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Upon entering the grand hall, they encountered a tall, imposing middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority even while seated. This man was none other than Qinyu's father, Qin Rongfeng, the chairman of the Qin dynasty group. You must be Ye's classmates. Thank you for coming to see her. Qin Rongfeng greeted them warmly, rising to acknowledge their presence. The students were taken aback, astonished by the approachable demeanor of such a prominent figure. Hello, Uncle Qin, they chorused in unison. Ye will be out shortly. Please have a seat and enjoy some refreshments. He continued, gesturing to a servant who wheeled in a cart brimming with an array of drinks and snacks, more lavish than a five-star hotel buffet. Thank you, Uncle Qin, Wang Jingmeng said, casually grabbing a can of chilled soda. Moments later, Qin Yu emerged from her room, clad in a black dress. Qin Yu, these flowers are for you. We all wish you a swift recovery, a girl announced, presenting a bouquet adorned with handwritten cards from their classmates. Thank you, everyone, Qin Yu replied, her gratitude evident. Qin Yu accepted the bouquet, her gaze lingering on Wang Jingmeng's face, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through her eyes. Suddenly, as if compelled by an unseen force, Qin Yu stepped before Wang Jingmeng and inhaled deeply the fragrance that enveloped him. Classmate, you smell delightful. Chapter 010, The Social Death of the Campus Belle. Qin Yu. In the villa, an unexpected silence enveloped the air. Wang Jingmeng was taken aback when the campus belle, Qin Yu, initiated their encounter with an audaciously bold gesture, commenting on how pleasant he smelled. As he gazed at her slightly flushed, exquisite visage and her entranced expression, a sense of unease tightened within him. Something is amiss. Wang Jingmeng narrowed his eyes, detecting an oddity in Qin Yu. It was decidedly peculiar, indeed, overwhelmingly so. At that moment, Qin Yu abruptly regained her composure, her face flushing a deep crimson under the astonished gazes of her classmates, turning as red as the tips of her ears. Embarrassment swept over her, as if she were metaphorically clawing at the ground beneath her feet. This is disastrous. Qin Yu's mind erupted in a cacophony of humiliation, experiencing what felt like social death. At school, Qin Yu was the goddess in the eyes of all the boys, not only strikingly beautiful with an enviable figure, but also devoid of any airs, exuding a refreshing charm. No one could have anticipated that she would utter such words to her classmates, shattering the divine image they held of her. Could this be the authentic Qin Yu? In a silent agreement, her classmates chose to act as if they had witnessed nothing. Wang, I didn't mean it like that. It was a result of a mental episode, yes, just a mental episode. Qin Yu fumbled to explain, desperately pleading, please, don't let this get out. She was mortified at the thought of being labeled a nymphomaniac. Qin Yu, what ailment have you been grappling with? Perhaps we could assist you, inquired one of the girls who had previously delivered flowers. Qin Rongfeng had summoned renowned psychiatrists from both domestic and international circles in a bid to remedy Qin Yu's mental affliction, employing a myriad of treatment methods. All to no avail. How could these few students possibly offer any remedy for her plight? Yet, Qin Yu felt deeply appreciative of their concern. In truth, her condition was not grave. It began 6 months prior with relentless nightmares that felt strikingly real, blurring the line between dreams and reality. A shadow of anguish crossed her brow as she recounted her experience. Initially, she had even refrained from sleeping, enduring sleepless nights. However, this proved futile, for whenever she inadvertently succumbed to slumber, the same horrific dreams would resurface. Recently, her symptoms had intensified, culminating in episodes of sleepwalking. On one occasion, a servant in the villa witnessed Qin Yu in the throes of somnambulism, her demeanor chillingly transformed, her expression devoid of any emotion. At times, I fall asleep without warning and begin to wander in my sleep. It must have been a mental episode that caused me to say such things. I truly apologize, Wang, she reiterated to Wang Jingmeng. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found his scent utterly enchanting. It was genuinely delightful. She felt an irresistible urge to draw closer. Qin Yu, we shall not intrude on your rest any longer. We hope for your swift recovery, her classmates remarked, noting her fragile mental state before rising to take their leave. As they departed, Wang Jingmeng handed her a card of well wishes. Once alone, Qin Yu returned to her room, curiosity piqued as she opened the card he had left behind. I can cure the ailment afflicting you. Meet me at the Angel of Love Hotel at 9 p.m. Do not disclose this to anyone else. Upon reading the message on the blessing card, Qin Yu found herself momentarily hesitant. Should she truly place her trust in Wang Jingmeng? Despite Qin Rongfeng having summoned numerous medical experts who had been rendered powerless against her condition, could it be that Wang Jingmeng possessed the means to heal her? Qin Yu was not particularly concerned about any ill intentions from Wang Jingmeng. His character was certainly commendable. Furthermore, as an ordinary student, he would hardly dare to offend a business magnate like Qin Rongfeng. As night fell, Qin Yu concocted an excuse to leave home and took a taxi to the hotel where she had arranged to meet Wang Jingmeng. Where is Ye? In the Qin family villa, Qin Rongfeng noticed his daughter was absent and inquired with the housekeeper. Miss mentioned she wished to go shopping to clear her mind. At such a late hour, Ye intended to go shopping? Qin Rongfeng found this peculiar, ever since she had begun experiencing nightmares. Qin Yu had developed a profound fear of darkness and rarely ventured out after sunset. At that moment, a servant approached, presenting a blessing card to Qin Rongfeng. Mr. Qin, I discovered this card while cleaning Mrs. Room. Upon opening the card and reading the message, Qin Rongfeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His precious daughter was out late, meeting a young man at a hotel. How audacious! Qin Rongfeng's expression darkened. How dare this young man lay hands on his daughter? The audacity of arranging a meeting at a love hotel, claiming to cure her ailments, was blatantly obvious. Qin Rongfeng had only one beloved daughter, and he would not allow her to be harmed by this impertinent youth. Prepare the car immediately. I must retrieve Ye. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had arrived at the Angel of Love Hotel. Wang Jingmeng appeared to have anticipated her arrival, waiting patiently at the entrance. Wang Jingmeng, Qin Yu approached, eyeing him curiously. Do you truly possess the means to cure my ailment? Previously, her impression of Wang Jingmeng had been unremarkable, aside from his handsome appearance. Yet now, she sensed a remarkable transformation in him. If it had been the former Wang Jingmeng, he would never have dared to summon her in such a manner, especially not at a love hotel. Wang Jingmeng gazed at her and declared, You are not ill. Qin Yu paused in surprise. I'm not ill, but, he continued, the issues you are experiencing are not a disease, but rather the influence of a supernatural malevolent force. Are you suggesting that I am possessed? Let us discuss this in the room. This was Qin Yu's first visit to such a place, and she followed Wang Jingmeng with her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. Wang Jingmeng approached the front desk to secure a room, and then led Qin Yu into the hotel room. You are not unwell. Hence the medical experts have been at a loss regarding your issues. What should we do then? Qin Yu inquired, skeptical. First, remove your shoes, Wang Jingmeng instructed. Qin Yu hesitated briefly before complying, removing her shoes and allowing her feet, clad in black stockings, to touch the carpet. Now lie down. Wang Jingmeng pointed to the large bed in the hotel. What is the purpose of lying down? Of course it is to sleep. Upon the mention of sleep, a flicker of fear crossed Qin Yu's face. The moment she drifted into slumber, nightmares would ensue, instilling a profound dread of falling asleep within her. Yet, remaining awake was equally unbearable. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu ultimately chose to place her trust in Wang Jingmeng. She lay on the expansive bed, still clad in her clothes. After 5 minutes, Wang Jingmeng inquired, Why are you not asleep yet? I have never slept in a love hotel with classmates before. It feels a bit unusual, Qin Yu replied meekly. Just sleep, urged Wang Jingmeng. Oh, Qin Yu responded obediently, striving to succumb to slumber. After a while, the room was filled with the rhythmic sound of even breathing. Just as Qin Yu drifted off, a chilling, bone-deep cold emanated from her. In the next moment, Qin Yu, lying on the large bed, opened her eyes, as if transformed, her gaze frigid and expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 11, Confronting the Nightmare. In the hotel room, Qin Yu was eerily levitating above the bed, as if gravity had forsaken her. In an instant, she rotated 90 degrees, hovering before Wang Jingmeng, her gaze icy and devoid of any hint of humanity. She appeared transformed, exuding an aura that felt utterly devoid of warmth or emotion, akin to a glacier radiating chill. I have found you. Wang Jingmeng instantly discerned that the current form of Qin Yu was not truly human. Something sinister had taken possession of her body. When Qin Yu entered the dream state, the malevolent entity concealed within her would emerge. At that moment, a notification manifested before Wang Jingmeng's eyes. Identify the imposter. Nightmare. Nightmare, a creature lurking within human dreams, residing in their subconscious and exerting control through dreams. When the host dreams, the nightmare emerges to dominate the host's body. You are indeed a spirit master. Had it not been for Qin Yu's while suppressing me moments ago, I would have devoured everyone in the villa. The nightmare controlling Qin Yu remarked, extending a pink tongue to lick its lips, as though regarding Wang Jingmeng as its prey. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yu had been influenced by the nightmare, who had taken residence within her. During the day, at the villa, Qin Yu had caught a whiff of Wang Jingmeng's spirit master essence, leading her to exclaim impulsively, "Classmate, you smell delightful." Yet at that time, she remained oblivious to the changes occurring within her, which Wang Jingmeng had keenly noticed. Thus, he left a message on a blessing card, inviting Qin Yu to the hotel for treatment. His true intent was to unearth the nightmare hidden within her. As anticipated, upon entering the dream, the nightmare did indeed reveal itself. Wang Jingmeng plunged into the fray, drawing the nightmare out. "Spare me your trivialities. If you possess any prowess, come and attempt to annihilate me." Wang Jingmeng beckoned the nightmare with a flick of his finger. The nightmare responded with a chilling laugh, guiding Qin Yu's body toward him. In the next moment, an overwhelming power, foreign to Qin Yu, surged forth, ensnaring Wang Jingmeng like an octopus. Their faces were nearly touching, their eyes locked in a gaze. The nightmare's eyes gleamed with a ravenous hunger. Wang Jingmeng's essence was irresistibly alluring to her. If she consumed this spirit master, she could evolve once more. Having confirmed her intentions through their shared gaze, she exclaimed, "You smell divine. I can hardly contain my desire to consume you." Controlled by the nightmare, Qin Yu's eyes turned cold, and a manic laughter escaped her lips. Wang Jingmeng's pupils constricted in alarm. "Do you not hear the absurdity of your words?" If the occupants in the adjacent room overheard, they might assume we were engaging in some sort of dominion play. "Come fort." Wang Jingmeng initiated a zero-frame move, his pitch-black pupils transforming into a soft golden hue. He raised his palm and struck Qin Yu, expelling a shadow that emanated an aura of malevolence and icy dread. Before her stood a shadowy figure, clad in white, with disheveled hair and blood-red eyes, its visage grotesque, reminiscent of a specter from a cinematic horror. This was the very essence of the nightmare. Qin Yu rolled her eyes back and fainted. At that moment, the nightmare, having vacated her body, began to contort its features into a more menacing grimace. "I shall consume you. I shall consume you," it shrieked as it lunged towards Wang Jingmeng, aiming directly for his heart. Its pale hand plunged into Wang Jingmeng's chest, the nightmare grinning wickedly, intent on extracting his very organs. Yet in the next instant, its hand recoiled as if scalded, enveloped in swirling black smoke, emitting a frantic, tormented wail. The nightmare, residing within Qin Yu's dreams, lacked a physical form and could only assault the soul. However, Wang Jingmeng's indomitable golden soul could withstand any spiritual harm and even retaliate. He remained motionless, yet inflicted pain upon the nightmare. Sensing imminent danger, the nightmare sought refuge back within Qin Yu's dream. There, even the most formidable spirit master would be powerless against it, unless they were to slay Qin Yu. Even in her demise, the nightmare could simply find another host. Wang Jingmeng had exerted considerable effort to lure the nightmare out. He could not let it return so easily. The opportunity was singular. Should the nightmare evade capture this time, it would not fall for the same trick again. With his indomitable golden soul activated, a golden hand emerged, ensnaring the nightmare. Wang Jingmeng forcefully pinned it to the floor. In the following moment, his fists rained down upon the nightmare with relentless fury. Bang, bang, bang. The sheer force reverberated throughout the hotel room, startling couples in the rooms below, who mistook the commotion for an earthquake. The air was filled with the chilling, piercing cries of the nightmare. Wang Jingmeng's fists fell like a torrential downpour, shattering the nightmare into oblivion. When he regained his senses, the nightmare had completely vanished. Successfully released the nightmare. Reward obtained. Great Dream Sutra. Great Dream Sutra. Sleep, O divine slumberer. In slumber, the stone roots lie high, forgetting the years. 3 lights descend. Nature self-circles. breath returns to the mystical orifice, as inhalation follows the natural flow. The Great Dream Sutra, a method of spiritual meditation, harmonizing the celestial and the mortal. At that moment, half of the energy exuding from the nightmare surged into Qin Yu's body. She slowly awakened, her eyes fluttering open, her head throbbing painfully. Though she had slept for less than 5 minutes, it felt as if she had traversed an extensive dreamscape. In that dream, she seemed entwined with a man. As Qin Yu recalled the man's face from her dream, her complexion flushed crimson. The man who had appeared in her dream was none other than Wang Jingmeng, the one who had invited her to the Love Hotel. "You are awake?" A calm voice resonated in the room. Qin Yu lifted her gaze to find Wang Jingmeng standing before her. Strangely, she had been lying on the grand bed moments ago, yet upon awakening, she found herself sprawled on the floor. Every part of her body ached, as if her bones were on the verge of disintegrating. It was no wonder, for the nightmare had exerted a force far beyond that of an ordinary human upon Qin Yu's body. Such power was beyond her physical endurance. Fortunately, Wang Jingmeng acted promptly, expelling the nightmare that had plagued her. "Your nightmare affliction has been completely cured. You shall no longer experience any more nightmares," Wang Jingmeng declared. "Really?" Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. She had endured the torment of nightmares for over 6 months, seeking help from numerous psychiatric experts to no avail. Her condition had not only failed to improve, but had worsened significantly. To her astonishment, Wang Jingmeng had managed to remedy her affliction in just 5 minutes. How had he accomplished such a feat? Qin Yu felt an immense sense of relief, as if a heavy cloud had lifted from her heart, leaving her invigorated and rejuvenated. It was akin to being reborn. Overjoyed, she realized that Wang Jingmeng had not deceived her. The nightmares that had tormented her for so long had indeed vanished. "Thank you, Wang," she expressed gratefully. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the room, causing Qin Yu to feel a surge of anxiety. If anyone discovered that she was at a romantic hotel with a classmate, it would undoubtedly reach Qin Rongfeng, and that would spell disaster. Qin Rongfeng was an overprotective father. Although he would not chastise Qin Yu, he would never let the boy who had lured her out escape unscathed. In the name of fatherhood, that boy must face dire consequences. Chapter 012, Fortune Smiled Upon Us. Upon hearing the knock at the door, neither Qin Yu nor Wang Jingmeng moved to answer. Qin Yu feared being discovered by Qin Rongfeng for meeting a male classmate at the hotel, while Wang Jingmeng sensed an unsettling aura beyond the door. "Hello, room service." A cold voice called from outside. Yet, Wang Jingmeng remained still. When the hotel staff received no response from within, he produced a room key from his pocket and unlocked the door. With a beep, the door swung open, revealing a staff member clad in hotel attire. His sinister gaze fixated on Wang Jingmeng and Qin Yu. "What a stroke of luck, having a spirit master delivered right to my doorstep," he murmured, stepping inside and locking the door behind him, a chilling grin spreading across his face. Sensing something amiss, Qin Yu's anxiety heightened, instinctively retreating behind Wang Jingmeng. Had they encountered a deranged murderer? In the next instant, the staff member's mouth split grotesquely, resembling a blooming flower, revealing a maw lined with jagged teeth akin to that of an insect. A dark tentacle emerged from his mouth. A monster. The sudden turn of events startled Qin Yu, who, after 18 years of life, had never before encountered such an inhuman creature. It materialized before her with no warning, overwhelming her with sheer terror. "I shall let you witness how I devour you piece by piece." The eerie, haunting laughter echoed within the hotel room. The soundproofing of the Love Hotel was exceptional. No matter how loud the commotion, those outside remained oblivious. The creature, a mimic of humanity, thrived on watching its prey succumb to despair and fear, the finest of seasonings. This monster intended to consume them? The slender figure of the school beauty trembled. She would rather take her own life than endure the sight of herself being devoured by this abomination. The creature's gaze remained fixed on Wang Jingmeng as it spoke. To him, Qin Yu was merely an ordinary college student, while the only real threat lay in Wang Jingmeng, the spirit master. From the moment Wang Jingmeng entered the hotel with Qin Yu, she had been marked by the lurking monster. It had assumed the spirit master was merely bringing a girl for a game of cards. After all, even spirit masters were human, with their own desires. It had been long since he had tasted the essence of a spirit master, and today he could no longer resist. With swift action, he could escape before the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau caught wind of his presence. Spirit Master, become my meal. The creature, disguised as hotel staff, lunged forward, tentacles flailing. Then, with a resounding crash, a figure burst through the door, propelled outward from the room. The creature slammed violently against the corridor wall, leaving an indelible crack in its wake. In the following moment, the creature found itself plastered against the wall like a poster, its expression one of sheer terror. The hunter always appears as the hunted. It had mistaken Wang Jingmeng for prey, unaware that it was, in fact, the one being hunted. The pseudo-human let out a maniacal scream as its black tentacles lunged towards Wang Jingmeng's face with lightning speed. With a swift motion, Wang Jingmeng grasped the tentacle and yanked it fiercely. With a horrific force, the pseudo-human's tentacle, along with its entrails, was torn away, spilling blood, tentacles, and viscera across the floor. The pungent scent of blood permeated the hotel corridor. What on earth is all this noise at such an hour? Do others not need to sleep? A round-faced man with a scruffy beard peeked out from the adjacent room. Upon witnessing the gruesome sight of blood and entrails, as well as the hotel staff hanging on the wall, he was taken aback. Wang Jingmeng turned to look at him, his piercing gaze causing the bearded man to shudder. "Brother, you carry on with your business. I saw nothing," he stammered, hastily shutting his door with lightning speed. Successfully released the night demon. Reward: shadow escape. Wang Jingmeng. "Are you all right?" Qin Yu summoned her courage to step out, her eyes wide with horror at the lifeless pseudo-monster that Wang Jingmeng had dispatched. "Just a minor inconvenience," Wang Jingmeng replied calmly, having expected a formidable foe, only to discover it was but a mere bronze-level creature. "What shall we do now? Should we flee?" Qin Yu swallowed hard, her previous 18 years of life failing to compare with the thrill of this night. Everything that had transpired shattered her understanding of reality. Monstrous beings that devoured humans concealed themselves within society, masquerading as ordinary people. Wang Jingmeng appeared to be a character akin to an exorcist from the movies, possessing extraordinary powers to hunt these creatures. Her heart raced with exhilaration. "Of course, we must alert the authorities." Wang Jingmeng retrieved his phone and dialed Li Chongkai. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback to see Wang Jingmeng calling the police. She had assumed he was an underground monster hunter, not an official from a relevant department. "Brother Kai, I discovered a pseudo-human in the hotel." "Yes, I've already dealt with it. You can send someone to collect the body." In the office of the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau, Li Chongkai nearly spat out the chrysanthemum tea he had just sipped upon hearing Wang Jingmeng had eliminated a pseudo-human at the hotel. Ever since Wang Jingmeng joined the Bureau, the case resolution rate had dramatically increased. Could he truly be a genius? The Bureau had struck gold. Without delay, Li Chongkai dispatched personnel to the hotel mentioned by Wang Jingmeng, curious about how he ended up there. Meanwhile, Qin Yu followed Wang Jingmeng out of the hotel and spotted a familiar Rolls-Royce parked outside. "Dad!" she exclaimed, recognizing her father, Qin Rongfeng, who had come to pick her up, his demeanor suggesting he was ready to confront Wang Jingmeng. "Dad, please don't misunderstand. Wang Jingmeng invited me here to help with my ailment," Qin Yu quickly explained. Qin Rongfeng, however, was not convinced. "Why would you go to a hotel for treatment?" "My nightmare condition has been completely cured," Qin Yu insisted, desperately trying to persuade him. Upon hearing this, Qin Rongfeng regarded Wang Jingmeng with a look of astonishment. It was indeed remarkable that a condition as perplexing as nightmare disorder, one that had stumped both domestic and international psychiatric experts, had been resolved by Wang Jingmeng. How had he achieved such a feat? Qin Yu had never lied to him. The nightmare disorder had indeed been addressed by Wang Jingmeng. It was merely a trivial matter. "There is no need for excessive gratitude," Wang Jingmeng humbly remarked. Qin Rongfeng's forehead twitched with ire as he pondered the situation. Wang Jingmeng had escorted his precious daughter to the hotel, and now he was expected to express gratitude to this young man. Absurd. Just as Qin Rongfeng was about to confront him, an individual suddenly interposed himself in front of him. "Director Qin, it has been a while." Li Chongkai arrived just in time to defuse the tension. "Captain Li?" Qin Rongfeng's expression shifted slightly upon recognizing Li Chongkai. He was aware that Li Chongkai was no ordinary police captain. He worked in a clandestine apartment so enigmatic that even Qin Rongfeng was unaware of its intricacies. In short, it was an entity that the Qin family could not provoke. Is young Wang a subordinate of Captain Qin? Qin Rongfeng quickly deduced that Li Chongkai's presence was not coincidental. Yes, if young Wang has inadvertently offended you in any way, I offer my apologies on his behalf, Li Chongkai said with a smile. Qin Rongfeng understood that Li Chongkai's status was extraordinary. Wang Jingmeng was indeed one of his subordinates, a member of that secretive department. This led him to speculate that there might be more to the nightmare disorder afflicting Qin Yu than met the eye. I see. Thank you, young Wang. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Rongfeng escorted Qin Yu into the car and departed. You took Qin Rongfeng's precious daughter to the hotel? Li Chongkai regarded Wang Jingmeng with an expression of intrigue. I never anticipated that you would manage to charm the princess of the Qin family. Chapter 013, Midnight Diner, Butcher Chef. At the Qin family villa, Qin Rongfeng gazed at his daughter Qin Yu, who lay in peaceful slumber before him. An expression of incredulity etched upon his aged face. For half a year, Qin Yu had been tormented by nightmares, never before experiencing such tranquil rest as she did this night. In the past, whenever she succumbed to sleep, her countenance would twist in terror and anguish, ensnared in the clutches of relentless nightmares. The toll of these haunting visions had taken a significant toll on her health. In his desperate quest to alleviate Qin Yu's affliction, Qin Rongfeng had spared no expense, enlisting the expertise of both domestic and international specialists in psychiatry. Yet, despite his exhaustive efforts, no remedy had proven effective. Qin Yu, in her own desperation, had heeded the call of a message on a card and accompanied Wang Jingmeng to a hotel. Little did she anticipate that Wang Jingmeng would remedy the torment that had plagued her for 6 long months in a mere 5 minutes. Not only was Qin Yu intrigued by Wang Jingmeng's methods, but so too was Qin Rongfeng. Mr. Qin, here is the information you requested. Upon opening the dossier, Qin Rongfeng was greeted by a photograph of Wang Jingmeng on the first page. Leveraging the influence of the Qin family in Jingzhou, he had effortlessly uncovered the young man's background within 30 minutes, even retrieving his elementary school grades. Upon scrutinizing Wang Jingmeng's profile, Qin Rongfeng noted that he appeared to be an ordinary university student, handsome, yet unremarkable, seemingly devoid of any extraordinary abilities. However, Qin Rongfeng's instincts told him otherwise. If Wang Jingmeng were truly an ordinary student, how could he have attracted the attention of the enigmatic department backing Li Chongkai? At that moment, he recalled the recent spate of heinous murders within Jingzhou, curiously coinciding with Wang Jingmeng's presence at the crime scenes. If Wang Jingmeng were indeed affiliated with the mysterious department, his appearance at these incidents would be justifiable, presumably to apprehend the perpetrator. What concerned Qin Rongfeng, however, was the information he had unearthed. The killers were not mere mortals, but rather monstrous beings. Could such creatures truly exist in reality? Was Wang Jingmeng perhaps an exorcist of the mysterious department? Following this line of reasoning, Qin Rongfeng began to conceive that Qin Yu's nightmares were not a psychological disorder, but rather the result of demonic interference. Wang Jingmeng's invitation to the hotel was, in fact, an attempt to exorcise her affliction. With his keen insight, Qin Rongfeng had discerned that Qin Yu had not been harmed during her time at the hotel. Otherwise, even with Li Chongkai's backing, Wang Jingmeng would not have escaped unscathed. At that moment, Qin Rongfeng was startled by the sound of murmured words. It was Qin Yu, speaking in her sleep. As he gazed tenderly at her sleeping visage, his demeanor softened. Yet, upon comprehending her sleep-talking, his expression darkened. His beloved daughter was calling out Wang Jingmeng's name. In a secluded alley of Jingzhou, a midnight diner wafted with the aroma of meat. This establishment operated solely in the depths of night, offering a self-service meat buffet, abundant enough to satiate even the most voracious appetites. As the witching hour approached, patrons would flock to the midnight diner, ordering copious portions to fill their empty stomachs. In the early hours of the morning, a disheveled figure erupted from the diner, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling in a gruesome display. A gaunt and emaciated middle-aged man lay on the ground, his bones presumably broken in countless places, his appearance woeful. At that moment, a formidable figure emerged from the blood and flesh canteen. The butcher chef brandished a meat cleaver and, with a sinister smile, addressed the man. "No one dares to dine at my establishment without payment." The expression of the middle-aged man instantly morphed into one of sheer terror as he hastily replied, "I am not refusing to pay. I simply have no money on me right now. If you allow me to eat my fill, I could earn some by slaying a few spirit masters." It turned out he had risen from a coffin. But did no one inform you that the blood and flesh canteen operates on a strict no-credit policy? The butcher chef, grinning malevolently, raised his cleaver. "Having consumed so much of my meat, you shall compensate with your own flesh. Though it may be a tad aged, it will suffice." As he spoke, the butcher chef exhibited a terrifying swiftness that belied his bulk. He vanished from sight only to reappear before the middle-aged man, as if teleporting. The cleaver came crashing down upon his forehead, performing an impromptu cranial surgery. Subsequently, the butcher chef dragged the lifeless body into the kitchen of the blood and flesh canteen. A chilling symphony of chopping flesh resonated from within. While the butcher chef was preparing the ingredients, a man clad in a suit entered the canteen. "I would like a portion of the finest meat, but not from that old ghost. It's too tough to chew." The suited man extracted a coin from his pocket and placed it on the counter of the canteen. The butcher chef glanced at him and snatched the coin. "We only accept spirit coins here." The coin presented by the man was crafted from a special metal, imbued with formidable spiritual energy. Such a spirit coin could fetch millions on the black market, and money alone could not procure it. The previous old ghost had no spirit coin and had audaciously feasted at the butcher chef's establishment, consuming a considerable amount of his meat. Consequently, he met his demise at the butcher chef's blade. "Are you preparing to leave Jingzhou?" the butcher chef inquired, pocketing the spirit coin and handing over a package of premium meat to the suited man. This meat had been harvested from a spirit master at the third level of the Transcendence realm and was still quite fresh. The suited man inhaled deeply, an expression of bloodthirsty greed crossing his face. "Recently, the air has grown tense. Many of my kind lurking in Jingzhou have perished. I intend to lay low for a while," he remarked. "Is it the spirit masters behind this? I've heard that the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau has a powerful newcomer, and several of my kind have met their end at his hands within just a few days. With your prowess as a bloodhawk, what have you to fear from a mere newcomer of the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau?" The butcher chef retorted with a scoff. "The Bureau is not so easily dismissed. This newcomer may be inconsequential, but should he attract the attention of a spirit master from the Divine Sanctuary realm, he would be doomed. A single spirit master of the Divine Sanctuary realm could annihilate all D-level pseudo-humans in Jingzhou." Upon learning that the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau had a spirit master of the Divine Sanctuary realm, the butcher chef's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Though he stood as the pinnacle among D-level pseudo-humans, he doubted he could withstand even a single strike from such a formidable foe. If the spirit master from the Divine Concealment realm were to arrive, then the butcher chef would have no choice but to close the blood and flesh tavern and flee with his bucket in hand. "I plan to depart from Jingzhou tomorrow via high-speed train. As for when I might return, that remains uncertain," Bloodhawk remarked. "In this modern society, transportation is remarkably convenient, unlike in the past, when one had to rely solely on their legs to escape." Bloodhawk masquerades as a human, lurking amidst the vast sea of people, making it as difficult for the Pseudo-Investigation Bureau to capture him as finding a needle in the ocean. After leaving Jingzhou, he intends to find a small place to hide away. However, such places lack spirit masters, leaving him with no choice but to prey upon ordinary individuals to satiate his hunger. Thus, he found himself at the Blood and Flesh Tavern tonight, purchasing meat from the butcher chef. After today, it remains a mystery when he will next have the opportunity to taste the butcher chef's offerings. Chapter 014. Who gives you the courage not to cooperate with security checks? Leaving the butcher's flesh dining hall, Bloodhawk strode directly towards the Jingzhou high-speed railway station, carrying a bag in hand. The meat sold to him by the butcher was harvested from a third-tier spirit master of the Transcendence realm. The flesh and blood of a spirit master are imbued with abundant spiritual energy, akin to the mythical dragon's liver or phoenix's marrow for a pseudo-human. Not only does it possess an exquisite flavor, but it also enhances the evolution and strength of the pseudo-human. The higher the grade of the pseudo-human, the more convincingly they can disguise themselves as a human, making it increasingly difficult for spirit masters to discern their true nature. As Bloodhawk is aware, S-grade pseudo-humans can even alter their DNA, rendering the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau incapable of detecting any flaws through DNA testing. Should Bloodhawk evolve to S-grade, he would no longer need to skulk in the shadows like an unseemly rat, evading the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau. Even a spirit master of the Divine Concealment Realm would meet their demise at the hands of an S-grade pseudo-human. Yet, at present, he remains merely a D-grade pseudo-human. Although Bloodhawk ranks among the elite within D-grade pseudo-humans, he is of no consequence against truly formidable spirit masters. Recently, a series of capable pseudo-humans have met untimely ends, and Bloodhawk senses impending danger, fearing he may be next. Thus, he resolves to take the high-speed train to a distant locale to evade the storm. In this modern age, transportation is profoundly advanced, especially in the East, where infrastructure flourishes, boasting a railway network of 162,000 kilometers that spans the nation. There is no longer a need to rely solely on one's legs to escape. Pseudo-humans are not primitive beings, fearing modern technological civilization as if it were a great flood. Upon arriving at the railway station, Bloodhawk purchased a ticket to a distant town. Jingzhou City, the capital of Handong Province, is densely populated, with the highest concentration of spirit masters and pseudo-humans. While it offers numerous hunting opportunities for Bloodhawk, it also harbors significant risks. The greatest peril stems from the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau. Should they uncover his true identity, Bloodhawk would be doomed. Naturally cautious and suspicious, he sensed that the recent atmosphere had shifted unfavorably and thus prepared to retreat. He sought refuge in a small county town where he could bide his time. Though the small town offers limited prey, it compensates with safety. The Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau primarily operates in major cities, rarely focusing on the outskirts. It is this very caution that has allowed Bloodhawk to survive undetected within human society for an extended period. Before his departure, he acquired a fresh supply of flesh from the butcher, enough sustenance to last him half a month. Glancing at the time, Bloodhawk realized it was nearly time to board the train. He clutched his bag and made his way toward the security checkpoint. "Please cooperate with the bag inspection." A voice called out, and Bloodhawk was halted by Wang Jingmeng, an officer in a security uniform. Detecting a scent of rust emanating from Bloodhawk, Wang recognized it as the metallic stench of blood from a monster. Removing his sunglasses, Bloodhawk revealed his striking purple eyes, glaring fiercely as he retorted, "Step aside." As a seasoned D-grade pseudo-human, he had countless ordinary humans and spirit masters fall to his hands over the years, leaving him cloaked in a formidable aura of menace. Even a ruthless assassin pales in comparison to the Blood Vulture. The Blood Vulture can instill fear in ferocious beasts with his murderous aura. A mere glance from him can terrify an ordinary person, leaving an indelible shadow in their hearts. Just as the Blood Vulture was about to depart, Wang Jingmeng suddenly raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick. He seemed taken aback that this security officer would dare to strike him. However, he paid little heed to it. The strength of an ordinary person is utterly insignificant compared to that of a pseudo-human. Like a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, it was a futile endeavor. The Blood Vulture let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, his body was propelled backward uncontrollably, sliding along the ground for over 20 meters before coming to a stop. "Who gave you the audacity to defy security checks at the high-speed rail station?" Wang Jingmeng said coolly, gazing expressionlessly at the Blood Vulture sprawled on the ground. He had noticed the Blood Vulture the moment he stepped into the station. The stench of blood emanating from him was too conspicuous to ignore. The Blood Vulture, astonished, raised his head in disbelief. Is this the temperament of today as security personnel? He had merely refused to cooperate with the security check and had been kicked over 20 meters away. What shocked the Blood Vulture was the swiftness and force of Wang Jingmeng's kick. He had no time to defend himself and was sent flying. An ordinary person could never possess such immense strength. In the blood vulture's perception, only the physically powerful yet simple-minded merman would exhibit such extraordinary power. Meng, what has happened? Kai Su exclaimed, startled by Wang Jingmeng's sudden aggression. This individual would not cooperate with the security check. I suspect he may be carrying contraband. As he spoke, Wang Jingmeng opened the blood vulture's bag for inspection. Inside, apart from a vacuum-sealed piece of beef, there were no prohibited items. Meng, could you be mistaken? Kai Su whispered. Just then, Wang Jingmeng pulled out the piece of meat from the blood vulture's bag. His expression instantly turned grave as he regarded the meat. This is not beef, Wang Jingmeng stated. He sensed the aura of a spirit master emanating from the bloody flesh. What? If it's not beef, could it be pork? Wang Jingmeng shook his head. This is human flesh. Upon hearing this, Kai Su's entire body trembled, and he swallowed hard in sheer terror. Is he a psychopathic killer? The notion that this suited man had murdered someone and brought body parts through security at a high-speed rail station was utterly deranged. At that moment, the blood vulture's expression darkened ominously as he fixed his gaze on Wang Jingmeng. A spirit master? He had not anticipated that this security officer would be a spirit master. The proportion of spirit masters among the populace is quite low. Only 1 in 10,000 ordinary people is a spirit master. Theoretically, the probability of the blood vulture encountering a spirit master is merely 1 in 10,000. But, as fate would have it, today it was Wang Jingmeng's turn to conduct security checks. Thus, the blood vulture had drawn an unfortunate lot. Realizing that his identity as a pseudo-human had been exposed, the blood vulture wasted no time in turning to flee. He was not afraid of Wang Jingmeng. Rather, he feared that remaining there would attract the attention of the Spirit Master Investigation Bureau. Once surrounded by spirit masters at the high-speed rail station, escape would be impossible. In an instant, the blood owl erupted with a terrifying velocity, darting out of the high-speed railway station and plunging into the adjacent forest. He raced through the woods at a horrifying speed for 10 minutes before finally coming to a halt. His countenance was as dark as the depths of a turbulent river. The plan to depart Jingzhou by train had been thoroughly thwarted, and the Bureau of Pseudo-Human Investigation was likely to trace his identity through the clues left behind. His situation was perilously dire. At that moment, a soft rustle reached Blood Owl's ears, as if something had sliced through the air. He abruptly lifted his gaze, only to see his pupils constrict in shock. A streak of black sword chi was hurtling toward his face. Blood Owl hastily turned his head, yet the sharp blade grazed his cheek, leaving behind a gruesome gash. In the next instant, he felt a blur before his eyes. The figure of Wang Jingmeng materialized before him. Lie down. A fist descended upon Blood Owl with the force of 1,000 mountains, crashing into his frame. He let out a low grunt, glancing down to discover a gaping wound torn into his body, blood gushing forth in a relentless stream. In comparison to Blood Owl, it seemed that Wang Jingmeng was the true monster. Chapter 015 Combat, Delightful. When did such a formidable figure emerge in Jingzhou? Is he truly a security inspector? The Bloodhawk has been lurking within human society for so long without revealing any flaws. Yet today, he was apprehended at the high-speed railway station. What astonished him was that this security inspector was indeed a transcendent spirit master. Jingzhou, a super city with a permanent population of millions, boasts only around 1,000 spirit masters. The likelihood of encountering a spirit master among 10,000 ordinary individuals is exceedingly rare, even more so than finding a top graduate from a prestigious university. Once a spirit master reveals their identity, various organizations would vie to recruit them. Even the least skilled spirit master is capable of earning a 6-figure income effortlessly, while some of the more powerful ones have annual earnings exceeding 100 million. Thus, the Bloodhawk never anticipated that a spirit master would be working as a security inspector at the high-speed railway station. Coincidentally, he was preparing to leave Jingzhou to avoid recent troubles, only to run into Wang Jingmeng's gunpoint. He suspected he had fallen into a trap set by capital interests. This is what you forced upon me. A fierce glint flashed in the Bloodhawk's eyes. The commotion he had just caused would undoubtedly have alerted someone. If the False Person Investigation Bureau were to get involved, he would find it impossible to escape. With today's technology, if the Bureau discovered his identity, Even fleeing to the depths of the mountains would be futile. The moment drones were deployed for a large-scale search, there would be no escaping his fate. Therefore, he had to eliminate Wang Jingmeng before the Bureau's personnel arrived and flee Jingzhou. The Bloodhawk's hand transformed into a talon of a ferocious bird, striking towards Wang Jingmeng's head with lightning speed. His talons, harder than titanium alloy, could effortlessly crush a human skull. A chilling wind rushed towards him, causing Wang Jingmeng's skin to ache. He took a half step back and raised a finger. In an instant, a wave of annihilating sword energy shot forth. With a swift sound, the sword energy pierced through the Bloodhawk's talon, causing blood to gush uncontrollably. The Bloodhawk felt a wave of excruciating pain emanate from his claw, leaving him aghast. What was this sword energy? The Bloodhawk had hunted numerous spirit masters, each possessing unique abilities, yet he had never encountered someone like Wang Jingmeng, who could unleash sword energy from their fingertips. His attack method was straightforward and brutal. Nothing could not be resolved with a single strike of sword energy. If there was, then 2 strikes would suffice. The Bloodhawk's talons were indestructible, impervious even to bullets. Yet, against Wang Jingmeng's annihilating sword energy, they felt as soft as tofu. Suddenly, his suit tore apart, and blood crystallized into sharp feathers. In the next moment, a pair of crimson wings sprouted from his back. The steel-like crimson wings lashed towards Wang Jingmeng, their razor-sharp feathers slicing against him. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have likely shed layers of flesh by now. The blade-like blood feathers pierced into Wang Jingmeng's flesh. Just as the Bloodhawk, grinning menacingly, lunged forward to attack, a large hand grasped his wings. "Got you." A voice resonated, as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld. With an instinctive furrow of his brow, Blood Owl was beset by an ominous premonition. In the next instant, a terrifying force of tearing pressure surged from his wings. With a resounding rip, Wang Jingmeng forcefully tore one of Blood Owl's wings from his body. Akin to pulling apart chicken, Blood Owl was taken aback. He had not anticipated Wang Jingmeng would engage him so recklessly, resorting to such brutal measures. Similarly, Wang Jingmeng was beset by blade-like blood feathers that pierced his body, saturating his uniform with crimson. Witnessing this scene, Blood Owl was immediately struck with shock. How could one risk their life for a mere few $1,000s a month? Wang Jingmeng began to extract the blood feathers embedded in his flesh, and within mere moments, his wounds healed, leaving no trace of scars. With the indomitable golden soul talisman at his disposal, Wang Jingmeng resembled an invincible cockroach. Although he recovered swiftly, the pain from that last attack had been very real. Raising his hand, he beckoned to the panicked Blood Owl, urging him to come closer. Without hesitation, Blood Owl turned to flee. Given Wang Jingmeng's extraordinary regenerative abilities, it was impossible for him to be slain in such a short span of time. Continuing the fight would only lead to his own demise. Even if Blood Owl managed to triumph over Wang Jingmeng, it would undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic victory. By then, when the spirit masters from the Bureau of Pseudo-Persons arrived, he would lack the strength to escape. In the face of adversity, retreat was the wisest strategy. Blood Owl might have had a chance to flee had he taken off at the onset of their confrontation, but now, attempting to escape mid-battle was akin to a fool's dream. Just as Blood Owl turned his back to Wang Jingmeng, a blade of sword energy struck him from behind. The entropy sword energy penetrated through Blood Owl's body. He coughed up blood and plummeted from the air. Just before hitting the ground, several more blades of entropy sword energy shot forth. The vitality of the pseudo-persons was formidable. Even when mortally wounded, they could still pose a threat. At such a moment, the significance of delivering a finishing blow became apparent. One blade of entropy sword energy struck Blood Owl's head, shattering it into a gruesome spray of red and white. The pungent scent of blood filled the air. Blood Owl met his demise, and an intangible force surged into Wang Jingmeng's body. Wang Jingmeng inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated by the rush of adrenaline. The thrill of battle was exhilarating. Successfully liberated the ghoul. Reward. Ethereal wings. Blood Owl was a ghoul masquerading as a human. With an insatiable craving for human flesh, particularly the flesh of spirit masters, which was akin to delicacies of the highest order for ghouls. Due to Blood Owl's merciless killings, the stench of blood clung to him, making him as conspicuous as a firefly in the dark for Wang Jingmeng. Upon entering the high-speed train station, he was quickly apprehended. After releasing Blood Owl, Wang Jingmeng felt an overwhelming surge of power. At that moment, an invisible aura emanated from within him, seemingly transforming into a pair of ethereal wings. With a powerful surge of intent, Wang Jingmeng soared into the sky at a terrifying speed. He was flying. It was Wang Jingmeng's first experience of corporeal flight, and he found it utterly enchanting. At that moment, he observed a group of individuals approaching the location of the recently slain Bloodhawk. Leading the group was Li Chongkai. Upon reaching the scene, Li Chongkai encountered only the carcass of the ghoul, with no sign of Wang Jingmeng. Just as he was pondering this, Wang Jingmeng suddenly descended from above, landing right in front of Li Chongkai. Startled, he wondered how Wang Jingmeng had come down from the sky. Wang Jingmeng, what on earth is happening? Li Chongkai could not suppress his astonishment as he inquired. I discovered this counterfeit during security checks at the high-speed rail station. He attempted to flee, and I ended up killing him, Wang Jingmeng explained. This is Bloodhawk. Upon examining the corpse on the ground, Li Chongkai was astonished to realize it was the D-class counterfeit, Bloodhawk, who was wanted by the Investigation Bureau. Known for his brutal and cunning nature, Bloodhawk was notoriously difficult to capture. To Li Chongkai's disbelief, the very individual who had caused the Investigation Bureau such distress had met his demise at Wang Jingmeng's hands. After confirming Bloodhawk's identity, professionals from the Counterfeit Investigation Bureau commenced the process of clearing the site. At that moment, Wang Jingmeng stumbled upon a business card from the cafeteria on the ground. Address: 444 Ximin Road, Jiangbei District, Jingzhou City, Aobi Cafeteria, Chapter 016. I do not consume beef. In the dead of night, a tantalizing aroma wafted from a diner, permeating the deserted streets. In the shadows, eerie figures materialized, resembling soulless husks as they ambled into the establishment, seating themselves to indulge ravenously. Captain, this place is teeming with man-eating fiends. Should they discover my identity as an investigator, you risk losing a clever and valiant subordinate, Lin Fan murmured into the concealed communication device nestled within his coat. Lin Fan was a junior investigator for the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau, and not long ago, their team had received word of the presence of pseudo-humans at the diner. Consequently, Captain Luo Tianwu dispatched Lin Fan to infiltrate and investigate. However, upon entering the establishment, Lin Fan was horrified to find that everyone, from the head chef to the waitstaff and patrons, were all grotesque pseudo-humans. The dishes before them were not comprised of ordinary beef or pork, but rather the flesh and blood of humans. To his utter dismay, Lin Fan witnessed the butcher chef dragging a bloodied corpse into the kitchen. 5 minutes later, he reemerged with a platter of fresh flesh, so recent that the muscles still twitched upon the surface. This gruesome sight nearly made Lin Fan retch, yet he managed to suppress the urge. Once his identity as an investigator was uncovered, he would never see his captain again. Stay concealed. Do not reveal your identity. I am en route to provide assistance. He received in a message. In that moment, Lin Fan felt akin to a husky that had unwittingly stumbled into a den of wolves, striving to masquerade as one of the beasts. Had he not doused himself in the Bureau's specially formulated perfume prior to entering, masking his scent with that of the pseudo-humans, he would likely have met the Butcher S-Blade and been reduced to mere meat. Lin Fan dared not communicate further with the captain, fearing exposure. He fidgeted restlessly in his seat, feeling as though time had slowed to a crawl, every moment a torment. Your meat has arrived. At that moment, a server approached, bearing a plate of raw flesh, which was placed before Lin Fan. The sight of the blood-soaked meat nearly caused him to lose his dinner. Is this truly fit for human consumption? Not even a dog would eat this. Under the server's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and grasped the chopsticks. Eat. If dogs want to eat it, I shall. The other patrons in the diner, ravenous for raw meat, would surely raise suspicion if he abstained. The prospect of being torn apart by the pseudo-humans loomed large. Just as Lin Fan steeled himself to gnaw on the raw flesh, the captain's voice echoed in his ear. Another has entered. Another? Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. For no sane individual would dine in a place such as this. Aside from investigators, only pseudo-humans frequented this establishment. Was today a gathering for the pseudo-humans? Lost in thought, the door of the diner swung open, and a young man stepped inside. Wang Jingmeng entered, casting his gaze over the pseudo-humans ravenously devouring their raw meat before selecting a seat for himself. Lin Fan quickly discerned that the young man entering the dining hall bore no trace of a puppet's essence. Could he be an ordinary person inadvertently wandering into the flesh-eating cafeteria? Yet, if he were truly just an ordinary individual, the sight of patrons voraciously gnawing on raw meat would have sent him fleeing in terror. However, this young man maintained an air of remarkable composure. Thus, Lin Fan withdrew his notebook and inscribed a note, discreetly placing it on Wang Jingmeng's table. Danger! Leave quickly. Wang Jingmeng noticed the note and raised an eyebrow slightly. At that moment, a waiter approached, presenting a platter of raw meat before him, his expression one of icy indifference. What kind of meat is this? Wang Jingmeng inquired, glancing at the raw delicacy. Beef, replied the waiter, a faint, sardonic smile creeping onto his rigid face. I do not consume beef, Wang Jingmeng stated. Upon hearing this, the previously ravenous puppets halted mid-bite, the atmosphere abruptly thickening with tension. Dozens of eyes turned in unison, glowing with an eerie green light reminiscent of zombies from a film. In an instant, Wang Jingmeng delivered a powerful kick to the waiter, sending him hurtling across the room as if struck by a cannonball, crashing into a heap of tables and chairs. This fellow is a spirit master. Let us attack him together. He must be far more delectable than an ordinary person. Let me have a taste. I desire his spleen. No one dare contest me. One cried. Then I shall take his heart and his eyeballs. In an instant, chaos erupted in the cafeteria as the dining monsters shed their human disguises, clawing and lunging towards Wang Jingmeng. Lin Fan, disregarding the risk of exposure, rushed to assist. Wang Jingmeng pointed a finger, unleashing a stream of annihilation sword energy that struck a puppet squarely in the face. Whoosh! The sharp wind whistled past his ears as the black sword energy pierced through the puppet's head, exiting from the back. The attacking puppet was met with darkness, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Wang Jingmeng swiped his finger through the air, and the annihilation sword energy sliced through the puppet's body, severing several heads from their shoulders. Heads rolled across the dining hall, leaving Lin Fan momentarily stunned at the spectacle of this unexpected hero. What a formidable presence! The air crackled with sharp energy. Under the onslaught of the annihilation sword energy, the puppet's flesh was as tender as tofu, easily shredded into pieces. As Lin Fan regained his senses, the remnants of the puppet monsters lay scattered like Lego bricks, the room filled with the pungent scent of blood. Release the puppet ghouls and receive a reward. 100 points of spiritual energy. For a spirit master, spiritual energy is akin to experience points in a game. What is all this noise? What is happening? Lin Fan responded quickly. The voice of Captain Luo Tianwu crackled through his earpiece, inadvertently raised in urgency. Hearing the commotion, Wang Jingmeng turned to face the startled Lin Fan, his expression conveying a mix of shock and intrigue. As Wang Jingmeng glanced over, Lin Fan unhesitatingly raised his hands in surrender, proclaiming, I am one of you, do not fire. His swiftness in capitulation was comparable to that of the French. I am Lin Fan, a junior investigator from the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau. Here is my identification. Lin Fan, tainted by the aura of the pseudo-humans, feared that Wang Jingmeng might mistake him for a pseudo-monster and eliminate him instantly. Thus he promptly revealed his identity. Do you know Kaiga? Wang Jingmeng inquired. Kaiye, you mean Captain Li Chongkai from the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau? I am an investigator under Captain Luo Tianwu and am not well acquainted with Captain Li. At that moment, Lin Fan seemed to recall something, his expression turning tense as he warned, be careful. The chef of this cafeteria is a D-class pseudo-human. I witnessed him slaughter a spirit master. No sooner had he spoken than the butcher chef emerged, brandishing a meat cleaver. Upon seeing the remnants of pseudo-humans strewn across the floor, an almost palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from the butcher chef. These scoundrels devoured my meat without settling the bill. Since they are dead, their flesh shall serve as payment. The butcher chef raised his cleaver, bringing it down mercilessly towards the forehead of Wang Jingmeng. Chapter 017. Release the butcher, the Diamond Fortress. Stand back. Lin Fan shouted as he drew a handgun from his person, aiming it squarely at the butcher chef's forehead. With a pull of the trigger, a resounding bang echoed as the bullet surged forth, striking true at the butcher's brow. The bullets utilized by the pseudo-investigator were infused with a special metal imbued with spiritual essence, capable of inflicting lethal damage upon the monstrous pseudo-beings. After 2.5 years of rigorous practice, Lin Fan's marksmanship was precise at such a close range. Hitting the butcher chef's forehead should have been a trivial task. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The bullet he fired lodged itself against the butcher chef's skull, halted by the impenetrable bone. The anatomical structure of a pseudo being diverged significantly from that of a typical human. The butcher chef's bone density was vastly superior, with his bones proving harder than iron. The 7.62mm bullets Lin Fan employed inflicted minimal harm upon a D-class pseudo-being. A swift blade sliced through the air, sending a shiver down Lin Fan's spine. He rolled to the side, narrowly evading the butcher chef's lethal strike. In a flash, the butcher chef cleaved the dining table in two, leaving a seamlessly smooth cut in its wake. The force of the blow brought the table dangerously close to Wang Jingmeng. She instinctively stepped back, unleashing a wave of entropy, sword energy directed at the butcher chef. The aura of death surged forth, causing the butcher chef to momentarily halt in his actions, instinctively turning his head aside. The entropy, sword energy, sliced across his neck, leaving a grotesque gash from which blood gushed forth like a fountain. The volume of blood loss was staggering. Any ordinary individual would have succumbed to shock by now. Yet the butcher chef's physiology was far from ordinary. His muscle density was several times that of a human. He resembled a tank clad in flesh, exceedingly difficult to vanquish. The muscles in his neck writhed, quickly staunching the flow of blood. Be cautious. That meat cleaver in his hand is a forbidden object. A single blow could shatter you into pieces. Lin Fan unleashed a flurry of gunfire at the butcher chef, yet the bullets became ensnared within his sponge-like muscles, failing to deliver any fatal damage. Lin Fan fired 6 shots in a second, emptying the magazine, but only managed to delay the butcher chef momentarily. Wang Jingmeng, recognizing the peril posed by the butcher chef's cleaver, resolved to disarm him before delivering a decisive blow. With a swift arc of black sword energy, the butcher chef's hand, along with the cleaver, fell to the ground, blood spraying forth. The crimson spray splattered across the walls and ceiling of the cafeteria, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. A chilling, piercing wail erupted within the cafeteria as the butcher chef's eyes blazed with fury. Like a maddened bull, he charged forth, intent on pummeling Wang Jingmeng into a meatball. The butcher chef was a pseudo-being of enhanced physicality. His body structure was unlike any other, capable of cleaving a car in two with a single strike. The frail flesh and blood of an ordinary human could scarcely withstand his might, and neither could a spirit master. In the next moment, the colossal figure of the butcher chef advanced like a tank, an overwhelming force akin to a mountain bearing down upon them. With the sheer weight of the butcher chef, a single blow could effortlessly flatten Wang Jingmeng into a mere pancake of flesh. His demise was inevitable. Lin Fan, what is the situation now? Came the anxious voice of Luo Tianwu. My identity has been exposed. The situation is dire. Reinforcements are on the way, but you must hold on. Lin Fan replied with a bitter smile, wishing he could endure, yet feeling utterly powerless. The butcher chef's strength and ferocity far surpassed that of an ordinary D-class pseudo-human. Only a captain-level spirit master could hope to contend with him. Just as the butcher chef bore down upon Wang Jingmeng, a torrent of black sword energy erupted from every pore of Wang Jingmeng's body. In that instant, he resembled a porcupine, with sword energy bursting forth. The multitude of black blades pierced through his form. To Lin Fan's astonishment, the butcher chef was riddled with countless blood holes, resembling a sieve. Blood gushed forth from these wounds, transforming the butcher chef into a grotesque human fountain, spewing forth not water, but crimson life essence. Subsequently, Wang Jingmeng raised his hand and pushed aside the butcher chef's massive, meat-like body. With a resounding crash, the colossal figure collapsed to the ground. Lin Fan observed the butcher chef, now lifeless and drenched in blood, lying motionless. Was he dead? Shock enveloped his features. The butcher chef was far more formidable than the average pseudo-human in the cafeteria. Had Wang Jingmeng not possessed sufficient strength, he might have lost his life here. Then, Lin Fan witnessed Wang Jingmeng retrieve the fallen meat cleaver. This gleaming blade shimmered with silver light, its edge extraordinarily sharp. Merely holding the cleaver, Wang Jingmeng felt an overwhelming aura of ferocity wash over him. "What are you planning to do?" Lin Fan asked, momentarily taken aback. "Has no one ever told you that one must deliver a finishing blow to a defeated monster?" Wang Jingmeng replied, raising the cleaver to strike. As the terrifying slash descended, the butcher chef was utterly cleaved apart, dead beyond resurrection. Release the blood butcher and receive the reward. Diamond prison, formed by the power of Shumi, indestructible, suppressing all malevolent entities and demons. With but a finger, one can subdue a D-class pseudo-human completely. With a thought, Wang Jingmeng realized that the diamond prison was an impenetrable fortress, capable of repressing all sorts of malevolent creatures. Henceforth, Wang Jingmeng would serve as a walking warden. At that moment, a fiery-haired woman burst into the scene. Luo Tianwu, accompanied by investigators, entered to find Wang Jingmeng drenched in blood, wielding the glimmering cleaver amidst a sea of dismembered corpses. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Jingmeng turned, his mere gaze freezing the onlookers in place, instilling a paralyzing fear. The menacing aura radiated from him like the descent of a demonic lord from the heavens, or perhaps the embodiment of a wrathful deity on earth. His formidable presence quelled the members of the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau. "Do not move. Drop your weapons." Luo Tianwu felt a tingling sensation at the back of her head, her expression instantly turning grave, poised to take action at any moment. "Captain, don't fire." At that moment, Lin Fan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Luo Tianwu. "Lin Fan, why are you standing with the imposter?" Luo Tianwu furrowed her brows, perplexed. "It's a misunderstanding. He was the one who slayed the imposter in the cafeteria and saved my life," Lin Fan quickly clarified. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianwu gazed in astonishment at Wang Jingmeng. "You are a spirit master?" "He knows Captain Li Chongkai," Lin Fan added. "So you are the newcomer that Captain Li mentioned, Wang Jingmeng?" Luo Tianwu had heard of Wang Jingmeng's name from Li Chongkai, but had not expected that this newcomer could single-handedly eliminate the D-class imposter, the Butcher. Could it be that he is truly a prodigy? Chapter 018, Super Newcomer, Unremarkable Wang Jingmeng. Gazing upon the scattered remnants resembling a slaughterhouse, the cafeteria bore witness to a scene so grotesque that even the seasoned investigators found it difficult to endure. Yet, Wang Jingmeng maintained an air of calmness, exhibiting an unsettling tranquility akin to that of a chillingly composed serial killer in a film. Subsequently, he was invited by Luo Tianwu into the precinct for a cup of tea. Within the reception room, Wang Jingmeng leisurely sipped his tea while scrolling through short videos, appearing as comfortable as if he had returned to his own abode. A group of investigators stood at the doorway, peering curiously at him through the glass partition. Wang Jingmeng was an informant for Li Chongkai, thus holding a status akin to that of an investigator. However, his achievements far surpassed those of the official agents. Just that night, he had successfully dismantled a gruesome den of faux beings, eliminating even D-class replicas with his own hands. Such harrowing accomplishments emerging from a newcomer were truly astonishing. Even the captains of the Jingzhou Replicant Investigation Bureau had not demonstrated such prowess during their early days. Could he indeed be the legendary super newcomer? It was rumored that this newcomer had only recently awakened his abilities and had already dispatched several formidable D-class faux beings. The new generation was certainly remarkable, as whispers circulated about several extraordinary super newcomers emerging from the capital's Central Investigation Bureau this year. It remained to be seen who among them was the strongest. As the investigators gathered, keenly observing the spectacle, Li Chongkai approached. "Captain Li," he acknowledged, nodding as he entered the reception room. "How was the tea at the bureau? Is it to your liking?" Li Chongkai plopped down onto a chair. "Quite pleasant," Wang Jingmeng replied, setting his cup down. "Huh, you are the first to commend the bureau's tea," Li Chongkai remarked, rising from his seat. "Allow me to give you a tour of the bureau." Wang Jingmeng stood and followed Li Chongkai out of the room. The bureau was far larger than he had anticipated. In addition to the 5 above-ground floors, there were 3 subterranean levels. The third level beneath served as a training and testing ground for investigators. In confronting faux beings and monsters, strength was always paramount. Without the requisite power, even the slightest encounter with a formidable replica could cost one their life. During times devoid of cases, Li Chongkai conducted rigorous training sessions for new investigators in this very facility. Sweating now was a means to prevent bloodshed later. As Li Chongkai and Wang Jingmeng entered the simulated training area, even at 3 or 4 in the morning, individuals were diligently training. Upon noticing Captain Li's arrival, the novice investigators paused their activities to greet him. "Who is this person beside Kaiga? He looks unfamiliar. Judging by his youth, he must also be a newcomer," they speculated. "Have you not heard? This is Wang Jingmeng, the super newcomer who has recently become the talk of the bureau." "Super newcomer? He appears rather unremarkable to me. Nothing particularly special." Upon learning that Wang Jingmeng was the recently heralded super newcomer, they expressed their skepticism. They tirelessly engaged in grueling training within the investigation bureau, enduring countless hardships and shedding rivers of sweat. Wang Jingmeng, merely fortunate enough to eliminate a few imposters, swiftly ascended to the status of a super rookie. "Buddy, you must be the newcomer that Gugu brought in." "I'm Zhang Ting, a trainee investigator." A stout young man stepped forward to greet Wang Jingmeng. Zhang Ting, a standout among this batch of rookie investigators, possessed considerable talent and displayed unwavering diligence, subtly hinting at the potential to become the strongest newcomer in the Jingzhou Imposter Investigation Bureau. However, with Wang Jingmeng's arrival, he found his moment in the spotlight eclipsed, causing a swell of frustration within him. "Wang Jingmeng, just call me Menggu," Wang Jingmeng replied. The corners of Zhang Ting's eyes twitched. This newcomer was quite audacious, demanding such familiarity upon arrival. "This is the simulation training area, where we can also test the spiritual power levels of spirit masters. Would you like to give it a try?" Zhang Ting provocatively suggested, intrigued to discover just how formidable this legendary super rookie truly was. "The equipment here is state-of-the-art. You can enter and test your spiritual power level with an accuracy of 99. 99, Li Chongkai added. Wang Jingmeng's eyes sparkled. He too wished to ascertain his current capabilities. "All right," he nodded, following Li Chongkai into the expansive training room. "Allow me to demonstrate first," Zhang Ting declared, cracking his knuckles and preparing to show Wang Jingmeng a thing or two. As the equipment powered up, a large silver door swung open, revealing a creature reminiscent of the legendary Cerberus. "Do not be afraid. This is a genetically engineered demon dog, specifically designed for simulation training." Zhang Ting recalled his own initial fright upon encountering the demon dog, nearly petrified with fear. Yet, when he glanced back, he found Wang Jingmeng remarkably composed. "Oomph, let's see how long you can maintain that facade," Zhang Ting thought as he lunged toward the demon dog, delivering a powerful punch. Data flashed across the adjacent screen, revealing that Zhang Ting had scored an impressive 99 points with that strike, placing him at the pinnacle of combat prowess among the newcomers. After 5 minutes of exertion, he returned, panting heavily. "So did you see clearly?" he asked, his expression brimming with pride as he raised an eyebrow at Wang Jingmeng. "Now it's your turn." However, Wang Jingmeng did not rush into action. Instead, he scrutinized the demon dog intently. "Is there a problem?" Li Chongkai inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Is this demon dog resilient?" "I fear I may damage it," Wang Jingmeng replied. Hearing this, both Li Chongkai and Zhang Ting were momentarily taken aback. Rest assured, with the demon dog's defensive capabilities, an attack from a transformational realm spirit master would hardly cause any harm. "If it were to be damaged, you wouldn't need to compensate," Li Chongkai assured, his expression revealing his exasperation. Wang Jingmeng had anticipated this response. In the next instant, his form vanished from sight, reappearing before the demon dog with astonishing speed. Such incredible swiftness! Zhang Ting gasped, taken aback by the terrifying speed displayed by Wang Jingmeng. Yet mere speed alone is insufficient to pose a challenge to him. Although it is a simulated training, the demonic hound serves merely as a target. Yet it is capable of retaliating. As Wang Jingmeng appeared before it, the demonic hound raised its paw to strike. A fierce wind howled past his ears. Wang Jingmeng soared into the air and unleashed a palm strike towards the hound below. Have you ever witnessed a palm technique descending from the heavens? The might of the diamond prison was condensed within his palm, descending with the force of a colossal mountain. A thunderous roar erupted. The deafening sound reverberated. The demonic hound's limbs flailed as its grotesque form was forcefully pinned to the ground by an invisible power. In an instant, the hound burst apart, creating a half-meter deep crater in the earth. Zhang Ting and the other newcomers stood agape, as though they had encountered a ghost. The data on the screen fluctuated wildly, ultimately stabilizing at a perfect score of 100. This maximum was the limit of the equipment, not a reflection of Wang Jingmeng's true potential. Chapter 019, Wang. You and T want the school to know about your date with the campus beauty, would you? Is that all? It's not even that impressive. Wang Jingmeng shook his head in disappointment. He had only unleashed 30% of the power of the magic hound, so he couldn't be blamed for being too forceful. Upon witnessing the outcome, Li Chongkai's eye twitched. He was aware that Wang Jingmeng's prowess surpassed that of the rookie investigators present. Yet he never anticipated Wang Jingmeng to be this extraordinary. No wonder Bloodhawk and Butcher had met their downfall at the hands of a novice spirit master. It wasn't that the monsters were too weak, but rather that Wang Jingmeng was simply too formidable. Li Chongkai could think of no other term to describe him. The rookie investigators present were nearly left speechless. They had been informed that they were newcomers, yet here was someone who had effortlessly obliterated a magic hound. In comparison to Wang Jingmeng, their months of rigorous training seemed to have been in vain. Was this truly the chasm between genius and the ordinary? The stout young man Zhang Ting gaped in disbelief, his youthful pride utterly shattered in that moment. Although Wang Jingmeng's score on paper was only 1 point higher than his own, that single point represented an insurmountable divide. Zhang Ting had achieved a score of 99 due to his own capabilities, while Wang Jingmeng's perfect score of 100 merely indicated the highest attainable result. A perfect score was the ceiling of the test, not a measure of his limits. If one is lacking, then practice more. Zhang Ting recalled his earlier provocation towards Wang Jingmeng and felt a profound sense of dismay. It turned out the fool was none other than himself. From this day forth, I shall double my training efforts, Li Chongkai declared sternly. As long as one does not train to the point of exhaustion, one should train with utmost intensity. Sweating now is far better than bleeding later, especially at the hands of the synthetic monsters. The expressions of the rookie investigators fell at once. Wang Jingmeng, come with me for a moment. Li Chongkai led Wang Jingmeng into a room containing a silver metallic box. He entered a code to unlock the box, revealing a vial of green potion within. This is your reward for eliminating a D-class synthetic, a first-tier awakening elixir. The awakening elixir is the latest concoction developed by the Central Research Institute, capable of unlocking a spirit master's potential. A mere 10 milliliter vial of this elixir is unobtainable even for the wealthiest spirit masters. It is a special supply from the Synthetic Investigation Bureau. Only those investigators who have made significant contributions are granted the awakening elixir as a reward. The Synthetic Investigation Bureau is backed by the national machinery, making its resources incomparable to any spirit master organization or company. Wang Jingmeng was indeed fortunate to have access to such exclusive medicine. The awakening elixir has been tested and shown no side effects. It can be consumed directly, Li Chongkai explained. The Bureau mandates that the elixir must be consumed on-site and cannot be taken outside. Wang Jingmeng nodded, uncapped the vial, and tilted his head back to drink the green liquid. How does it feel? Li Chongkai couldn't help but ask. Curious about the effects of the awakening elixir on an ordinary spirit master, though he was uncertain about its impact on someone as unique as Wang Jingmeng. Wang Jingmeng licked his lips. It tasted like blueberries and was quite pleasant. If only it were strawberry flavored, that would be even better. You are quite particular about your preferences. Li Chongkai chided with a laugh, noting that after consuming the awakening elixir, one must wait a full 24 hours for complete absorption. The quicker the absorption, the greater the talent of the spirit master. After drinking the elixir, Wang Jingmeng felt a refreshing clarity, akin to having consumed a bottle of mentholated oil. And then, there was nothing more. The Bureau has arranged a lounge for you. You may as well utilize it to assimilate the elixir. The night passed in silence. By noon the following day, just as Wang Jingmeng exited the Bureau of Pseudo-Human Investigations, he received a message. Qin Yuang, you surely wouldn't want the school to discover your rendezvous with a girl at the hotel, would you? Goodness, such a tone. It seems the campus belle has indulged in her fair share of films about romantic escapades. Do you believe I would forward this message to Uncle Qin? Wang Jingmeng replied. Please, don't tell my father. I will heed your every word. Qin Yu was taken aback by Wang Jingmeng's retort, her composure faltering. Yet, her words were undeniably suggestive. What exactly do you intend to do, Qin Yu? Wang Jingmeng inquired. I wish. Qin Yu impulsively sent a single word, only to retract it swiftly. No, I am experiencing some issues that I'm reluctant to disclose to my father. I thought perhaps you could assist me. If there is a health concern, one ought to visit a hospital. I am no physician. In her villa, Qin Yu stared at her phone in exasperation. What a clueless man. I suspect it may be related to the last encounter with that creature. Qin Yu sent another message. Let us meet at the usual place in half an hour. Wang Jingmeng responded quickly. The usual place? Qin Yu paused, then realized Wang Jingmeng was referring to the Love Hotel where they had previously met. This establishment had indeed become their clandestine sanctuary. Switching off her phone, Qin Yu stealthily exited the villa and took a taxi to the hotel. She sent the room number to Wang Jingmeng and sat anxiously in the hotel room, her heart a mix of nervousness and anticipation, a cacophony of emotions she could scarcely articulate. Before long, a series of knocks echoed from the door, 3 heavy, 2 light. Reminiscent of a secret agent's rendezvous, Qin Yu cautiously approached, and upon seeing Wang Jingmeng outside, she sighed in relief and opened the door for him. She feared a repeat of their last encounter, where they were caught by Qin Rongfeng. Throughout her life, Qin Yu had always been the obedient daughter in her father's eyes. Yet here she was, clandestinely meeting Wang Jingmeng at a hotel, eliciting both guilt and a thrilling sense of novelty. Wang Jingmeng stepped inside, surveying the campus beauty, Qin Yu. She donned a sleek black dress that accentuated her smooth shoulders, and her skin glowed with a near ethereal radiance. Her slender legs were adorned with thick black stockings, and on her delicate feet, she wore striking black heels with red soles. Today's outfit exuded a dark, alluring elegance. What seems to be the issue? Wang Jingmeng scrutinized Qin Yu closely, finding nothing amiss. At that moment, Qin Yu sat on the plush hotel bed, removing her shoes, her small feet clad in black stockings meeting the soft carpet. Then, she silently removed her stockings, revealing legs longer than life itself. Wang Jingmeng. The secret to gaining attention lies in exposing one's legs, does it? Subsequently, Wang Jingmeng noticed a series of purple patterns emerging on Qin Yu's legs, resembling tattoos. However, a well-behaved girl like Qin Yu would never conceal a tattoo from her family. After leaving the hotel last time, I discovered this tattoo on my body. Qin Yu wore a distressed expression, having donned thick black stockings at home to prevent Qin Rongfeng from seeing the tattoo, fearing he would think she had gone astray. This is the spirit pattern of a spirit master. Wang Jingmeng immediately recognized that what adorned Qin Yu's body was not an ordinary tattoo, but a spirit pattern. Spirit patterns serve as the source of power for spirit masters, acting as reservoirs of spiritual energy. Although the nightmare had been vanquished by Wang Jingmeng, a portion of its power lingered, manifesting as this spirit pattern on her. The knowledge of spirit masters was something he had acquired during his studies at the Bureau of Pseudo-Human Investigation. A spirit master? Is it akin to an exorcist like you? What should I do now? Upon hearing that there were no lingering dangers left on her, Qin Yu finally felt at ease. You can attempt to sense the spirit pattern and channel the latent power within. Chapter 20, a brand new version. Qin Yu lay on the expansive hotel bed, her eyes closed, completely emptying her mind. After an indeterminate period, she sensed a peculiar lightness enveloping her, as if the force of gravity had momentarily ceased to exist. It felt as though she were floating amidst the clouds. Upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to find that she had indeed ascended, hovering 2 meters above the ground. Qin Yu herself could not fathom how she had managed to defy gravity. Surely, Newton's principles could not contain her. In a sudden panic, she plummeted back onto the bed. Fortunately, the softness of the hotel mattress cushioned her fall, sparing her from injury. Is this my superpower? Qin Yu's expression was one of utter disbelief. Every spirit master possesses a unique ability. Yours must be telekinesis or something akin to it, Wang Jingmeng remarked. Besides her newfound ability to float, Qin Yu discovered she could also manipulate objects through telekinesis. However, having only recently awakened her powers, she was still unaccustomed to wielding telekinesis effectively, capable only of bending a spoon at this juncture. You should be aware that there exist monsters disguised as humans. These creatures are known as pseudo-people. The hotel staff member who attacked us last time was one such entity. These pseudo-people view spirit masters as prey. If your identity as a spirit master is revealed, you will be subjected to their assaults. Thus, it is prudent to keep the spirit markings on your legs concealed, Wang Jingmeng cautioned. No one could ascertain whether pseudo-people lurk nearby. Some advanced pseudo-people could even alter their DNA, eluding detection by the most sophisticated machines. Upon hearing Wang Jingmeng's warning, Qin Yu felt a chill run down her spine. From this moment on, she would keep her black stockings firmly in place. Hastily, she adjusted her stockings, deciding that, from now on, only Wang Jingmeng would be privy to her legs. Aside from Qin Rongfeng, he was the only one she trusted implicitly. At that moment, Wang Jingmeng's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was a call from Xiao Kai. Pressing the answer button, he heard a panicked voice. Meng Yi, help! I'm in trouble. Xiao Kai's anxious tone resonated through the line. Sensing the urgency in Xiao Kai's voice, Wang Jingmeng's heart sank. Do not panic. Take your time to explain. What troubles you? It's hard to explain over the phone. I'm on the 17th floor of Tianshui International Mansion. Hurry, or I may not be here much longer. Xiao Kai replied, his voice laced with urgency. The Tianshui International Mansion was a luxurious enclave in Jingzhou, where real estate prices soared to 200,000 per square meter, a quintessential affluent district. How could Xiao Kai, from an ordinary family, find himself in such a place? Wang Jingmeng noticed a faint sound of rushing water in the background, suggesting that Xiao Kai was likely hiding in a bathroom, desperately seeking assistance. What predicament had Xiao Kai encountered? Just then, Wang Jingmeng heard the sound of a door being opened. Suddenly, a woman's voice pierced through the air. So, you are here. Following that was the unmistakable sound of high heels clicking against the floor. A voice filled with panic echoed from Kai Su. Don't come over. The line went dead with a beep. When Wang Jingmeng attempted to call back, no one answered. What transpired? Noticing Wang Jingmeng's troubled expression, Qin Yu inquired. Kuan has encountered trouble at Tianshui International. If it were merely a trivial dispute, Kai Su wouldn't have felt compelled to call for help. There must be something insurmountable at play. Recently, Wang Jingmeng and Kai Su had uncovered several imposters at the high-speed railway station, possibly inciting retaliation from them. If Kai Su had indeed been abducted by these imposters, the situation would be dire. Departing the hotel, Wang Jingmeng made a beeline for Tianshui International, with Qin Yu closely trailing behind. 15 minutes later, they arrived at Tianshui International by taxi. Upon reaching the entrance, a security guard intercepted them. Non-owners are not permitted entry. Who are you looking for? The guard stood resolutely before Wang Jingmeng, a glimmer of something sinister flickering in his eyes. I am here for your elder, Mu. Without further ado, Wang Jingmeng launched a forceful kick at the guard, sending him sprawling several meters away. As the guard's disguise fell away, a green lizard tail emerged. Qin Yu was taken aback by Wang Jingmeng's sudden aggression, only then realizing that the security personnel were monsters masquerading as humans. The presence of imposters here strongly suggested that Kai Su had indeed been captured. The fact that the imposters had not harmed him, but instead allowed him to call for help hinted at a clear motive. Someone intended to lure Wang Jingmeng here through Kai Su. Upon arriving at the foot of the Tianshui International Mansion, Wang Jingmeng spotted Kai Su's electric scooter lying on its side, marked with signs of a collision. The two ascended to the 17th floor via the elevator, where they found the door to a lavish apartment slightly ajar, accompanied by the sound of muffled groans. Recognizing the voice, Wang Jingmeng swiftly entered, only to find Kai Su suspended by a red cord, with a pair of stockings stuffed in his mouth. Upon Wang Jingmeng's entrance, Kai Su began to struggle, emitting muffled cries. Regrettably, Wang Jingmeng could not comprehend his words. With a swift motion, Wang Jingmeng unleashed a blade of entropy. Severing the cord that held Kai Su, he tumbled onto the carpet. Fortunately, Wang Jingmeng had arrived just in time. Kai Su was unharmed, albeit shaken. Wang Jingmeng approached to help Kai Su to his feet, removing the stockings from his mouth. "Dream brother, I almost thought I'd never see you again," Kai Su exclaimed, visibly rattled. "Who did this to you?" Wang Jingmeng pressed. Kai Su's expression shifted as he recounted the day's events. "This afternoon, while riding my bike, I was rear-ended by a sports car. At that moment, a wealthy woman in red emerged from the car, offering to take me to the hospital for an examination. I had only minor scrapes and declined the hospital visit. Subsequently, she mentioned residing nearby in the Tianshui International Mansion, inviting me to her home to rest and check for any internal injuries. She also handed me 200 yuan for nutritional expenses. In a moment of impulsiveness, I followed her home," Kai Xiuhong said, her face flushed. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingmeng's gaze sharpened. "Oh, is this a brand new version? Please continue. I am listening." Kai Xiuhong paused for a moment, a look of terror spreading across her face. "Upon arriving at her residence, I felt parched and intended to retrieve a beverage from the refrigerator. As soon as I opened it, I was confronted with a fresh kidney. At that moment, I feared I had stumbled upon a gang specializing in organ harvesting, and I hurriedly retreated to the bathroom to call for help. Later, the woman discovered my plea for assistance and hoisted me up." Kai Xiuhong believed the kidney was about to slip away from him, but fortunately, Wang Jingmeng arrived just in time. Unbeknownst to him, this was all a trap set by a deceptive individual. After all, such deceitful beings are creatures that cannot withstand the light of day. They resort to such tactics to lure out Wang Jingmeng. Now that Wang Jingmeng had arrived, the main character was about to make an appearance. Just then, a pair of red high heels came into view before him. Chapter 021, Unmasking the Imposter. Binding the Corpse Demon. Upon the crimson stilettos rested a pair of elegantly long, shapely legs clad in sheer black stockings. Wang Jingmeng lifted his gaze to behold a mature and alluring woman, descending the staircase in her high heels. This woman possessed a cascade of golden hair, and her eyes sparkled like pure rubies. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her demeanor exuded an icy aloofness reminiscent of a queen perched high above. Her strikingly beautiful visage betrayed no hint of age, resembling a ripe peach radiating an intoxicating fragrance. It was difficult not to be captivated by such a woman, especially for someone like Xiao Kai, who had never even touched a woman's hand. It was no wonder Kai Su was inexplicably drawn to follow this woman home for a physical examination. Had it not been for the impostor's ploy to lure Wang Jingmeng, Xiao Kai would likely have been utterly devoured, leaving not a trace behind. "Brother Meng, is this woman who brought me here and hung me up?" Kai Su indicated towards the descending figure. Despite her impeccable disguise, nearly devoid of any flaws, Wang Jingmeng was certain she was the impostor. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Isis from the Truth Society." "So, you are the one who dispatched the Bloodhawk." Isis gracefully descended the stairs and settled onto the living room sofa, swirling her glass of red wine. Her ruby-like eyes fixated intently on Wang Jingmeng. Kai Su, bewildered, pondered the meaning of Bloodhawk and the Truth Society. Meanwhile, Qin Yu regarded the woman with wariness, sensing a formidable threat emanating from her. This woman was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Upon hearing Isis's words, Wang Jingmeng recalled the ghoul known as Bloodhawk he had encountered days prior at the train station. He had torn the creature asunder, obliterating its head with the entropy sword's energy, resulting in a gruesome demise. "Did you go through such elaborate schemes to draw me out for vengeance on behalf of your fallen comrade?" Wang Jingmeng retorted. Isis scoffed disdainfully. "I have no interest in avenging that worthless Bloodhawk. She and I are not companions. Bloodhawk is not even worthy of licking my feet. My purpose is to approach you. I am here to extend an invitation for you to join the Truth Society," Isis declared. "What is this Truth Society? I have never heard of it." Wang Jingmeng, having recently joined the Imposter Investigation Bureau, was indeed unaware of such an organization. With an elegant tilt of her wine glass, Isis spoke leisurely. I am aware that not long ago, you were merely an ordinary individual, yet in a remarkably short span, you have vanquished several D-grade imposters, rising to the status of a formidable new spirit master. The Truth Society seeks individuals of your caliber. If Isis had extended an invitation to Wang Jingmeng, it was evident she had conducted a thorough background investigation. You have attracted the attention of certain imposter organizations, which include formidable B-grade and A-grade imposters. Only by joining the Truth Society can you ensure your survival. Seated comfortably on the plush sofa, Isis swirled her wine glass, keenly observing Wang Jingmeng's reaction. His meteoric rise was astonishing and would undoubtedly draw the scrutiny of imposters. No one wished to witness the emergence of a gifted spirit master. However, under ordinary circumstances, B-level and A-level imposters would not readily make a move against Wang Jingmeng. For once they act, their identities would be exposed, even if they were to eliminate Wang Jingmeng. The Imposter Investigation Bureau would certainly not spare them. The Bureau is not to be trifled with. Should the captain of the investigation team intervene, even an A-level imposter would meet their demise. After all, imposters are like unseen rats, wary of revealing themselves. Therefore, Wang Jingmeng harbors no fear. Moreover, the fact that the imposter organization has set its sights on him may not necessarily be a bad omen. Without the imposters granting him a reprieve, how could he attain the coveted rewards of his golden finger? I am a spirit master. You want me to join the Imposter Association? Wang Jingmeng need not deliberate, for he would never consider joining any organization of truth. Who knows what kind of illicit entity the Truth Association is? The Truth Association wields the truths of this world, and its members comprise not only imposters but also spirit masters. Isis remarked. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingmeng could not help but frown. Imposters and spirit masters are adversaries. How could they possibly coexist within a single organization? The relationship between imposters and spirit masters is one of hunter and prey. Imposters regard spirit masters as sustenance, while spirit masters gain strength through the hunting of imposters. However, as the power dynamics shift, the roles of hunter and prey may interchange. It is not a fixed state. The weaker party is destined to become the prey. Thus, both imposters and spirit masters must conceal their identities, akin to hunters traversing a dark forest. Once their identities are unveiled, they will face attacks from the other side. The simultaneous presence of imposters and spirit masters within a single organization feels profoundly discordant. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only perpetual interests. Isis cast a meaningful glance at Wang Jingmeng and stated, "And do you think that spirit masters are not monsters? In the eyes of ordinary people, spirit masters are equally regarded as inhuman monstrosities. Hence, you and I are alike. We are both monsters." Isis gazed intently into Wang Jingmeng's eyes, attempting to indoctrinate him with her monstrous theory, persuading him to embrace the ideologies of the Truth Association. Her argument was not devoid of merit. Spirit masters possess strength akin to that of monsters, creating a significant divide between them and ordinary humans. Some spirit masters even believe they have transcended humanity, ascending to the level of deities, and consider themselves as new gods. Were it not for the pressure exerted by the Imposter Investigation Bureau, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. However, Wang Jingmeng was not swayed by her rhetoric. So what? Wang Jingmeng initiated with a resolute stance. Even if he were indeed a monster, what of it? It does not hinder his mission to eradicate imposters. Wang Jingmeng would leave the dilemmas for others to ponder, never engaging in self-inflicted strife. Isis's expression visibly shifted to one of peculiarity. Upon hearing her theory, was he not supposed to succumb to self-doubt? Why are you deviating from the script? What is it that you truly desire? Whether it be wealth or power, the Truth Association can provide it. Isis persisted in her temptations. I simply wish to annihilate the imposters. As the voice of Wang Jingmeng reverberated, a beast-like figure lunged towards Isis with a speed so swift it was almost imperceptible. With a swift motion, it struck out, seizing Isis by her chest. At that moment, a multitude of crimson threads surged forth from Isis, each connecting to a grotesque and terrifying humanoid corpse. These macabre remains were the lifeless bodies of ordinary individuals. Slain by Isis, their innards hollowed out to create these horrific forms. The kidneys that Kai Su had previously glimpsed in the refrigerator were merely remnants of Isis's consumption. Unmasking the false, binding the corpse demon under Isis's command, the horrifying corpses stood as a barrier before Wang Jingmeng. With a fierce grip, Wang Jingmeng seized one of the corpses and forcefully tore it apart. Rip! The terrifying remains were instantly cleaved in two. In the next moment, an onslaught of more grotesque corpses surged forth like a relentless tide. Wang Jingmeng raised a finger, unleashing a barrage of over 100 strands of annihilating sword energy. Chapter 022, a single blow to shatter, reducing bone to ashes. Isis's pupils suddenly constricted as an overwhelming aura of sharpness enveloped her. With a graceful flick of her elongated fingers, a multitude of horrifying corpses surged forth, forming an impenetrable wall of flesh that shielded her from the impending threat. Hundreds of annihilation sword energies erupted, reducing the furniture in the living room, sofas, tables, and televisions, into mere dust. The walls, ceiling, and floor were riddled with countless puncture marks, creating a scene of utter devastation. The terrifying corpses standing guard before Isis were instantly transformed into a sieve, as if they had been mercilessly raked by a Gatling gun. In the blink of an eye, the annihilation sword energies penetrated through the 10-meter-thick barricade of flesh. With a soft whoosh, a relentless sharpness grazed her eardrum. In the next moment, she felt a cold, moist sensation on her face. Instinctively, she touched her ear, only to find it stained with blood and half of an exquisitely crafted ear severed away. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through her as the sword energy had severed her ear. Blood began to flow profusely. Isis staggered back a step, a flicker of trepidation flashing in her crimson eyes. She stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Wang Jingmeng could inflict harm upon her. As a C-class pseudo-being, she considered herself superior even to the Bloodhawk. She had presumed Wang Jingmeng to be merely an inexperienced spirit master, newly awakened to her talents, and thought her abilities would be limited. Thus, Isis had felt emboldened to abduct Kai Su and confront Wang Jingmeng without trepidation. According to her original plan, should Wang Jingmeng decline to join the Truth Association, she would ruthlessly devour her and transform her into a skeletal puppet. Conversely, if Wang Jingmeng agreed to join, she would coerce her into killing Kai Su as a token of allegiance. However, Isis had not anticipated Wang Jingmeng's unconventional tactics, nor had she accurately assessed her strength. In an instant, the puppets surrounding her were reduced to ashes. Having hunted numerous spirit masters, Isis had never encountered methods as unprecedented as those wielded by Wang Jingmeng. The ability to unleash hundreds of sword energies from afar, with a potency surpassing that of a machine gun, was astonishing. Any strike would puncture through flesh with ease, an unstoppable force. The crimson threads that bound her were severed by Wang Jingmeng's annihilation sword energies, causing her flesh to tear open and reveal the dark, sinewy tissue beneath. At that moment, her once beautiful visage contorted into a grotesque mask. Countless red threads surged from within Isis, suspending her in midair. These threads coalesced into a blood-red blade, which hurtled toward Wang Jingmeng. Wang Jingmeng deftly sidestepped the lethal strike. The blood-red blade was exceedingly sharp, slicing through the marble floor as if it were mere tofu. A black sword energy struck the blood-red blade with precision, shattering it into pieces. Within mere exchanges, Isis found herself thoroughly on the defensive. Wang Jingmeng unleashed a barrage of over 100 annihilation sword energies, an immense expenditure of power. Yet, he possessed the indomitable golden soul, a supreme blue talisman that allowed for rapid regeneration of strength, ensuring prolonged endurance in battle without fear of a drawn-out conflict. However, Isis found herself in an increasingly precarious situation. The longer the delay, the more detrimental it became for her. If the Bureau of Pseudo-Humans were to take notice, her fate would be sealed. Cease your actions. Continuing this path will only lead to mutual destruction. Everything can be negotiated. If you halt your aggression now, I can offer you anything. Isis momentarily fell silent before addressing Wang Jingmeng. At that moment, Wang Jingmeng's figure abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before Isis. What nonsense are you babbling? Be obliterated. Wang Jingmeng's palm descended with the weight of a mountain, unleashing the formidable power of the diamond prison. It was akin to a meteor crashing down upon Isis, shattering her completely. Boom! Isis plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground like a lump of dough hitting a countertop, her very being on the verge of fracturing. Had it not been for the extraordinary vitality of the pseudo-human, Wang Jingmeng's strike could have very well been lethal. Desist, or I shall end their lives. Isis's voice rang out with fury. Wang Jingmeng turned to see Kai Su and Qin Yu bound tightly by Isis, their lives hanging by a thread, easily snuffed out with a mere flick of her finger. Menggu, eliminate this monstrosity, Kai Su shouted, fully aware that if Wang Jingmeng faltered, their fates would be sealed as well. Qin Yu forced herself to remain calm, her focus honing in on a dining fork. She attempted to manipulate the fork with her mind, and to her delight, it began to levitate. Success! Qin Yu felt a mix of excitement and anxiety as she carefully guided the fork toward Isis. At that moment, Isis's attention was solely on Wang Jingmeng, oblivious to Qin Yu's subtle maneuver. When she finally reacted, the silver fork had already pierced her eye. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Wang Jingmeng seized the opportunity. In the blink of an eye, a blade of entropy sliced through Isis's form. The bound corpse was cleaved in two, its remnants cascading to the ground like drifting petals, blood gushing forth in a torrent. Successfully liberated the bound corpse, reward obtained, 1,000 mechanisms thread. In the next instant, Wang Jingmeng felt a strand of red thread entwining around his hand. 1,000 mechanisms thread, ever-changing, binding souls and spirits. With a mere thought, the thread could morph into various forms at his command. Do not move. The Bureau is here. At that moment, several agents burst into the scene. Coincidentally, the leading agent was the rotund figure Wang Jingmeng had encountered earlier, Zhang Ting. What are you doing here? Zhang Ting was taken aback upon seeing Wang Jingmeng. Have you come to investigate the pseudo-human? Wang Jingmeng countered. Zhang Ting instinctively nodded. We received reports of a pseudo-human sighting at Tianshui International, so we rushed over. Wait, I am the one asking questions. This was Zhang Ting's inaugural solo mission to apprehend a pseudo-human, and he had hoped to prove himself, only to unexpectedly confront Wang Jingmeng here. Well, you arrived too late. The pseudo-human here has already been vanquished. Wang Jingmeng replied nonchalantly, as if the gravity of the situation were but a passing breeze. Upon entering the disheveled living room strewn with lifeless bodies, Zhang Ting was taken aback. Did you do all this? He exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment at the scene before him. Is Wang Jingmeng part of a demolition crew? Are you here to investigate forgeries or to conduct a demolition? The opulent apartment appeared as though it had been ravaged by a plow, utterly transformed. This forger possesses considerable strength. It seems I may have dealt a heavier blow than intended, Wang Jingmeng remarked. Zhang Ting couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. A heavier blow indeed. Soon, several investigators discovered the remnants of a binding corpse demon amidst the chaos of destruction. A binding corpse demon, a C-class forger. Zhang Ting was astounded. Had Wang Jingmeng truly eliminated a C-class forger? Chapter 023, The Truth Association. Are the imposters appearing at Tianshui International members of the Truth Association? In the office of the Imposter Investigation Bureau, Captain's office, Wang Jingmeng sat across from Li Chongkai, leisurely sipping tea, feeling as relaxed as if he were at home. Upon hearing the mention of the Truth Association, Li Chongkai's expression suddenly turned grave. Initially believing that the bound corpse ghosts were merely ordinary sea-level imposters, he was taken aback to discover their connection to the Truth Association. This situation had become rather complicated. Brother Kai, what exactly does the Truth Association do? That woman spoke of it as though it were a realm of deities. If it weren't for my resolute will, I might have strayed into the shadows. Wang Jingmeng inquired with curiosity. The waters within the Truth Association run deep. It is something beyond your grasp. It is best to avoid any entanglements with them, lest you inadvertently set yourself ablaze. Li Chongkai cautioned earnestly, concerned that Wang Jingmeng's youth might lead him astray. It is no longer a matter of whether I wish to be involved with the Truth Association. Rather, they have set their sights on me. This woman has kidnapped my classmate, deliberately luring me to Tianshui International. If it weren't for my marginally superior strength, I fear I might not have had the fortune of seeing you, Brother Kai. Despite the gravity of his words, Wang Jingmeng did not exhibit excessive worry or fear. Rather, he seemed somewhat eager. His unique ability allowed him to gain rewards through the release of imposters. The higher the level of the imposter, the more human-like their disguise, undetectable even by machines. Identifying a high-level imposter amidst a sea of humanity was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet now, Wang Jingmeng found himself in a position where the monsters of the Truth Association were delivering experience points to his doorstep without him having to lift a finger. Imposters of a rank and above typically refrain from acting recklessly in order to avoid attracting the attention of captain-level spirit masters. Thus, for Wang Jingmeng, the Truth Association presented itself as a novice dungeon for accumulating experience. I never anticipated that the Truth Association would set their sights on you. It is an international criminal organization, albeit one comprised of members possessing supernatural abilities, including imposters and spirit masters. The Truth Association wields considerable influence worldwide. With their stronghold located in Rome, 10 years ago, the Truth Association launched a massive invasion of East University. At that time, the Imposter Investigation Bureau confronted them directly, with the chief captain slaying 13 A-level imposters and 4 S-level imposters, leaving an indelible mark on the world. This battle resulted in substantial losses for the Truth Association, leading them to declare their withdrawal from East University, vowing never to return. Yet it seems they have forgotten the pain of their past and dare to stir trouble once more. Li Chongkai's eyes glinted with cold determination. Though the Truth Association publicly declared their departure from East University, behind the scenes, they have been quietly infiltrating it, leveraging the covert nature of imposters. Their ambitions undoubtedly extend beyond just Wang Jingmeng. Who knows how many spirit masters have defected to the Truth Association? The stance of the Imposter Investigation Bureau towards the Truth Association has always been unwavering. No negotiations, no compromises. Upon discovering any member of the Truth Association, execution is immediate and without trial. The higher-ups of the Truth Association, having learned fear from that battle a decade ago, are now reluctant to risk entering East University. However, there remains a certain audacity among the spies who stealthily infiltrate to wreak havoc. One must bear in mind that should a spy of the Truth Association be apprehended, there shall be no mercy. Li Chongkai stated with a grave expression, "The order and safety of Dongda have been forged through the blood of our predecessors, and no one shall be permitted to undermine it." Although the A-level and above imposters of the Truth Association dare not easily enter Dongda, we must not let our guard down. The members of the Truth Association are a deranged lot, and one cannot rely on common sense to gauge their actions. Li Chongkai cautioned, "Are there any distinguishing features among the members of the Truth Association?" Li Chongkai pondered before responding. The emblem of the Truth Association is the Eye of Truth. Those adorned with the Eye of Truth are undoubtedly members of the association. The Eye of Truth is the forbidden object number 001, mastered by the leader of the Truth Association, also known as the Eye of God. As long as one meets the conditions of the Eye of Truth, one may ascend to divinity. What are those conditions? Wang Jingmeng inquired curiously. Li Chongkai shook his head, expressing his ignorance, but assured that the criteria must be exceedingly challenging to fulfill. Otherwise, the leader of the Truth Association would have ascended long ago. There is no need to worry excessively. The Truth Association is a clandestine presence within Dongda, too fearful to reveal itself. The Imposter Investigation Bureau is not to be trifled with. Even if an S-level imposter from the Truth Association dares to step into Dongda, they would meet their demise here. Wang Jingmeng was concerned that the Truth Association would not dare to come. Without imposters, how could he become stronger? Additionally, it has come to my attention that Sun Jiao from a Longza group has been inquiring about you, possibly seeking to cause you trouble. It would be wise to exercise caution, Li Chongkai advised. Who is Sun Jiao? Do I know her? She is the sister of Sun Liang, the young lady of the Longza group. Wang Jingmeng was unaware that Sun Liang had a sister and felt no inclination to learn about her. Speaking of which, what has become of Sun Liang? Sun Liang colluded with imposters with the intent to commit murder. The evidence is irrefutable, and he has already received his sentence. At this point, he is already encased. Wang Jingmeng was taken aback by the swiftness of Sun Liang's downfall. Once collusion with imposters is uncovered, regardless of one's identity or background, the punishment is severe and swift: death. Sun Liang, before even graduating, has met his fate, thus circumventing 60 years of life. Sun Tianquan had intended to leverage the Longzhi Group's influence to rescue him. Yet the Sun family is still seeking connections while Sun Liang has already faced judgment. Sun Jiao is quite protective of her brother. After Sun Liang's death, she has descended into madness. Consequently, she hired a private investigator who, upon investigation, discovered that Sun Liang had had a conflict with Wang Jingmeng. The Sun family, afraid to confront the law enforcement agencies, has shifted their vendetta towards Wang Jingmeng. Regardless of whether Sun Liang's death is related to Wang Jingmeng, Sun Jiao is consumed by a desire for vengeance, seeking someone to accompany her brother in death. Sun Jiao has now become unhinged. It would be prudent for you to keep your distance. The Investigation Bureau can only warn the Sun family against reckless actions, but they have no grounds to apprehend Sun Jiao, leaving Wang Jingmeng to exercise his own vigilance. Rest assured, I am not the type to stir trouble, Wang Jingmeng assured fervently. That is reassuring. Here is your investigator's credential. As long as you present it, you shall have unobstructed access wherever you go. As he spoke, Li Chongkai handed a red booklet to Wang Jingmeng. Upon opening the booklet, she found her photograph emblazoned within. Departing from the Investigation Bureau, Wang Jingmeng made her way homeward. Just before reaching her residence, a powerful beam of light suddenly illuminated her path. In the blink of an eye, a fully insured semi-trailer truck careened out from the roadside, barreling towards her with reckless abandon. The driver, reeking of alcohol, pressed the accelerator to the floor, displaying no intention of braking. His objective was unmistakably sinister: to end Wang Jingmeng's life. Just as the truck was on the verge of colliding with her, it abruptly screeched to a halt, coming to rest a mere meter away. A red line was seen tethered to the driver's foot. Chapter 024: Blind Spots of Vision. Inertia too great to halt on the massive freight truck. The driver, his face etched with terror, found himself, as if possessed, firmly glued to the driver's seat, his right foot stubbornly pressing on the brake, unable to move. His body was under some unseen control, standing a meter in front of the truck. Wang Jingmeng gazed coldly at the perspiring driver, a crimson thread entwined around his hand. The other end of the thread was bound to the driver's foot. Goodness, what is happening? The driver shrieked, abruptly jolted awake from his stupor. With a mere flick of his finger, Wang Jingmeng yanked the driver from the cabin with a resounding thud. The Qiankong thread suspended the driver before him, and Wang Jingmeng detected a strong odor of alcohol emanating from the man. Driving under the influence? Coincidence or premeditated murder? Wang Jingmeng was convinced this was no mere coincidence. It was broad daylight, and this driver had consumed an unreasonable amount of alcohol. Someone intended to kill him, deliberately masquerading as a drunken truck driver to stage an accident. With this thought, Wang Jingmeng let out a cold smirk. Did they truly believe that the Investigation Bureau was incompetent, incapable of uncovering such blatant murder? In this era of advanced electronic information technology, every crime inevitably leaves traces, and nothing can withstand the scrutiny of law enforcement. When the time comes, as the driver sits in remorse, a comprehensive memory recovery technique could bring forth even the most trivial childhood memories. The mastermind behind this plot cannot simply find a scapegoat and expect to evade responsibility so easily. Wang Jingmeng, now a formal investigator with the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau, knew the Bureau was no pushover. The consequences of murdering an investigator were unthinkable. Good heavens, there's a ghost. The freight truck driver screamed in terror, his face reflecting sheer fright, before abruptly collapsing, his legs giving way. Have you ever seen such a handsome ghost? Wang Jingmeng casually discarded the unconscious driver aside, merely a sacrificial pawn. The mastermind had not killed him this time, but surely would not let this slide. Open confrontation may be avoided, but hidden threats are perilous. He needed to take the initiative. Wang Jingmeng rummaged through the driver's belongings and retrieved a mobile phone. Locating the last call made, he dialed the number directly. After 3 rings, the call connected, and a cold voice emerged from the other end. Didn't I tell you to erase the call records and refrain from contacting us? If this is discovered, we'll all be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingmeng confirmed that this individual was indeed the orchestrator behind the driver's actions. I've heard you wish to eliminate me? His calm voice resonated. The assailant on the other end fell into silence, seemingly taken aback by the sudden turn of events, as Wang Jingmeng had followed the trail right to him. This is troublesome. If the police are alerted, I'll have no choice but to flee the country. Silence will compel me to notify the authorities. After a brief pause, the man coldly responded, Our boss wishes to meet you. Time and place, 30 minutes from now, at the Changyan Dock. The Changyan Dock, developed by the Longza Group, lay on the outskirts of Jingzhou by the sea. A perfect place to dispose of a body, lost to the depths, never to be seen again. A most fortuitous location for a clandestine elimination. The rendezvous was strategically arranged at the docks developed by the Longza Group, evidently implicating them in the affair. Wang Jingmeng had always been amicable, having never incurred the ire of anyone. The only individuals harboring intentions of murder against him were undoubtedly from the Sun family, particularly the illustrious Miss Sun Jiao of the Longza Group. Wang Jingmeng entered the cab of his truck, igniting the engine and accelerating away with a swift motion. He was heading towards the Changyan Docks. In his past life, Wang Jingmeng was a seasoned driver, yet now he found himself navigating without a license. A clear case of unlicensed driving. Half an hour later, the night had fully enveloped the surroundings. Several luxury vehicles glided into the dockyard, a site still under construction and typically devoid of visitors. At that moment, a woman clad in black emerged, flanked by an entourage of bodyguards. Sun Jiao's expression was one of malevolence, her demeanor restless. Not long ago, the Sun family had received disheartening news regarding Sun Liang's capture. By the time Sun Jiao encountered Sun Liang again, he had been reduced to a mere box. The tragedy of his demise ignited a fervor within her, transforming her into a figure of madness and obsession. Subsequently, upon discovering that Sun Liang had previously clashed with Wang Jingmeng, she resolved to take revenge upon him, intending to vent her fury through murder. Just moments ago, Sun Jiao had dispatched someone to ram into Wang Jingmeng, having previously intoxicated the driver to masquerade the act as a drunk driving incident. However, she had not anticipated the plan's failure, which allowed Wang Jingmeng to trace the orders back to her. Fortuitously, this Wang Jingmeng, for reasons unbeknownst to her, opted against notifying the authorities and instead arranged this meeting, unwittingly granting Sun Jiao an opportune moment for assassination. Sun Jiao let out a derisive laugh, deeming Wang Jingmeng foolish and naive for daring to confront her, as if she would shy away from bloodshed. The sheer number of bodyguards surrounding her was formidable. Should Wang Jingmeng dare to present himself, he would be swiftly dispatched to the depths of the sea. Just then, a blinding light illuminated Sun Jiao's face, followed by a fully insured semi-truck surging forth like a roaring beast, barreling towards her. "Miss, be careful. Shoot the driver," cried one of her bodyguards as he whipped out his firearm upon witnessing the oncoming truck. Bang, bang, bang. The shots rang out, yet they failed to halt the rampaging vehicle. Sun Jiao's complexion drained of color. As she attempted to flee, the truck collided with her, sending her flying several meters. In the next instant, the 10-ton truck rolled over her, its weight crushing her beneath. The truck came to a screeching halt. "Do you know who she is? How dare you collide with the daughter of the Longza Group?" exclaimed the bodyguards, horrified at the sight of Sun Jiao, now rendered a mere shadow of her former self. Should anything befall her, the Longza Group would not take their transgressions lightly. At that moment, Wang Jingmeng stepped out of the truck, casting a glance at the fallen Sun Jiao. "I thought it was a speed bump. The blind spot was unobservable, and the inertia was too great to stop. Direct any grievances to my insurance." Wang Jingmeng initiated his defense with a series of denials. The bodyguards, alarmed, drew their weapons, contemplating the necessity of his demise to appease their employer. In that fleeting moment, when the bodyguards discharged their firearms, a peculiar crimson line materialized before them. Wang Jingmeng raised his hand, and the Qinji line sliced through the bodyguards like a razor's edge. With a swift motion, the armed bodyguards were instantly reduced to mere fragments. As if cleaved by a sharpened blade, their wounds smooth and pristine. Wang Jingmeng gestured with his fingers, and the Qianji line danced chaotically in the air. The bodyguards had no opportunity to fire their weapons. In the blink of an eye, they lay sprawled in a pool of blood. Wang Jingmeng remained unfazed. The bodyguards, under Sun Jiao's command, had unlawfully brandished their weapons, and he was entitled to defend himself. We all strive fervently to survive. At that moment, Wang Jingmeng beheld the astonishing sight of Sun Jiao, now resembling a mere scrap of paper, somehow rising again. I have exerted myself so intensely. How is it that you still draw breath? Chapter 25. The Forbidden Artifact and the Power of the Thousand Mechanisms line. Despite my utmost efforts, how can you still be alive? Sun Jiao, drenched in blood and her face contorted in rage, glared at Wang Jingmeng, resembling a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. At that moment, Wang Jingmeng noticed a blue spiritual pattern emerging on Sun Jiao's neck. It turned out that she was a spirit master. No wonder she survived being crushed by a truck. An ordinary person would have been shattered. Spirit masters possess astonishing abilities, making it not remarkable for them to evade disaster. However, while Sun Jiao may have escaped once, she would not be fortunate a second time. I had no idea you were also a spirit master. Sun Liang's death is indeed linked to you. Sun Jiao's eyes widened with fury. Her original intention in sending someone to murder Wang Jingmeng was to vent her rage, but she had inadvertently struck gold. What she had not anticipated was that Wang Jingmeng was also a spirit master. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have been gunned down by the bodyguards moments ago. Sun Liang's collusion with imposters to harm his peers had led to his deserved demise. As soon as Wang Jingmeng's voice echoed, he leaped towards Sun Jiao, delivering a powerful punch to her soft abdomen. A deliberate, devastating strike. The top martial artist of the nation had entered the fray. Sun Jiao's eyes bulged as she arched her body like a boiled shrimp, propelled backward uncontrollably, leaving a trail several meters long on the ground. Finally, she crashed heavily, her body undoubtedly suffering numerous fractures. Coughing up blood, Sun Jiao's expression was one of sheer terror as a gaping wound opened up in her abdomen. A chilling aura emanated from her injury, freezing the wound and halting the flow of blood. At that instant, an icicle shot toward the back of Wang Jingmeng's head. Sun Jiao's ability as a spirit master allowed her to control icicles to pierce her targets. The force of these icicles surpassed that of bullets from a handgun and struck without warning, making them nearly impossible to evade. Sun Jiao was an assassin-type spirit master, excelling in covert killings, particularly when her opponent was unaware of her powers. Just as the icicle was a mere 5 centimeters from Wang Jingmeng's head, it was ensnared by a red thread. With a flick of his finger, Wang Jingmeng instantaneously severed the icicle with the Thousand Mechanisms line. A forbidden artifact. Sun Jiao's pupils constricted in shock as she recognized the red thread in Wang Jingmeng's grasp as a forbidden artifact of extraordinary power. Moments ago, he had wielded its might to eliminate the bodyguards who had fired upon him. Who on earth are you? Sun Jiao's expression darkened. Every forbidden artifact is exceedingly perilous, beyond the control of ordinary spirit masters. Even as the talented spirit master and heiress of the Longza group, she possessed no forbidden artifacts. How could an ordinary university student like Wang Jingmeng possess such a formidable forbidden artifact? Sun Jiao gazed at the forbidden artifact in Wang Jingmeng's hand, a glint of greed flashing in her eyes. If she could eliminate Wang Jingmeng, that forbidden artifact would be hers. The power of forbidden artifacts is indisputable, yet the vast majority come with unique restrictions, making them difficult for regular spirit masters to manage. In the black market, a forbidden artifact is rarer than a priceless antique. The next moment, Wang Jingmeng's deliberate punch struck back at Sun Jiao. She raised her arm and clapped her palms together, unleashing a cascade of ice shards that surged towards Wang Jingmeng like a torrent. With a single powerful punch, Wang Jingmeng shattered the ice into powder with overwhelming force. His fist drove straight into Sun Jiao's body. Suddenly, a wave of frigid air erupted from her, and she transformed into a crystalline sculpture that shattered into pieces. Simultaneously, the bone-chilling frost enveloped Wang Jingmeng entirely, encasing him in ice. Huh, you fell for it. Sun Jiao's figure materialized behind Wang Jingmeng, her face adorned with a mocking expression. The eye sculpture was merely a decoy, crafted to draw his fire. Wang Jingmeng was still too young, too inexperienced, to evade her trap. Sun Jiao raised her hand, condensing a sharp ice shard, and thrust it towards the frozen Wang Jingmeng. Crack! The ice shell around him fractured. A surge of black sword energy erupted forth, instantly shattering the ice shard. The sword energy pierced through Sun Jiao's shoulder, creating a gaping wound. Blood poured forth, staining the ground crimson. Sun Jiao's complexion shifted dramatically. Wang Jingming's strength exceeded her expectations. Had she known he was a spirit master, she would never have taken such a risk. Sun Jiao, a second-generation capitalist, had faced little adversity in her life, accustomed to favorable conditions, and lacked the courage to fight to the death with Wang Jingmeng. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed through the night sky. An armor-piercing round shot towards Wang Jingmeng from a distance of 800 meters. A sniper. Sun Jiao's bodyguards were not the only ones present. Others lurked in the shadows to protect her. Wang Jingming's mind stirred, and the 1,000 mechanisms transformed into a blood-red umbrella, shielding his back. Ever-changing, this was the essence of the 1,000 mechanisms' ability. Boom! The armor-piercing round struck the umbrella and was miraculously deflected. The distant sniper, witnessing this, was struck with disbelief. He had not fired a standard bullet, but an armor-piercing round. Even steel plates would be obliterated by such a shot. Yet, Wang Jingmeng had simply used an umbrella to block this lethal strike. A sense of foreboding washed over the sniper. The scene shifted. Sun Jiao was now suspended in midair by Wang Jingmeng. "Come out, or your young lady will face dire consequences," he called into the darkness. No one responded. The hidden sniper understood that revealing himself would place him within Wang Jingmeng's lethal range. "Do you not wish to emerge?" Wang Jingmeng flicked his finger, and the sharp 1,000 mechanisms sliced through Sun Jiao's arm, severing it and causing blood to spatter. The red thread coiled tighter around her neck, the surrounding air compressing like an invisible hand choking her throat, nearly halting her breath. "Listen to him. If anything were to happen to me, the Longza group would not spare your family." Sun Jiao felt a wave of suffocation. Facing imminent death, she was finally gripped by panic. She was reckless, yet not foolish. She dared not gamble on Wang Jingming's hesitance to kill her. The sniper in the shadows fell silent for a moment, ultimately choosing to lower his weapon and step forward. With the methods of the Longza group, should anything happen to Sun Jiao, the Sun family would undoubtedly retaliate against his kin. This sniper was also a spirit master, possessing the extraordinary ability of Eagle Eye. His dynamic vision was so acute that even a fly at 800 meters would not escape his notice. "Release the young lady. Whether you desire money or women, the Longza group can accommodate you. Should any harm befall the young lady, the Sun family will not let you off lightly." Behind the Sun family lies immense capital. Even as a spirit master, you cannot contend with that. With a blend of soft and hard intimidation, Eagle Eye urged Wang Jingmeng to release Sun Jiao. Before he could finish his sentence, the 1,000 mechanisms line sliced through Sun Jiao's neck. In the terrified gaze of Eagle Eye, her head fell away, rolling to his feet. Wang Jingmeng retrieved a red booklet from his possession and thrust it before Eagle Eye. "This, can it compete with capital?" Chapter 026, The Deceased Emotions Stabilized. "Are you from the Bureau of False Persons?" Upon catching sight of the crimson booklet in Wang Jingming's grasp, Eagle Eye's pupils constricted sharply. "No. Why did you not disclose your status as an investigator earlier?" Sun Jiao may have been mad, but she was not foolish. Had she known Wang Jingmeng was an investigator, she would never have dared to send someone to confront him. The Bureau of False Persons possessed the authority not only to investigate false persons, but also to oversee spirit masters. The Bureau held the power of life and death over spirit masters, and any offense against ordinary citizens escalated the gravity of their crimes. Moreover, Sun Jiao's attempt to murder an investigator was tantamount to seeking her own demise. When the iron fist of the Bureau struck down, even the capital behind the Sun family would find it insufferable. It was only at this moment that Eagle Eye comprehended why Wang Jingmeng appeared so unperturbed, daring to take the life of the Dragon's group's young mistress. Sun Jiao's conspiracy against an investigator, should it be exposed, would compel her to silence him, granting Wang Jingmeng the right to self-defense, unlimited and lawful. Furthermore, as an investigator of the Bureau, he possessed enforcement authority. Sun Jiao's demise was indeed justified. At this juncture, Eagle Eye was thoroughly intimidated by the crimson booklet in Wang Jingmeng's hand, not daring to utter a single harsh word, and turned to flee. The capital behind the Sun family only dared to flaunt its power before ordinary citizens. Wang Jingmeng brandished the crimson booklet, delivering a wave of bloodline suppression against the capital. Possessing illegal firearms and assaulting an investigator, did he still think he could escape? The earlier cold shot fired by Eagle Eye had nearly cost Wang Jingmeng his life. He could not allow Eagle Eye to leave unscathed. In the blink of an eye, Eagle Eye leapt into a sports car, flooring the accelerator and speeding away. His sole desire was to put as much distance between himself and the scene as possible, planning to flee far from Jingzhou tonight. No, merely leaving Jingzhou was insufficient. He must escape the country immediately, even if it meant illegally crossing into northern Myanmar for a scam. It was preferable to remaining here and waiting for the Bureau to come for him. Eagle Eye sped out of the port and glanced in the rearview mirror, not spotting Wang Jingmeng's figure. He exhaled in relief, believing he had evaded him. Just then, Wang Jingmeng's voice resonated from above. "Did I permit you to leave?" Eagle Eye was taken aback, struggling to comprehend how Wang Jingmeng could have caught up so swiftly. Two legs could not outrun four wheels. Yet Wang Jingmeng seemed to soar. Eagle Eye slammed on the brakes, snatching up the sniper rifle from the passenger seat, aiming it at Wang Jingmeng's silhouette. "Am I the only criminal in Jingzhou? Why are you relentlessly pursuing me? No one can judge me, not even the Bureau." He understood that today he must determine his fate with Wang Jingmeng. Otherwise, he would not escape. To kill Wang Jingmeng meant the Bureau would not spare him, yet failing to do so could result in his own demise before nightfall. Gritting his teeth, Eagle Eye steadied the rifle, aiming at Wang Jingmeng, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The deafening gunfire erupted. A penetrating round surged straight towards Wang Jingmeng's face. Wang Jingmeng raised his hand, and the entropy sword energy exploded forth. The clash of sword energy and bullet met midair, resulting in a violent explosion. The black sword energy shot forth amidst the fiery sparks, instantly piercing through Eagle Eye's torso. A sharp pain seared through his chest. With an incredulous bow of his head, he beheld a gaping wound in his chest. 10 minutes later, the Investigation Bureau arrived to secure the dock. Li Chongkai was struck with dismay at the sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Sun Jiao and her entourage had perished at the dock developed by Longza Group, with over a dozen lives lost. Apart from Wang Jingmeng, there were no survivors. Hadn't T. Wang Jingmeng promised him discretion during their time at the Investigation Bureau? Is this what he referred to as subtlety? Report, Captain, the deceased exhibit emotional stability. Wang Jingmeng relayed. I did not inquire about that. Why did you have a conflict with Sun Jiao? Sun Jiao hired an assassin to kill, and upon the exposure of her crimes, she threatened me, intent on silencing me. At these words, Li Chongkai's expression darkened. He trusted that Wang Jingmeng would not deceive him. What incensed him was the audacity of Longza Group in orchestrating a contract killing, utter lawlessness. What astonished Li Chongkai was that Wang Jingmeng single-handedly eliminated so many armed bodyguards, as well as 2 spiritual masters. It was noteworthy that Wang Jingmeng had awakened as a spiritual master for less than a month, exhibiting a terrifying rate of growth. Had an ordinary individual possessed such formidable power, they would have long ceased consuming beef. Although Li Chongkai believed in Wang Jingmeng's honesty, the investigative process must be adhered to, lest any incriminating evidence be overlooked. Following the inquiry, the driver who had collided with Wang Jingmeng admitted to being hired for murder, with irrefutable evidence backing this claim. Surveillance footage from the dock captured the bodyguards attacking Wang Jingmeng with firearms. Sun Jiao could never have anticipated that her contract killing would lead to the involvement of an investigator from the Bureau, unaware of your true identity. Sun Jiao dared to engage in such heinous acts. Now that Longza Group is aware of your position as an investigator, they will surely refrain from further aggression. Within the Investigation Bureau, Li Chongkai perused the report, addressing Wang Jingmeng. Sun Jiao's motive for hiring a killer stemmed solely from a prior conflict between Sun Liang and Wang Jingmeng. Had Wang Jingmeng been merely an ordinary individual, he would have been dead by now. Longza Group had just dispatched a lawyer to assert that the contract killing was solely Sun Jiao's personal transgression, unrelated to the corporation. Li Shunkai Skufakuldi. Upon receiving the news, Longza Group was quick to distance themselves from Sun Jiao, hastily relieving her of her position within the company. The charge of hiring a hitman to assault an investigator was a burden Longza Group could not bear. The Sun family sent representatives to apologize for Sun Jiao's actions and offered a monetary compensation. Li Chongkai drummed his fingers on the table. Sun Tianquan sought to quell the matter. I find it hard to believe he was unaware of Sun Jiao's deeds. A father knows his child best. The downfall of Sun Liang and Sun Jiao is inextricably linked to Sun Tianquan's indulgence. However, according to legal principles, there is no evidence to implicate the Sun family in the contract killing. It remains a personal act of Sun Jiao, and she has paid the ultimate price. With Sun Jiao now deceased, the matter must end here. Sun Tianquan is willing to offer 1 million as compensation for your emotional distress. To Sun Tianquan, 1 million is but a trifling sum. Yet, the tragic death of his daughter leaves him not only bereft of vengeance, but also obligated to compensate the perpetrator, a fate more agonizing than death itself. Although Wang Jingmeng did not suffer any significant mental distress, the mere thought of displeasing Sun Tianquan brought him a sense of satisfaction. The Tianquan building stands as one of the iconic structures in Jingzhou City, serving as the headquarters for the Longza Group. This conglomerate is a titan of industry in Jingzhou, encompassing a range of enterprises, including 5-star hotels, comprehensive entertainment complexes, and luxury real estate. The group's valuation exceeds a staggering 100 billion. The architect of this commercial empire is none other than Sun Tianquan, the chairman of Longza Group. However, few are aware that Sun Tianquan is not merely a businessman. He is also a spirit master. Spirit masters possess abilities far beyond those of ordinary individuals. A transcendent spirit master is akin to a superhero from the silver screen, while one who reaches the divine concealment stage can disregard conventional firearms. Even a rocket-propelled grenade would struggle to vanquish a divine concealment spirit master. Upon attaining the saint realm, one becomes a living embodiment of sanctity, impervious even to nuclear weapons. In his rise from humble beginnings, Sun Tianquan employed the methods of a spirit master to eliminate numerous rivals, seizing their contracts and steadily expanding his empire. His tactics, however, were shrouded in secrecy, eluding even the scrutiny of investigative agencies. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, the vigorous and successful Sun Tianquan found himself enduring the unbearable grief of losing a child in a short span of time. Officially, he has only 2 children, Sun Liang and Sun Jiao, but in truth, he has numerous illegitimate offspring. Sun Tianquan harbors little affection for Sun Liang, a frivolous wastrel more interested in indulgence than responsibility. His death would hardly be mourned. However, the death of Sun Jiao, who had inherited his spirit master talents, was a blow he could not accept. He had invested countless efforts in nurturing her as his successor. Yet, when he next laid eyes on his daughter, she lay lifeless before him. The murder, an agent of the Pseudo-Investigation Bureau, left him unable to seek open retribution. Thus, he resolved to act through intermediaries. With this thought in mind, Sun Tianquan dialed a secure line, inquiring whether the Truth Association would be interested in discussing a business opportunity. Chapter 027, Class A Forbidden Object, Eternal Scale, the Truth Association, of course, is eager to engage in business with capable individuals like Mr. Sunday. An ominous chuckle echoed from the other end of the line. I require the assistance of the Truth Association to deal with a certain individual, Sun Tianquan stated with a composed demeanor. The Truth Association has been classified as an exceedingly dangerous illicit organization within the Eastern Great Nation, and any discovery of its activities warrants a decisive crackdown. Should the Bureau of False Persons uncover a connection between the Longza Group and the Truth Association, it would spell disaster for him. Sun Tianquan is typically meticulous in his undertakings, ensuring that no incriminating evidence is left behind. He utilized an encrypted phone to contact the Truth Association, rendering it undetectable even to the Bureau of False Persons. Surely, the individual Mr. Sun wishes to confront is not an ordinary person, is he? The sinister voice inquired. Given Sun Tianquan's influence in Jingzhou, if he intended to deal with an average individual, a mere word would suffice, eliminating the need for the elaborate process of engaging the Truth Association. This indicates that he is targeting someone beyond the reach of the Longzhi Group. Indeed, Sun Tianquan nodded and declared, I aim to confront Wang Jingmeng, a formal investigator from the Bureau of False Persons in Jingzhou. What? Mr. Sun, are you aware of the repercussions of attacking an investigator in the Eastern Great Nation? The voice on the line revealed astonishment. Years ago, the formidable members of the Truth Association launched a massive incursion into the Eastern Great Nation, only to be thwarted by the Bureau of False Persons, resulting in the demise of even S-class individuals who could not escape their grasp. Since then, the Bureau has gained notoriety, and overseas organizations of false persons have refrained from setting foot in the Eastern Great Nation. Are you still afraid of this? Sun Tianquan scoffed, fully aware that the Truth Association publicly declared it would never again commit offenses in the Eastern Great Nation while covertly infiltrating, harboring hopes of a future resurgence. The Truth Association's ambitions regarding the Eastern Great Nation remain unquenched. Mr. Sun has misconstrued my intentions. I merely meant to suggest an increase in remuneration. 50 million. Sun Tianquan's opening offer was precisely this sum. Ha! 50 million for a mere investigator's life. Mr. Sun, you are indeed generous. However, it is insufficient. I've heard that you recently acquired a Class A forbidden object, the Eternal Scale. Upon hearing this, Sun Tianquan fell silent, his countenance darkening ominously. The fact that he had obtained a Class A forbidden object should not be widely known, yet the members of the Truth Association seem to be well informed, even possessing knowledge of its name. Could it be that the Truth Association has placed an infiltrator beside him? Who could it be? Does the Truth Association covet the Eternal Scale as well? Sun Tianquan's tone grew hostile. Mr. Sun has misunderstood. The Truth Association merely wishes to borrow this forbidden object. I will consider it. The doors of the Truth Association are always open to you. Mr. Sun Tianquan produced an antique pocket watch. This seemingly ordinary watch is, in truth, a Class A forbidden object known as the Eternal Scale. Upon opening the watch, one could observe a crack upon its surface. The Eternal Scale was originally classified as an S-Class forbidden object, but due to damage, it had been downgraded to Class A. Sun Tianquan stumbled upon this pocket watch in the collection room of an antique collector who, being an ordinary individual, was unaware of its true nature as a forbidden object. When Sun Tianquan expressed his desire to purchase the pocket watch, he was met with a firm refusal, for the timepiece had been left to him by his late wife, and he was resolute in not parting with it. In desperation, Sun Tianquan resorted to kidnapping his daughter, coercing the owner to sell him the Eternal Scale. With the restoration of its crack, the Eternal Scale could ascend to an S-grade status. However, despite his exhaustive search for renowned horologists across the globe, he found no one capable of mending the pocket watch. The Truth Association, too, had set its sights on the Eternal Scale, and Sun Tianquan feared that lending the forbidden object to them would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. There would be no return. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Tianquan made a fateful decision. He consented to the Truth Association's terms, but insisted on signing a demonic contract, stipulating that regardless of success or failure, the forbidden object must be returned. No problem. In the next instant, a contract bearing the seal of a demon materialized on Sun Tianquan's desk. After reviewing its contents, he pressed his handprint upon it. The contract was thus established. A fruitful collaboration ensued. After Wang Jingmeng showcased his extraordinary powers by eliminating 2 spirit masters, both the Longzhi Group and the Sun family maintained a profound silence. In the ensuing days, the city of Jingzhou remained tranquil. Wang Jingmeng led a monotonous life, diligently clocking in at the high-speed railway station to inspect for imposters, and after work, indulging in meals, rest, and cultivation. His days passed in a peaceful yet fulfilling manner. However, this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Wang Jingmeng was acutely aware that imposters would not simply vanish on their own. The Truth Association, having suffered a setback with the death of a C-grade imposter during their last encounter with him, would not relent easily. Therefore, he needed to expedite his path to greater strength. Utilizing the compensation from the Longza Group, Wang Jingmeng procured spiritual elixirs through the internal channels of the Imposter Investigation Bureau to enhance his cultivation. In the underground training chamber of the Bureau, Wang Jingmeng, clad only in a pair of shorts, consumed the elixir and commenced his practice of the Great Dream Sutra. This meditation technique, derived from the D-grade imposter nightmarish, employed deep sleep as a means of cultivation, proving to be several times more effective than conventional foundational training methods. By merely lying down and sleeping, one could grow stronger, an exceptionally suitable approach for those of a languid disposition. As for Wang Jingmeng's choice to shed his clothing during the practice of the Great Dream Sutra, it stemmed from his preference for sleeping in the nude. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber almost instantaneously. In the next moment, his breathing became faint. At that juncture, a red alert flashed on the terminal computer within the bureau. Alert! High energy response detected. Li Chongkai, who was working in the bureau, felt a jolt of alarm and hurried to assess the situation. He swiftly discovered that the source of the high energy response was emanating from Wang Jingmeng's training chamber. What was Wang Jingmeng doing? Li Chongkai, fixated on the screen, observing that the energy response from Wang Jingmeng was intensifying, as if he were undergoing some form of violent chemical reaction. 33 minutes later, the energy density within Wang Jingmeng reached a critical threshold. Boundary breached, breakthrough achieved. He descended to the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. Li Chongkai wiped away a non-existent bead of sweat, realizing it had merely been a false alarm. Just a moment ago, he thought that Wang Jingmeng was on the verge of a catastrophic explosion due to his reckless cultivation. Just as Li Chongkai breathed a sigh of relief, the system alarm sounded once more. The system had detected another surge of high energy. Again, Li Chongkai stood up in disbelief, staring intently at the screen. Wang Jingmeng had barely broken through moments ago. Was he truly ascending to the heavens? After 1 hour and 33 minutes, Wang Jingmeng successfully transcended to the 7th level of the transformative realm. Following this breakthrough, his cultivation speed began to decelerate. It was not until the early morning, just before waking, that he managed to reach the 8th level of the transformative realm. 3 realms in a single night. In the office of the Investigation Bureau, Li Chongkai had spent the night sleepless, his eyes bloodshot as he fixated on the screen. While Wang Jingmeng enjoyed a restful sleep, Li Chongkai found himself utterly unable to doze off. He had witnessed firsthand how Wang Jingmeng, even in slumber, ascended through 3 realms in a single night, an unprecedented feat. Could it be that Wang Jingmeng was truly an unremarkable genius of cultivation? Wang Jingmeng awoke at dawn, feeling invigorated and revitalized, as though he had been reborn. His entire being brimmed with strength. He felt capable of defeating even the strongest animals in the zoo. Having broken through to the 8th level of the transformative realm, he now possessed formidable power. As he stepped out of the Investigation Bureau, his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was a call from Xiao Kai. He answered the phone, and Kai Su's excited voice came through. Mengge, I think I have awakened. During their last encounter at Tianshui International, when the corpse-binding ghost perished, some of the released energy had entered his body, igniting Xiao Kai's potential and allowing him to awaken his innate talent as a spirit master. Upon realizing his awakening, Kai Su immediately shared this delightful news with Wang Jingmeng. What talent have you awakened? Wang Jingmeng inquired. At this question, Kai Su fell silent, hesitating for a moment before responding. Singing, dancing, rapping, basketball. Chapter 028. It is not I who am mad, but this world. Brother Meng, why have you fallen silent? I have truly awakened my spirit master talent, exclaimed Xiao Kai, anxious that Wang Jingmeng might think he was jesting. Indeed, he had awakened his ability, although it was rather peculiar. Rest assured, my dear brother, I am indeed the iron-blooded Koan, Wang Jingmeng replied. Brother Meng, I seek your guidance on how to become stronger as a spirit master. There are 2 paths to strength for a spirit master. The first is a methodical approach to cultivation, which heavily relies on talent. If one's talent is mediocre, it may take as long as 2.5 years to see results. The second method involves hunting pseudo-creatures, akin to slaying monsters in a game to gain experience and level up. This second approach yields quicker results, but carries significant risks. One misstep could result in dire consequences. Shao Kai paused for a moment before speaking. Are pseudo-creatures the same as those monsters that appeared during the incident in Tianxue International? The encounter with the binding corpse demon, Isis, had left an indelible psychological scar on him. He had hoped to strike it rich by befriending a wealthy patron, believing he could avoid the struggles of 30 years. Little did he know, the affluent lady intended to harvest his kidneys. Had it not been for Wang Jingmeng's timely intervention, he would have lost them. Indeed, pseudo-creatures are monsters that disguise themselves as humans. They come in various forms and types, but none of them are benevolent. When encountering a pseudo-creature, one must not show mercy. They must be eradicated without hesitation. Ordinary people are largely unaware of their existence, but spirit masters cannot afford such ignorance. To pseudo-creatures, the flesh and blood of a spirit master are akin to delicacies. You can never fathom how desperate these creatures can become for a mere taste of flesh. Thus, spirit masters must never reveal their identities. Otherwise, they would attract countless pseudo-creatures, eager to devour them. Upon hearing Wang Jingmeng's words, Shao Kai realized the perilous nature of the spirit master world. It seemed far safer to remain an ordinary person. Just then, a thought struck him. Brother Meng, I came across a post on the local forum detailing a supernatural event that may be related to pseudo-creatures. Wang Jingmeng's heart stirred. While most supernatural accounts on forums are mere fabrications to attract attention, some may hold grains of truth. Perhaps this could lead them to clues about the pseudo-creatures. This post is rather lengthy, so I cannot summarize it succinctly. The link should still be active. I will send it to you. After ending the call, Wang Jingmeng received the link from Shao Kai almost instantaneously. He opened the link, which redirected him to the forum. A striking passage in crimson caught his eye. My name is Shi Qing-song, a teacher at Jingzhou High School. Recently, an odd occurrence has unsettled my household, causing chaos. When I shared this with my colleagues, they thought I had lost my mind. Even the principal suggested that I was under too much stress and needed a month off to visit the 5th mental hospital. Only I know that it is not I who am insane. It is this world that has gone mad. Understood. The author is the rebellious Lelouch. It is not I who am at fault, but this world. A humorous safeguard. I initially sought a terrifying bedtime story, yet found myself amused by the whimsical comments of foolish netizens. Wang Jingmeng scrolled further down the screen, eager to continue. Everyone, please remain calm. The tale unfolds as follows. My wife operates a second-hand store, often indulging in the trade of vintage goods. While the profits are meager, she finds joy in the endeavor. About a month ago, she acquired an ancient mirror from an unknown source. She adored this mirror and placed it in our room as a makeup vanity. At first, all seemed perfectly normal, until one fateful night when everything changed. As you may know, middle age often brings with it certain physical limitations. As a teacher, I experience significant work-related stress, and my renal function is not at its best. Consequently, I find myself needing to relieve myself frequently at night. At this juncture, a forum user interjected, if your renal function is poor, please visit XX Urology Hospital. A blessing for men, miraculous hands bring renewal. Goodness, is this truly an advertisement for a urology clinic? I chuckled heartily while ensconced in my blankets. My roommate tossed a tissue pack down to me, leaving me at a loss for words. You ought to thank your roommate, I thought. Wang Jingmeng disregarded the comic interjections and continued reading. I distinctly recall that night at 2:53 a.m. when I was roused by an urgent need to urinate. As I rose to attend to this pressing matter, I was confronted by a chilling sight. My wife, wide awake in the dead of night, sat before the mirror, brushing her hair and conversing with her reflection. That night, I was terrified. I couldn't even bring myself to use the restroom, holding it in until dawn, my bladder nearly bursting. Subsequently, I took a leave of absence from work and brought my wife to see a psychiatrist. However, she appeared perfectly normal, showing no signs of mental illness. That evening, I feigned sleep, covertly observing her. Indeed, she resumed her midnight ritual, sitting before the mirror, seemingly entranced, speaking to her reflection. The more I pondered, the more fear gripped me, leaving me too frightened to confront her. Just then, I heard a voice, one that closely resembled my wife's. Yet I was certain it was not hers. The reflection of my wife spoke. Unable to resist, I quietly opened my eyes to witness the unfolding scene. What I beheld is forever etched in my memory. My wife vanished from the room, and then an identical woman emerged from the mirror. At that moment, I fainted from sheer terror. When I awoke the following day, my wife was absent. Just as I was about to call the authorities, she entered through the door. Having gone to prepare breakfast, sitting at the dining table, I gazed at the lavish spread before me, yet I could not bring myself to eat. After 10 years of marriage, my wife had never risen before 10 o'clock, let alone prepared breakfast. Thus, I was certain that this wife was no longer the same. She had emerged from the mirror. I was not dreaming. Not only that, but my wife has become even more gentle than before. However, the more gentle she becomes, the more I find myself consumed by fear. For I am acutely aware that she is not truly my wife. Once I calmed down, I recalled that all of this had begun because of that ancient mirror. Seizing the opportunity while my wife was out, I cast the mirror into the river. Strangely enough, upon returning home, I discovered that the mirror was perfectly intact, sitting in the room. Just then, I heard the sound of the door opening. She has returned. Chapter 29, The Monster in the Mirror. The post by Shi Qingsong abruptly concluded here. Wang Jingmeng glanced at the timestamp of the final post, which was made a week prior. After publishing this entry, Shi Qingsong vanished from the forum as if he had evaporated into thin air. This left the readers, who were avidly following the thread, in a state of distress. Why did the original poster leave the story unfinished? What transpired thereafter? Was his wife truly unaffected? Had the original poster discerned the monster's identity only to be dispatched by it? It was the year 2052. Humanity was poised to embark on journeys to Mars. Surely, no one could still harbor beliefs in the existence of supernatural beings in reality. The narrative spun by the original poster was alarmingly vivid, sending chills down my spine. Perhaps it was time to disperse. The original poster had run out of inspiration and succumbed to despair. At that moment, Wang Jingmeng unearthed a valuable piece of information amidst the myriad of comments. I'm a student of Teacher Shi. Indeed, some peculiar events have transpired involving him. Just over a month ago, Teacher Shi suddenly became paranoid, appearing distracted during classes. The principal presumed it was due to overwhelming work pressure and summoned Teacher Shi for discussion. During this conversation, a chilling revelation emerged. Teacher Shi recounted that one day he awoke to the aroma of stewed meat wafting from the kitchen. Upon investigation, he discovered that his wife was preparing ribs. Strangely, his wife had never possessed culinary skills before, yet she had suddenly become an adept cook. Teacher Shi initially dismissed the thought and hurried to school after enjoying the stewed ribs. Upon returning, he learned from a neighbor that the elderly lady living above had died, her corpse partially mutilated. Suddenly, Teacher Shi recalled that the ribs he had consumed earlier were somewhat tough. The more he pondered, the more fear enveloped him. Upon returning home, he opened the refrigerator and discovered the remaining half of the ribs from earlier that day. At that moment, he felt an unsettling chill behind him. Turning around, he saw his wife standing there with a meat cleaver. Teacher Shi told the principal that this wife was a monster that had crawled out from the mirror. However, the principal found it utterly implausible and assumed Teacher Shi was suffering from a delusion brought on by stress. Who could believe such a tale? As time passed, Teacher Shi's paranoia intensified. He was perpetually suspicious, convinced that someone intended to harm him. The principal eventually granted him an extended leave, advising him to seek psychiatric help. This student's account lent considerable credibility to the existence of Teacher Shi at Jingzhou High School, affirming that his narrative was not mere fabrication, but rather a recounting of his own experiences. This comment significantly bolstered the post's trustworthiness. Yet, skepticism lingered among some netizens, who speculated that this student was merely a pseudonym of the original poster, concocting a story to enhance its believability. Wang Jingmeng navigated to this student's profile and discovered a new comment from 3 days prior. Teacher Shi returned to class today, and he appeared considerably more stable. It seems his delusions have been thoroughly resolved. However, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with teacher Shi. Previously, he was warm and patient with his students, but now he displays an unsettling indifference. I often indulge in the realm of fantasy literature on tomato novel, where every author possesses remarkable talent and eloquence. The situation surrounding teacher Shi resembles a scenario of possession from a fantastical narrative. I harbor suspicions that he may have been replaced by a creature, yet I lack conclusive evidence. However, I have discovered clue. The former teacher Shi was left-handed, yet the current one wields his pen with his right hand. It appears that his very character and habits have undergone a complete transformation. Alas, teacher Shi has spotted me engrossed in my phone. He stands right behind me. This serves as his final message. Wang Jingmeng investigated the student's information and found that he is named Chen Yi, a third-year student at Jingzhou High School. The events surrounding Shi Qingsong are likely the result of a deceptive entity's interference. With this thought in mind, Wang Jingmeng activated the map navigation towards Jingzhou High School. At the entrance of Jingzhou High School, it was no surprise that Wang Jingmeng was halted by the school's security personnel. Outsiders are prohibited from entering. The guards scrutinized Wang Jingmeng with vigilance. Given his age, he could not possibly be a parent of a student. I am from the Investigation Bureau. Is teacher Shi Qingsong present at the school? Wang Jingmeng flashed his identification in front of the guard. Are you also here to find teacher Shi Qingsong? The guard inquired, intrigued by Wang Jingmeng's purpose. Have others come looking for teacher Shi Qingsong? Wang Jingmeng asked. The guard nodded, revealing that two individuals claiming to be from a special department had just entered to find teacher Shi. Meanwhile, Luo Tianwu and Lin Fan arrived at the school office, where a female teacher greeted them. Hello, we are from the Investigation Bureau and need to speak with teacher Shi Qingsong regarding a matter. Luo Tianwu presented her credentials to clarify their intent. Teacher Shi is currently in class. He will be with you shortly. As she spoke, the teacher poured them 2 cups of water. Please wait a moment and have some water. Lin Fan plopped down onto a chair, eagerly gulping down the water. Having followed Luo Tianwu on their investigative pursuits, he had scarcely had a moment to drink, leaving him parched. Luo Tianwu took a gentle sip from her cup. 5 minutes later, Shi Qingsong, wearing glasses, entered the office and encountered the 2 investigators. Teacher, we are from the Investigation Bureau and have some questions for you today, Luo Tianwu stated, observing Shi Qingsong's reaction, which was strikingly indifferent, devoid of any visible emotion. What would you like to inquire about? Shi Qingsong asked, his expression unwavering. On July 26th, did you post a message on the forum? Luo Tianwu questioned. Shi Qingsong nodded, admitting to the act. Was the content you posted truthful? Yes, he affirmed. At this revelation, Lin Fan straightened in his seat, finally uncovering a lead on the deceivers. Even the Investigation Bureau lacks a foolproof method to identify imposters. And uncovering those hidden within human society is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, requiring immense fortune. Not long ago, the cyber surveillance personnel of the Bureau took note of the posts made by Shi Qingsong. Consequently, they initiated an investigation. If Shi Qingsong's statements in his posts hold any truth, then that mirror undoubtedly harbors some sinister issue. It is highly probable that his wife has been replaced by a monstrous doppelganger emerging from a mirror. Are you familiar with the origins of that ancient mirror? Luo Tianwu inquired. Shi Qingsong shook his head. Teacher Shi, this ancient mirror is exceedingly perilous. We must remove it from this place. Is the mirror currently in possession of your wife? Where is she? Luo Tianwu's demeanor became intensely alert. For Shi Qingsong's wife might indeed be the creature that crawled out from the mirror, posing a significant threat. Ah, she is right behind you. At that moment, the female teacher who had received them earlier entered, locking the office door behind her with a swift motion. Shi Qingsong removed his glasses, his eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Chapter 030, Breaking In, Annihilating the Replica. In the reflection of the mirror, the female teacher morphed into a middle-aged woman. Her figure was slightly plump, her skin sagging, her hair disheveled, and she wore a pair of glasses, resembling an ordinary housewife. This woman was none other than Shi Qingsong's wife. At that moment, her expression was chillingly cold, her gaze directed at the 2 investigators akin to a merciless hunter observing its struggling prey. Realizing the alarming truth, Luo Tianwu suddenly came to a realization. Both Shi Qingsong and his wife had been replaced by the monsters within the mirror. They were imposters. Just as Luo Tianwu was about to take action, her vision began to blur, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. Her complexion changed dramatically as she glanced at the water on the table. "You put something in the water." Luo Tianwu forced herself to remain calm, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her cheek. The constitution of a spirit master cannot be equated with that of an ordinary person. Typical sedatives have little effect on spirit masters. The potion that Shi Qingsong had placed in the water was specifically designed to counteract spirit masters. The effects of this potion were entirely contrary to that of a spiritual elixir. While elixirs enhance a spirit master's abilities, potions suppress their powers. Having consumed the potion, Lin Fan was rendered completely incapacitated in his chair, akin to a vegetative state, unable to move even a finger. He would only regain his mobility once the potion was fully expelled from his system, a process that would take at least 24 hours. Despite Luo Tianwu having only taken a sip, she too had fallen victim, her spirit master abilities rendered ineffective. Like a lamb on a butcher's block, she was at the mercy of the monster. Truly, the investigators of the Imposter Investigation Bureau were formidable, managing to remain conscious even after consuming the potion. Shi Qingsong's expression darkened, a flicker of strange light flashing in his eyes. "The clues on the forum were deliberately left by you. As bait?" Luo Tianwu's eyes widened as she squeezed the words out through gritted teeth. "Indeed, I initially intended to lure spirit masters here." Never anticipating that the Investigation Bureau would be alerted, Shi Qingsong replied, his demeanor icy. This entire incident had been a trap set against spirit masters from the beginning. The imposters and the spirit masters shared a predator-prey dynamic. The stories Shi Qingsong had posted on the forum served as bait to attract spirit masters. Before the Imposter Investigation Bureau's involvement, several spirit masters had already sought him out, eager to learn the whereabouts of the ancient mirror. Those spirit masters ultimately ended up as mere ribs in the refrigerator. With each spirit master consumed, the strength of the mirror demon grew ever more formidable. However, the mirror demon did not anticipate that the Imposter Investigation Bureau would arrive so swiftly. Now, there was no turning back. They would consume the investigators and flee from Jingzhou, evading the Bureau's pursuit. How careless! Luo Tianwu felt a pang of regret. She should not have accepted water from a stranger while investigating. The imposters could be lurking in their midst. A momentary lapse in vigilance had led to dire consequences. Shi Qingsong raised his hand, transforming it into a glass blade. With a swift motion, he cleaved an office desk in two with the sharp edge. "Now, you may die with clarity." With a dark expression, Shi Qingsong lunged at Luo Tianwu, raising his palm blade to deliver a deadly strike. His blade was extraordinarily sharp, capable of cleaving a spirit manipulator into 18 pieces in an instant. At that moment, both Luo Tianwu and Lin Fan had been drugged, lacking even the strength to call for help from the Investigation Bureau. Even if they could send out a distress signal, it was improbable that assistance would arrive in time to save them. By the time rescue personnel arrived, they would likely have already perished at the hands of the mirror demon. Help from afar could not extinguish the fire nearby. To survive, they had to find a way to save themselves. Luo Tianwu steeled herself, drawing her gun with utmost speed, and despite not having time to aim, fired a shot at Shi Qingsong. Bang! The bullet shot forth, blazing with fire. In a flash, Shi Qingsong deflected the bullet with his blade, the sensation of its sharpness overwhelming. The palm blade approached Luo Tianwu's neck, poised to sever her beautiful head at any moment. Just then, the office door shattered into fragments. A figure rushed in with lightning speed. "Who is this?" Shi Qingsong was startled, and before he could comprehend, the figure had lunged right before him. "Your father is here," Wang Jingmeng declared, swiftly unleashing a stream of annihilation sword energy. The sound of the air being sliced apart echoed. Shi Qingsong's hand was severed at the wrist, the wound as smooth as a mirror. Following this, Wang Jingmeng delivered a powerful kick to his body, sending him flying over 10 meters, crashing through several desks along the way. Shi Qingsong's pupils dilated in shock. What kind of monster was this? He instinctively thought it was a fellow aberrant coming to seize his prey. In the realm of aberrants, It was common for them to compete for territory and prey. With such savage tactics and terrifying strength, who could believe this man was not a monster? Kill him. Shi Qingsong's wife darted behind Wang Jingmeng, her hands transforming into diamond-like claws, aimed ferociously at the back of his head. It was impossible for any aberrant or spirit manipulator to lack vulnerabilities. A surprise attack? At that moment, a crimson thread appeared in the aberrant's vision. The thousand mechanisms thread ensnared the aberrant's neck. With a flick of his finger, Wang Jingmeng tightened the thread abruptly. The razor-sharp red line sliced through the aberrant's neck, and in the next instant, the head fell from the body. A headless corpse toppled backward. Successfully released the clone, reward obtained. Enhancement of spiritual power. The aberrants appearing at the school were clones created by the mirror demon. Stop. We are all aberrants. There is no need for us to harm one another. If you desire these two prey, I can relinquish them to you, Shi Qingsong said, a hint of apprehension on his face. Who told you I was an aberrant? Open your eyes and see. I am an investigator from the Aberrant Investigation Bureau. Wang Jingmeng thrust the red identification book before Shi Qingsong's face. An investigator? Shi Qingsong exclaimed in disbelief, having thought it was a fellow aberrant come to claim his prey. Who would have guessed he was an investigator? Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Qingsong turned and attempted to leap from the window to escape. Just as he pivoted, his back turned to Wang Jingmeng. A surge of annihilating sword energy pierced through him from behind, emerging from his chest. A gaping wound was carved into Shi Qingsong's torso. In the next instant, his entire being shattered like glass. Successfully released a clone, reward, enhancement of spiritual power. Wang Jingmeng slowly retracted his finger, feeling an incremental increase in his strength. However, the instigator, the mirror demon, was not present within the school. Witnessing Wang Jingmeng instantly eliminate two imposters left Sister Wu astounded. Compared to the recent events at the Flesh and Blood Canteen, Wang Jingmeng had grown significantly stronger. Moreover, the crimson thread in his hand appeared to be an object of taboo. Shall I call an ambulance for you? Wang Jingmeng inquired, glancing at Luo Tianwu and Lin Fan, who lay slumped over in their chairs. Chapter 031. So this is where you were hiding. I'm fine. There's no need to call an ambulance. Luo Tianwu was unwilling for her colleagues from the Investigation Bureau to see her being taken to the hospital by paramedics. It would be utterly humiliating. Fortunately, she had only ingested a small sip and had not consumed an excessive amount of the magical potion. As long as she could expel it from her system within a few minutes, she would be all right. Wang Jingmeng glanced at Lin Fan, who was slumped over in a chair, drooling. The potion posed no toxic side effects to ordinary individuals. It was colorless, tasteless, and dissolved in water, making it virtually undetectable. Its sole function was to suppress the powers of spirit manipulators. Despite her precautions, Luo Tianwu had fallen prey to it due to a minor lapse in vigilance. If Wang Jingmeng had not fortuitously been nearby at Jingzhou High School, she would have become prey to the doppelganger. I said I'm fine, so I am, she insisted, gritting her teeth as she struggled to rise. However, halfway up, she lost her strength and plopped back down. Couldn't you lend me a hand? Luo Tianwu grimaced in pain. After consuming the potion, her body had become exceedingly sensitive, amplifying any discomfort she experienced. You were the one who said you were fine, Wang Jingmeng retorted, leaving Luo Tianwu momentarily speechless. Should I call the police for you? She inquired. Absolutely not. Luo Tianwu was exasperated. She was a police officer herself, so what was there to report? Do you not care about your dignity, Sister Wu? A few minutes later, after a trip to the restroom, she managed to expel the potion from her body. Luo Tianwu opened her phone and logged into the internal website of the Doppelganger Investigation Bureau, retrieving a dossier on a doppelganger. File No. 033. Mirror Demon. Strength level. C. Danger level. Yellow. The entity is an ancient mirror possessing the ability to replicate. The doppelganger produced by the mirror demon is indistinguishable from the original, yet its personality and habits are entirely contrary. The mirror demon controls its replicated doppelgangers to hunt humans and siphon their power. Destroying the mirror demon will cause all replicated doppelgangers to vanish. The intelligence gathered by the Bureau concerning the mirror demon was scant. It was known only that the doppelganger it produced bore an uncanny resemblance to the original, making it nearly impossible to discern the difference. Wang Jingmeng recalled that a student of Shi Qingsong had mentioned that upon returning to school, Shi had undergone a sudden and drastic change in personality and habits. Previously, he had been left-handed, but now he was using his right hand with ease. This was because the person in the mirror is the opposite of the one in reality. It appeared that the Shi Qingsong who returned to school had long been supplanted by a replica created by the mirror demon. The mirror demon was likely residing in Shi Qingsong's home. The investigation bureau had already located the address of Shi Qingsong's residence. The community where he lived had probably devolved into a den of replicated doppelgangers. So, if we smash that mirror in Shi Qingsong's house, the doppelganger created by the mirror demon will vanish, right? Wang Jingmeng suddenly asked. Luo Tianwu instinctively nodded, then realized, "What are you planning to do?" "I'm going to smash it." Without further ado, Wang Jingmeng bypassed the stairs and leaped out of the window. This is the 7th floor. Luo Tianwu regained her senses and hurried to the window, only to find that Wang Jingmeng had vanished without a trace. What a terrifying speed. Sister Wu felt a chill run down her spine. Is this the true value of a super newcomer? In a room within the Oasis community, a woman clad in red sat before a vanity, a mirror reflecting her image. 2 duplicates had been eliminated, and the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau had set its sights on us. This place was no longer safe. I have consumed too few spirit masters, and my strength has yet to be fully restored. Keep a close watch on the duplicates outside. If there is any sign of trouble, we must relocate immediately. Once I have completely recovered, I shall no longer fear the Bureau. Even if a captain-level spirit master were to strike, I could retreat unscathed. Understood. Although only one person occupied the room, the sound of 2 voices echoed. The woman in red was conversing with her reflection in the mirror. Hidden within the wardrobe, a little girl peered through a crack, witnessing the monster in the mirror. She clamped her hands over her mouth, terrified to make a sound. When the woman in red finally left the room, the little girl, using the small genius watch her mother had bought her, dialed the emergency hotline. "Hello, this is the emergency center. How may I assist you?" "Police, Annie. My mommy was eaten by the mirror." "Don't worry, little one. Please tell me what happened." Slowly. "I saw a monster that looks just like my mommy crawl out of the mirror. She isn't my mommy. My mommy was eaten by the mirror." "Little one, did you have a nightmare? How could there be a mirror that eats people?" "Auntie, please believe me. I'm not lying. Mommy was really eaten by the mirror. The one who came out now is a monster." "All right, little one, don't panic. Where are you right now? I will send someone over immediately." "I'm hiding in my mommy's wardrobe." There was a brief silence on the other end, and then the voice of the woman in red emerged. "So, you are hiding here?" At that moment, the woman stood before the wardrobe, her mouth slowly widening, revealing razor-sharp teeth reminiscent of glass shards. The little girl, trembling in fear, shut her eyes tightly. Just as the woman in red was about to open the wardrobe, a tremendous commotion erupted outside the door. The door was flung open with a crash, and a figure dashed in at lightning speed, lunging toward the woman in red. "Ah, so you were hiding here?" Wang Jingmeng snarled, launching herself at the woman in red with a wave of annihilation sword energy. Bang! The energy struck the woman's face, and before the duplicate could comprehend what was unfolding, its head was obliterated. In the presence of Wang Jingmeng, the duplicate stood no chance, swiftly vanquished. The little girl, opening her eyes, discovered that the monster resembling her mother had vanished. Standing outside the wardrobe was a young, handsome man, like a beacon of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating the little girl's world. "Big brother, are you here to save me?" the little girl innocently inquired as she pushed open the wardrobe. Wang Jingmeng gently stroked the girl's head, saying, "Stay here and don't move. Wait for me to eliminate the monster before you come out." "Okay, I will be good." The little girl replied, quietly hiding in the wardrobe, waiting patiently without a sound. Wang Jingmeng approached the dressing table and located the mirror. In the next moment, his reflection appeared within it. The expression of Wang Jingmeng in the mirror gradually morphed into a sinister grimace. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Why are you staring at me with such wide eyes? If you have the guts, come out and face me one-on-one." Wang Jingmeng raised his hand and reached towards the doppelganger in the mirror. To his astonishment, his hand passed directly through the glass, grasping onto his reflection. Chapter 032. The True and False Wang Jingmeng. Who is the imposter? Wang Jingmeng's hand penetrated the mirror, grasping hold of his reflection. He effortlessly pulled the mirrored Wang Jingmeng from within. The mirror demon was momentarily bewildered. Was it truly so simple for him to extract himself? Who, then, was the true monstrosity? The mirror demon, bearing an almost identical visage and physique to Wang Jingmeng, mimicked his movements and pointed a finger. A surge of dark sword energy erupted forth. Wang Jingmeng raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that the mirror demon could not only replicate his appearance, but also his abilities. Yet, no matter how closely it imitated, it could never be the genuine article. It was merely a pale imitation. Wang Jingmeng retaliated with a blast of entropy sword chi, effortlessly shattering the mirror demon's attack. Although the mirror demon could replicate his powers, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Its sword energy merely managed to create a hole in a cabinet, while Wang Jingmeng's entropy sword chi could pierce through steel doors. The mirror demon had merely produced a weakened version of Wang Jingmeng. This exemplified the stark contrast between counterfeit and authentic. The strength of the replica was tethered to the mirror demon's own capabilities. If the opponent's power vastly exceeded that of the mirror demon, then the copy would be but a fade. While the replicated Wang Jingmeng appeared nearly identical, the gulf in power was as vast as the sky from the earth. Wang Jingmeng's strength and speed far surpassed that of an ordinary spirit master. He was a numerical anomaly. The mirror demon, unwilling to accept defeat, had painstakingly gathered a modicum of strength, only to have it shattered by Wang Jingmeng's arrival. It pondered, having consumed a few lives, what fault lay in that. Was it not customary for monsters to feast upon humans? If it could devour him, evolution would surely follow. The mirror demon fixed its greedy gaze upon Wang Jingmeng, desiring to consume him. For the mirror demon, devouring 100 ordinary souls paled in comparison to the allure of a powerful spirit master like Wang Jingmeng. Both entities craved what the other possessed. Let the battle of mutual destruction commence. The mirror demon transformed its hands into mirrored blades, swinging them menacingly towards Wang Jingmeng's neck. A flash of silver illuminated the room as furniture was cleaved in two. Just then, a crimson thread appeared before Wang Jingmeng. The mirror demon's blade struck the chi line, but it felt as if it had collided with resilient steel. Wang Jingmeng lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the mirror demon. The force was overwhelming. The mirror demon was propelled out of the room, crashing through the window and landing heavily on the ground below. This kick nearly sent the mirror demon to its grave, sparing it even the process of cremation. Wang Jingmeng leaped gracefully, landing before the mirror demon. Wait, we can discuss this. The mirror demon's pupils constricted in realization, raising its hand in desperation. It only then understood that it was the prey. I never negotiate with imposters. Wang Jingmeng's resolve to eliminate the mirror demon was unwavering. There was no way he could find peace until he accomplished this task. Just then, Zhang Ting entered the residential complex with several investigators, their expressions marked by vigilance. The Bureau had received intelligence that a doppelganger was concealed within this very building, necessitating utmost caution in their actions. Zhang Ting swallowed hard, his anxiety palpable as he meticulously searched the premises. Brother Zhang, I've heard that Wang Jingmeng has already arrived. If we can apprehend the doppelganger before him, we will surely overshadow his prominence, declared a young investigator from the Bureau. Those who managed to join the doppelganger investigation team were all elite trainees from the police academy. In the eyes of these elite recruits, Wang Jingmeng was merely a wild card, fortunate enough to awaken his spirit master talent, thereby being specially recruited into the Bureau. Yet, Wang Jingmeng had emerged like a force of nature, eclipsing their achievements. Despite their unwillingness to accept it, the reality was undeniable. Wang Jingmeng's prowess was evident. Had they possessed similar strength, they too could exhibit such audacity. However, the gap between them and Wang Jingmeng was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Even with daily rigorous training, the disparity had only widened. They suspected that Wang Jingmeng had some hidden advantage, yet lacked any proof. Suddenly, they spotted two suspicious figures. "Don't move. Raise your hands." Several investigators drew their weapons, issuing a warning upon identifying the dubious individuals. As Zhang Ting rushed forward, he was taken aback to find two identical Wang Jingmengs standing before him. He froze, bewildered. How could there be two Wang Jingmengs? Which one was the real one? Zhang Ting was utterly perplexed, his mind seemingly frozen. "He is the doppelganger. Stop him." The mirror demon, quick-witted, pointed at Wang Jingmeng. If these investigators could distract Wang Jingmeng, he could seize the opportunity to escape. A doppelganger? Zhang Ting's anxiety surged, but he was uncertain of who the genuine Wang Jingmeng truly was. The two Wang Jingmengs were nearly indistinguishable in appearance and physique. "Do not move. Come back with me to the bureau," Zhang Ting commanded, displaying his intelligence by not blindly believing the mirror demon's claims. By bringing both individuals back, they would surely be able to discern the true doppelganger. The doppelganger would undoubtedly hesitate to accompany them back to the bureau. "You think you can thwart me by merely mimicking my appearance? You believe you can escape?" As he spoke, Wang Jingmeng vanished in a flash, reappearing right before the mirror demon. His speed was terrifying, leaving Zhang Ting no time to react. Yet at that moment, Zhang Ting had surmised who the real Wang Jingmeng was. Only Wang Jingmeng would dare to act so boldly in front of the investigators. A large hand shot out like lightning, grasping the mirror demon by the head. No! The top of the mirror demon's head seemed to shimmer with the ominous glow of impending doom. "I was wrong. Please spare me. I can be your servant. I can procure wealth or beautiful women for you." The mirror demon's desperate plea for survival surged, as long as he could live. Being a servant or sycophant mattered little. The doppelganger had to perish. Wang Jingmeng's expression was one of icy indifference, as the mirror demon concealed itself in this place. Having devoured countless souls, it still dared to plead for mercy. It was better to descend below and converse with the king of hell. With a sharp crack, Wang Jingmeng twisted the demon's head from its neck. Witnessing this brutal scene, Zhang Ting and the investigators trembled in terror, their eyes wide with shock. In the next moment, the mirror demon shattered, disintegrating into a heap of glass shards. A broken mirror fell to the ground, and Wang Jingmeng crushed it beneath his foot, merciless and violent. He was a false human. Observing this, Zhang Ting finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had remained resolute and not succumbed to the demon's deceitful words. Otherwise, he would have had to return and write a report of contrition. Release the mirror demon to receive the reward. Mirror technique. What is true is not merely a thought. The reflection of the moon in water, the image in the mirror. Chapter 033. A 3-7 split. 7 times in 3 minutes. In the room, the little girl concealed within the wardrobe held her breath upon hearing the commotion outside. Despite her tender age, she was perceptive enough to realize that the woman, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother, was not her true parent, but rather a monstrous entity masquerading in human form. In tales, monsters are known to devour children. If discovered by the creature, she would surely meet a grim fate. The footsteps outside grew increasingly closer, and tears welled in the girl's eyes, though she bravely stifled her cries. Just then, the wardrobe door swung open, revealing the strikingly handsome young man who stood before her. "All is well. The monster has been vanquished," he assured her. Sunlight streamed into the room, bathing the little girl in warmth, as if granting her a new lease on life. Meanwhile, the investigators, busy tidying up the aftermath, stared in silence at the shattered mirror demon. As newcomers, they were struck by the stark contrast between their abilities and those of Wang Jingmeng. Remarkably, Wang Jingmeng had only joined under Li Chongkai's mentorship less than a month ago, while they had trained for 2.5 years as elite recruits, receiving formal training. Yet, with a single display of prowess, Wang Jingmeng had relegated them to mere supporting roles, left to assist him in the cleanup. This immense disparity was difficult for them to accept. Wang Jingmeng, having emerged from unorthodox beginnings without formal training, had relied on his innate talent and fortuitous circumstances to reach this point. His foundation could not possibly be as solid as theirs. Surely, when his potential waned and his training slowed, they would surpass him. "I find your reasoning quite compelling. One investigator remarked, "Zhang Ting, you are the standout among this cohort. If you were to duel Wang Jingmeng, what are your chances of victory?" Curiosity piqued. All eyes turned to Zhang Ting. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Perhaps a 3-7 split. Wang Jingmeng could best me 7 times in 3 minutes." A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled the scene of Wang Jingmeng shattering the mirror demon. Had he been in that position, he would have been obliterated in an instant. With this revelation, the room fell into a hushed silence. So, that is what a 3-7 split signifies. 7 times in 3 minutes. It was rumored that a formidable spirit master named Lin Chujia had recently emerged in the Tiana district. This brash individual, emboldened by his considerable strength and talent, acted with impunity, disregarding even the investigators. Despite multiple warnings from the Bureau, he continued his reckless ways. "I have heard tales of Lin Chujia. He is a madman, oblivious to the consequences of his actions. On several occasions, he has nearly harmed innocent bystanders. Rather than reflect on his behavior, he only escalates his reckless conduct. This fool believes that a modicum of skill renders him invincible. Should he cross paths with Wang Jingmeng, he will undoubtedly face dire repercussions. If Wang Jingmeng were to confront Lin Chujia, how many moves do you think he could withstand? I wager 50 cents that within 3 moves, Lin Chujia will be brought to his knees, singing conquered." Not all spirit masters are law-abiding citizens. The survival pressure on spirit masters is immense. They must constantly guard against the attacks of imposters, which over time can lead to psychological distortions and extreme personality traits. Moreover, an overwhelming power can easily destabilize a spirit master's psyche, inflating their self-awareness and centering everything around themselves. Consequently, some spirit masters devolve into outlaws, straying onto the path of crime. Ordinary police are ill-equipped to handle spirit masters. Only the Investigation Bureau possesses the means to confront them. Besides investigating imposters, the Bureau is also tasked with managing spirit masters within society and apprehending those who have broken the law. However, spirit masters, endowed with formidable powers, are unlikely to submit willingly to the Bureau's oversight. The relationship between the Bureau and spirit masters is intricate, characterized by both cooperation and conflict. Although Lin Chujia has not yet crossed into criminality, his actions continually skirt the edges, challenging the Bureau's limits. His personality has become increasingly extreme, with unstable emotions, akin to a ticking time bomb. If this continues, an incident is inevitable. In the new district of Jingzhou, on the 3rd floor of a villa, Qinyu reclined on a plush bed, her delicate feet raised, as she messaged Wang Jingmeng. "Are you there? Are you there? Lately, I have been exercising at home and have managed to levitate using my psychic powers. However, it can only last for 60 seconds, which is more exhausting than doing a plank. I never realized 60 seconds could feel so long. After the incident at Tianshui International, I noticed a considerable enhancement in my psychic abilities overnight. Is that significant progress? How many of those imposter monsters are there in reality? I fear that my father might also be surrounded by such creatures." Qinyu sent several messages in quick succession. Then, blushing, she took a photo of her legs and sent it. The ethereal patterns on her legs were still quite pronounced. She wore black stockings at home, only removing them for bathing or sleeping. After sending the photo, Wang Jingmeng promptly replied with a thumbs-up emoji. "Really? Out of all those messages, the only thing you noticed was the leg photo?" Qinyu huffed in exasperation, her chest swelling with indignation. "There is something I need your help with. If you're willing to assist me, I can send you as many leg photos as you'd like." Her cheeks flushed with a mixture of shyness and exhilaration. "What do you need?" Wang Jingmeng responded immediately. Qinyu let out a playful hum, resembling a cunning little fox. "It's about my father. He has found himself a young stepmother. Her biological mother had passed away due to illness a decade ago, and for years, Qin Rongfeng had shown no interest in remarrying. Until recently, when he unexpectedly brought a young woman home and introduced her to Qinyu. It dawned on her that Qin Rongfeng intended to secure a stepmother for her. Qinyu bore no opposition to her father's desire for companionship, understanding that he had been alone for so long and deserved happiness. However, she soon sensed something amiss about this young and beautiful stepmother. The woman, Bai Zhenjin, was a supervisor at a publicly listed company, hailing from a scholarly family, and was, by all accounts, a suitable match for her father. My father instructed me to address her as Aunt Bai. This Aunt Bai possesses a gentle disposition and is remarkably youthful and beautiful, treating me with great kindness. However, one evening, I stumbled upon a secret regarding Aunt Bai. While venturing out to the restroom, I heard a disturbance emanating from the dining room. Curiosity compelled me to investigate, whereupon I discovered Aunt Bai sitting alone, elegantly consuming a steak. Yet, to my horror, the piece of meat upon her plate was raw, still quivering as if it had been freshly severed from the cow and hastily placed onto the table. Recalling the sight of Bai Zhenjin delicately slicing into the sanguine steak, blood trickling down her crimson lips, a chill ran down my spine. How could an ordinary person possibly consume such bloody raw flesh? At that moment, Bai Zhenjin noticed me and, as if nothing were amiss, offered me a smile. However, her smile sent a shiver coursing through my body. Initially, I entertained the notion that Bai Zhenjin might have a penchant for bizarre dietary choices, yet the more I pondered, the more I sensed something was amiss. Moreover, during a recent bath, I discovered a palm-sized white scale in the tub, which had only been visited by Aunt Bai prior to my finding it. Thus, you suspect this stepmother might be an impostor? Wang Jingmeng inquired. Fearing for Qin Rongfeng's safety, I refrained from disclosing these matters to him. I wish to request your assistance in investigating whether Aunt Bai is indeed an impostor. Chapter 034. Aunt, you wouldn't want your secret to be discovered, would you? If Bai Zhenjin is indeed a creature of deception, then Qin Rongfeng's predicament is exceedingly perilous. Qin Yu's suspicions are not unfounded. Who in their right mind would stealthily consume raw meat in a restaurant at the witching hour, leaving their mouth smeared with blood, reminiscent of Hannibal? Moreover, the peculiar scales that Qin Yu discovered in the bathtub may also be linked to Bai Zhenjin. However, such evidence alone is insufficient to conclusively prove Bai Zhenjin's true nature. It is possible that she suffers from a rare dietary compulsion and that the scales are remnants left by a pet. Qin Yu hopes fervently that this is all a misunderstanding and that Bai Zhenjin is merely an ordinary person. Yet, if Bai Zhenjin were indeed a creature of deception, the exposure of her identity would spell doom for the entire Qin family. Qin Yu dares not reveal this to Qin Rongfeng, nor does she wish to alert the authorities and provoke suspicion. She finds herself compelled to seek assistance from Wang Jingmeng, enlisting his expertise to investigate whether Bai Zhenjin is a creature of deception. When it comes to such inquiries, Wang Jingmeng is a consummate professional. This evening, there's a family banquet, and Aunt Bai will personally prepare the meal. I would like to invite you to dine with us. To express my gratitude for curing my nightmare affliction, Qin Yu states. Your stepmother wishes to treat me to dinner? Wang Jingmeng quickly realizes that Qin Yu seeks his help to investigate Bai Zhenjin, while Bai Zhenjin herself likely wishes to assess him. Qin Rongfeng has mentioned Qin Yu's nightmare condition to Bai Zhenjin. If Bai Zhenjin is indeed a creature of deception, she would certainly deduce that Qin Yu's nightmares are linked to something monstrous. She would undoubtedly suspect Wang Jingmeng of being a spirit master. Thus, she has concocted an excuse to invite Wang Jingmeng to dinner, ostensibly to probe him, knowing that I may be a spirit master, yet still daring to invite me to dinner. Your stepmother is likely quite formidable, Wang Jingmeng muses. The Bureau of Deception Investigation is not to be trifled with. Should a creature of deception be exposed, they would face the threat of the Bureau. At that juncture, only two paths would remain, escape or death. Yet, Bai Zhenjin appears unfazed by the prospect of exposure, unless she is not a creature of deception or possesses an unwavering confidence that her true nature will remain concealed. Even from the Bureau's scrutiny, Wang Jingmeng has yet to ascertain whether Bai Zhenjin is indeed a creature of deception. Very well, I shall come by this evening. As dusk settles, Wang Jingmeng arrives at the Qin family villa on his electric scooter. Coincidentally, he encounters Qin Rongfeng returning home from work in his Rolls-Royce. Today, Bai Zhenjin is set to personally prepare the family banquet, prompting Qin Rongfeng to return home early, eager to savor her culinary skills. However, he is taken aback to learn that Bai Zhenjin has asked Qin Yu to extend an invitation to Wang Jingmeng. The previous incident involving Wang Jingmeng and his precious daughter has weighed heavily on his mind, leading him to regard Wang Jingmeng with a wary eye. As soon as Qin Rongfeng parks his Rolls-Royce and disembarks, he spots Wang Jingmeng approaching. "Uncle Qin, is my electric scooter parked safely outside?" Qin Rongfeng's expression darkens. This is the most affluent villa district in Jingzhou, with tight security. No fly could infiltrate. "Are you really inquiring about the safety of your scooter parked outside? Come in. Ye is waiting for you." Qin Rongfeng is reluctant to engage, feeling his blood pressure rising. Nevertheless, Wang Jingmeng is a guest invited by Bai Zhenjin, and he cannot afford to show him any hostility. "Young Master Wang, this way please." The butler led Wang Jingmeng ahead, guiding him through the opulent living room of the villa. Dressed in a resplendent blue gown, Qin Yu exuded elegance, her swan-like neck adorned with a platinum necklace, and her long, graceful legs encased in black stockings, reminiscent of a princess from a fairy tale, shimmering with allure. Naturally gifted with beauty, she was widely recognized as the belle of Jingzhou University. Following the awakening of her spirit master talent, Qin Yu's charm and appearance underwent a subtle transformation, rendering her even more captivating, surpassing the glamour of many film stars. As she strolled down the street, talent scouts often approached her, only to be swiftly dismissed by the bodyguards dispatched by Qin Rongfeng to protect her. Upon seeing Qin Rongfeng and Wang Jingmeng enter, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as she approached them. "Yeah, Daddy's home." Qin Rongfeng beamed at his daughter's warm welcome, his face lighting up with joy. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Yu merely greeted him before brushing past to join Wang Jingmeng. A pang of heartbreak struck Qin Rongfeng. His precious daughter had seemingly been taken away by the young man, no longer his little darling. "White Auntie is in the kitchen preparing a meal. She seems eager to see you," Qin Yu whispered, careful not to let Qin Rongfeng overhear. "Aside from what you mentioned in the green bubble, is there anything unusual about her?" "No," Qin Yu replied. White Auntie was young and beautiful, with a gentle demeanor, embodying the ideal woman. Qin Yu couldn't fathom how her father had struck such fortune in finding someone like her. She had to concede that Bai Zhenjin was indeed a flawless woman. Perhaps it was due to her wealth. Qin Rongfeng felt a deep stab in his heart as he observed his daughter sharing secrets with Wang Jingmeng, realizing she had grown up and possessed her own mysteries. Just then, Bai Zhenjin emerged from the kitchen, gracefully clad in a flowing white gown. According to Qin Yu, Bai Zhenjin was around 40 years old, yet she appeared remarkably youthful, standing alongside Qin Yu like two blooming flowers. Her long, dark hair was elegantly styled, her face resembling a polished disc, with eyes like precious jade and a delicate beauty mark adorning her lips. While both Qin Yu and Bai Zhenjin were stunning, their auras were strikingly different. Qin Yu exuded innocence, while Bai Zhenjin radiated a seductive charm. "You must be little Wang. I am Ye's aunt." Bai Zhenjin spoke with a gentle tone. "Hello, aunt," Wang Jingmeng replied, his gaze lingering on Bai Zhenjin, feeling as though his discerning eye had faltered, unable to detect any anomalies about her. There were only two possibilities. Either Bai Zhenjin was not a synthetic human, or her level far surpassed Wang Jingmeng's, rendering him incapable of perceiving any abnormalities. If she were indeed a synthetic human, she was likely of A rank or higher, potentially even S rank. Such a being would be beyond the capabilities of the local bureau. Wang Jingmeng discreetly concealed this thought, refraining from revealing his suspicions. Whether Bai Zhenjin was a synthetic human warranted further investigation. "Dinner is ready. Do sample Annie's culinary skills," she invited warmly. Dishes, vibrant in color and rich in flavor, were elegantly presented on the dining table, showcasing Bai Zhenjin's culinary skills, which rivaled those of chefs in five-star establishments. The family banquet commenced. Qin Yu naturally took a seat beside Wang Jingmeng. Bai Zhenjin warmly urged Wang Jingmeng to partake of the meal. However, Qin Rongfeng, as the head of the family, seemed like an outsider. Consumed by a sense of melancholy, he unwittingly consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. The bitter liquid burned his throat, causing his heart to ache. With each successive drink, Qin Rongfeng descended into a state of inebriation, oblivious to his surroundings. The aunt had summoned them, and the meal had been savored. "If you have something to say, now is the time," Bai Zhenjin remarked, her demeanor shifting as she turned her gaze towards Wang Jingmeng. Setting down her chopsticks, Wang Jingmeng spoke candidly. "Auntie, I trust you would not wish for your secrets to be uncovered, would you? Chapter 035. Why haven't you perished yet? Do you have any last words to convey? Qin Yu was left utterly speechless. What a dreadful line. Had Qin Rongfeng still been conscious, he would have undoubtedly kicked Wang Jingmeng out without hesitation. Wang Jingmeng, maintaining a facade of composure, scrutinized Bai Zhenjin's reaction. He remained uncertain whether Bai Zhenjin was indeed an impostor, so he decided to probe. If Bai Zhenjin was a counterfeit, no matter how skillfully she disguised herself, her true nature would inevitably be revealed. Bai Zhenjin's expression remained unchanged as she gazed deeply at Wang Jingmeng, asserting, "Believe it or not, I only desire a mundane life." "You should report this to the investigation bureau," Wang Jingmeng said. "No more pretense. I am indeed an investigator." Kira Yashikage also yearned for a simple existence. Wang Jingmeng refrained from immediate action, recognizing that this solitary statement was insufficient to prove Bai Zhenjin's duplicity. The investigation bureau required evidence to pursue impostors. Once exposed, their true identities would surface. Bai Zhenjin exuded an aura indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. If she were an impostor, she would undoubtedly rank above A-class. Yet, even an S-class impostor would be wary of revealing themselves before the investigation bureau, for the truth lay firmly in their hands. No creature could withstand the might of a Dongfeng missile. If one missile proved inadequate, two would suffice. Monsters perish when slain. Even an S-class impostor would not survive a single Dongfeng missile. In the great Dong nation, any impostor daring to show themselves would be swiftly eradicated. This held true even for S-class impostors. A decade ago, an S-class impostor from the Truth Association infiltrated Dong, intent on causing chaos. However, upon their arrival, a Dongfeng missile was promptly dispatched to greet them. Under the relentless pursuit of the Investigation Bureau, all S-class impostors met their demise in Dong. None managed to escape the clutches of the Dong nation. Following this conflict, the impostor spies lurking within Dong fled under the cover of night, hastily departing the territory. For 10 years, impostors from other nations have refrained from setting foot in Dong. This exemplifies the formidable deterrence of the Imposter Investigation Bureau. Bai Zhenjin, her demeanor composed, lifted a glass of red wine and gently swirled it, stating, "I am aware you are an investigator, but the Bureau must adhere to protocol. I am merely a frail woman. Believe it or not, I have never contemplated harming anyone." Given Bai Zhenjin's extraordinary identity, the Investigation Bureau could not apprehend her without evidence. "My mother once told me that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive," Wang Jingmeng retorted, unconvinced by Bai Zhenjin's words. While a portion of her statement might hold truth, he could not accept her claim of being a delicate damsel. He would not believe it even under duress. Qin Yu cast a surprised glance at Wang Jingmeng. "Are you the sibling of Zhang Wuji?" Yet Bai Zhenjin's assertion held merit. In the absence of proof to substantiate her as an impostor, the Investigation Bureau was powerless to act, left only to wait for her to reveal her true colors. "Perhaps we could collaborate. You are aware of the Truth Association, are you not?" Bai Zhenjin suddenly interjected. "The creature you encountered last time at Tianshui International was indeed an entity of the Truth Association." Qin Yu's pupils dilated in shock. Astonished that Bai Zhenjin was aware of events at Tianshui International, a matter she had not even disclosed to Qin Rongfeng. "Aunt Bai, you are undeniably no ordinary person. The Truth Association has already set its sights on you." As she spoke, Bai Zhenjin produced a pink remote control. Qin Yu, with a curious expression, wondered what the pink remote was for. Bai Zhenjin activated the device, and the television in the living room sprang to life, revealing a series of surveillance images. Wang Jingmeng noticed some suspicious figures appearing on the screen. Individuals of various professions, ages, and genders were hastily approaching the villa from all directions. Among them were community security guards, delivery workers, homemakers, retired elderly men, and schoolchildren. All shared a singular expression, eerily sinister and grotesque, as if possessed by malevolent spirits. Even through the screen, one could feel the chilling aura emanating from them, invoking a sense of dread. At that moment, the villa security guard spotted these figures. Just as he prepared to intervene, a delivery worker clad in a yellow uniform transformed his arm into a massive claw. The scissor-like appendage brutally crushed the guard's head. A horrifying scene unfolded, startling Chinyu. The security guard was merely an ordinary individual, utterly outmatched by these monstrous impostors. In mere moments, he fell victim to their onslaught. The surveillance footage displayed grotesquely contorted figures drawing ever closer. Bai Jinjin was not only aware that Wang Jingmeng was an investigator, but also that the Truth Association's imposters would launch an attack that very night. Yeah. Let us assist your father upstairs, she calmly stated, helping the unconscious Qin Rongfeng, her demeanor unwavering in the face of impending chaos. Oh, Qin snapped back to reality, rushing to aid in supporting Qin Rongfeng. Simultaneously, she cast a concerned glance at Wang Jingmeng. We'll leave this to Jingmeng. Vanquishing monsters is his duty. Qin sensed that Bai Junjin seemed to possess a deeper understanding of Wang Jingmeng than she did herself, akin to a centuries-old fox ensnaring the Qin family. Uncertain of whether to trust Bai Jinjin, she resigned herself to the task of guiding Qin Rongfeng to their room upstairs. At that moment, the imposters from the Truth Association had already infiltrated the villa. Their objective lay within, and they commenced by disrupting the surrounding signals to prevent the target from seeking help from the Investigation Bureau. Our target is the Bureau's rookie investigator, known as the Deathly Azura. The name, Deathly Azura, sounded ominously formidable. Suddenly, the villa's power supply was severed, plunging the entire establishment into darkness. The living room became shrouded in an impenetrable blackness. Then, pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the shadows, reminiscent of demons from the abyss. A group of imposters focused their gaze, discovering a figure seated on the living room sofa, none other than the Investigation Bureau's Deathly Azura, Wang Jingmeng. His eyes shimmered with a faint golden glow as distorted silhouettes danced before him in chaotic revelry. You are the Bureau's rookie? The Deathly Azura? Inquired the grotesque impostor who had just crushed the guard's head with his claw, his face twisted in a menacing grimace. Knowing that I am from the Bureau, why do you not perish? Is there a final word that remains unspoken? Wang Jingmeng remarked with a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking. Upon hearing this, the figure of the impostor trembled. This deceased Azura was audacious indeed. Facing such a multitude of impostors alone, he dared to exhibit such arrogance. He better possess the strength to back up his bravado. Otherwise, his demise could be quite tragic. Regardless of whether you are a fallen Azura from the Investigation Bureau, you shall not survive the night. An impostor donned in a delivery uniform lunged forward with a sinister grin, raising his pincers to crush Wang Jingmeng's skull. In response, Wang Jingmeng lifted his hand, unleashing a barrage of entropy sword chi that scattered like bullets from a machine gun. In an instant, the impostor was reduced to a mere sieve. The entropy sword chi pierced through the grotesque body, stringing together the impostors within the villa like a skewer of candied fruit. Chapter 036, Strangling the Impostor. A single stroke turns it into spicy strips. The impostor that lunged towards Wang Jingmeng exploded instantaneously, spewing forth a deluge of blood as dark as ink, riddled with dozens of gaping wounds. The volume of blood was staggering. The sword of entropy pierced through several impostors, skewering them like candied hawthorn on a stick. A noxious stench, reminiscent of rotten seafood, assaulted the senses. The floor, walls, and ceiling were drenched in the inky crimson fluid. The pungent odor was so overpowering it could suffocate a person. What foul fish and rotten shrimp! With a flick of his finger, Wang Jingmeng cleaved through the crab-like impostor's grotesque form as if it were mere paper. His brutal methods instilled a profound fear among the impostors in the living room. You were given a chance, yet it proved futile. Wang Jingmeng lifted his head, revealing a chillingly sinister smile in the darkness. The sight of his icy grin stirred a perplexing question in their hearts. Who truly is the monster here? Compared to the impostors, the fallen Azura appeared more like the villain. Humans are but meat for the slaughter. Fear not, we are numerous. Let us unite and slay him. A powerful spirit master like him must be delectable. Leave his heart for me. I desire his brain. The impostors sought to leverage their numerical superiority. The foremost woman, her eyes gleaming with malice, unfurled 8 tentacles from beneath her skirt, each adorned with an array of suction cups. The cups expelled a corrosive liquid akin to ink. As her skirt billowed, a wave of the seafood stench rushed forth. Wang Jingmeng could not help but frown. The odor was overwhelmingly intense. He beckoned with his fingers, and a razor-sharp thread sliced through the impostor's tentacles, severing them as thick as a thigh. The octopus impostor emitted a piercing, anguished shriek. At that moment, the impostor lunging at Wang Jingmeng froze, its pupils dilating in terror, as it became painfully aware of the crimson lines crisscrossing the living room like laser beams. A careless touch would result in the dismemberment of its flesh. In mere moments, the octopus impostor's tentacles lay severed. The 1,000 mechanisms thread-coiled around the impostor's neck. Tightening with ferocity, a surge of blood erupted forth, and in the next heartbeat, the impostor's head rolled from its neck, clattering to the ground at their feet. Monsters perish when slain. Strangle them, 1,000 mechanisms thread. The thread scattered throughout the living room gradually constricted, the sharp lines slicing through the impostor's grotesque body. In an instant, the impostors that had invaded the villa were reduced to mere fragments, like shattered blocks, their blood and flesh strewn across the floor. Within 5 minutes, the living room was awash with blood, littered with the remnants of the impostor creatures. Wang Jingmeng reclined on the sofa, not having shifted an inch. Upstairs, Bai Zhenjin and Qin Yu fixated on the surveillance feed. Qin Yu instinctively held her breath, her fists clenched tightly. A transcendent spirit master, dispatching ordinary D-level impostors with such ease. Was he truly a novice? A look of astonishment flickered across Bai Zhenjin's face. This is not a battle. It is a one-sided massacre. The ordinary D-level impostors are utterly insufficient to withstand Wang Jingmeng's onslaught. Releasing deep-sea merfolk grants rewards, enhancement of spiritual power. At this moment, Wang Jingmeng stands merely a step away from the realm of divine concealment, having reached the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. With the release of 2 more sea-level impostors, he is poised for a breakthrough. At that very instant, a foul stench wafted through the air. A menacing black serpent's head lunged towards Wang Jingmeng, its gaping maw aimed at his neck. Sharp, venomous fangs shot forth, spewing forth a stream of black poison. An ambush? Wang Jingmeng raised his hand and seized the serpent's grotesque tongue. With a fierce motion, he slammed it against the marble floor. Boom! The tremendous force shattered the marble beneath him. At that moment, the villa's living room resembled a war zone, a victim of demolition. Holes pockmarked the walls and ceiling. The marble tiles lay in ruins, and furniture was reduced to splinters. One could only imagine the reaction of Qin Rongfeng upon awakening to find the villa in such disarray. As Wang Jingmeng surveyed the scene, he noticed a man in a suit standing at the entrance of the living room. The man's head had transformed into a serpent S, his neck extending into a serpentine body over a dozen meters long, emerging from his tailored suit. This was a venomous black mamba. The previous D-level impostors were mere cannon fodder dispatched by the Truth Association. The true weapon was this black mamba. Its venom is formidable enough to challenge even the spirit masters of the divine concealment realm. A bite from its fangs guarantees death. The black mamba's hunting strategy involves lurking in the shadows, waiting for its prey to let down its guard before striking with lethal precision. It seizes its victim and injects venom, ensuring instant demise. Many spirit masters have fallen prey to the black mamba in this manner. However, the serpent did not expect Wang Jingmeng to detect its presence in advance. Failing its strike, it was met with a crushing blow from Wang Jingmeng. The black mamba reared its grotesque head, unleashing a cloud of black toxic mist towards Wang Jingmeng. Dare to hiss at me? How audacious! Wang Jingmeng lifted his foot and stamped down with tremendous force. Diamond Prison. An overwhelming power erupted, causing the entire villa to tremble as if an earthquake of magnitude had struck. The serpent's head was instantly crushed beneath his foot, venom and blood splattering in all directions. At that moment, a spear-like serpent tail shot towards Wang Jingmeng's chest with lightning speed. Astonishingly, even after having its head obliterated, the black mamba still clung to life. Wang Jingmeng raised his palm, his 10 fingers slicing through the air. In an instant, 10 streams of annihilation sword energy surged forth, cleaving the black mamba's body into 11 segments. I have exerted such force. Surely you cannot survive this? The vitality of these imposter creatures is astonishingly resilient. Even with its head crushed and body severed, the black mamba did not succumb immediately. Yet, it was clear that it was at death's door, teetering on the brink of demise. Wang Jingmeng raised his palm once more, unleashing 10 streams of annihilation sword energy that effortlessly transformed the black mamba into mere strips of spice. At last, it was utterly vanquished. Release the black mamba. Reward obtained. Immunity to all poisons. As the lights of the villa flickered back to life, the living room resembled a hellish inferno. Wang Jingmeng stood amidst a veritable mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood, his feet resting upon the remains of serpentine skeleton measuring several meters in length. The signal was restored. He retrieved his phone and dialed the number for the investigation bureau. Soon, the bureau's cleanup crew arrived, commencing the meticulous process of erasing all traces left by the imposter. The essence of the imposter could adversely affect ordinary individuals. Hence, they spared no fragment of flesh or blood, ensuring a thorough cleansing. It was as though nothing had transpired. However, restoring the battle-damaged living room to its former state overnight was an impossibility. At that moment, Qin Rongfeng, who had previously succumbed to intoxication, opened his eyes. Chapter 37 Collaboration. The Era of Dark Blood. Qin Rongfeng, having risen from humble beginnings to dominate the business world for many years, has constructed an immense commercial empire. It is inconceivable that he could become so intoxicated from merely a few drinks. Indeed, he is feigning drunkenness. His initial intention was to gauge the relationship between Qin Yu and Wang Jingmeng, wondering if they might take advantage of his inebriation to steal a kiss. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Wang Jingmeng's true target was Bai Zhenjin. Dear aunt, you surely wouldn't want your secrets to be uncovered, would you? Upon hearing these words, Qin Rongfeng nearly lost his composure. Isn't it so? You, my dear, have studied abroad? Haven to you? You effortlessly deliver such dreadful lines. And all in front of Qin Yu. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, intrigued by the secrets Bai Zhenjin might harbor. To his astonishment, she indeed possessed secrets unknown even to him. Qin Rongfeng decided to maintain his faade. Yet, by the end, he remained oblivious to the true nature of Bai Zhenjin's secrets. What transpired next shattered his worldview entirely. A horde of creatures reminiscent of those found in films, disguised as humans, stormed into the villa, committing acts of violence. According to Bai Zhenjin, these monsters seemed to be targeting Wang Jingmeng. Wasn't Wang Jingmeng just an ordinary university student? Who then was he? Qin Rongfeng was engulfed in confusion. Moments earlier, Wang Jingmeng had obliterated the head of a black mamba with a single stomp, causing the entire villa to tremble. He nearly found himself thrown beneath the bed. Awakening, he glanced at his phone, revealing the surveillance footage from the living room. The next moment, his pupils dilated in shock, and he inhaled sharply. Is this something a human could accomplish? The video depicted Wang Jingmeng descending like a deity, crushing the monster's skull with his foot. With a mere flick of his fingers, he unleashed 10 blades of annihilation, reducing the serpent to mere strips of jerky. Was this truly an ordinary student? Qin Rongfeng's understanding of the world shattered into countless fragments. Given his stature, he had heard whispers of spirit masters and the existence of imposter monsters, but he had never witnessed such phenomena, dismissing them as mere urban legends. How could there possibly be monsters masquerading as humans? Until today, when these creatures invaded the villa, wreaking havoc, and his daughter's classmate displayed unfathomable power. It was as if a grand door slowly swung open before Qin Rongfeng, revealing a bizarre new world beyond. Was Ye's nightmare affliction somehow connected to these monsters? He began to grasp the complexity of Qin Yu's condition, realizing why countless psychiatric experts had been unable to cure her. Yet Wang Jingmeng had eradicated her nightmares in mere minutes. If he were a demon slayer, then everything would fall into place. Wang Jingmeng had banished the nightmares plaguing Qin Yu, thus restoring her to health. If he were testing Bai Zhenjin, could it be that she too was a monster in disguise? As this realization washed over him, a chill enveloped Qin Rongfeng. At that moment, he heard soft footsteps approaching. Bai Zhenjin entered the room, only to find Qin Rongfeng sprawled on the bed, utterly unresponsive. Rongfeng, take your medicine. A fragrant breeze wafted into the room. Bai Junjin approached with the antidote, gently assisting the inebriated Qin Rongfeng in drinking the remedy. Qin Rongfeng, wary of revealing his feigned drunkenness, clenched his lips tightly, unable to partake in the medicine. It appeared he was indeed quite intoxicated. With that, Bai Junjin set down the antidote and, as she exited the room, closed the door behind her. Qin Rongfeng opened his eyes, gasping for air. At that moment, he heard Bai Junjin's voice outside. She was on the phone. Yes. Uncle Qin is inebriated beyond measure. It seems he won't awaken until tomorrow. Rest assured, he won't learn of our secret. Since we are to collaborate, we shall see it through to the end. Upon hearing this, Qin Rongfeng deduced that Bai Junjin was conversing with that rascal, Wang Jingmeng. Fortunately, Wang Jingmeng was not a monster. Although his power surpassed that of any beast, he was still human and an investigator within the system. With the investigation bureau monitoring Bai Junjin, he felt a temporary reprieve from the fear that she might indeed be a creature capable of devouring him. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Qin Rongfeng emerged from his chamber, his spirit languid and weary from a night of restless sleep. Each time he closed his eyes, he dreamt of Bai Junjin transforming into a monstrous entity that swallowed him whole. Upon entering the living room, he found Qin Yu and Bai Junjin already partaking in breakfast. To his surprise, the furniture in the room had vanished. "Father, you were quite inebriated yesterday, tossing things about and smashing the furniture." Aunt Bai had the servants dispose of the old pieces and replace them with new ones, Qin Yu confessed, a hint of guilt in her voice. A pang of sorrow struck Qin Rongfeng. Even his daughter had learned to deceive him. Yet, he understood it was a well-intentioned lie for his safety. He could only act oblivious to the situation. "I have plans with a classmate and want to be back for lunch," Qin Yu announced. "Is this classmate Wang Jingmeng?" Bai Junjin inquired with a knowing smile. "Uh-huh." Qin Yu chuckled nervously, confirming her rendezvous with Wang Jingmeng. Once again, it was Wang Jingmeng. Qin Rongfeng nearly exclaimed in frustration. "I'm off." Qin Yu hastily finished her meal, donned her sneakers, and dashed out like a fawn in the forest. At a milk tea shop near the subway station, Qin Yu sat opposite Wang Jingmeng, biting her straw. Is Aunt Bai truly a pseudo-human? It remains uncertain for now, but she harbors no ill intent towards your father. Yesterday, I found nothing unusual about Bai Junjin. However, this woman is undoubtedly complex. She is aware of the existence of pseudo-humans and spirit masters, and she knows I am an investigator of pseudo-humans. If Bai Junjin is a high-level pseudo-human, it is entirely reasonable that I could not see through her, much like a level 1 novice perceiving a boss as an incomprehensible entity. Nonetheless, I sense no malice from her. With the investigation bureau keeping a watchful eye, even an S-class pseudo-human would hesitate to reveal themselves. Thus, for the time being, Qin Rongfeng is safe. Bai Junjin seemed to possess considerable knowledge regarding the Truth Association. "What manner of collaboration does Aunt Bai propose with you?" Qin Yu could not suppress her curiosity and inquired. "She offered intelligence on the imposters in exchange for my protection of the Qin family." Wang Jingmeng discovered that Bai Junjin, for reasons unknown, was unable to take action. Thus, she had no choice but to collaborate with him. Now, she could be considered half a member of the Qin family and was also under Wang Jingmeng's protection. Wang Jingmeng suspected that Bai Junjin might be seeking her assistance to resolve certain troubles, thereby concealing her own identity. Recently, the emergence of imposters has been increasingly frequent. With a continuous rise in their numbers, this world is destined to descend into chaos, ushering in an era of darkness and bloodshed. At that juncture, no one will be able to remain unscathed. What Wang Jingmeng must do is to enhance her strength as much as possible before the arrival of this dark and bloody era. If she were to attain the power of a demigod, she would be able to navigate through the impending darkness with ease. Chapter 038, Night of Werewolf Killing. Recently, the business at the bar has been declining. Chen Wenbin, the proprietor of the blues bar, glanced at the empty seats and let out a heavy sigh. The recent turmoil in Jingzhou City, with a spate of attacks, has left the populace in a state of unease, resulting in a noticeable absence of patrons at the bar. Whispers of monster sightings and even reports of superhumans have circulated, leading to a fearful atmosphere. It feels as if only the men in black and Batman are yet to make an appearance. Various rumors abound, suggesting that Jingzhou City might as well be renamed to Little Gotham. A saying has emerged online: do not venture out after dark. As night descends, it is said that monsters come out to hunt, particularly when one walks alone. Chen Wenbin, however, dismisses these urban legends entirely. The notion that monsters emerge to prey upon humans is akin to playing a game of werewolf. He is familiar with the basic rules of this game, which divides players into the werewolf faction and the villagers. After nightfall, the werewolves select a villager to attack. Yet, reality is not merely a game. Chen Wenbin's concerns lie solely with the bar's dwindling business. Due to the pervasive urban legends, no one dares to venture out after dark, and the bar's fortunes continue to plummet. How unfortunate, Chen Wenbin muttered under his breath. Just then, the bar's door swung open, and a woman in high heels, adorned with fiery red lips, entered alongside a man in a trench coat and sunglasses, both seeking a seat. "Good evening. What can I get for you?" Chen Wenbin approached them with a welcoming demeanor. "Our red wine is quite exquisite, sourced from the Bordeaux region of France. Would you care to try some?" The woman deftly took the menu and ordered a bottle of red wine. "Certainly." The man in the trench coat nodded impassively. A glimmer of delight sparkled in the woman's eyes. The bottle she ordered costs 38,000. This transaction would yield her a substantial commission. Today seemed to be her lucky day, having encountered such a naive and affluent target. Indeed, the woman in high heels was a honey trap arranged by Chen Wenbin. With the bar's business in a slump and no one venturing out at night, she considered this a rare opportunity to profit handsomely. The moment the man laid eyes on her, he was visibly entranced, a true lecher. Once the man settled the bill, she would concoct an excuse to slip away. As Chen Wenbin poured the wine for his guests, the man in the trench coat suddenly remarked, "The moonlight tonight is rather splendid." This unexpected conversation about the moon puzzled Chen Wenbin. He glanced out the window and beheld a blood-red full moon hanging ominously in the night sky, its crimson glow casting an eerie light upon the earth. This moonlight felt unsettling indeed. Suddenly, with a soft thud, Chen Wenbin looked down to see copious drool spilling from the man's mouth, dripping onto the table. A foul stench assaulted his senses. Then, he noticed a wolf's kiss mark emblazoned upon the woman's neck. Snap! The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed, as the woman's neck was abruptly broken. A monster! The red wine in Chen Wenbin's hand slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground, splattering the crimson liquid everywhere. A wave of terror surged through him, draining the color from his face. The werewolf opened its gaping maw and devoured its prey in one fell swoop. To the werewolf, the bones of an ordinary person crunched like brittle potato chips, easily crushed. After a brief moment, the werewolf's expression shifted, and it expelled 2 chunks of silicone. It was unexpected to encounter such technology and brutality. Food safety was of paramount importance. The full moon illuminated the werewolf's eyes on nights of the full moon. He transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, his hunger intensifying. After consuming his prey, the werewolf clearly remained unsated, casting his gaze towards the bar owner. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out behind him. A silver bullet struck the werewolf's broad back, lodged firmly in his taut muscles, failing to penetrate further. Shun Lingxue and several investigators rushed forward. A glimmer of bloodlust flickered in the werewolf's cruel eyes, igniting an urge to slaughter the investigators. Yet he hesitated. The death of any investigator would undoubtedly lead the Pseudo-Investigator Bureau to pursue the matter relentlessly. Should a spirit master from the Divine Song realm arrive, the werewolf would be left with no escape. He had no choice but to suppress his bloodthirsty urges. Grabbing the incapacitated bar owner, Chen Wenbin, he fled the bar at a terrifying speed. Shen Lingxue pursued closely behind. Meanwhile, on the street, Lin Chujia, Li Yang, and Huang Jing also noticed the fleeing werewolf. "It's investigator Shun Lingxue from the Bureau. She's chasing a pseudo," Li Yang remarked. They were wild spirit masters from Jingzhou City. Upon awakening, spirit masters typically faced 2 paths: joining the Bureau for a formal position or aligning with a civilian spirit master organization for mutual support. Lin Chujie found the Bureau's regulations too constrictive and opted for the latter, enjoying greater freedom. Initially, he was meek, but as his strength grew, he became increasingly arrogant, wreaking havoc during hunts and nearly injuring innocent bystanders. The Bureau had warned him several times, yet Lin Chujie remained obstinate. With power came impunity. If we catch this werewolf, we could transcend our current limits. Once we reach the divine Song realm, we can dominate Jingzhou City, he declared. Spirit masters could rapidly enhance their cultivation by hunting pseudo-monsters, akin to gaining experience points in an online game. For them, every monster represented a valuable source of experience. However, encountering a particularly powerful pseudo could lead to the demise of the spirit master. Lin Chujie's swift rise in strength stemmed from his unconventional approach to cultivation, advancing through the hunt rather than following traditional methods. But what would happen if conflict arose with the investigators? Tensions and clashes between wild spirit masters and the Bureau were commonplace. Some spirit masters, upon gaining power, would declare their independence from convention. The Investigation Bureau imposes restrictions upon these spiritual practitioners, inevitably leading to conflicts over time. What is there to fear? In a narrow encounter, the strong shall prevail. Moreover, our adversaries are not the investigators, but rather the monstrous impostors. The Bureau will not pose any significant threat to us. With that, Lin Chujie and his companions pressed forward resolutely. In a shadowy grove, a werewolf skinned Chun Wenbin and donned his hide, masquerading as him as it made its way toward the nearby Jingzhou high-speed railway station. Its cover had been compromised. It could no longer remain in Jingzhou and needed to depart swiftly. The werewolf, assuming Chun Wenbin's identity, purchased a ticket to a distant location and entered the station. Meanwhile, Shun Lingxue tracked the werewolf to the woods. The creature had vanished. Could it have headed to the Jingzhou high-speed railway station? An investigator inquired. The station was teeming with crowds. Should the werewolf unleash carnage there, the consequences would be dire. There seems to be little cause for concern, as this area falls under the jurisdiction of Wang Jingmeng. The deceased Shura, Wang Jingmeng. Chapter 39. Hunters always appear as prey. Cursed be the Bureau of Investigation. Am I the only monster in Jingzhou? Why do they relentlessly pursue me? Chun Wenbin's eyes darkened as he noticed that the agents had not followed him. He grasped his suitcase and ventured into the high-speed railway station. Not long ago, he was merely an ordinary drunkard, frequenting bars and indulging in a life of dissipation. Until one fateful day, he awoke to find himself inexplicably transformed into a wolf demon. Since his mutation, whenever the moon ascended, the wolf demon's innate bloodlust would surge uncontrollably. On a moonless, tempestuous night, he struck at a man who had just exited a bar. The flesh of an ordinary human appeared as soft as tofu before him. With a mere swipe of his claws, he could effortlessly rend through flesh and bone. Moreover, his claws could penetrate reinforced concrete, proving to be 10 times sharper than any blade. He was akin to Wolverine from movies. Historically, the affluent relied on technology while the impoverished depended on mutation. Initially, the wolf demon, fearful of detection by the Bureau, dared only to scavenge corpses outside the bar. However, as his strength grew, so did his insatiable thirst for blood, emboldening him further. What began as a weekly hunt evolved into nightly excursions to hunt humans. Unbeknownst to him, his frequent predations had drawn the Bureau's attention, leaving clues that led them to him. Tonight, the wolf demon returned to the bar district in search of prey. At that moment, a voluptuous woman approached him, engaging in flirtation before guiding him into a bar, where she ordered an extravagant bottle of red wine costing 38,000. This woman was a honey trap sent by Chun Wenbin. He had intended to feast upon her, but before he could savor her flesh, agents lying in wait burst into the bar, interrupting his meal. Realizing he had been compromised, the wolf demon swiftly seized Chun Wenbin and fled. After slaying him, he skinned the man and consumed his flesh, adopting his guise. With his identity exposed, the wolf demon knew he could no longer remain in Jingzhou. Thus, he purchased a ticket under Chun Wenbin's name for a journey to another location. The railway station buzzed with a throng of people. Even if the Bureau agents were aware of his escape, it would be nearly impossible to pinpoint him amidst the vast sea of humanity. I've only consumed 2 individuals. With so many ordinary people in Jingzhou, what harm is there in indulging a little more? Chen Wenbin's expression twisted into a grimace. If he could devour more flesh, he would advance to the next stage of evolution. Alas, the blood he had consumed was insufficient. Encountering bureau agents meant he could only retreat with his tail tucked between his legs. Having just feasted upon 2 victims, he found it woefully inadequate for his current appetite. Once aboard the train, he could indulge in a buffet of human flesh. A cruel smile curled upon Chen Wenbin's lips. With so many passengers on the train, as long as he was discreet, he could easily feast upon a few without detection. Please cooperate with the security checks, came the announcement as he prepared for his next meal. At that moment, a young security officer clad in a blue uniform halted Chen Wenbin. Security check. Chen Wenbin furrowed his brow. All other travelers had passed through smoothly, yet he alone was singled out for a thorough inspection. Was it mere coincidence, or was someone targeting him? The individual who had detained Chen Wenbin was none other than Wang Jingmeng, whose turn it was to conduct the security checks that evening. Wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, Chen Wenbin surrendered his suitcase for inspection, knowing it contained only some clothes. However, at that instant, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from Wang Jingmeng. In the next moment, Chen Wenbin's blood began to boil. A ravenous desire surged within him like a flood unleashed from a dam, spiraling out of control. He involuntarily salivated, as if the person before him were a delicacy akin to dragon's liver or phoenix's marrow. He must consume him. A primal instinct told Chen Wenbin that devouring this human would bring him satisfaction. Above, a full moon hung high in the sky, its blood-red rays streaming through the glass ceiling, illuminating Chen Wenbin. The bloodlust erupted like a volcano. Unable to restrain himself any longer, as Wang Jingmeng inspected the suitcase, Chen Wenbin stealthily moved behind him. In the next instant, a sinister shadow loomed larger. Chen Wenbin's face sprouted countless needle-like black wolf hairs, and his mouth elongated into a sharp, menacing snout. He raised his fearsome claws, their blade-like tips flashing like lightning as they lunged toward Wang Jingmeng's unsuspecting back. If he could strike swiftly enough, he could devour this human before the investigators arrived, then escape on the train from Jingzhou. A cold, cruel smile spread across the wolf demon's face, as if he were about to rend flesh from bone and indulge in a feast. Did you think I wouldn't notice your little tricks behind me? At that moment, a calm voice pierced the air. Chen Wenbin's heart tightened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. How did he discover this? Instead of halting, Chen Wenbin quickened his pace. In the next moment, he felt a wave of black sword energy sweep past him, followed by a searing pain radiating from his claws. One of his fearsome talons was severed and flew through the air. When he regained his senses, he beheld Wang Jingmeng standing there, having cleanly severed his claw, blood gushing forth like a fountain. How could this be happening? The wolf demon appeared to forget the pain, his expression one of disbelief. Upon fully transforming into a wolf demon, his body was cloaked in tough wolf fur, his muscle density significantly increased, and his bones as unyielding as iron and steel. Even bullets from a handgun could not harm him in the slightest. Yet Wang Jingmeng, with a mere flick of his wrist, had cleaved his talon. Could this man be a monster? The wolf demon had believed himself invincible, yet he found that in Jingzhou there existed someone far more ferocious than he. Wang Jingmeng raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick. The scent of death was almost palpable. In that moment, the wolf demon felt as though he had been struck head-on by a fully loaded semi-truck, his body propelled backward like a dark shadow, hurtling away with explosive force. He flew a few dozen meters above the ground before finally coming to a halt. With a grunt, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, unaware of how many bones in his body had been shattered. His internal organs had been crushed by Wang Jingmeng's kick. Had it not been for the wolf demon's incredible vitality, he would have been killed on the spot. Even though he was still alive, the wolf demon was undoubtedly in dire straits. It was only then that he realized he had kicked against an iron plate, as if a harbinger of doom were flickering above his head. Hunters often appear in the guise of prey. The wolf demon regarded Wang Jingmeng as its quarry, oblivious to the fact that he was, in fact, the true predator. The instinct for survival compelled him to abandon his claws and flee at the fastest possible speed. As long as he could escape into the woods, there remained a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Lin Chujie, Li Yong, and Huang Jing had also arrived at the small grove outside the high-speed railway station. The investigation bureau was conducting its affairs, and unauthorized individuals were prohibited from approaching. At that moment, Shun Lingxue caught sight of them. Chapter 040, Tearing the Wolf Demon Apart, Mastering the Art of Butchery. What gives you the right to make us leave? Does this desolate wilderness fall under the jurisdiction of your investigation bureau? Lin Chujie, noticing that Shun Lingxue was merely a young girl, dismissed her with contempt. They were spirit masters, not mere human monstrosities, and in the absence of any wrongdoing, the Bureau would not dare take action against them. At worst, they would be invited for tea at the Bureau and asked to sign a guarantee. Such a reprimand was inconsequential to Lin Chujie. We are merely passing through. Even if you are part of the Investigation Bureau, you cannot enforce the law arbitrarily. Otherwise, I could file a complaint against you. Huang Jing chimed in, supporting Lin Chujie. Shun Lingxue furrowed her delicate brows, unconvinced by their claims of mere transit. She had noticed them outside the bar earlier, and encountering them here was evidently no coincidence. Their target was the wolf demon that had appeared at the bar that evening. Spirit masters could rapidly enhance their cultivation by hunting down the false beings. Yet these beings were adept at hiding within the masses of humanity. Thus, a clever idea struck Lin Chujie. By shadowing the Bureau agents, they could uncover the lurking monstrosities within the city. Even if discovered by the Bureau, the consequences would be minimal, perhaps only a verbal warning. However, this time, they were caught red-handed by Shun Lingxue, fearing that their presence might hinder the Bureau's operations. She insisted that they depart. However, Lin Chujie, having followed her for so long, was not about to relent. Do not say I did not warn you. If you interfere with the Bureau's enforcement, it will not merely be a simple warning, Shun Lingxue cautioned. Lin Chujie, upon hearing her warning, remained unfazed. We are merely passing through. How could we obstruct your enforcement? Do not wrongfully accuse us. Shun Lingxue's expression darkened as she repeated. The Investigation Bureau is conducting a case. Unrelated personnel must leave immediately. Investigator Shun, what a show of authority. Do you intend to resort to violence? An investigator striking someone. Lin Chujie scoffed, incredulous that Shun Lingxue would dare to act against them. Moreover, even if a conflict ensued, he was not intimidated by her capabilities. At that moment, a disheveled figure plummeted from the sky, crashing down not far from Shun Lingxue. The impact was so tremendous that it created a deep crater in the ground. As Shun Lingxue focused her gaze, she realized it was the wolf demon, bloodied and battered, who had fled the bar after committing murder. One of its claws was severed, and its mouth was smeared with blood, presenting a pitiful sight, akin to a stray dog by the roadside. The sudden turn of events startled Lin Chujie and his companions. The wolf demon bore a look of abject terror, as if it had seen something profoundly horrifying. It was injured, a prime opportunity. A glint of greed flickered in Lin Chujie's eyes. If he could slay the wolf demon before Shun Lingxue could intervene, he would have a chance to break through to the divine concealment realm. Achieving that level would grant him immense power in Jingzhou, and the Investigation Bureau would be powerless against him, at most issuing a reprimand. Opportunities are always entwined with risks, and he was determined not to let this chance slip away. Lin Chujie acted decisively, striking the wolf demon with a single blow. However, his blade became lodged against the creature's bones. With a swift swipe of its claw, the wolf demon sent Lin Chujie flying. Witnessing this, Li Yong and Huang Jing joined forces to attack, yet their efforts failed to inflict any mortal wound on the beast. At that moment, the wolf demon's pupils dilated in terror, as if it had encountered a mortal enemy. In the next instant, beneath the moonlight, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing the wolf demon to the ground. Before Shun Lingxue stood a young man clad in a blue uniform. It was he. Shun Lingxue recognized Wang Jingmeng from a previous encounter at the Investigation Bureau. The wolf demon attempted to struggle, but a massive hand emerged from the shadows, seizing its skull and forcefully slamming it against the rocks. The impact shattered the stone, Lin Shujie observed the ferocious wolf demon being toyed within Wang Jingmeng's grasp, instinctively retreating a step to avoid collateral damage. So resilient, indeed. Under their horrified gaze, Wang Jingmeng gripped the wolf demon's body and pulled it apart. With a resounding rip, he tore the creature in two. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. No matter how robust the wolf demon's vitality, being split in half meant certain death. After all, I exerted such force, it couldn't possibly survive. Release the moon shadow wolf demon. Reward. Butcher's art. Wang Jingmeng glanced at the carcass, instantly comprehending the distribution and structure of its flesh, bones, and tendons. With a single strike, he could separate the monster's limbs, cleaving it into 18 pieces. Those familiar with the art of killing understand that while taking a life is trivial, dismembering it is a challenge. With the butcher's art, he would no longer need to worry about his blade getting stuck in the bones of his victims. Once Wang Jingmeng dispatched the wolf demon, he heard a collective gasp. Turning to look, he found Lin Shujie and the others wearing expressions of sheer terror, their faces pale and legs trembling. Sensing impending doom as Wang Jingmeng's gaze fell upon them, Lin Shujie instinctively sought to retreat. "Did I permit your departure?" A cold voice inquired. Lin Shujie's vision blurred, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Jingmeng stood directly before him, casting a towering shadow over him. "Was it you who claimed the investigator struck you?" As the words left Wang Jingmeng's lips, Lin Shujie's face drained of color. In that moment, he realized Wang Jingmeng's true identity. He was the deathly Shura of the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau. "What do you intend?" Lin Shujie stammered. "We were merely passing through. We meant no interference with the Bureau's duties." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Shujie transformed into a fleeting shadow, propelling himself backward, crashing into several trees. The splintering trunks fell upon him, causing him to cry out in pain. He had not anticipated Wang Jingmeng's immediate assault. He hadn't even perceived how Wang Jingmeng had struck before he found himself on the ground. "Do you still claim the investigator wronged you?" A calm voice echoed. Lin Shujie felt a wave of metallic sweetness in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Just as he was about to explain himself, a large hand seized him and brought him closer. "I ask you, has the investigator wronged you?" Lin Shujie was paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a word. "Look me in the eye, you wretch." "And no," he stammered. "Then you are admitting to obstructing the investigator's duties?" Lin Shujie's lips turned pale. He was caught in a dilemma, unable to either confess or deny, feeling utterly trapped. At that moment, regret consumed him, immense regret. Since awakening as a spirit master, Lin Shujie had enjoyed an unbroken string of successes, encountering no setbacks, which had inflated his ego to the point of dismissing even investigators. Yet, one cannot tread the shore without getting their shoes wet. Tonight, he had run afoul of Wang Jingmeng's gun and was taught a harsh lesson. "Let Brother Jie go, or I will file a complaint against you for excessive force." Huang Jing, seeing Lin Shujie suffer at Wang Jingmeng's hands, immediately stepped forward. Shen Lingxue cast a peculiar glance in her direction. "To dare threaten a complaint of excessive force. You possess quite the audacity." Chapter 041. You say I enforce violence? Here I am. Yet you are unhappy. Wang Jingmeng brandished his red certificate, pressing it against Huang Jing's face with an impassive expression, stating, "Take a good look at my name. Do not lodge a complaint erroneously." His hand gripped Lin Shujie's neck like a vice, gradually tightening. The specter of death loomed, overwhelming him like a relentless tide. In that moment, Lin Shujie felt as though his neck would snap, the sensation of suffocation washing over him, accompanied by an encroaching terror. He never anticipated that he would encounter the living embodiment of death, Wang Jingmeng, on this fateful night. When misfortune strikes, it seems even drinking water can lead to trouble. Prior to this encounter, Lin Shujie had heard various rumors about the fearsome Shura of death, yet he had dismissed the notion that such a formidable presence could exist in Jingzhou. Awakening his spirit master talent less than a month ago, he had thought that dispatching false beings would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Well, ludicrous thought. Thus, initially, Lin Shujie had regarded the investigator with disdain. However, reality delivered a harsh lesson. It was only when he witnessed Wang Jingmeng tear apart a wolf demon that he realized the rumors bore truth. Recognizing the gravity of his predicament, Lin Chujie attempted to flee, but it was already too late. "Let go, Brother Jie." In a moment of desperation, Huang Jing recklessly struck out at Wang Jingmeng, lifting her foot to kick at his head. The power of a spirit master far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Although she lacked Lin Chujie's strength, kicking through a watermelon was still a trivial feat close her mouth. In a blink, Wang Jingmeng seemed to transform into an extraordinary beast. Lunging at Huang Jing, startled by his terrifying aura, she instinctively slowed her movements. With deliberate intent, his fist, as large as a sandbag, struck Huang Jing's flat abdomen, causing her to arch her body like a boiled shrimp and turning her face crimson. Bang! In the next instant, Huang Jing was hurled away like a sandbag. By the time Shen Lingxue processed what had occurred, she found herself lying on her back, unconscious, her vision fading to black. Youthful bodies possess remarkable resilience, allowing one to fall asleep at a moment's notice. You speak of violent enforcement. Here I am, and yet you are displeased. With no power to back her bravado, she resembled a giant infant, foolishly believing herself a fairy untouchable by others. It was unclear what she hoped to achieve. Wang Jingmeng shook his head and turned to address them. "Kneel. I have a question for you." Thud! Thud! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chujie and Li Yang knelt before Wang Jingmeng. "I was wrong. I truly was wrong. It was my foolishness that led me to disrespect the investigator. I beseech you to grant me another chance. I will apologize to Investigator Shen." Thud! 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 Lin Chujie immediately bowed 3 times to Shen Lingxue. At this moment, he was genuinely terrified. One cannot impart knowledge without experience. After enduring a brutal beating, Lin Chujie had finally learned his lesson. "How did you discover this false being?" Wang Jingmeng inquired, pointing at the corpse of the wolf demon. The wolf demon, having devoured countless flesh and blood prior, was inherently ferocious and possessed considerable strength. Yet, before Wang Jingmeng, it lay like a mere stray dog on the roadside. Not long ago, we heard about a disappearance on Bar Street, which we suspected might be linked to the so-called foemen. Thus, we decided to venture there in hopes of uncovering some truth. That very night, we witnessed the werewolf demon committing murder. Subsequently, we discreetly followed the creature, uncovering its true identity. His name is Su Tian, an ordinary drunkard who, at some point, transformed into a bloodthirsty monster. After dusk, he prowls Bar Street, hunting humans and feasting upon their flesh and blood. Lin Chujie dared not conceal anything and candidly recounted the events. Thus, Su Tian was originally human, though the reasons behind his metamorphosis into a foam monster remain unknown. Wang Jingmeng was taken aback. He had long pondered the origins of these foe beings. Despite the Investigation Bureau's apprehension of numerous foemen, their numbers continued to swell rather than diminish. Now, the answer to this enigma began to surface. Some foe beings are, in fact, ordinary individuals who have undergone mutation. Much like Su Tian, is it genetic mutation or perhaps a reversion to ancestral traits? The transformed foe beings retain their former habits during moments of lucidity, leaving even their closest companions unaware of their monstrous transformation. Although they appear identical to ordinary humans on the surface, beneath that facade lies a savage beast. Their essence has undergone a cataclysmic change, rendering them unable to control their cannibalistic instincts. On the 3rd day after our discovery of Su Tian, a mysterious individual sought him out on Bar Street. This enigmatic figure seemed well acquainted with Su Tian's secrets. Su Tian, fearing extortion, engaged in a confrontation with him, only to be utterly defeated. The mysterious man effortlessly subdued Su Tian, now a werewolf. He spared Su Tian's life, leaving behind merely a business card before departing. After this enigmatic visitor left, Su Tian tore the card to shreds and discarded it, but we managed to recover the remnants. As he spoke, Lin Chujie produced a card that had been reassembled with glue. The white card bore only 5 words, Beast Club. Beyond this, we had no further leads. Shen Lingxue retrieved a plastic sealing bag to encapsulate the card, intending to bring it back to the Investigation Bureau for analysis. We truly did not intend to obstruct the Bureau's operations. Lin Shujie attempted to argue, but Wang Jingmeng dismissed his pleas, instructing Shun Lingxue to take them back to the Bureau under charges of obstructing justice. Should the charges stick, Lin Shujie would find himself joyfully picking up soap in prison. After Shun Lingxue escorted the three away, Wang Jingmeng dialed Qin Yu's stepmother's number. "You little rascal, why aren't you out on a date with Ye? It's quite late for you to be calling me, Annie." In the villa's room, Bai Zhengzheng wore a violet lace-trimmed nightgown, her long, graceful legs crossed as she swirled a glass of red wine, jesting. "Aunt Bai, I discovered a faux man at the high-speed train station, and he possessed a card from the Beast Club. Do you know anything about this Beast Club?" Wang Jingmeng inquired directly. "The Beast Club? I have indeed heard of it. It is the work of a group of filthy, lowly beings, hardly worthy of notice. However, the proprietor of this club possesses a certain degree of influence, albeit lacking intelligence." Bai Zhenjin was indeed aware of the existence of the Beast Club, yet from her perspective, she regarded it with disdain. To her, the pretentious individuals associated with this club were nothing more than a pack of savage, bloodthirsty creatures, unworthy of any significance. "If you wish to investigate the Beast Club, I possess means to help you infiltrate it. However, I cannot guarantee your safe return. The members of the Beast Club are akin to bloodthirsty monsters, much like the wolf demon. To these ferocious creatures, a spirit master is merely a convenient delivery." After ending the call, Qin Yu emerged, wrapped in a bath towel, drying her damp hair. "Aunt Bai, who were you speaking with on the phone? Your voice sounds quite familiar," Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. "It was Wang Jingmeng calling," came the reply. Qin Yu was immediately taken aback. Wang Jingmeng was calling her father's girlfriend at such a late hour. What could he possibly want? Chapter 042, B Senior. Could it be that Wang Jingmeng has a fondness for mature women like Aunt Bai, who is significantly older? But Aunt Bai is his father's girlfriend. She might even become her stepmother in the future. Qin Yu's mind was a whirlpool of confusion, leading her to indulge in a flurry of wild thoughts. She vowed never to send Wang Jingmeng any more photos of her legs unless he apologized. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Qin Yu received a magnificent bouquet of roses, a staggering 999 red roses. Nestled among the blossoms was a card. As she opened it, she discovered an address, Peninsula CAF. Had it been little Wang who sent the flowers so early in the day? Just then, Bai Zhenjin approached, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she beheld the roses in Qin Yu's hands. Ahem. Qin Rongfeng, who was sipping soy milk, nearly choked, his expression souring. That Huang Mao, Wang Jingmeng again. Yet, he still had a conscience. Qin Yu huffed, her mood brightening. Returning to her room, she took a photo of her long legs clad in black stockings and sent it to Wang Jingmeng via the green bubble message. "I'm heading out now. 10 o'clock at Peninsula CAF. Let's meet without fail." Meanwhile, just awakening, Wang Jingmeng opened his phone to find a striking pair of black legs. At 10 a.m. sharp, at Peninsula CAF, Qin Yu was seated by the expansive glass windows on the second floor, clad in a stunning blue spaghetti strap dress, resembling a vibrant landscape. Yeah, you finally decided to meet me," exclaimed a man in a suit with a sitter-part hairstyle, his face brimming with excitement as he approached Qin Yu. Upon hearing his voice, Qin Yu furrowed her brow. "Zhao Heng, why are you here?" As she looked up, she recognized the man before her as Zhao Heng, the president of the student council at Jingzhou University. A year her senior, Zhao Heng was considered her upperclassman at the university. He was also the heir to the Zhao group, his family background only slightly less prestigious than Qin Yu's, far superior to that of an ordinary student. During orientation, Zhao Heng had pursued Qin Yu fervently from the moment he laid eyes on her. During military training, he brought her coffee and milk tea, and every morning, his sports car awaited her at the dormitory, its trunk overflowing with roses. Had she been an ordinary girl, she would have succumbed to his romantic advances long ago. However, Qin Yu had firmly resisted his affections, rejecting every gift and bouquet he presented. Undeterred, Zhao Heng persisted in his pursuit, hoping to win her heart with sincerity. To his surprise, Qin Yu had indeed arrived. Yeah, did you like the flowers I sent?" Zhao Heng asked with a gaze full of emotion. It was then that Qin Yu realized the roses she had received in the morning were from Zhao Heng, as was the invitation to Peninsula CAF. I'm sorry, Senior Zhao Hong, but we're not very familiar. Please, just call me by my name from now on, Qin Yu replied coldly. Seeing Zhao Hong, she stood up, intending to leave. Yeah, I've ordered your favorite iced Americano. Since I've already ordered it, it would be a waste if you don't drink it, he said, handing her a cup of iced Americano just as a large hand seized Zhao Heng's iced Americano. Startled, Zhao Hong looked up to see an extraordinarily handsome young man consuming his drink with fervor. Wang Jingmeng downed the iced Americano, feeling a refreshing chill that made him shiver involuntarily. Why are you drinking my iced Americano? Zhao Hong exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, never having encountered such brazen audacity. You even snatch a cup of iced Americano. Since Qin Yu isn't drinking it, rather than let it go to waste, I might as well enjoy it. Especially since I'm thirsty, Wang Jingmeng replied with unapologetic confidence. Zhao Hong, rendered speechless, wore an expression of utter incredulity. Senior Zhao Hong, is there any iced Americano left? I'm still a bit thirsty, Wang Jingmeng inquired. Zhao Heng's expression darkened immediately. What? You little rascal, are you going to keep taking advantage of me? Wang Jingmeng, what a coincidence. Are you working here as a waiter? Zhao Hong glared at Wang Jingmeng, enunciating each word. Wang Jingmeng was the heartthrob among the freshmen at Jingzhou University, a figure of admiration within the school. However, Zhao Hong did not perceive him as a rival. Given his own privileged background, Wang Jingmeng, an ordinary student, posed no threat. Zhao Hong initially intended to belittle Wang Jingmeng in front of Qin Yu, but to his surprise, she stepped forward, stating, "He has been waiting for me." With that, she nestled close to Wang Jingmeng like a little bird. You too? Zhao Hong inquired. Indeed, just as you imagined. We've already met each other's parents. Qin Yu spoke the truth. However, to Zhao Heng's ears, it sounded different. He was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the goddess he had pursued for so long had apparently settled for the scruffy-haired boy. Could it be that good looks granted one free rein? Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Yeah, I know you're using Wang to provoke me on purpose. Am I correct? Zhao Hong felt he had unraveled the entire scheme. It's all a fade. They could not have possibly met each other's parents. Qin Rongfeng was notoriously protective of his daughter, and he would never consent to Qin Yu dating Wang Jingmeng. Wang Jingmeng found Zhao Heng's assumptions rather amusing. To dissuade Zhao Hong, Qin Yu took Wang Jingmeng's hand and placed it on her thigh, clad in sheer black stockings. Wang Jingmeng's body tensed. Haji Yue, are you serious? He involuntarily began to touch her leg. My hand, I can't control my hand. Zhao Heng's face darkened, forcing a strained smile as he said, Yeah, please, don't jest. I want to believe it. Qin Yu pinched the back of Wang Jingmeng's hand, signaling him to behave. We have things to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Zhao Hong, enjoy your drink. With that, Qin Yu grasped Wang Jingmeng's hand and began to depart. As Wang Jingmeng brushed past Zhao Hong, he whispered, Senior Zhao, your tail is showing. Zhao Heng's pupils constricted suddenly, and he instinctively turned to glance back. Junior, you truly have a knack for humor. Zhao Heng forced a grim smile. Upon exiting the Peninsula CAF, Qin Yu mounted Wang Jingmeng's bicycle, and with a swift push of his leg, he propelled them forward. Seated at the back, Qin Yu unexpectedly collided with his back. Foul! Wang Jingmeng muttered under her breath. A flush of embarrassment rose to Qin Yu's cheeks. At that moment, Zhao Heng's voice resonated from behind. Yeah, I cannot live without you. Curiously, Wang Jingmeng turned her head, only to see Zhao Hong sprinting after his bicycle. What the predicament? He exclaimed, expertly maneuvering through a drainage ditch, leaving Zhao Hong far behind. Just then, a black sedan halted beside Zhao Hong. The driver stepped out. Young master, lunch has been prepared for today. Zhao Hong lifted his head, his expression transforming into one of chilling indifference and malice. The driver opened the car door to reveal a woman, tightly bound and thrust into the compartment, her face etched with terror. A strange crimson glimmer flickered in Zhao Heng's eyes as he entered the vehicle. Chapter 043. The Beast Club in a speeding sedan. Zhao Hong, having finished his lunch, dabbed at the corners of his mouth, wiping away the remnants of blood. Scattered across the seat were several blood-stained fragments of cloth. This avaricious woman had regarded Zhao Hong as a means to acquire wealth, only to find herself ensnared in his jaws, becoming his meal, flesh and bones consumed whole. After indulging in this sanguinary feast, Zhao Heng's insatiable thirst for blood began to subside. "How was today's luncheon, sir?" inquired the driver, focused on the road ahead. "Merely mediocre, a paltry fill," Zhao Heng replied, his expression devoid of warmth. Since his transformation, ordinary humans had become his quarry, gracing his dining table. Initially, he required a hunt merely once a week, but now he found himself in need of fresh blood and flesh nearly every day to quell his ravenous impulses. However, as his thirst intensified, the flesh of commoners no longer sufficed to satiate his appetite. Only a spirit master could fulfill his desires, yet they were not so easily subdued. Moreover, Zhao Heng harbored fears of being discovered by the Bureau of Inquisitors. Should his identity as a faux human be revealed, he would have no choice but to flee, for remaining in the capital would lead only to his demise. During this period, he had been clandestinely seeking information on spirit masters. It was only recently that he discerned the aura of a spirit master emanating from Qin Yu. To his astonishment, his beloved Qin Yu was indeed a spirit master, recently awakened and unable to conceal her presence, an unexpected gift from the heavens. Thus, Zhao Heng presented her with a bouquet of roses and invited her to a CAF on the peninsula. To his surprise, Qin Yu accepted the invitation, albeit seemingly unprepared to find Zhao Heng awaiting her. However, this was inconsequential. Zhao Heng was aware of Qin Yu's lack of interest in him. What he desired was solely her physical form. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a pristine white business card. The Beast Club had sought him out after his transformation into a man-eater, extending an invitation for him to join their ranks. Only upon joining did Zhao Heng realize that the club's members were all aberrations like himself. The monsters established this club with the intent of collaborating in their hunts, their prey being none other than spirit masters. Each month, the creatures of the club would convene to host a grotesque feast, sharing the spoils of their captures. The hierarchy within the Beast Club was rigidly structured. At the pinnacle was the tiger, for it is said in folklore that among a tiger's offspring, one must be a fierce beast. Below the tiger were the lion, wolf, fox, leopard, and other predators. In this club, the higher one's status, the greater the share of the prey. At every feast, the tiger would partake first, with the remnants being allocated to the next tier of beasts. The lowest-ranked creatures, such as cats and dogs, were left to scavenge the leftovers. Naturally, Zhao Heng had no desire to subsist on the scraps left by other monsters. To gain formal membership in the club, he must slay a spirit master, thereby earning his place at the feast alongside his fellow hunters. However, Zhao Heng's ambitions extend far beyond this. He aspires to ascend step by step to the pinnacle of the food chain. The Beast Club operates under the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Only those with sufficient power can stand atop this chain, indulging in the offerings provided by lesser beings. The means by which these lesser beings enhance their strength is through the consumption of spirit masters. The more they consume, the quicker their power escalates. The highest-ranking member of the Beast Club, Biao, has devoured an unfathomable number of victims, rendering him extraordinarily formidable. With a single bite, he can eliminate a spirit master. Even experts of the divine concealment realm are no match for him. At this thought, Zhao Heng's heart ignited with fervor. Once he consumes Qin Yu, his strength will amplify. Yet, Zhao Heng did not anticipate the sudden interference of Cheng Yaojin. Wang Jingmeng thwarted his plans, allowing Qin Yu to evade his grasp. Cursed be this interloper. If it weren't for Wang Jingmeng, Qin Yu would already be my prey. Zhao Heng's expression darkened, his murderous intent surging within him. Young master, could Wang Jingmeng also be a spirit master? The driver inquired. Zhao Heng shook his head. I added a potion to that iced Americano. If he were a spirit master, he would certainly have reacted. The potion is ineffective against ordinary individuals, but can suppress the powers of spirit masters. Wang Jingmeng finished the iced Americano in one gulp, remaining lively and unscathed. Zhao Heng was convinced he was merely an ordinary person. In 5 minutes, I want all information on Wang Jingmeng. Since he wishes to meddle, let him take Qin Yu's place as my quarry. Zhao Heng spoke coldly. Not only Wang Jingmeng, but also his friends and classmates would not be spared. I can't shake the feeling that Senior Zhao is somewhat off. His gaze is terrifying, akin to a wolf in a zoo. Sitting on the back of Wang Jingmeng's bicycle, Qin Yu grew increasingly uneasy. Her instincts warned her that this Senior Zhao was exceptionally dangerous. Did you notice? He added something to that iced Americano, Wang Jingmeng remarked nonchalantly. Upon taking a sip, he detected the added substance. However, his unique constitution rendered the potion ineffective against him. Qin Yu paused, slowly realizing he poisoned the iced Americano. Are you all right? One must not generalize the constitutions of individuals. A trivial poison, I could flush it out with ease. Suddenly, the bicycle came to a screeching halt, and Qin Yu stumbled. What are you doing? Oh no, there's a red light ahead, Wang Jingmeng stated defiantly. Why would he poison the iced Americano? Isn't he afraid I would report him? Qin Yu felt a chill. If not for Wang Jingmeng's timely intervention, she might have already fallen into Zhao Heng's clutches after consuming that drink. Such poison would be undetectable even if reported. Are you suggesting Senior Zhao is a lesser being? Qin Yu gasped in shock, feeling as though she were surrounded by monsters. Her father's girlfriend was suspected to be a lesser being, and the senior pursuing her at school was also one. Perhaps even among her closest friends and classmates, there existed hidden threats. Qin Yu felt a chilling sensation at the nape of her neck and instinctively retracted her petite foot. Thankfully, at least Wang Jingmeng and Qin Rongfeng could not be imposters. Recently, Jingzhou had been tumultuous. It was wise to refrain from venturing out after dark. Qin Yu nodded, adopting a demeanor of obedient composure. After escorting Qin Yu home, Wang Jingmeng pedaled his bicycle with fervor, racing towards the high-speed train station. His velocity was such that it elicited gasps from drivers along the route. Goodness, are you trying to ascend to the heavens with that speed? Startled drivers raised their middle fingers in a jesting salute to Wang Jingmeng. Upon arriving outside the high-speed train station, Wang Jingmeng's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he noticed an unfamiliar number and pressed the answer button. The voice of Zhao Heng echoed through the receiver. Wang, if you wish to avoid any unfortunate incidents, it will be prudent to keep your distance from Ye. You are not from the same world. Zhao Heng spoke in a tone laced with menace. Wang Jingmeng chuckled. I had expected Zhao to behave like the wealthy second-generation heirs on television, throwing money at me to distance myself from Qin Yu. Ah, so you indeed desire financial compensation. Name your price. How much will it take for you to leave Ye? Zhao Heng responded straightforwardly. 300 billion. I will depart from Qin Yu immediately. Wang Jingmeng's outrageous demand caused Zhao Heng to sputter the red wine he had just sipped. What? The driver could not help but interject, young master. He is mocking you. Chapter 044. Revenge is not delayed. Are you toying with me? Zhao Heng ground his teeth, emitting a series of grating sounds. Veins bulging on his forehead. A cruel glint flickered in his eyes, and he harbored murderous intent towards Wang Jingmeng. The total assets of the Zhao Group were merely 300 billion, yet Wang Jingmeng audaciously proposed 300 minor targets, clearly mocking him. Ever since his transformation, anyone daring to toy with him had been torn to shreds and consumed. Zhao Heng's murderous rage surged. In his extreme fury, a dense layer of black first sprouted from his arms. His face elongated into a sharp visage, revealing rows of menacing wolf-like fangs. Is there any need to say it? I am indeed mocking you. I trust Zhao Shuzhong will not be angered. Wang Jingmeng retorted coldly, showing no pretense. The emotions of lowly impostors were notoriously unstable, and their twisted minds easily revealed their true colors upon provocation. On the other end of the line, the sound of grinding teeth echoed. Zhao Heng was about to shatter his own teeth in rage. I assure you, you will come to regret this. Zhao Heng growled into the phone, his tone dripping with undisguised menace. Why is Zhao Shuzhong angry? I am young and may have misspoken. If I have offended you in any way, come and kill me then. Wang Jingmeng abruptly hung up, denying Zhao Heng the chance to retort. Upon hearing the initial part of the conversation, Zhao Heng had thought Wang Jingmeng was about to back down, but the abrupt twist reignited his fury. With a crack, his fierce claws crushed his luxurious golden smartphone. Not long after Wang Jingmeng hung up, a van suddenly barreled towards him. A group of men in black emerged from the vehicle, encircling him with a threatening demeanor. Are you Wang Jingmeng? The young master has business with you. Come with us. I advise you against calling the police, lest you suffer bodily harm. The leading thug cracked his knuckles, a cold smile directed at Wang Jingmeng. If one were to assign blame, they could only fault this unfortunate lad for crossing paths with Zhao Heng of the Zhao group. Known for his pettiness, Zhao Heng left no one who offended him unscathed. Call the police? No need, for I am the police, Wang Jingmeng replied calmly. What? The thug barely comprehended the words before he found himself propelled backward, having been kicked several meters away, crashing heavily into the van. The other thugs involuntarily swallowed hard. Wang Jingmeng's kick had sent their leader flying, leaving them in shock. Where did this monster come from? Wasn't Wang Jingmeng just an ordinary student? Altogether now, seize him. At that moment, a burly man with a sinister expression charged forward, claws protruding from his hands, aiming to seize Wang Jingmeng with ferocity. A glint of savagery flickered in his eyes as a wave of bloodlust enveloped the scene. The man lunging at Wang Jingmeng transformed into a grotesque creature, half dog, half human. A grotesque canine head fell from the neck, the headless body collapsing to the ground, its legs twitching involuntarily as blood gushed forth like a fountain. Recognizing the adversary as a counterfeit being, Wang Jingmeng felt no compulsion to show mercy. The counterfeit must perish. Witnessing this scene, the counterfeit beings that had charged towards Wang Jingmeng abruptly halted, frozen in place. The speed of Wang Jingmeng was so astonishing that they could scarcely comprehend what had transpired before the dog's head was severed. Withdraw quickly, shouted a few counterfeit beings as they scrambled into a van in an attempt to flee. However, before the vehicle could even start, a wave of annihilating sword energy descended. Before such force, the van was as fragile as tofu, cleaved into several pieces in an instant. The monstrous counterfeit beings inside were rendered asunder, their bodies scattered, lifeless beyond recovery. Wang Jingmeng took out his phone and dialed the investigation bureau. 5 minutes later, the agents arrived to secure the scene. Within the van, they discovered a business card for the Beast Club. The counterfeit beings that had come to apprehend Wang Jingmeng were low-ranking members of this club. At that moment, a limping classmate named Kai Su approached. Wang Jingmeng observed that his clothing was torn into strips, barely covering his vulnerable areas. His body bore bruises and scratches, particularly evident on his face. Although he appeared to be in a dire state, these were merely superficial wounds. Disinfect, and a tetanus shot would suffice. Did you get robbed? Wang Jingmeng inquired. A van suddenly blocked my path, and a horde of counterfeit beings descended upon me, Kai Su stammered. These individuals were utterly unscrupulous, leaving me battered and even biting me. Fortunately, I fought back with all my might and managed to drive them off. If I hadn't awakened my talent and become a spirit master, I truly would have been no match for those fiends. Kai Su wore an expression of frustration. He had not provoked anyone and could not fathom why these lunatics targeted him. It was evident that these counterfeit beings had been dispatched by Zhao Heng. Not only did Zhao Heng intend to deal with Wang Jingmeng, but he also sought to eliminate those close to him. However, Zhao Heng had underestimated the resilience of Kai Su. Those counterfeit beings were sent by Zhao Heng, Wang Jingmeng remarked. Who? That pretentious fellow? Why is he after me? Kai Su Guetstin Bui. Because he is a counterfeit. Upon hearing that Zhao Heng was a counterfeit monster, Kai Su recoiled in shock. Do you wish to seek vengeance against Zhao Heng? Of course. I have long held disdain for that arrogant fool, Kai Su exclaimed, striking a nearby utility pole in frustration. Wincing from the pain, Zhao Heng failed to capture his target. He will undoubtedly hunt again tonight. I will take you to exact your revenge. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold, while a rogue's is pursued relentlessly. Wang Jingmeng believed in swift retribution. After requesting a day off from the station master, Wang Jingmeng led Kai Su to a women's lingerie store. Dream brother, why have you brought me to a lingerie shop? Kai Su asked, perplexed. To buy black stockings. I regard you as a brother. It is not about attire, but rather a mask to conceal your visage. Wang Jingmeng provided Kai Su with a pair of thick black stockings, explaining, if the impostors catch sight of your face, it will lead to trouble. Thus, you must remain masked. As a novice spiritual master, Kai Su represents a prime target for these impostors. Therefore, he must shroud his identity. Ah, Kai-Su finally grasped the situation and donned the black stockings upon his head, resembling a robber from the silver screen. Mingo, why aren't you wearing one? He inquired. I possess a mask, Wang Jingmeng responded, producing a black Wukong mask he had long prepared. I too wish to wear a mask. Subsequently, he procured a chicken mask from the neighboring toy store and affixed it to his face. Chapter 045: Infiltration and the Crisis Under Nightfall. Sir, there has been no news from the individuals sent to capture Wang Jingmeng. They must have failed. The driver of Zhao Hong spoke with a grave expression. If they were discovered by the Counterfeit Investigation Bureau, it would spell trouble. Inside the executive suite of a five-star hotel, Zhao Heng's temples throbbed as he smashed his fist onto the dining plate before him, shattering it into fragments. To think that they could not manage even a mere university student. It was utterly disgraceful. Zhao Hong had initially devised a plan to capture Wang Jingmeng and subject him to a slow torment, allowing him to experience true horror and despair. However, not only had they failed to seize the individual, but all of his subordinates had also vanished without a trace. Zhao Heng's breathing grew increasingly labored, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes bloodshot, his mouth elongated, and saliva dripped uncontrollably from his lips. The insatiable bloodlust coursing through his veins was on the verge of eruption. Food! I need food! The driver hastily presented a plate of fresh, bloodied steak. Zhao Hong devoured the steak whole, yet his hunger remained unquenched. The mere beef could no longer satisfy his ravenous appetite. He desired to feast. Zhao Hong opened his phone and carelessly selected a name from a list of escort messages. Come to the executive suite on the 30th floor of the Empire Hotel immediately. Sir, why the rush at just 7 p.m.? A voice crackled through the speaker, belonging to a girl named Schwer. Why the questions? Just come, Zhao Hong replied impatiently. Sir, I'm not really available today, Schwer hesitated. Recalling what her peers in the escort circle had mentioned about Zhao Heng's penchant for administering drugs and indulging in perverse acts, causing her fear to bubble within her. 10,000 yuan. If you don't come, I'll find a Zhu. To Zhao Hong, it mattered not who arrived. They were merely sustenance for his hunger. Wait, I'll be there right away, Schwer quickly responded, motivated by her desire for a limited edition handbag, just 10,000 yuan short. She resolved to endure whatever Zhao Hong had in store, convincing herself it was merely a bite from a dog. Spraying on perfume, she prepared to leave. However, as she opened the door to her rented room, a group of uniformed law enforcement officers appeared before her. Are you Li Shuet? We are from the Public Security Bureau. Shun Ling Xue, accompanied by the officers, intercepted Li Schwer. With a thud, Li Schwer's bag slipped from her shoulder and fell to the ground. Officer, this is my first time doing this. Please give me a chance, she pleaded. Did someone just message you to go to the hotel? Shun Ling Xue inquired, her true target not being Li Schwer, but rather Zhao Hong. The Bureau had already monitored Zhao Hong's phone and surmised his intentions for the night. Thus, Shun Ling Xue had taken the initiative to stop Li Schwer. Yes, sir just told me to go to the hotel to keep him company, Li Schwer confessed, unable to conceal the truth. Zhao Hong is a perverse murderer. You'll be in danger if you go, Shun Ling Xue warned, causing Li Schwer to gasp in shock. She was aware that Zhao Hong had a penchant for drugging others, yet she never anticipated that he was a deranged serial killer. Had it not been for the arrival of the Security Bureau, she might have unwittingly walked into a trap. Subsequently, the security personnel took Li Schwer away, with Shun Ling Xue stepping in to meet Zhao Hong at the hotel in her stead. Zhao Hong had never seen Li Schwer in person, and the photos she usually posted online had been meticulously edited to the point where even her mother could not recognize her. 20 minutes later, Shun Ling Xue, assuming the identity of Li Schwer, arrived at the Imperial Hotel and ascended to the 30th floor via the elevator. This establishment was part of the Zhao Group's portfolio, and Zhao Hong was the hotel's heir, with the security staff being his subordinates. Should any investigators appear at the hotel, they would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, Shun Ling Xue approached Zhao Hong under the guise of Li Schwer, intending to infiltrate and conduct her search. Meanwhile, Wang Jingmeng and Kai-Su found themselves on the rooftop of a building opposite the hotel. Brother Meng, isn't Zhao Hong at the hotel across? Why are we here? Kai-Su could not help but inquire. The Imperial Hotel is owned by the Zhao Group. As soon as we enter, we'll be under surveillance. In a 5-star hotel, one must swipe a room card to use the elevator, making it impossible to slip in without leaving any trace of our identity. If we leave any identification, the Zhao Group will surely uncover it. So, how do we get across? Are we supposed to walk on a tightrope? Kai Su asked, bewildered at the thought of traversing such a distance to the building opposite. Do you wish to become an aerial acrobat? Ding dong. The elevator doors opened, and Shun Lingxue stepped out in her high heels, approaching the door to knock. The door creaked open, revealing a pitch-black interior where visibility was non-existent. Heng Xiao Schwer. As Shun Lingxue entered the room, the door snapped shut behind her with a click. Suddenly, a menacing shadow loomed behind her. Drip, drip. Saliva fell onto the carpet, and a foul odor permeated the room. In the darkness, a massive claw lunged toward Shun Lingxue. She swiftly sidestepped, evading Zhao Heng's ambush. Drawing a compact and exquisitely crafted handgun from her handbag, she fired a shot at the sinister figure. Bang! The bullet struck Zhao Heng in the chest. He felt a sharp pain as it penetrated his muscle, lodging against the bone. You're not Schwer. Who are you really? It was at that moment that Zhao Heng realized the woman who had entered his hotel room was not the escort he had sought on WeChat. Shun Lingxue offered no reply, relentlessly pulling the trigger in his direction. Though the bullets could pierce Zhao Heng's flesh, they failed to inflict any fatal harm. It's useless. Zhao Heng sneered, the pain igniting a feral rage within him. No matter who you are, you want to escape tonight. In the darkness, his figure flickered and he advanced upon Shun Lingxue, raising his claw to tear her apart. In response, Shun Lingxue lifted her leg and executed a sweeping kick. Her long legs struck Zhao Heng's body with the force of a scythe. The powerful impact surged through the room. Zhao Heng felt the force emanating from his body, and his expression changed dramatically. You are a spirit master? A pair of blood-red wolf eyes illuminated the darkness, glinting with a hint of bloodlust. As his power increased, ordinary individuals no longer satisfied Zhao Heng's appetite. This spirit master was merely a convenient delivery waiting to be claimed. Today is indeed my fortunate day. Zhao Heng grinned savagely. Consuming this spirit master would allow him to evolve once more, enhancing his status within the Beast Club. Just then, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The glass of the hotel room shattered explosively. Both Zhao Heng and Shun Lingxue, locked in their fierce struggle, halted abruptly, their eyes widening in astonishment as two peculiar figures burst through the window before them. One wore a black horse mask, while the other donned a chicken mask. No way. Are you jesters summoned by a monkey? Chapter 46, Fight to the Death. The 30th floor of the hotel. Outside, the wind howled ferociously, while an eerie silence enveloped the room. Zhao Heng and Shun Lingxue halted simultaneously, their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld the Black Horseman and Chicken Brother crashing through the shattered glass. It was imperative to note that they were on the 30th floor. How had they managed to arrive here? Kai Su Shepan Grip Wang Jingmeng Dai Li. His legs still trembled with weakness. He was well aware of Wang Jingmeng's formidable strength, yet he never anticipated that she could soar through the air. In an instant, she had traversed hundreds of meters, akin to the soaring wings of a character from a novel. The might of a dozong was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, his grasp was firm. Had she ascended and then fallen, the outcome would have been nothing short of catastrophic. The lights of the room flickered to life, revealing a creature that was half man, half wolf. At that moment, Zhao Heng had fully transformed into a werewolf. A coarse layer of black first sprouted from his body, his mouth elongated into a sharp snout, revealing serrated, menacing fangs. His hands had morphed into gigantic claws, each talon glistening with lethal sharpness. Under the moonlight, the beastly eyes of the wolf demon glowed with a bloodthirsty gleam, and a wave of ferocious, sanguinary aura rushed forth. Is this really Zhao Heng? What has he become? Kaisu et kalim in belai. Upon hearing this, Zhao Heng's expression shifted dramatically. You know who I am, Zhao Heng? By your tone, are you classmates from Jingzhou University? Kai Su, gripped by fear, swiftly sealed his lips, anxious that Zhao Heng might deduce their identities. Regardless of who you are, knowing my secret means death. Zhao Hong brandished his claws, forcing Shen Lingxue back, and abruptly redirected his assault towards Kai Su. He targeted Kai Su primarily because his aura was the weakest among the three, a ripe fruit easily plucked. A wild wolf instinctively hunts the most vulnerable prey. The sudden attack startled Kai Su. Instinctively, he raised his hand, unleashing a sphere of spiritual light. Zhao Heng's gaze sharpened. What an unusual ability. Like a heavy hammer, the sphere struck Zhao Hong, halting his advance. Just then, Zhao Heng's driver burst in, accompanied by hotel security. Eliminate them. Zhao Hong wiped the blood from his mouth. The commotion was too loud and would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau. He needed to act swiftly. By devouring these three spirit masters, he could undergo further evolution and grow even stronger. Zhao Heng's driver transformed, white fur sprouting from his body, his ears becoming pointed, and a white tail emerging from his back, instantly morphing into a white-furred fox. The hotel security personnel followed suit, shedding their human FA aids to become monsters with canine heads and human bodies. Shen Lingxue was taken aback, realizing the extent of Zhao Heng's allies. This was a grave predicament. What should they do now? Kai Su had not anticipated Zhao Heng's reinforcements, causing his heart to race and his palms to sweat with anxiety. At that moment, a pseudo-human monster lunged at him, its gaping maw poised to tear him apart. Kai Su was startled. After all, he was merely a fragile university student. Should one be bitten by such a creature, even the rabies vaccine would be of no avail. Do not come any closer. With a swift retreat, Ji Gun narrowly evaded the attack, directing the luminous orb to strike the monster's face. Bang! The creature was sent flying, emitting a woeful wail. Shen Lingxue drew a handgun from her possession and fired a shot at the monster's head. Bang! The pseudo-being's skull burst apart like a ripe watermelon, splattering red and white all around. Zhao Hong bore a sinister expression, taken aback by their formidable resistance. What truly instilled fear within him was the man donning the Black Horse mask. His aura surpassed that of Ji Gu and Schwer combined. Despite Zhao Heng's numerical advantage, a horde of pseudo-beings surged forward, encircling the trio. Shen Lingxue found herself in a precarious situation. With limited ammunition, she faced the looming threat of being overwhelmed by the creatures, leaving her at their mercy once her bullets ran dry. Meanwhile, Kai Su also faced perilous circumstances, having barely repelled a few of the advancing monsters. Get down! Wang Jingmeng's voice rang out. Without hesitation, Kai Su dropped to the ground, his trust in Wang Jingmeng unwavering. Recognizing Wang Jingmeng's voice, Shen Lingxue immediately followed suit. Zhao Hong furrowed his brow upon hearing the familiar sound, an unsettling sense of recognition washing over him. In the next moment, Wang Jingmeng raised his hands, fingers dancing like a pianist's, conjuring a deadly melody. Countless strands of entropy-slicing sword energy erupted forth, instantaneously piercing through the pseudo-being's forms, reducing them to mere sieves, akin to the relentless fire of a Gatling gun. Blood gushed forth from the fallen creatures. Thud! Zhao Hong knelt on one knee, a massive, gaping wound now visible on his chest, revealing the wall behind him through the gash. In a single strike, the pseudo-beings surrounding him were obliterated, leaving him on the brink of death. Who truly is the monster? In that moment, Zhao Hong felt as though his great-grandmother was beckoning him. Who are you? The voice of the man in the Black Horse mask sounded hauntingly familiar, yet remained elusive in his memory. No sooner had he thought this than Zhao Hong launched a sudden assault, his vicious claws aimed directly at Wang Jingmeng's throat. Even a telephone pole would succumb to his talons, as if it were mere tofu, let alone flesh and blood. Even a spirit master would perish if their throat were crushed. Moreover, spirit masters are typically fragile, possessing high offense but low defense, making it implausible for them to withstand his onslaught. He had to consume this man. Greed glimmered in Zhao Heng's eyes, yearning to sink his teeth into flesh and savor the taste of blood. Yet, in the next instant, his claws halted a mere 5 centimeters from Wang Jingmeng's throat. A hand had gripped his fearsome talons, rendering him utterly immobile regardless of his efforts. Then came a sharp crack. The resounding sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. Zhao Heng's claws were shattered by Wang Jingmeng's strength. What kind of monstrous power is this? Zhao Heng gasped in pain. Young master, you must flee. I will hold him off. The driver of Zhao Heng shouted and lunged towards Wang Jingmeng. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Heng hastily fled the room, racing towards the hotel exit in a frantic escape. Can you stop me? A flash of crimson light appeared. Zhao Heng's driver plummeted from midair, his body severed in two by a red line sharper than steel, blood gushing forth like a blooming flower of death. Zhao Heng has fled. I will pursue him. Shun Lingxue sprang to her feet, darting in the direction Zhao Heng had taken. Outside the hotel, torrential rain poured down, enveloping the entire city in a shroud of water. The pattering rain washed the streets, sweeping away all impurities into the sewers. On a dimly lit, desolate street, heavy breaths echoed. Zhao Heng clutched the gaping wound in his chest, his pallid face illuminated by the downpour as he fled for his life. The rain masked his scent and traces. At that moment, a mysterious figure in a suit, holding a black umbrella, appeared before the beleaguered Zhao Heng. Upon seeing this newcomer, Zhao Heng felt an unexpected surge of joy. Chapter 047, Confronting the Leopard Spirit Head-On. Mr. Kai, amidst the torrential downpour, Zhao Heng, desperately fleeing for his life, felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Zhao Kai was an operative of the Beast Club, a formidable force among the C-class pseudo-beings. Zhao Heng had witnessed Zhao Kai slay a powerful spirit master and escape unscathed from the clutches of the Investigation Bureau. Once Zhao Kai took action, the three spirit masters privy to his secret were doomed. However, the Beast Club was not known for its benevolence. To enlist the aid of the club's operatives, a hefty price must be paid. The Zhao Group would need to relinquish at least 1/3 of its assets to the club. Yet, nothing was more precious than his own life. Should he perish, what good would hundreds of billions in assets be? Even if the club demanded a king's ransom, Zhao Heng had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept their terms. Young Master Heng, the club has received your distress signal, Zhao Kai stated, holding an ebony umbrella, his expression devoid of emotion. My identity has been compromised. 2 men and a woman, all spirit masters, are pursuing me. The injuries I bear were inflicted by them. The 2 men wear masks, obscuring their features. I suspect they are students from Jing University, and they recognize me. The woman is an outsider. I encountered her when I ordered takeout at the hotel. Zhao Heng's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, his appearance truly pitiful. His claws were broken, and a gaping wound marred his chest, blood gushing uncontrollably. If not for his driver intervening, he would have already met his demise. That woman and the man wearing the Chicken Brother mask are of mediocre strength, but beware of the one in the horse-face mask. He possesses terrifying power. Zhao Heng cautioned. He naturally hoped Zhao Kai could eliminate Wang Jingmeng and the others. Should Zhao Kai fall, he would have no explanation to give to the club. He has coming. Zhao Heng's pupils dilated, and his body instinctively trembled as he beheld a figure donning a great sage mask soaring towards him. He can fly. It dawned on Zhao Heng how Wang Jingmeng and Kai Shugong had crossed over from the adjacent building. Mr. Kai, be cautious. He possesses more than just this ability. Zhao Heng warned, sensing a grave threat. If even Zhao Kai could not withstand him, the situation would certainly be dire. I understand. Young Master Heng, you must leave. The club has accepted the Zhao Group's funds and is obligated to ensure your safety. As Zhao Heng fled, Kai Shugong and Shun Lingxue immediately pursued him. In a flash, Zhao Kai intercepted them with terrifying speed. Shun Lingxue barely registered a blur before her eyes, a fleeting shadow eluding her grasp. She could not even discern Zhao Kai's afterimage, let alone match his velocity. By the time she reacted, a razor-sharp claw was poised at her throat, the keen edge piercing her skin. Just as Zhao Kai's claw was about to pierce Shun Lingshue's throat, a large hand emerged from the curtain of rain. Seizing the nape of Zhao Kai's neck, a wave of overwhelming power surged forth. Wang Jingmeng seized Zhao Kai by the nape of his neck and forcefully slammed him to the ground. The impact was thunderous, sending water splattering everywhere as the rain-soaked pavement absorbed the force. Zhao Kai's face created a dent in the road, blood mingling with the rainwater as it flowed forth. Witnessing Zhao Kai being intercepted by Wang Jingmeng, Shun Lingxue and Kai Su continued their pursuit in the direction Zhao Hong had fled. In the next moment, Zhao Kai suddenly twisted his body, unleashing a flurry of lethal glints that sliced through the air, aiming for Wang Jingmeng's throat. In an astonishing transformation, Zhao Kai shed his human guise, a layer of pale yellow first sprouting forth as his hands morphed into feline pads, claws shooting out like blades from within. He was, in fact, a leopard spirit. It was no wonder his speed was terrifyingly swift, surpassing even that of a racing car. Once he set his sights on prey, escape was nearly impossible. Zhao Kai's claws swiped across Wang Jingmeng's neck, yet the anticipated scene of severed flesh did not materialize. Instead, the leopard spirit's strike merely left 3 vivid red gashes on Wang Jingmeng's neck, glaringly conspicuous. Wang Jingmeng brushed his hand over the marks, which healed at an astonishing rate, leaving no scar behind. Stunned by this sight, Zhao Kai found himself momentarily dazed. Typically, spirit masters were known for their high attack but low defense, their human forms easily crushed before the might of pseudo-monsters. Zhao Kai could effortlessly sever the neck of an ordinary spirit master or rip open their chest to extract the heart. Yet against Wang Jingmeng, his methods proved futile. Wang Jingmeng's physical resilience far surpassed that of an average person, endowed with a grotesque regenerative ability. Even a severed neck could instantly mend itself. Who then was the true monster? Zhao Kai's mind wrestled with this perplexing thought. A powerful, elongated hand shot out like lightning, pinning Zhao Kai firmly to the ground. The leopard spirit's terrifying speed was curtailed, forced to engage in a direct contest with Wang Jingmeng, each testing the limits of the other. Green light flickered in Zhao Kai's eyes, an almost tangible aura of murderous intent surging forth as he glared intently at Wang Jingmeng. "What are you staring at so intently?" Wang Jingmeng questioned, his knuckles cracking as he formed a fist. With a punch the size of a sandbag, he struck Zhao Kai. The sound of breaking bones echoed ominously. In pain, Zhao Kai let out a low growl, raising his claws to viciously swipe at Wang Jingmeng's side. The claws tore through Wang Jingmeng's athletic wear, leaving behind 3 bloody marks across his abdomen. "Try to go for my kidney, are you?" Wang Jingmeng retorted, pressing Zhao Kai down with a sinister grin as he raised his fist. His iron-like punches fell upon the leopard spirit like a relentless downpour. With each strike, blood erupted, splattering onto the mask of the great sage he wore. Wang Jingmeng's fists rained down like a storm, unyielding and continuous. Zhao Kai fought desperately, his legs kicking in a futile attempt to break free, struggling to catch his breath. Initially, he resisted fiercely, clawing at Wang Jingmeng with wild abandon. However, his struggles soon weakened. After several blows, Wang Jingmeng had pummeled Zhao Kai into a near unrecognizable form. His ribs, hip bones, humerus, and skull were all shattered beyond repair. With a final punch, Zhao Kai was forcefully plunged into the pit, from which a plume of azure smoke erupted. Release the shadow leopard. Reward obtained. Shrink the earth. As Wang Jingmeng rose to his feet, his sports jacket lay tattered in shreds upon his body, revealing his chiseled abdomen resembling iron. The intersecting claw marks upon his skin gradually faded. In mere moments, they had completely healed. Subsequently, Wang Jingmeng took a step forward, instantly shrinking the distance. It was akin to teleportation as he materialized at the end of the street. The city was adorned with towering edifices, and miscalculating his distance while shrinking could easily result in a collision with the walls. At that moment, Kai Su and Shun Lingxue returned, disheartened. "Zhao Hong has escaped." Kai Su lamented. Just as they were on the verge of catching up to Zhao Hong, a car had arrived to whisk him away. They found themselves unable to outpace 4 wheels with merely their 2 legs, forcing them to retreat. The one who rescued Zhao Hong must be from the club. Rest assured, he cannot evade capture. I have connections. As he spoke, Wang Jingmeng retrieved his phone and dialed Brother Kai's number. "Brother Kai, please issue a false wanted notice. Zhao Hong, male, 20 years old, 3rd-year student in the management department at Jingzhou University. Chapter 048, The Silver Party Without Me. Have you heard? Zhao Hong is on the wanted list." The following noon, Qin Yu opened her phone to find a campus group buzzing about Zhao Heng, with over 99 messages popping up in a mere moment. Zhao Heng, the president of the student council, is a prominent figure within the school. His misfortune undoubtedly sparked intense discussions among the students. However, no one anticipated that Zhao Heng would find himself on the official wanted list. Qin Yu wore a complex expression. She had just seen Zhao Heng the day before, and how could he have transformed into a fugitive overnight? Could it possibly be related to Wang Jingmeng? At this moment, the group chat was in chaos, with an array of rumors circulating wildly. What could Zhao Heng have done to warrant an official manhunt? Whispers flew that Zhao Heng was a perverted serial killer, having murdered several female delivery riders who came to the hotel. How shocking! Zhao Heng truly was a monster. He had even pursued the campus beauty, Qin Yu, but thankfully, she had declined his advances. Who would have known he was capable of such heinous acts? My father works at the Public Security Bureau. He mentioned that Zhao Heng attempted to commit a crime last night and was caught in the act, injuring a law enforcement officer during his escape. A reward of 50,000 yuan was offered for any information leading to Zhao Heng's whereabouts. With charges of murder and assaulting an officer, Zhao Heng's life seemed irrevocably ruined. Has the Zhao Group not intervened on his behalf? Alas, the Zhao Group is struggling to maintain its own stability. I've heard that the authorities have dispatched personnel to the Zhao Group for scrutiny. The Zhao Group, which rose to prominence through real estate, is entangled in several violent demolition cases, which are now being revisited. The Zhao Group is in dire straits. Students in the campus group expressed their dismay. Zhao Heng had previously been the epitome of a wealthy heir, the successor of the Zhao Group. In the blink of an eye, he had plummeted to the status of a fugitive. Qin Yu exited the group chat and promptly sent a voice message to Wang Jingmeng. Is Zhao Heng truly a monster? Now that his identity is exposed, will he come seeking revenge on you? Qin Yu's tone was laced with concern. He lacks the courage. Wang Jingmeng replied instantly. Someone came to his aid at the club last night, allowing him to escape. However, the current Zhao Heng is like a frightened bird. Even if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't dare to show his face. Under the immense pressure from the investigation bureau, revealing himself would be his end. What does the club do? Qin Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. The members of his club are all akin to Zhao Heng, beast-like monsters. The varieties of these monsters are astonishing. The investigation bureau has documented hundreds of types, and that merely scratches the surface. The members of the club embody the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Only the strongest beasts are entitled to stand at the pinnacle of the food chain, feasting upon the prey captured by others. Wang Jingmeng continued. Zhao Heng must have already recognized you as a spirit master. It is highly likely that he has disclosed your identity to the club. Initially, Zhao Heng refrained from revealing your identity because he wanted to monopolize the spoils. If the club were to discover it, he would lose his share. But now, the situation has changed. Zhao Heng, the imposter, has had his identity revealed and has become a target of the investigation bureau. The Zhao Group is on the brink of collapse. Once Zhao Heng loses his value, he will undoubtedly be discarded by the club. Therefore, Zhao Heng must demonstrate his worth to the club, and he is likely to divulge information regarding Qin Yu's identity as a spirit master. Wang Jingmeng advised her not to venture outside until Zhao Heng is apprehended. That evening, after Qin Yu had finished her dinner, a guest arrived at her home. Miss, there is a visitor outside who wishes to see you. He claims to be your classmate, the aunt informed her. All right, I understand. During the summer break, classmates often visited, so Qin Yu was accustomed to it. She slipped on her shoes and walked to the villa's entrance, only to find a man wrapped in bandages standing before her. Zhao Heng. Qin Yu's heart raced. She was astonished that he dared to brazenly come to the Qin residence. It appears you are already aware. Zhao Heng observed her expression, realizing she knew of his wanted status, his demeanor becoming increasingly sinister. You should leave quickly, or I will call the police. Qin Yu discreetly sent a message to Wang Jingmeng. Zhao Heng is at my house. Zhao Heng smirked, since you have seen through my facade. I need not pretend to be the good senior any longer. Tonight, I shall ensure you experience an unforgettable evening. In the next instant course, dark fur sprouted from his arms, and his face elongated grotesquely, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs. Come with me, or I will devour every member of the Qin family. Zhao Heng chuckled wickedly, his eyes transforming to a blood-red hue. He aimed to avoid drawing the attention of the investigation bureau, thus threatening Qin Yu with the lives of her family to compel her compliance. Even though Zhao Heng had been severely injured by Wang Jingmeng, he was still not someone an ordinary security guard could handle. With no other options, Qin Yu had no choice but to acquiesce to his demands. Very well, bid farewell to your parents, Zhao Heng sneered repeatedly, unaware that Qin Yu had secretly sent her location to Wang Jingmeng. Under the cloak of night, a car drove towards the outskirts of Jingzhou. Qin Yu sat in the back seat, her face etched with anxiety. Where are you taking me? To the Beast Club. Tonight, you shall be the centerpiece of this grand feast. There will be a bloody banquet at the club, and you are the main course. At this moment, Zhao Heng had completely lost his sanity. With the investigation bureau on his tail and the Zhao group nearing its demise, only the club could offer him refuge. Having been exposed as an imposter, he discarded his pretense, manifesting before Qin Yu in a monstrous form to coerce her into following him. An hour later, the vehicle slowly entered a brightly lit mansion. This was the headquarters of the Beast Club, the 100 Beasts Manor. Miss Qin, we have arrived, the driver, clad in a suit and white gloves, opened the door for her. Under the moonlight, the howls of wolves echoed from the mountains. Meanwhile, Wang Jingmeng had already pinpointed Qin Yu's location. Moments ago, Qin Yu was conversing with Zhao Heng in the car, while the phone remained in a continuous state of communication. Zhao Heng's words had already been intercepted by him. You're going to the party without me. Wang Jingmeng donned a great sage mask and deftly pressed a chicken brother mask on a Kai Su's face. Kunkin, let us depart. Huh? Kai Su, still in a daze, was suddenly seized by Wang Jingmeng, who soared into the air with astonishing speed towards the villa. Menga, slow down. A panicked voice echoed from the sky, resembling a wailing specter. Meanwhile, the Bureau of Pseudo-Human Investigation was swiftly mobilizing, preparing for a decisive strike. Chapter 049, The Revelry. Tonight's banquet is truly lively. Li, adorned with a fox mask, surveyed the club members present, taking a sip of the Bloody Mary in his glass, rolling his eyes in delight. All participants wore beast masks, concealing their true identities. It was rumored that Zhao Heng had brought a woman as the main dish for the evening. Beside Li Yi, a figure in a black cat mask remarked, Zhao Heng? Isn't he being pursued by the Bureau of Investigators? Even the Zhao group behind him is on the verge of collapse. Li Yi swirled his glass of red wine, sneering in the past. Zhao Heng flaunted his status as a wealthy heir, acting quite arrogantly. We are all imposters here. Why put on such airs? The Beast Club is governed by a strict hierarchy, adhering to the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Zhao Heng merely comes from a better background. In terms of strength, he is but a stray dog. Zhao Heng is audacious indeed, dining at the Zhao Group's hotel and even ordering takeout, completely disregarding the investigators. The members of the club shared a collective disdain for Zhao Heng, reveling in his misfortune. Suddenly, Li's attention was drawn to a figure entering the banquet hall. Squinting, he observed a man in a chicken mask timidly stepping inside, cautiously glancing around, exuding an aura of weakness. Noticing that all the club's imposters were masked, Kai Su let out a quiet sigh of relief, though his conspicuous mask drew the attention of some. Stay alert. Don't lose face, Wang Jingmeng patted his shoulder, advising him. In such a setting, the more feeble one appeared, the more notice they attracted. Kai Su straightened up, instinctively touching his mask, fearing that if it fell off, it would spell disaster. At that moment, a club director approached. Ladies and gentlemen, before we serve the main course, please enjoy some appetizers. As he spoke, platters of appetizers were presented before the imposters. The dishes were replete with glistening, sanguine entrails, the pungent scent of blood wafting through the air. Upon seeing the gruesome delicacies, the club's monstrosities lunged forward to indulge, their mouths stained with crimson. The scene was nothing short of horrifying. Why aren't you eating? Is the appetizer unpalatable? Li Yi, behind his fox mask, inquired coldly, a peculiar gleam flashing in his eyes. Kai Su, realizing he could not escape, reluctantly grabbed a piece of fatty intestine from the platter and took a bite. Instantly, his face darkened visibly, and he retched. This intestine is raw. Someone actually eats raw intestine. The commotion attracted the attention of several impostors. One in a yellow dog mask looked over, disdainfully remarking, "Pathetic. Not even daring to eat blood sausage." The club only accepted the strong. The weak were destined to become fodder on the dining table. Among the impostors, a brutal phenomenon of mutual devouring existed. In this club, those lacking strength were condemned to become mere sustenance for the powerful. Such is the cruelty of existence. Kai Su resembled a husky that had inadvertently infiltrated a pack of wolves, exuding an aura of weakness that drew the attention of the yellow dog. However, Wang Jingmeng was not one to indulge him. "What foul-mouthed mongrel is this?" Upon uttering these words, Wang Jingmeng swiftly delivered a powerful kick aimed at the yellow dog. Before the assembled onlookers could react, the yellow dog transformed into a mere blur, propelled several meters away by the force of the blow. He was sent crashing to the ground like a sandbag, the impact resulting in an unknown number of broken bones. His chest caved in, leaving behind a dark footprint. The yellow dog, choking on blood, emitted a pitiful wail. He had not anticipated Wang Jingmeng's sudden aggression, nor had he expected that a single kick could come perilously close to ending his life, akin to dispatching a stray dog by the roadside. Observing the yellow dog still writhing in agony, Wang Jingmeng expressed mild surprise. "After such force, how is it that you still draw breath?" In the next instant, his form vanished from sight. With a swift movement, he reappeared before the yellow dog, lifting his foot like a battle axe and preparing to strike down. "Stop! My boss is Li Fei. He will not let you off lightly." Panic and dread danced in the yellow dog's eyes. Had he known that the masked figure would strike with such ferocity and strength, he would never have dared to provoke him. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Wang Jingmeng's foot descended like a cleaver, cleaving the yellow dog in two, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. The yellow dog let out a final whimper, succumbing to death. A fierce aura enveloped the scene. The onlookers within the club were unfazed. The survival of the fittest was a fundamental principle among their kind. Conflicts leading to mutual slaughter were not uncommon. In the harsh environment, alliances were formed for survival, a means of seeking warmth in a cold world. Li Fei is here. At that moment, the crowd parted, revealing a gaunt figure adorned with a wolf-dog mask. Li Fei glanced at the severed body on the ground. As his right hand gradually enlarged, 5 razor-sharp claws extending forth. With a swift motion, he extracted the heart of a fellow, consuming it as one would an apple, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Youth has no price. Brothers are savored like delicacies. I shall remember you. Li Fei pointed a clawed finger at Wang Jingmeng, his voice gravelly. What followed was the club's traditional event, beast fighting. The club's director, devoid of expression, announced the proceedings. The curtains of the banquet hall parted, illuminating the scene with blinding light. A beast fighting cage emerged before the spectators. Within this arena, victors claimed all, while the vanquished tasted the dust. Beast fighting was a time-honored tradition of the club. The stronger one was, the higher their status. The scent of blood excited the senses of the onlookers, unleashing their inherent savagery and bloodlust, their emotions soaring as if on the brink of ecstasy. Thus began a raucous revelry, gradually unfolding before them. Li Fei was the first to step into the beast-fighting arena, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone in the club became electrified, adrenaline surging through their veins, their bodies trembling with excitement. Li Fei had entered the arena. Whom would he challenge? It was undoubtedly the individual who had just slain Huang. This figure, wearing a horse mask, possessed formidable strength. But did the club truly harbor such a character? A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Simultaneously, the investigation bureau's convoy sped towards the 100 Beast Villa, led by Captain Li Chongkai of the Jingzhou Pseudo-Person Investigation Bureau. Accompanied by Luo Tianwu, dozens of investigators were fully armed, bracing for action. Wang Jingmeng sent a message indicating that he had successfully infiltrated the club, where over 100 pseudo-people were convening. Should his identity be exposed, he would find himself in a perilous situation. The urgency was palpable. Immediate fire support was essential. Luo Tianwu stated with a serious demeanor. However, Shan Lingxiu, who was driving, felt that if Wang Jingmeng's identity were to be revealed, it would be the club's pseudo-people who would be in danger. The combat team was prepared and ready for deployment at a moment's notice. Li Chongkai wore a grave expression. According to the intelligence received by the Investigation Bureau, there existed a ruthless and powerful B-level pseudo-person within the club. In the arena, Li Fei raised his claw, pointing at Kai Su, who stood beside Wang Jingmeng. I challenged this individual wearing the chicken mask. Kai Su, bewildered, raised his hand and pointed to himself, exclaiming me. Chapter 050, The Most Potent Support, Kuan Yuan's Sound Domain. Everyone assumed that Li Fei intended to challenge Wang Jingmeng, but little did they know that his target was Brother Ji. Upon further reflection, this was indeed within the realm of reason. One tends to choose the softest fruit to squeeze. Kai Su exuded an aura of weakness, clearly a soft persimmon ripe for the picking. While Li Fei harbored a desire to eliminate Wang Jingmeng, he lacked absolute confidence in his ability to do so. In the brutal environment of the survival of the fittest, being injured could often equate to death. Li Fei did not dare to take the risk of being harmed or even killed by confronting Wang Jingmeng. Thus, he opted for the weakest opponent. Since Wang Jingmeng had slain his underling, Li Fei resolved to kill Kai Su. He aimed to shred Kai Su into pieces within the beast fighting arena. You need not enter the arena. The investigators are on their way. Li Chongkai had just messaged Wang Jingmeng, urging him to hold on a little longer. Kai Su hesitated momentarily, but then shook his head. Brother Meng, I cannot always hide behind you. I do not wish to be a burden. A strained smile forced its way onto his face, his palms sweating with anxiety. Kai Su yearned to become as formidable as Wang Jingmeng, to stand alone as a capable spirit master, rather than remain a mere appendage, passively awaiting victory. Moreover, there would inevitably be times when Wang Jingmeng was unavailable. One day, he would have to confront the threat of the pseudo-beings on his own. Kai Su's talent for cultivation was rather mediocre. If he wished to grow stronger, he could only rely on himself. Without the courage to face the pseudo-beings head-on, he would forever be a burden. With this resolve, Kai Su took a deep breath and strode toward the beast-fighting arena, though his legs trembled slightly with each step. Previously, he had merely observed from the sidelines, watching Wang Jingmeng vanquish monsters. Now, it was his turn to take the stage. It was impossible for him not to feel nervous. You can do it, Wang Jingmeng reassured, patting the shoulder of young Kai. With him backing him up, Kai Su would face no mortal peril. If it came to worst, they could always turn the tables. No one would dare to partake at their table. With a click, the gate of the arena locked behind Kai Su. It would not open until a victor emerged. I never expected a weakling like you to have the audacity to step in here. Have you contemplated how you wish to perish? Li Fei snarled, utterly dismissive of Kai Su. The weak were destined to serve as the strong's meal. The instant his words fell, Li Fei surged forward, claws bared, aiming directly for Kai Su's heart. Even when battling a mere rabbit, one must employ full strength. Li Fei would not show mercy merely because his opponent was weak. Rather, he would employ even more brutal and ruthless methods to ensure the kill. This was also Li Fei's way of demonstrating his prowess to Wang Jingmeng. However, just as Li Fei was about to extract Kai Su's heart, the latter did not flinch. Instead, he pivoted and collided into Li Fei's embrace, his shoulder crashing heavily against Li Fei's chest. The force was tremendous. A look of surprise crossed Li Fei's face as he was unexpectedly knocked backward, crashing against the iron cage. Bewildered, he wondered, what kind of martial arts is this? At that moment, the ethereal energy surrounding Kai Su pulsed rhythmically, producing a sound akin to countless strands of energy vibrating in the air, generating a resonant thrum. As the oscillation intensified, the melody became even more robust. This was the true essence of Kai Su's prowess, a harmonious blend of song, dance, and rap. Through the resonance of his energy, he could significantly amplify the power and speed of spirit masters. Kai Su referred to this remarkable ability as the Kuan Yuan sound domain. Within the confines of this domain, his strength was greatly enhanced. Moreover, the Kuan Yuan sound domain exerted the same effect on the spirit masters in proximity. From a certain perspective, Kai Su's Kuan Yuan sound domain was the most formidable supportive capability. Inside the beast fighting arena, Li Fei was momentarily stunned by Kai Su's display. Was that background music? He had initially perceived Kai Su as a mere weakling, only to be surprised by his audacity to resist. In a swift motion, Li Fei propelled himself forward, akin to a flash of lightning, ferociously slashing at Kai Su's neck with his claws. In a sudden flash, blood sprayed forth as 3 gashes marred Kai Su's neck. Fortunately, he had managed to evade in time. Otherwise, Li Fei would have severed his throat. Though Kai Su had secretly honed his skills for a considerable duration, this was his first time unleashing the Kuan Yuan sound domain in battle against a pseudo-entity, and he was astonished by his own strength. I am no longer a burden, he thought, a surge of confidence flooding through him. Victory is within reach. At that moment, Li Fei raised his claw and licked the blood from it. In the next instant, his pupils constricted. That scent. A glint of greed flickered in Li Fei's eyes as he fixated on Kai Su. It cannot be mistaken. This was the scent of a spirit master. The figure before him, adorned with a chicken mask, was not merely a pseudo-entity from the club, but a genuine spirit master. Li Fei could scarcely believe that a spirit master had infiltrated the club. What audacity! However, Li Fei refrained from disclosing Kai Su's identity as a spirit master, for doing so would incite the other pseudo-entities to swarm and consume him entirely. He intended to savor the flesh and blood of this spirit master for himself. Prepare to be torn to shreds, he thought, as the mask fell from his face, revealing a head as menacing as that of a hyena. In an instant, his speed surged, darting around the arena to position himself behind Kai Su. Realizing the impending threat, Kai Su's expression shifted alarmingly. This is bad. He intends to strike. Swiftly pivoting, Kai Su spun on the tips of his toes, compressing the rotational energy into a sharp arc, like a meteor slicing through the air. His foot collided with Li Fei's grotesque form. Accompanied by the pulsating rhythm of the music, a powerful force pinned Li Fei firmly against the arena floor. Li Fei opened his gaping maw, revealing serrated fangs, and sank them into Kai Su's shoulder. The two engaged in a fierce exchange within the arena, neither yielding an inch, each sustaining numerous intersecting wounds. As Li Fei pressed forward relentlessly, Kai Su deftly retreated to evade an attack, only to suddenly gather his strength and charge at Li Fei with a series of powerful strikes. At the moment the melody crystallized, an explosive force erupted forth. Li Fei was thrown out, bloodied, crashing through the beast fighting cage and soaring into the air. I didn't realize I was so formidable, exclaimed Xiao Kai, his face alight with excitement. However, that exhilaration was soon replaced by a wave of fatigue, akin to having just completed a marathon. His Kuan Yuan vocal range could only endure for 2.5 minutes. Once that time elapsed, he would revert to his original state. At that moment, Zhao Heng emerged with Qinyu. Upon seeing Wang Jingmeng, adorned with the great sage mask, he was instantly struck with terror. Even in ashes, Zhao Heng would not mistake him. He was from the Investigation Bureau. Zhao Heng pointed at Wang Jingmeng and shouted. The moment those words left his lips, silence enveloped the air. The foe individuals in the club turned in unison to gaze at Wang Jingmeng, their eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as the armored vehicle from the Investigation Bureau crashed through the gates of the villa, storming inside. Chapter 051. The 3D district cannot lose Shiranui, just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem. The agents of the Bureau commanded, do not move. Crouch with your hands on your heads. Shenling Xue drove a rapid response vehicle, flooring the accelerator as she crashed into the banquet hall of the club. The grand entrance was instantly shattered, and the wheels of the vehicle rolled mercilessly over a hapless imposter. In the next moment, Shenling Xue kicked open the door, gun in hand, and leaped from the vehicle. Glancing at the imposter writhing beneath the wheels, she asked in surprise, "What are you doing stuck to my tire?" "Don't ask," came the reply. "I was in a blind spot and couldn't see, and the inertia was too great to stop. I thought there would be speed bumps." Despite her youth, Shenling Xue was a seasoned driver with 5 years of experience. The imposters clinging to her tire numbered not fewer than 8. Known in the underworld as the Road Killer. She exclaimed, "I hit you with such force. How are you still alive?" With that, she shot the imposter attached to her wheel, granting him a swift release from his torment. Upon witnessing the agents burst into the banquet hall, The imposters reveling in the festivities were stricken with terror. This is bad. The club has been exposed. Damn it. Why are the bureau agents here? We outnumber them. Let's fight back. Kill. After a brief moment of chaos, the imposters bared their fangs and lunged at the agents. Desperate creatures fighting for survival. They had over 100 imposters, and in the heat of battle, not all would necessarily fall to the Bureau's hands. This was their only glimmer of hope. Captured by the Bureau, death was certain. The enemy not only refused to surrender, but dared to retaliate. Luo Tianwu stepped forward, raising her hand to summon a swarm of fire butterflies. Their scorching presence enveloping the area, unleashing a wave of heat. The fire butterflies darted towards the surrounding imposters, igniting them in an instant. What is this? The imposters, sensing danger, scattered in panic, attempting to flee. Yet the fire butterflies, swift as the wind, quickly caught up. A throng of fire butterflies descended upon an impostor with a grotesque wolf's head. Boom! 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 The fire butterflies exploded in succession. The wolfman howled as flames consumed him, reducing him to ashes in mere moments. Luo Qianwu unleashed her full power, her hands entwined with spirit flames, gracefully dancing like a flame sprite amidst the chaos. The ordinary F and D-class imposters stood no chance against her. Those who approached would be met with fire butterflies crashing into their faces, ultimately incinerated to cinders. How formidable! Is this the Bureau's spirit master? The imposters whispered in dread. We are no match for this woman. We must flee. Within the club, panic erupted. Luo Tianwu resembled a fiery sprite, surrounded by thousands of fire butterflies swirling around her. The imposters, having witnessed her prowess, dared not draw near. A seasoned spirit master, Luo Tianwu possessed the strength of a vice captain. During the previous encounter with the mirror demon, had she not accidentally consumed a potion, she would not have been caught in such a predicament, nearly facing disaster. This was a dishonor she would carry for life. From this moment forth, she would never accept a drink from anyone. Goodness, is that Jihuowu? Xiao Kai was left utterly astonished. Luo Tianwu was an elemental spirit master, and her figure and appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Jihuowu. The 3D realm could not lose Jihuowu, just as the West could not forsake Jerusalem. In an instant, more than a dozen impostors fell by the hands of Luo Tianwu. The battle had scarcely begun, yet the club was already in ruins. Do not kill me. I surrender. I have not consumed human flesh. Do not shoot. The impostors within the club, realizing the dire situation, scattered like frightened birds. Only a dead end remained. Do not move. Shunling Shui fired several shots, accurately executing the fleeing impostors. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Hong was instantly paralyzed with fear. He had never imagined that the agents would arrive so swiftly. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Hong attempted to seize Qin Yu as a hostage. Just then, a dinner knife suddenly whizzed through the air. A flash of silver appeared as the knife plunged deep into Zhao Heng's chest. One hand grasping the knife, he looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. It was only then that he recognized his grave oversight regarding her. Qin Yu was no mere decoration. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly pushed Zhao Hong aside and dashed towards Wang Jingmeng. That cursed woman, I will tear you apart. Zhao Heng's face turned ashen, not expecting to be outmaneuvered by Qin Yu at the final moment. Just then, a familiar voice rang out before him. Who do you intend to tear apart? Zhao Heng's pupils dilated, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Before him stood a man wearing a great sage mask. Wait, who are you? And why are you relentlessly pursuing me? As he spoke, Zhao Heng's left hand, concealed behind his back, transformed into a monstrous claw, and he unexpectedly launched a sneak attack on Wang Jingmeng. Zhao Hong licked his lips, a cruel glint in his eyes, determined to ensure this time he would kill him. But just as Zhao Heng's claw was aimed at Wang Jingmeng's neck, a massive hand shot out like lightning, seizing the claw that was twice its size. Crack! The sharp sound of bones snapping echoed through the air. Zhao Heng's claw was twisted into a spiral. A piercing scream reverberated, reaching far and wide. Subsequently, Wang Jingmeng tore off one of Zhao Heng's arms. Blood gushed forth, quickly saturating the ground. The stench of death enveloped the atmosphere. Zhao Hong opened his blood-soaked mouth and lunged at Wang Jingmeng, leaving a bite mark on his neck. Even in death, he would take a piece of flesh. With a crunch, Zhao Heng's teeth shattered. Despite his utmost effort, he could only leave a faint red mark on Wang Jingmeng's neck. Wang Jingmeng raised a finger to Zhao Heng's throat. The sword energy of entropy erupted forth, instantly shattering his throat, exiting through the back of his neck. Gurgling sounds followed as blood poured out. Zhao Heng raised his claw and swiped at Wang Jingmeng's face, tearing off the mask that obscured it. "It's you." As he beheld the visage concealed beneath the mask, an expression of incredulity flickered in his eyes. Was it joy or surprise? In that moment, another surge of sword energy erupted, shattering Zhao Heng's skull. "President, trouble has arisen outside," announced the director of the club as he entered a chamber where a robust man sat. The man seated was none other than the founder of the club, Zhang Biao. He remained motionless, exuding an aura of ferocity that was palpable. "The investigation bureau has stormed in, and many of our members have perished," said the director. Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao's lips slowly curled back, revealing a mouthful of jagged fangs. "Just in time, for I can no longer suppress my hunger for flesh." Zhang Biao opened his fearsome maw, extending a barbed crimson tongue to lick the corners of his mouth. The metallic scent of blood in the air heightened his sanguine desire. At that moment, Shun Lingxue burst through the door. "The investigation bureau is conducting an operation. Do not engage." In the blink of an eye, Shun Lingxue was propelled out of the room with even greater speed than she had entered. Emerging in her stead was a creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a man, striding forth with a swagger. According to folklore, the offspring of a tiger must indeed produce a formidable beast, Zhang Biao, the man-eating tiger demon of legend. Chapter 052, The Severed Tail. Shun Lingxue's shock. Zhang Biao's entire physique began to swell, his suit tearing apart to reveal a grotesque form. Dark stripes appeared on his back, and a tail, resembling a steel whip, lashed against the sofa, splitting it in two with terrifying force. As Zhang Biao exited the room, the doorframe nearly succumbed to his immense bulk. A menacing figure loomed over Shun Lingxue like a cloud of despair. In comparison to the towering Zhang Biao, she appeared as a mere girl. His muscular arm was thicker than her thigh. From his palms, dagger-like claws emerged, radiating a sharp menace. With the slightest movement of his claws, he could rend the female investigator before him into shreds. "You have arrived just in time. The flesh of those weaklings outside is too tough and unpalatable. I wonder how delectable the flesh of an investigator might be." Zhang Biao grinned, revealing a mouthful of jagged fangs, saliva dripping uncontrollably. The stench of blood assailed Shun Lingxue's senses, and she could distinctly see remnants of flesh lodged between Zhang Biao's teeth. His intention in establishing the club was to enslave these impostors to hunt on his behalf, allowing him to relish the spoils they brought back. When the quarry was insufficient, Zhang Biao would feast upon the weaker impostors within the club. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, dictated his existence. The impostors within the club were merely reserves for Zhang Biao, though the weaker ones offered little in terms of taste or nutrition, barely serving to stave off hunger, far inferior to the essence of spirit masters. "Tiger Demon," Shun Lingxue exclaimed. "You are the Tiger Demon." 2 years prior, a grave incident involving impostors had transpired in Jingzhou City. Upon receiving the news, the investigation bureau promptly mobilized to pursue and apprehend the culprits. Shun Lingxue recalled that the case was handled by the former deputy captain, Chen Yuqing. During the course of capturing the impostors, Deputy Captain Shun had been ambushed and brutally injured, ultimately succumbing to his wounds after 3 months in the hospital. The imposter responsible for the attack left a horrific claw mark on him. The perpetrator of that incident was none other than the Tiger Demon. However, following the attack, the Tiger Demon vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. To this day, the case remains unresolved, leaving the investigators of the Jingzhou Bureau harboring a fervent desire to capture the Tiger Demon and avenge Deputy Captain Chen Yuqing. Shun Lingxue never imagined that the very imposter who had slain the deputy captain was hiding within the Beast Club. After Zhang Biao had murdered the deputy captain and fled, he had concealed his identity and gone into hiding. He understood that the Bureau would not let him escape unscathed, and, fearful of venturing out to hunt. Establish the Beast Club. This way, Zhang Biao could indulge in his predilection without the peril of hunting himself, while still enjoying the fruits of the hunt. Zhang Biao extended his crimson tongue, lined with barbs, to lick his lips, reminiscing, 2 years ago, I took a bite out of the deputy captain of the Investigation Bureau. The taste of his blood shall remain etched in my memory for eternity. Recently, several formidable impostors have perished in the club, and Zhang Biao has gone days without tasting flesh, his sanguine desires nearing a boiling point. Tonight, the club is hosting its final feast, and he intends to indulge voraciously. Zhang Biao has meticulously devised a plan. After devouring these investigators, he will depart from Jingzhou, adopting a new identity and establishing a fresh club. With a gaping maw, Zhang Biao lunges towards Shun Lingxue. However, when she reaches for her waist, she finds it devoid of her firearm. It had fallen to the ground when Zhang Biao had kicked her away moments earlier. Panic ensues as Shun Lingxue's complexion pales dramatically. At that very instant, a gunshot reverberates in her ears. Who has fired? She turns to see Wang Jingmeng retrieving the firearm that Shun Lingxue had dropped, aiming it squarely at Zhang Biao. Yet, the bullet is intercepted by Zhang Biao's meaty palm, producing a metallic clang as the shell hits the floor. Zhang Biao raises his grotesque visage, casting a menacing glance at Wang Jingmeng. You're no match for him, Flea. Shun Lingxue urgently warns. Zhang Biao, a B-level imposter, had stealthily slain the vice captain of the Jingzhou Investigation Bureau 2 years prior, showcasing formidable strength and cruel tactics. Wang Jingmeng, having only recently awakened, is still in the early stages of his development. Regardless of his potential, he stands no chance against a B-level imposter, especially one as exceptional as Zhang Biao. Over the years, he has consumed countless blood offerings within the club. Even practitioners at the divine concealment level may falter against him. Currently, Wang Jingmeng remains at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, a step away from the divine concealment realm. Planning to escape? Zhang Biao discards Shun Lingxue and, with explosive force, leaps several meters forward, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he lunges at Wang Jingmeng. The ferocious aura nearly overwhelms him, the terrifying figure bearing down like a mountain. When a tiger pounces, a mere slide can satiate its hunger. Zhang Biao's pupils constrict, yet he is met with Wang Jingmeng's hand firmly placed upon his grotesque head. Vajra suppress the abyss. The might of the Vajra descends, and Zhang Biao feels as though a mountain of 5 fingers is crashing down upon him. He is smashed into the ground, the marble beneath shattering upon impact. Shun Lingxue watches in astonishment, her mouth agape in a perfect dough, ample enough to hold an egg. Is it possible? You possess innate divine strength? Zhang Biao, days from the fall, never anticipated that someone could overpower him in sheer force. What manner of creature, disguised in human flesh, is this? The intent to kill is palpable. Zhang Biao unfurls his meaty paw, extending claws as sharp as daggers, striking toward Wang Jingmeng's head with blinding speed. His palm exerts over a ton of force. A blow to the head would result in an explosion akin to that of a watermelon. Wang Jingmeng raises his hand, seizing Zhang Biao's colossal paw, their fingers interlocking. Then, Wang Jingmeng suddenly exerts his strength. Crack! A crisp sound of bones fracturing echoes through the air. Zhang Biao's massive frame trembles as he lets out a low, guttural roar. The steel-like tail of the tiger lashed out with a series of sonic booms, striking fiercely at Wang Jingmeng. At that moment, Zhang Biao's tail became ensnared by a crimson thread, the Qianji line tightening inexorably. Blood gushed forth as Zhang Biao cried out in agony, his tail severed by the constricting thread. Subsequently, Wang Jingmeng traced a swift motion with his fingers, unleashing 10 blades of entropy that swept across Zhang Biao's grotesque form, leaving behind 10 terrifying gashes that crisscrossed his body. Blood flowed in a relentless cascade. Beside them, Shun Lingxue stood in stunned silence. The B-class faux entity Zhang Biao, who had attacked and slain the vice captain of the Investigation Bureau 2 years prior, was now being subdued by Wang Jingmeng. The scene was nothing short of fantastical. What astonished her even more was Wang Jingmeng's seemingly endless array of techniques, each more formidable than the last. Shut it down. This is rather dull, she thought. Chapter 053. Lu Wu devours the malevolent, divine might unleashed. Zhang Biao's fearsome form was marred by numerous intersecting wounds, from which blood flowed profusely, creating a crimson carpet upon the ground. The loss of blood was staggering. Zhang Biao's vitality was remarkably robust. Even after the relentless assault from Wang Jingmeng, he still clung to life. Even in death, I shall drag you down to hell with me. Zhang Biao bared his razor-sharp teeth, unleashing a wave of sanguine scent. His 10-centimeter-long claws, resembling daggers, mercilessly pierced Wang Jingmeng's flesh. Zhang Biao was not yet in despair. As long as he could consume Wang Jingmeng and regain his strength, there remained a glimmer of hope for escape. Such a powerful spirit master must possess blood that is truly delectable. He yearned to savor the taste of blood. In the heat of battle, neither Wang Jingmeng nor Zhang Biao showed any mercy. With their full might unleashed, the club's floor, walls, and furniture lay in ruins. The scene a chaotic tableau of destruction. Come on, let us inflict harm upon one another. Boom! 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 The sound reverberated like distant thunder. Zhang Biao and Wang Jingmeng struck with unrelenting ferocity. Each blow aimed to take the other's life. Before long, their garments were completely torn apart, their bodies riddled with gruesome wounds. They were oblivious to the quantity of blood spilled. It sprayed and splattered everywhere. Zhang Biao initially believed that such reckless aggression would soon overwhelm Wang Jingmeng. It was a contest of endurance. However, he was astounded to discover that not only did Wang Jingmeng possess remarkable stamina, but his recovery capacity was astonishing. In mere moments, the wounds Zhang Biao inflicted healed at an incredible rate, leaving no scars behind. Zhang Biao was left in shock. Oh no, I've been ensnared. Wang Jingmeng had no fear of a war of attrition. His rapid regeneration far surpassed Zhang Biao's expectations. Even if his head were to sever, he could reattach it within 3 seconds and survive. Meanwhile, Zhang Biao's injuries multiplied, and blood continued to pour forth uncontrollably. If this persisted, even an abundance of blood would eventually run dry. As their fortunes ebbed and flowed, Zhang Biao grew increasingly feeble, nearing his limits. In that moment, desperation overtook him. Wait, stop fighting. I surrender. If you spare my life, the club's 100 million in cash is yours. Zhang Biao, drenched in blood, realized that if the fighting continued, he would be lost. In addition to the cash, there were spirit stones that could elevate a spirit master's prowess. Just let me go, and I shall bestow it all upon you. Facing imminent death, Zhang Biao laid bare the club's amassed riches, seeking to barter for his life. There is no greater anguish than dying with unspent wealth. Over the past 2 years, Zhang Biao had amassed a fortune through the club, indulging in a life of excess. Yet now, with his life on the line, what use was such wealth? Could one take it to the afterlife? Spirit masters are human too. As long as one is human, there will be vulnerabilities. Zhang Biao believed that, aside from saints, no one could resist the allure of wealth. Zhang Biao's will to survive was overwhelming. He would do anything to stay alive, even if it meant living like a dog. In a moment of confusion, he thought, if I kill you, these things will belong to me. Without hesitation, Wang Jingmeng raised his finger, and with a swift stroke of the entropy sword Qi, he severed Zhang Biao's neck. Indecision leads to defeat, while decisiveness brings rewards. A headless corpse collapsed onto the ground, its grotesque body twitching incessantly, blood flowing like a river. Damn you! A gruesome tiger's head rolled away, Zhang Biao's eyes wide open in death. Release the tiger demon. Reward acquired. Lu Wu's devouring of evil. Lu Wu, the god of control, takes the form of a tiger with 9 tails, possessing a human face and tiger claws. He drives away demons and consumes evil, banishing wickedness and dispelling malevolence. Wang Jingmeng's eyes sparkled. He had unexpectedly drawn the skill of Lu Wu's devouring of evil. This ability could serve as a trump card, proving exceptionally effective against malevolent spirits and demons. This journey had not been in vain. At that moment, a shadow, stealthily attempted to flee. Wang Jingmeng focused his gaze and recognized the club's director, a cunning old wolf. Trying to escape? Come back. With a single step, Wang Jingmeng traversed the distance, appearing behind the old wolf. Hearing the commotion behind him, the old wolf was paralyzed with fear. Maintaining his forward sprint, he turned his head a full 180 degrees to gaze at Wang Jingmeng. The wolf's gaze. Just then, the old wolf opened his mouth and exhaled a plume of black wolf smoke. The smoke enveloped Wang Jingmeng's vision, providing the old wolf with a chance to flee. Lu Wu. In the next instant, the majestic Lu Wu, the tiger-bodied, human-faced deity with 9 tails, manifested behind Wang Jingmeng. His divine presence was overwhelming, bestowing celestial grace. When Lu Wu opened his eyes, the golden irises locked onto the scene. No fiend or specter could evade his sight. His piercing gaze discerned the malevolent spirits, delineating the boundary between yin and yang. The old wolf, encountering his nemesis, was utterly horrified, collapsing to the ground in a state of paralysis. Just a hint of Lu Wu's aura instilled profound terror within him. Before Lu Wu, all demons and monsters were mere insects. With an expression of authority, Lu Wu raised his paw and gently swept aside the black smoke, which vanished without a trace. The old wolf knelt trembling on the ground, devoid of the courage to flee. With no choice left but to offer his neck for slaughter, he faced absolute domination. Before the old wolf, Lu Wu appeared as an imposing mountain, radiating divine majesty. Subsequently, Lu Wu opened his mouth and consumed the old wolf whole. The old wolf seemed to plummet into an abyss, disappearing without a trace. Lu Wu's devouring of evil bears no essential difference from the folk rituals of summoning deities. However, Wang Jingmeng had summoned the god of Kunlun Mountain. Witnessing this scene, Shun Lingxue felt as if her mind had frozen, her jaw agape in disbelief. What had she just witnessed? Wang Jingmeng had slain Zhang Biao and summoned a deity, devouring the club's false director. This, Shun Lingxue felt as though she were trapped in a dream. As Lu Wu vanished, tranquility returned, enveloping the scene in silence. At that moment, Li Chongkai rushed over with several investigators. Upon seeing the lifeless body of Zhang Biao on the ground, he was taken aback. Is Zhang Biao the one you eliminated? Li Chongkai could not help but cast a surprised glance at Wang Jingmeng and Shun Lingxue. Zhang Biao, the president of the Beast Club, was a B-class pseudo-human. 2 years prior, he had attacked and killed the deputy captain of the Investigation Bureau, showcasing immense strength and ruthless ferocity. How could such a formidable and vicious pseudo-human have succumbed to them? Li Chongkai was utterly perplexed. It was Wang Jingmeng who defeated Zhang Biao single-handedly. I had no part in it, Shun Lingxue remarked with a wry smile, acknowledging her own inadequacy against Zhang Biao. Throughout the confrontation, she had merely endured blows. Had it not been for Wang Jingmeng's decisive victory over Zhang Biao, she would have been at a complete loss. Upon hearing this, Li Chongkai rose to his feet. Chapter 054. Overtaking on a curve, entering the divine abode. Under the siege of the Investigation Bureau, the club established by Zhang Biao was utterly annihilated. After the operation concluded, the bloodied Wang Jingmeng was lifted onto an ambulance, with Shun Lingxue volunteering to drive him to the hospital. Throughout the journey, Shun Lingxue pressed the accelerator fiercely, running several red lights, driving as if in a racing game, sparks flying in their wake. The car soared ahead, while their spirits trailed behind. Upon arriving at the logistics hospital, Wang Jingmeng was swiftly taken into the medical room. The physician attending to him was also a spirit master, possessing the ability to stitch wounds with spiritual threads, capable of reattaching even a severed head. 5 minutes later, the treatment was completed. As Li Chongkai and others awaited outside, they rushed to inquire about the patient's condition upon seeing the physician emerge. With her hands in her pockets, the female physician smiled and remarked, "Fortunately, the patient was delivered in time." Hearing this, Qin Yu and Shun Lingxue felt a sense of relief, suggesting that Wang Jingmeng would likely not be in any life-threatening danger. If we had been a few minutes later, Zhao Yaya remarked softly. Shun Lingxue responded, "I'm not joking. The patient possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, almost beyond belief. Are you familiar with the axolotl, the master of regeneration among vertebrates? Even if its spine and limbs are severed, it can regenerate. The patient's recovery speed surpasses that of the axolotl. He needs little treatment, as he will heal on his own. The pseudo-investigators face danger daily, resulting in a high injury rate, leaving the hospital bustling with patients almost every day. Zhao Yaya was so busy that she wished she could remain in the hospital around the clock. Treating Wang Jingmeng was the easiest task she had encountered since becoming a physician, merely applying a single band-aid sufficed. That evening, Wang Jingmeng was discharged and returned home. Exhausted from the day's events, Master Wang collapsed into bed and slept soundly until noon the following day. Just as he awoke, a call from Li Chongkai summoned him back to the investigation bureau. "Brother Kai, you called for me?" On the way, Wang Jingmeng purchased a crepe with 2 eggs, taking a bite that revitalized him. Li Chongkai handed him a box, stating, "This is the reward for yesterday's eradication of the pseudo-human club." In the operation, Wang Jingmeng had made significant contributions, infiltrating the club to relay their location to the investigation bureau and rescuing Qinyu while eliminating the B-level pseudo-human, Zhang Biao. In terms of merit, Wang Jingmeng was undoubtedly the foremost hero. The investigation bureau would not shortchange its heroes. Upon opening the box, he discovered a vial of blue potion inside. This is the limit-breaking spirit medicine, a high-level resource that can only be applied for after achieving first-class merit, Li Chongkai explained. The sole effect of the limit-breaking spirit medicine is to enhance the probability of a transformative realm spirit master breaking through to the divine abode realm. For a transformative realm spirit master, this vial is invaluable, worth its weight in gold. As the saying goes, the 6 gates are a haven for cultivation. This is indeed true. To some extent, the Pseudo-Investigation Bureau is akin to the modern-day 6 gates. Only within the Bureau can such extraordinarily precious cultivation resources be procured. Thank you, Brother Kai. One must not forget the well-diggers when drinking water. It was the discerning eye of Brother Kai that first recognized his potential and arranged for him to join the Investigation Bureau. Li Chongkai waved his hand dismissively, attributing it all to the life-and-death struggles he had endured. Last night, upon witnessing Wang Jingmeng drenched in blood, he feared for his life. To his astonishment, the following day, Wang was bursting with vitality, capable of vanquishing 2 formidable foes. The vigor of youth is indeed remarkable. The recuperative powers are astonishing. Li Chongkai found himself reflecting on his own circumstances, lamenting that his wife had grown increasingly dissatisfied with him. He could only offer excuses, claiming that the pressures of work had hindered his performance. As one reaches middle age, such concessions become a necessity. Wang Jingmeng entered the training chamber and uncorked the vial of the transcendent spirit medicine, releasing an enchanting fragrance into the air. As he consumed the elixir, he savored its cola-like flavor, lingering on his lips. In the next moment, he began to challenge the second stage of his cultivation, the divine repository. This stage involves unearthing one's latent potential and unlocking the hidden treasures within the human body. Generally, the deeper the foundation of a spirit master, the greater the chance of unlocking their divine repository, and the more substantial the treasures discovered therein. Wang Jingmeng had only been cultivating for a month, and naturally, his foundation couldn't rival that of seasoned spirit masters. Yet, individuals cannot be generalized. Although his awakening was delayed, he possessed the agility to navigate obstacles and surpass his peers. In the transformation realm, he had already bested a B-class foe entity from the club. Just then, an explosive surge of spiritual energy erupted within Wang Jingmeng, akin to a torrent bursting a dam, coursing relentlessly through his meridians. The ferocious energy surged from the Run and Du meridians, flowing into the Dai, Chong, Yin Xiao, and Yang Xiao meridians, ultimately completing a grand circulation within his body. Wang Jingmeng's mind was engulfed in chaos. Amidst this tumult, he envisioned himself beneath a dark mine, wielding a pickaxe and tirelessly digging deeper. With every swing, 1, 2, 3, he exerted all his strength, striving to unearth the treasures hidden below. It was uncertain how many times he struck. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, It was as if the universe had erupted. A terrifying energy surged into Wang Jingmeng's being, igniting the opening of his divine repository. In that moment, within the chaotic sea of consciousness, Wang Jingmeng found himself within a magnificent palace, the very treasure he had unearthed. He was taken aback, having never anticipated that a single strike would reveal such a grand structure. He recalled Li Chongkai's previous words, "Each spirit master's divine repository is unique. The deeper the foundation and the greater the talent, the more expansive the repository." Consequently, a larger repository allows for greater capacity to contain and wield spiritual energy. To summarize, size equates to value, and abundance equates to beauty. For instance, an ordinary spirit master's repository is roughly the size of a modest house. Those with lesser talents inhabit a mere 30 square meters of bare space, while those with superior gifts reside in sprawling hundreds of square meters. Beyond that, the exceptionally gifted geniuses inhabit luxurious villas spanning thousands of square meters. Yet, Wang Jingmeng's repository was a palace. He sensed that the expanse of this palace seemed to rival that of the Forbidden City. This was indeed an exaggeration. Could it be that I am truly a genius? While it is understood that one cannot generalize the physical constitutions of individuals, the disparity here is staggering, greater even than the distinction between a pure-blooded earthling and a super scion. Is this correct? When Wang Jingmeng emerged from his meditative state, having transcended the divine concealment realm, the sky had already darkened. As he stepped out of the investigation bureau, a man approached him, thrusting a piece of paper into his hand. Wang Jingmeng instinctively assumed it was a solicitation for swimming and fitness services. Upon glancing at it, he realized it was a missing person notice. The notice depicted an elderly man with snow-white hair. "Brother, has an elderly member of your family gone missing?" Wang Jingmeng scrutinized the middle-aged man who had issued the notice. The man appeared haggard, with deep-set eyes and a pallid complexion. Indeed, the man sighed. "Last night, during my father's funeral, he stood up and walked away in front of relatives and friends. He left in quite a hurry, and none of us could stop him. We simply watched as he vanished. It seems your elder still possesses quite a bit of agility." Chapter 055, Longevity Village. The man issuing a missing person notice gazed blankly at him. The crux of the matter lies in whether the elderly man's mobility is intact. Could it be that a man, presumed deceased, would suddenly rise and flee during his own funeral? Has the disappearance of the elder been reported to the authorities? Wang Jingmeng inquired. In the Eastern Great Nation, even pandas are aware of the challenges in locating a relative. The man's haggard countenance nodded in affirmation as he withdrew a cigarette, igniting it and inhaling deeply. "After my father vanished during the funeral, we promptly alerted the police. However, when the officers heard that my father had returned from the dead and fled the ceremony, they were incredulous. No ordinary person would believe that a man who had passed away could escape from his own funeral. It was akin to Ronaldo deftly maneuvering through defenders, with a throng unable to impede his progress. Even the youth of today could scarcely match his vitality. It is difficult to fathom that this was a 90-year-old man. Were it not for Wang Jingmeng's own peculiarities, he too would find such an occurrence hard to accept. The security personnel reviewed the surveillance footage, but his father's speed rendered him elusive, disappearing in an instant. Even with cameras, there was nothing to be found. Thus, I had no choice but to venture out and post missing person notices. The man's brow furrowed, for in this day and age, streets are rife with surveillance. Logically, locating a missing elder should pose no challenge. Yet his father had moved with such swiftness and urgency that the cameras could only capture fleeting shadows. While instances of fleeing from weddings have been witnessed, escaping a funeral is unheard of. My father had been paralyzed for a decade, yet at the funeral, his legs seemed miraculously restored, propelling him away like a gust of wind. Truly bizarre. Strange occurrences abound yearly, yet this year seems particularly rife with them. The explanation provided by the authorities was that the elder experienced a brief resurgence of vitality, yet the man sensed something amiss. Could a 90-year-old man, incapacitated for 10 years, really sprint faster than Ronaldo? Perhaps he could even compete in the World Cup and bring glory to the national team. Alas, the national team has not qualified for the World Cup. Isn't it rather peculiar that the elder did not mention a destination? Wang Jingmeng mused, purchasing a melon by the roadside and munching on it as he spoke. The man cast him an odd glance, as though he found the inquiries excessive. Could it be that this young fellow suffers from social anxiety? Young man, what is your profession? Wang Jingmeng produced his official document. I am a staff member of a relevant department. Deduction and investigation are my hobbies. I have watched 1,000 episodes of Detective Conan, and I am well versed in the cases presented therein, often able to identify the culprit with a mere glance. In my spare time, I enjoy visiting bookstores to peruse detective comics, thoughtfully marking the culprits for readers. Each time, I'm promptly expelled by the store owner. The man paused, silence enveloping them for a full 2 seconds before he remarked, "Young man, you truly have a boundless future ahead." He did not suspect that Wang Jingmeng was deceiving him. What would be the motive? At that moment, the man seemed to recall something significant a few days before his passing. My father mentioned that he intended to travel to a place known as Longevity Village, yet none of us had ever heard of such a place. He could not articulate where Longevity Village was, only that one could arrive there by train. The narrative also mentioned a village of longevity, where one could supposedly attain eternal life. Initially, we all thought the old man was merely rambling in confusion, thus no one paid him any heed. A village of longevity? Wang Jingmeng took out his phone and checked, discovering that there was no such place by that name in Handong Province. Could it be possible that the old man truly boarded a train to this village? According to the man's account, his father had left in a hurry, perhaps genuinely rushing to catch a train. However, upon Wang Jingmeng's inquiry, he found no trains heading to a village of longevity at the high-speed rail station. If there was no such place, how could my father have gone there? The man shook his head, deciding to inquire further at the local police station. Clutching the missing person notice, he entered the adjacent security office. After a brief interlude, Wang Jingmeng cycled to Jingzhou high-speed rail station, where it was his turn to oversee security checks that evening. The security inspection was particularly relaxed, with no signs of any imposters among the travelers until the last train departed. It appeared to be yet another day of safe closure. Just as Wang Jingmeng and Kai Su were preparing to finish their shift, a figure entered the high-speed rail station and approached the security checkpoint. "Sir, the last train has already departed. Where do you intend to go?" A man clad in a black robe, with hair as white as snow and skin resembling withered bark, his face etched with wrinkles, appeared before them. Kai Su promptly alerted him. "To the village of longevity," the old man rasped. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingmeng felt a stirring within him and retrieved the missing person notice from his pocket, comparing it to the elderly figure before him. Indeed, this was the old man who had vanished from the funeral. A village of longevity? There are no trains to such a place from Jingzhou, Kai Su inquired, puzzled. In that moment, Wang Jingmeng noticed that the old man was wearing the ceremonial attire from the funeral. A foul, decaying odor emanated from him, reminiscent of rotting wood. "Sir, are you truly heading to the village of longevity?" The old man's gaze was icy, disregarding Wang Jingmeng's inquiry, fixated solely on repeating the phrase "village of longevity." "Dream brother, I think this gentleman might be a bit unhinged," Kai Su whispered. Wang Jingmeng nodded, stepping closer to ask, "Sir, may I see your train ticket?" The old man paused momentarily before retrieving a black ticket from his pocket. Upon seeing this ticket, Kai Su was taken aback. Typically, train tickets are a light blue, never black. Wang Jingmeng observed that the black ticket bore the words "Village of Longevity" inscribed in vivid red, with no other train information provided. No date, no time. "Sir, this train does not exist. Your ticket is invalid," Kai Su cautioned. The old man seemed to disregard his words entirely and proceeded toward the platform. Kai Su attempted to intercept him, but the old man deftly evaded him. Several security personnel attempted to stop him, yet he eluded them all. "This old man is surprisingly swift," Kai Su remarked. At that moment, Wang Jingmeng and Kai Su chased after the black-robed elder to the platform. The last train had already departed, leaving the platform desolate and shrouded in darkness. "I am hungry," Wang Jingmeng murmured. The elderly man in the black robe came to a halt, standing at the edge of the platform, from which he retrieved a pair of candles from his pocket. He then proceeded to chew on them, the sound of his unsettling gnawing echoing in the darkness. Crunch, crunch. A chill ran down Kai-Su's spine. The encounter was far too intense for him. Before long, the candles had disappeared into the old man's belly. There was something decidedly amiss with the gentleman. Instinctively, Kai-Su flota Wang Jingmeng. In a swift motion, Wang Jingmeng stepped forward, seemingly shrinking the distance, and appeared directly before the old man, snatching the Longevity Village ticket from his grasp. "Sir, this ticket is problematic and must be confiscated." In the next moment, the old man's rigid visage contorted into a grotesque expression. "Return the ticket to me," he demanded, his urgency palpable. Chapter 056, Crushing the Old Demon. Spirit Transformation of the Purple Mansion. The guttural growl echoed through the platform, primal and hoarse. After Wang Jingmeng confiscated the ticket, the old man's expression darkened instantaneously, veins bulging beneath his skin. The ticket to Changshu Village seemed to be his lifeline. "I know you're anxious, but do not rush," Wang Jingmeng said calmly, sensing an unusual aura emanating from the Changshu Village ticket. It was an object of taboo. However, he remained unaware of the ticket's true capabilities. With a ripping sound, the old man's longevity robe tore apart, and ancient green vines surged forth, swiftly entangling Wang Jingmeng. "Expose the impostor, tree demon old ghost." At that moment, the old ghost revealed a withered, tree-like body, entwined with numerous ancient vines. The vines ensnared Wang Jingmeng, binding him like a dumpling. Just then, the ancient vines tightened abruptly, as if intending to strangle him and reclaim the ticket to Changshu Village. "Want the ticket? Come and take it if you have the courage." Wang Jingmeng lifted his gaze to meet the tree demon old ghost's eyes. Shatter. In the next instant, hundreds of strands of annihilation sword energy erupted from him, reducing the vines that ensnared him to mere fragments in an instant. In a flash, Wang Jingmeng's figure vanished from sight, reappearing directly before the tree demon old ghost. Suddenly, a sharp wooden spike burst from the ground beneath Wang Jingmeng's feet, aiming viciously for his abdomen. Should it strike true, the result would be catastrophic. A sneak attack? Wang Jingmeng scoffed, raising his foot. Bang! With a powerful kick, he shattered the wooden spike, driving forward until his foot collided with the old ghost's withered, tree-like form. Crack! The crisp sound of splintering would resonated. Having barely escaped the funeral, evading being incinerated into ashes, the old ghost had endured great hardship to reach the high-speed train station in hopes of returning to Changshu Village, only to be severed in two before he could arrive. The old ghost's body snapped, green sap oozing forth. Wang Jingmeng observed as his form became entirely Wadinized, resembling an ancient, gnarled tree, too old even for firewood. A torrent of ancient vines erupted from the old ghost, rejoining his severed upper and lower halves. "Return the ticket to me." The old ghost glared fiercely at the Changshu Village ticket in Wang Jingmeng's hand, his expression gradually twisting into a snarl. He raised his arm, and a flurry of black leaves shot forth like razor-sharp throwing knives. At that moment, the red thread coiling around Wang Jingmeng's hand rose, intertwining to form a blood-red umbrella. Ding, ding, ding. The leaves struck the umbrella like a torrential downpour against a lotus leaf, yet they could not penetrate the barrier. Wang Jingmeng leaped forward, grasping the ancient vines entwined around the tree demon old ghost with both hands, then exerted tremendous force. The ancient vine, more resilient than steel cables, shattered like mere noodles in Wang Jingmeng's grasp. The terrifying force tore the vine into fragments. The ancient tree demon old ghost stood wide open. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Jingmeng unleashed his full strength upon the creature. "Break from me." In an instant, blood gushed and wood splinters flew. The old ghost, resembling a withered tree, disintegrated under Wang Jingmeng's assault, crumbling into pieces. A red heart of the tree fell to the ground. Wang Jingmeng crushed the tree heart beneath his foot, splattering blood everywhere. After devouring humans, the old ghost would store their heart's blood within the tree heart as sustenance. This old ghost had somehow replaced the elder and, at the funeral, had risen from the coffin, attempting to flee back to Longevity Village. However, he was intercepted by Wang Jingmeng at the high-speed railway station. "Release the old ghost of Longevity Village. Receive reward. Purple Mansion Spirit Transformation. Purple Mansion Spirit Transformation. Harnessing the energy of the Purple Mansion. It can purify the aging essence within the body, maintaining a youthful state and extending one's lifespan. The ability of the Purple Mansion Spirit Transformation could allow Wang Jingmeng to perpetually remain in peak physical condition, never aging, his appearance eternally youthful. It is often said that a man over 25 feels like he is 60, beginning to focus on health, avoiding late nights, and perceiving wealthy women as a great risk. The moment his girlfriend ties her hair up, he wishes to flee. Yet, Wang Jingmeng remained, day after day, as if perpetually 18, forever in his prime. One could only imagine how many wealthy women would go mad for him. Having resolved the matter, Wang Jingmeng contacted Li Chongkai, requesting the investigation bureau to send personnel to collect the body. The subsequent matters would be handled by the bureau, likely treated as an accident. After neutralizing the false human, they would notify the elder's family to come and claim the ashes, thus alleviating a burden from their hearts. Before long, Shunling Xue arrived at the platform with several investigators. Coincidentally, it was her turn for duty that night. Just then, a sudden commotion arose on the tracks, as if a train was about to arrive. How could there be a train arriving at this hour? Kaisu remarked, puzzled. He checked his phone for the night's train schedules, confirming repeatedly that no trains were due. What was happening? Initially thinking it a mere illusion, Kaisu soon heard the sound of a train speeding along the tracks. Growing increasingly loud, Wang Jingming's heart stirred as he pulled out the train ticket from the old ghost of Longevity Village. To his astonishment, a time appeared on the previously blank ticket, 11:03 p.m. Brother Meng, there really is a train arriving, Kaisu exclaimed incredulously. I see it. A black train slowly pulled into the station. In the eastern great nation, trains were predominantly white. This marked the first time they had seen a black train. Wang Jingmeng observed the black train entering the platform, reminiscent of a relic from the last century, exuding an eerie aura like a steel beast. Am I dreaming? Kai-Su rubbed his eyes, astonished. Was there truly a train to Longevity Village? The black train came to a gentle stop at the platform. Was it only with this ticket that the black train would appear? Wang Jingmeng surmised that this ticket was a forbidden object, its purpose perhaps to board the enigmatic black train. At that moment, the doors of the black train swung open, revealing an abyss of darkness within, devoid of any light. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Jingmeng resolved to embark on the black train to explore Changshu Village. Judging by the arrival time printed on the ticket, it should not be too far. If fortune favored him, he might even return before dawn to partake in breakfast. I shall take a look. With those words, Wang Jingmeng stepped forward and boarded the black train. Wait for me, Brother Meng. Kaisu followed suit without hesitation, his confidence bolstered by past experiences at the club. With Wang Jingmeng as the mainstay, he merely needed to excel in his supportive role. I will go as well. Shunling Xue joined them. Once they boarded, the doors of the black train gradually closed, vanishing from the platform. Chapter 057, Infinite Train. As the train doors slowly closed, Wang Jingmeng distinctly sensed the train commencing its journey, gliding towards the distant horizon. The three individuals stood within a carriage, their eyes shimmering softly, akin to fireflies in the darkness, allowing them to discern the entirety of the compartment. The interior bore an air of nostalgia, reminiscent of the green trains from the previous century. On either side of the narrow aisle were crimson seats. The tickets bore no assigned seats, so they chose a place to sit at their leisure. Wang Jingmeng settled into a window seat at the rear, with Shunling Xue and Kai-Su taking adjacent seats beside him. In this train, imbued with an eerie aura, it was prudent to remain together. Solidarity offered a semblance of safety. Just moments ago, in a spur of the moment, Shunling Xue had followed Wang Jingmeng aboard without a second thought, only now realizing that she should have informed the investigation bureau. I'll call the bureau to notify them, she whispered, her voice barely above a murmur in this unfamiliar and perilous environment, exhibiting a cautious demeanor. As she retrieved her phone, she discovered, to her astonishment, that there was no signal whatsoever. Even satellite phones were rendered useless. A look of disbelief crossed Shunling Xue's face. Could it be that they were no longer on Earth? Or was the train capable of jamming all signals? Just as Shun Lingxue pondered this perplexity, Kai Su suddenly exclaimed, "Look outside!" The trio turned their gaze to the window, revealing an endless expanse of black wilderness, with a cerulean moon suspended in the sky, seemingly weeping blood. Wang Jingmeng caught sight of distorted, grotesque figures flitting across the dark terrain, the nature of which remained a mystery to him. This was certainly no place he recognized. At that moment, a sudden thud echoed against the train window. In the next instant, they beheld a twisted, monstrous visage pressed against the glass. What the hell? Shun Lingxue gasped in shock. Instinctively, she drew her firearm, aiming it at the grotesque face outside the window. The visage was neither human nor ghostly, having decayed almost beyond recognition, with a bulging eye and a grotesque maggot writhing from its eye socket. At a critical juncture, Shun Lingxue restrained the urge to pull the trigger, uncertain of the ramifications of discharging a weapon aboard the train, which could potentially incite chaos. The decayed, contorted face relentlessly battered the window, producing a series of resounding thuds. A voice akin to a beast's roar emanated from outside. "Open the window, I want aboard." It was then they realized that the train's windows were operable. Witnessing this scene, Kai Su felt a chill run down his spine. What if the creature outside attempted to infiltrate the train? At that moment, Wang Jingmeng swiftly drew the curtain closed, ignoring the creature's demands. He chose to act as though he had not heard. "Brother Meng, what was that thing just now?" It was terrifying, Kai Su stammered, still shaken. The visceral experience was far more thrilling than any horror film. After a while, the commotion outside finally subsided. Little did they know that a spirit master had boarded this infinite train. Fortunately, they had refrained from opening the window, or they might not have survived. Within the confines of the train carriage, a peculiar voice echoed. Shun Lingxue was taken aback to discover that, aside from themselves, there were other passengers aboard. Wang Jingmeng glanced up to see two men clad in ill-fitting suits seated 3 rows away from them. From their demeanor, Wang sensed the presence of imposters. The name Infinite Train struck a chord with Shun Lingxue, her expression shifting as if a memory was stirred. She recalled having perused the archives in the Investigation Bureau, where she had encountered the dossier on the Infinite Train, a legendary forbidden entity said to traverse any destination. Yet, no one had truly laid eyes upon the Infinite Train. She had presumed it to be mere urban folklore. Astonishment washed over Shun Lingxue as she realized they had unwittingly boarded the Infinite Train. The Infinite Train traverses realms beyond comprehension. Only those possessing tickets may encounter it. A sinister voice resonated within the carriage, warning that had they opened the window moments ago, creatures from outside would have crawled in to consume them, replacing them as passengers of the Infinite Train. However, they were cautioned not to celebrate prematurely, for demise awaited them imminently. The impostors declared with malicious glee. The impostors and the spirit masters were natural adversaries, harboring no benevolence. At that moment, Wang Jingmeng rose and approached them, brandishing a red booklet before their faces. "Temporary inspection. Identification, please." The two impostors regarded him with disdain, dismissing the Investigation Bureau entirely. What of the Imposter Investigation Bureau? On the Infinite Train, attacking other passengers is strictly prohibited, lest one be cast outside to be devoured by the monsters lurking beyond. One of them scoffed. Shun Lingxue nodded, whispering that there were certain inviolable rules aboard the Infinite Train, documented in the Bureau's archives, though their authenticity was uncertain. Observing the situation, the two smug passengers proclaimed, "A ticket inspector will come to check. Those without tickets will be unceremoniously ejected from the Infinite Train." At this revelation, Shun Lingxue and Kai Su's expressions shifted dramatically. Among the 3 of them, only 1 ticket existed for the Infinite Train. This implied that the other 2 without tickets would face expulsion by the inspector. Once cast off the Infinite Train, only death awaited them. "Do you possess tickets?" Wang Jingmeng inquired. Of course, the 2 imposter passengers boasted, producing their tickets with pride. "But why are your tickets blank?" "Counterfeit?" The imposter sneered, explaining that Infinite Train tickets come in 2 varieties, fixed tickets and blank tickets. The former allows travel to a specified destination, while the latter offers limitless possibilities. Understanding dawned on Wang Jingmeng, who then, with lightning speed, snatched the tickets from the imposter's grasp. "Hand them over," he commanded, for the infinite train tickets were unregistered and could be utilized by anyone. "You, return our tickets at once." The two imposter passengers were taken aback by Wang Jingmeng's audacity. Panic setting in. If they did not possess a ticket, they would be forcibly removed from the infinite train by the ticket inspector. Wang Jingmeng swiftly tucked the stolen ticket into his pocket. "If you have the capability, come and retrieve it yourself." The imposter was bewildered. "Are you truly an investigator or a bandit? You have violated the rules of the infinite train by assaulting other passengers," the imposter shouted loudly. "Violated the rules? Which of your eyes witnessed me touching you?" Wang Jingmeng had indeed not laid a finger on them. He had merely seized the ticket from their grasp. The regulations of the infinite train did not explicitly prohibit the act of commandeering another passenger's ticket. Shunling Xue was captivated by his ingenious logic. The two imposters yearned to reclaim the ticket from Wang Jingmeng, but were too intimidated to confront him, nearly reaching the brink of desperation. At that moment, a flicker of fear crossed their faces. The train door swung open with a resounding bang. The ticket inspector had arrived. Chapter 058, Ticket Inspector. If the security officer discovers that we lack tickets, it would be fatal. Please return our tickets. On the infinite train, two imposters were frantically revealing their true forms. Their human guise was torn away, their heads grotesquely twisting into the hideous heads of rats, and a glossy layer of dark fur sprouted upon their bodies. They were in fact two rodents. Wang Jingmeng pointed at the imposters, exclaiming, "Look, they're panicking. There are more than just us two imposters aboard this infinite train. If you do not return our tickets, even if you are from the Investigation Bureau, your demise will be most unpleasant." The imposters threatened them with malevolence. Although one could not attack other passengers aboard the infinite train, such rules would not apply once they disembarked. The imposters could follow Wang Jingmeng and his companions off the train and eliminate them on the platform. The enmity between imposters and the Investigation Bureau was profound, and they would not let this rare opportunity slip away. Unless they could eliminate all imposters aboard the infinite train, they were at risk. "Why should we return tickets acquired through our own prowess?" Wang Jingmeng replied defiantly, dismissing the imposters' threats entirely. At that moment, the ticket inspector of the infinite train approached them. Clad in a black uniform and towering over 2 meters tall, he was slender, nearly brushing the ceiling with his head. His face was obscured by bandages, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. Upon seeing the inspector, the two imposters became frantic, cold sweat pouring from them, trembling uncontrollably. "Inspector, our tickets are with him. He stole our tickets. He has violated the rules of the infinite train." The imposters stammered in fear. Wang Jingmeng crossed his arms in silence, observing the dying struggles of the imposters. An unexpected turn of events was imminent. Indeed, the ticket inspector paid no heed to the imposters' explanations. The absence of tickets was a violation of the infinite train's rules. Even if, for the sake of argument, Wang Jingmeng had taken their tickets, it was due to their own negligence in safeguarding them. There was no prohibition against stealing tickets from fellow passengers aboard the infinite train. However, during such theft, one could not harm other passengers, lest they violate the rules. The act of ticket theft required a certain finesse, identifying those without tickets. With a swift motion, the inspector's arm pierced through the chest of the rat-headed imposter, his clawed hand viciously gripping them and dragging them toward the window. As the window was flung open, a bone-chilling wind surged into the carriage. Outside, bizarre, twisted figures danced as if possessed. No! The rat-headed imposter's face was a mask of terror and despair. The inspector hurled the two imposters from the infinite train, and countless shadowy figures surged forth, engulfing them entirely, leaving not a shred behind. Witnessing this scene, Shunling Xue and Kai Su felt a chill run down their spines. If the ticket inspector were to discover their own lack of tickets, they too would likely meet a fate akin to that of the two imposters. Fortunately, Wang Jingmeng had procured 2 tickets for them. "This is our ticket." Wang Jingmeng proactively presented the ticket to the conductor. The crimson glow in the conductor's eyes dissipated, and after inspecting the ticket, he vanished into the carriage. "Brother Meng, it should be fine now, right?" Xiao Kai plopped back in his seat, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, Wang Jingmeng reacted swiftly. and they had passed this ordeal with nothing more than a scare. Wang Jingmeng shook his head slightly. There were other impostors aboard this train. The threat posed by the previous two was not unfounded. If the impostors on the infinite train discovered them, their situation would become perilous. What are you planning to do? Shenling Xue could not help but inquire curiously. Only by eliminating the impostors on the train can the threat be eradicated, Wang Jingmeng replied. However, attacking other passengers is not permitted on the infinite train, even if they are impostors. I have my methods. I can ensure their reasonable disappearance without attacking them. With that, Wang Jingmeng rose from his seat. In the next moment, his figure shifted dramatically, transforming before Shenling Xue and Xiao Kai into the conductor of the infinite train. His appearance and stature were indistinguishable from that of the conductor, as if he had been flawlessly replicated. The mirror technique acquired from slaying the mirror demon finally found its utility today. Through this technique, he could metamorphose into anyone he had encountered, reflecting them as if in a mirror with no discernible difference. He could even replicate their voice and aura. As Wang Jingmeng transformed into the conductor of the infinite train, Shenling Xue was left speechless. In another carriage, several impostors were feasting ravenously, devouring the flesh laid before them. Resembling beasts that consumed their prey raw, the abyss lay empty. Demons roamed the earth. At that moment, the carriage door suddenly swung open with a loud clang. Who dares to disturb our meal? Do you wish to perish? The disturbed impostors glared menacingly at the intruder. However, upon seeing the conductor enter, they were immediately rendered speechless with fear. The conductor remained silent, exuding an aura of terrifying authority as he approached the dining impostors. The vicious impostors appeared as docile as dogs before the conductor, exhibiting absolute obedience. Without hesitation, they produced their tickets as the conductor approached. Sir Conductor, here are our tickets. The impostors in this carriage were much shrewder than the previous two. They would not easily present their tickets in front of other passengers. Their tickets were carefully safeguarded to prevent theft. Yet, before the conductor of the infinite train, they dared not withhold their tickets. One by one, the impostors presented their tickets to the conductor. In the next instant, the conductor, with lightning speed, snatched away all the tickets from the impostors. By the time the impostors realized what had transpired, the conductor had already departed the carriage. How could the conductor take all our tickets? You ask me. How should I know? Without tickets, can we still ride the train? No, wait. We must find the conductor and reclaim our tickets. Someone was impersonating a ticket inspector. The passengers, who had been momentarily disoriented, sprang to their feet, eager to reclaim their tickets from the inspector. Just then, the train door swung open once more, and the inspector entered the carriage. Oddly enough, had he not just exited through another door? How could he have re-entered from the original one? The ticketless passengers, disregarding such curiosities, rushed towards the inspector. Return our tickets. Otherwise, you shan't leave. In the next instant, the inspector's demeanor shifted ominously, revealing the presence of fair evaders. With a swift motion, his demonic claws slashed through the bodies of the impostors, blood erupting forth as heads and limbs were severed from their torsos. This was no mere mimicry. This was the genuine ticket inspector. Sir, it's a misunderstanding. Someone has assumed your guise and taken our tickets. They pleaded in terror. Please, do not approach us. Within the dimly lit carriage, it transformed into a veritable hell on earth, the floor strewn with blood and dismembered fragments. Chapter 059. Too many murals. Too long a prelude. Shatter it for me. On the infinite train, Wang Jingmeng, transformed into the guise of a ticket inspector, made his rounds through the various carriages, collecting tickets from the unsuspecting passengers. By the time the duped passengers realized the deception, it was already too late. Those who lost their tickets met their demise at the hands of the genuine ticket inspector. Wang Jingmeng produced a stack of tickets from his possession, counting a total of 100. At this juncture, he approached a peculiar carriage, designated as the passenger service center of the infinite train. Inside, there stood a solitary attendant clad in a uniform, adorned with a ram-headed mask. With curiosity, Wang Jingmeng inquired, "What services are available on the train?" "The passenger service center caters exclusively to VIP patrons," the attendant replied with a brusque demeanor. In the eyes of the attendant, ordinary passengers were akin to cattle, unworthy of his service. And how does one become a VIP passenger on the Infinite train? Wang Jingmeng pressed. 100 ordinary tickets can be exchanged for a VIP ticket, granting you the status of a VIP passenger on the Infinite train, the attendant mechanically articulated. Achieving VIP status is no trivial matter. In my century of service, I have yet to witness a VIP passenger aboard the Infinite train. What privileges do VIP passengers enjoy? Wang Jingmeng pondered. Having initially assumed that VIP status was akin to airline mileage requirements, only to discover that the exchange was merely for 100 ordinary tickets. Though the attendant maintained an air of impatience, this was his duty. VIP passengers on the Infinite train could journey to any destination without limitations on mileage and could bring 5 accompanying guests. All carriages of the Infinite train were accessible to VIP patrons, who also enjoyed complimentary meals aboard the train. Furthermore, VIP passengers were exempt from the rules of the Infinite train. There were as many as 13 privileges bestowed upon VIP passengers, the most significant being the exemption from the train's regulations. This meant that VIP passengers could engage with other passengers without fear of reprisal. Without hesitation, Wang Jingmeng produced the 100 ordinary tickets. I wish to exchange for a VIP ticket. The attendant, who had previously exhibited impatience, underwent a remarkable transformation upon witnessing Wang Jingmeng's intent to acquire a VIP ticket. With a respectful bow, he accepted the 100 tickets from Wang Jingmeng's hands. Esteemed passenger, I shall promptly assist you with your transaction, he declared. 2.5 minutes later, the attendant bowed once more, presenting a golden ticket to Wang Jingmeng. Esteemed passenger, here is your VIP ticket. Please imprint your signature upon it to formalize the soul contract. Upon signing the soul contract, the VIP ticket would become eternally bound to Wang Jingmeng's essence, impervious to loss or damage, and impervious to theft by other passengers. You mentioned that VIP passengers receive complimentary meals on the train? Wang Jingmeng queried. Esteemed VIP passengers, regardless of your culinary desires, the Infinite train is fully equipped to cater to your every whim. The demeanor of the attendants towards ordinary passengers starkly contrasts with their treatment of VIP guests. In their eyes, ordinary passengers are akin to mere roadside debris. I wish to have Ultraman, exclaimed Wang Jingmeng impulsively. The attendant responded with a pause. I was jesting. Kindly bring me 3 servings of Wellington steak, Boston lobster, and caviar delivered to my compartment. Certainly, sir. In one of the carriages, Shun Lingxue and Kai Su breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Wang Jingmeng's safe return. Shortly thereafter, a masked attendant wheeled in a food cart. Sir, here are your Wellington steak and Boston lobster. The attendant set the plates on the table and lifted the covers, releasing an enticing aroma of steak and seafood. The plates displayed perfectly cooked steak and butter-grilled lobster, rendering Shun Lingxue and Kai Su momentarily speechless with awe. Brother Meng, is all this for us? Kai Su inquired with palpable curiosity. This is the supper prepared on the train. The lobster is more than sufficient to satiate our hunger. Wang Jingmeng sliced a piece of steak, savoring it with great care. The rich sauce and tender beef burst forth on his palate, tantalizing his taste buds. The culinary offerings aboard the Infinite train surpassed even those crafted by the chefs at Tire Restaurant. Kai Su swallowed hard, spearing a piece of butter-grilled lobster meat and popping it into his mouth. The buttery lobster released a fragrant aroma that enveloped both his mouth and nasal passages, flooding them with exquisite flavors. Shun Lingxue, unable to maintain her ladylike demeanor, indulged heartily. The attendant approached Wang Jingmeng from behind, gently massaging his shoulders. Sir, how is the pressure? Is it to your liking? Should other passengers have witnessed this scene, their eyes would surely have widened in astonishment. Was this the same rebellious attendant from before, now transformed into a sycophant? Wang Jingmeng nodded. I prefer your earlier defiance. Clearing his throat, the attendant straightened and proclaimed, Esteemed passenger, please enjoy your meal. Should you require anything, merely ring the bell upon your table, and I will be at your service. With that, the attendant pushed the cart away, disappearing into the carriage. Kai Su, mouth full of lobster, wore an expression of disbelief. How on earth did Brother Meng manage this? Just then, the train door was suddenly thrust open. A group of impostors stormed in, their demeanor hostile, as if seeking vengeance. The leader, missing an ear, exuded an unsettling odor. Ear brother, it was this man who masqueraded as the ticket inspector and confiscated our tickets. One of the impostors fixed a murderous glare on Wang Jingmeng, as if intent on retribution. After the ticket inspector had taken their tickets, this impostor had followed discreetly, witnessing the inspector transform into Wang Jingmeng's likeness. Realizing they had been deceived, the impostor sought Wang Jingmeng before the genuine inspector could arrive, intent on reclaiming their tickets. Hand over the tickets. The head of the one-eared creature twisted grotesquely, transforming into a hideous mouse's head. Its pupils emitted a blood-red glow in the darkness. If you possess the courage, come and take it yourself, Wang Jingmeng stated nonchalantly, seemingly dismissive of these impostors. Do not presume that we fear to act against you. After all, without a ticket, we are doomed to be caught by the inspector. A glint of malice shone in the one-eared creature's eyes. If death were inevitable, it would not allow this human to escape unscathed. Moreover, as long as he refrained from intervening, the other impostors could tear them to shreds and reclaim the ticket. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than an impostor surged towards Wang Jingmeng with terrifying speed. Do you think these foul sweet potatoes and rotten eggs can kill me? The multitude of murals loomed. The preceding movements felt interminable, shatter. He bellowed. A commanding roar reverberated through the carriage, and the fearsome Lu Wu, a creature with a human face and the body of a tiger adorned with 9 tails, erupted forth with divine majesty. Raising its enormous, razor-sharp claws, Lu Wu swept them across, obliterating the impostors that lunged at Wang Jingmeng into mere fragments. Blood and flesh splattering across the carriage walls. Chapter 060, arriving at Changshu village. Before the god Lu Wu, the impostors aboard the infinite train were reduced to mere shreds, like delicate tissue paper torn apart, as flesh and entrails flew through the air, staining the windows with blood. Wang Jingmeng sat leisurely with one leg crossed over the other, wiping his mouth with a napkin and gazing at the exposed ear of an impostor. No wonder there was always a scent reminiscent of a decaying rat on the train. It was truly nauseating. The god Lu Wu, with a human face and a tiger's body, fixated coldly on the impostors that had appeared in the carriage, his terrifying aura suffocating them almost to the point of breathlessness. Witnessing this, the impostor's expression turned pale in an instant. The individual before them had masqueraded as a ticket inspector, seizing their tickets and ruthlessly slaughtering those of their kind who had come to reclaim their fares. Is there still a semblance of law? At that moment, the impostor seemed to remember something, his face contorting in rage as he pointed at Wang Jingmeng and declared, "You cannot attack other passengers on the infinite train. You have also violated the rules of the train. If I perish, you shall not escape unscathed." Having traveled on the infinite train several times, the impostor knew the dire consequences of breaking its rules. One would either be killed by the train staff or ejected from the train to be devoured by the monsters outside. He had never witnessed anyone flout the rules without facing retribution. Even the investigators from the Imposter Investigation Bureau faced dire consequences if they lost their tickets. They would be thrown off the train to fend for themselves. Yet, here was a human who attacked other passengers and similarly violated the rules, destined to be killed by the train staff. So what? Wang Jingmeng calmly picked up the bell from the table and gave it a gentle shake. The clear, melodious chime resonated throughout the carriage. In the next moment, the train doors swung open. Amidst the terrified gazes of the impostors, the train attendant entered the carriage. Upon seeing the attendant, the impostors trembled uncontrollably, fear coursing through their bodies. Esteemed train attendant, I wish to report this individual for violating the rules of the infinite train by attacking other passengers. The impostor, One Ear, maliciously accused Wang Jingmeng. There existed a consensus aboard the infinite train. One must never provoke the train attendants or ticket inspectors. Particularly, the attendants held the authority to execute any passenger who breached the rules. Yet, One Ear had found a loophole. The attendants were responsible for maintaining order aboard the train, but ticket inspection was not within their purview. Thus, if the ticket inspector had not checked the tickets, they were safe. One Ear deliberately reported Wang Jingmeng to the attendant, hoping to use him as a pawn. Once the attendant dispatched Wang, he would reclaim the tickets from the deceased. A flawless plan. If this man could wield the ticket inspector's hand to eliminate the imposters aboard the Infinite Train, then he could similarly use the attendant's hand to rid himself of this man. The attendant, hearing the impostor's accusation, approached Wang Jingmeng with an impassive expression. Dare to defy the rules of the Infinite Train? Your demise is assured. Not even Jesus can save you. A smirk of cunning triumph played at the corner of a singular ear's mouth, as his gaze fixated intently on Wang Jingmeng. He yearned to witness firsthand the demise of this man at the hands of the conductor. The conductor approached Wang Jingmeng, abruptly bowed at a 90-degree angle, and with a tone of obsequiousness inquired, "Sir, what may I assist you with? Is the train meal to your dissatisfaction? I shall rectify it at once." Merely due to the meal's unpalatability, he was prepared to eliminate the chef aboard the train. Observing this scene, the onlookers were left aghast. Was this truly the same conductor known for his ruthless treatment of passengers on the Infinite Train? They had never before encountered such a level of service from him. As fellow passengers, why was there such a disparity in the conductor's demeanor? The singular ear's mind was left in utter disbelief. The train meal was indeed satisfactory, yet the lingering odor of a deceased rat pervaded the carriage, rendering it somewhat unappetizing. "Please attend to that," Wang Jingmeng nonchalantly directed, crossing his legs and indicating the presence of the onlookers. "Certainly, sir. Just you wait and see," the conductor responded, turning to face the onlookers, his right hand transforming into a chainsaw as he advanced towards them. "Wait, good sir. It was he who violated the train's regulations, not us." The atmosphere thickened with the scent of death, and panic ensued among the onlookers. "The esteemed sir is a VIP passenger and thus exempt from the train's rules." With a sinister grin, the conductor raised the chainsaw and brought it crashing down upon one of the onlookers, cleaving him in two, blood and flesh splattering across the carriage. The singular ear's expression transformed into one of horror. How was he unaware of the existence of VIP passengers on the Infinite Train? "Wait, I did not breach any rules. You cannot kill me," he shrieked in terror. The singular ear had refrained from taking action earlier, thus he had not technically violated any rules. However, the rules now favored Wang Jingmeng. Provoking a VIP passenger constituted a breach of the Infinite Train's regulations. The conductor raised the chainsaw once more, reducing the onlooker before him to mere fragments. "That is not right. I've never heard of such a rule on the Infinite Train," the singular ear screamed. "It was not in place before, but it is now," the conductor cackled in response. "You bastard." The singular ear's complexion shifted dramatically, and without a second thought, he turned to flee. A flash of blood glimmered. A headless corpse crumpled to the train floor, blood gushing forth, saturating the carriage. The ghastly rodent head rolled aside, while the singular ear's body convulsed involuntarily. Wang Jingmeng furrowed his brow as the stench of the dead rat intensified within the carriage. "Sir, I shall take care of that immediately." As he spoke, the conductor's left hand morphed into a vacuum cleaner, absorbing the corpse and blood entirely. In an instant, the entire carriage was left immaculate. Shenling Shue was taken aback, whispering, "This conductor is at least an S-class onlooker." Wang Jingmeng's gaze shifted slightly. An S-class onlooker was tantamount to the strength of a bureau chief. Such a creature, merely an ordinary conductor on the Infinite Train, led one to ponder the rank of the train's master. At the current level of Wang Jingmeng, he is still unable to engage with the rank of a train conductor. Just then, the train's announcement resonated through the carriages. Approaching the next station, Changshu Village. Changshu Village has arrived. Grandfather, allow me to assist you with the door. Please disembark with caution. The train attendant's hands returned to their original form as he helped Wang Jingmeng open the train door. "We look forward to welcoming you aboard the Infinite Train again, esteemed guest." The attendant bid farewell as he watched Wang Jingmeng and his companions alight from the train, waving them off. Such exemplary service made Wang Jingmeng contemplate giving a 5-star review. After disembarking, they did not wander far before a tranquil little mountain village emerged before them. This was Changshu Village. Shenling Shue activated her location services and discovered that Changshu Village lay within Handong Province, not far from Jingzhou City. However, she had never heard of this place before. As they stepped into the village, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted. "Who goes there?" Shortly thereafter, a light flickered on in a nearby house, and an elderly villager, his hair a silver cascade, emerged with a frail demeanor. Chapter 061. The villagers open the door, bringing warmth to the village. Fellow villagers, we are from the Jingzhou Public Security Bureau, conducting an investigation. Shen Lingxue stepped forward to clarify their identity, lest the residents of Changshu village mistake them for nefarious individuals and report them. Are you officials from the city? The elderly man who opened the door scrutinized them with curiosity. Shen Lingxue hastily replied, "We are not officials, merely ordinary investigators." The elder nodded, seemingly understanding yet perplexed. Shen Lingxue glanced at the map and inquired curiously, "Fellow villager, wasn't this village previously called Annan Village? Why has it been renamed Changshu Village?" The map indicated that the location of Changshu Village was indeed marked as Annan Village. No wonder they had previously struggled to locate Changshu Village on the map. The elder replied, "This village was once known as Annan Village, but has been renamed Changshu Village." Now his words were vague yet profound. After some dialogue, they learned that the village was now inhabited entirely by the elderly, with not a single young person in sight. The villagers were known for their longevity, with centenarians being commonplace. It was unclear when precisely the village adopted the name Changshu, but it certainly seemed fitting. Wang Jingmeng produced a missing person notice and pointed to the elderly figure depicted therein. "Fellow villager, do you recognize this person?" "I do. This is Lu Shou, a former resident of Changshu village, though he left the village long ago to live in the city." The elder spoke as he lit a dry cigarette, savoring a puff. "Fellow villager, smoking is harmful to your health," Wang Jingming cautioned. The elder responded, "I'm already 90 years old. Do you think I care about the dangers of smoking?" The villagers of Changshu held a deep-rooted belief in the concept of returning to one's roots, asserting that no matter how far one travels, they ultimately must return to Changshu village. Returning to one's roots, Wang Jingming pondered, realizing why Lu Shou would insist on returning to Changshu village, even in death. Does he have any relatives left in Changshu village? Wang Jingming inquired. The elder contemplated for a moment before nodding slowly. Lu Shou has a sister named Lu Mei, but not long ago, her family encountered some difficulties. Wang Jingming pressed, "What do you mean?" "Lu Mei has been bedridden for many years, unable to care for herself, and her son has been her primary caregiver. However, as the saying goes, long illness breeds no filial son. Lu Mei's daughter-in-law, witnessing her mother-in-law's unending suffering, urged her husband to bury Lu Mei. The villagers of Changshu may live long lives, but they are not immune to illness. Despite their advanced age, they still succumb to sickness. However, regardless of the severity of their ailments, they seem to defy death. Even cancer cannot claim them. Even when cancer cells spread throughout their bodies, they remain alive. Yet for them, this longevity can often be a torment. Initially, Lu Mei's son was reluctant to take such drastic action, but witnessing his mother's relentless suffering, he made a fateful decision. A few days later, he dug a grave and buried his mother. For the first few days, mournful cries could be heard emanating from the grave, but eventually, silence fell. Just when Lu Mei's son and daughter-in-law believed her to be lifeless in her grave. One fateful night, she unexpectedly returned. Upon hearing this, Kai Su was startled, feeling a chilling breeze against the nape of his neck, as if a ghost were whispering to him. Lu Mei, paralyzed for so many years, suddenly stood up. Her son and daughter-in-law were utterly terrified at the sight of her return. Subsequently, some claimed to have witnessed Lu Mei grasping their hands and leaping into the grave together. After recounting this, the elder took a deep drag from his pipe. "Is Lu Mei truly dead, or is she alive?" Shen Lingxue inquired. The elder shook his head, remarking that no one could know for certain. Without food or water, survival in the grave seemed unlikely. The entire Lu family lay together in the tomb, and with no police station in the village, and all being elderly, no one had reported it. "Do you know where Lu Mei's grave is?" the elder was asked. "It is on the hillside to the east of the village. If you walk in that direction, you'll find it," he gestured. The group proceeded towards the direction indicated by the elder. Would Lu Mei, like Lu Shou, have transformed into a ghastly creature, risen from the dead? Shun Lingshue's face reflected deep contemplation. The varieties and forms of such entities were diverse, and the records in the Investigation Bureau merely scratched the surface of what existed in the world, a world of which they had yet to hear or see. The phenomenon of a being returning from death was not peculiar. Anything was possible. They would soon know the truth. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the small hillside east of Changshu village. Before them lay a prominent grave mound, the resting place of the Liu family. Shun Lingxue circled the grave, finding no signs of irregularity. Just then, Wang Jingmeng approached and knocked on the grave as if it were a door, exclaiming, "Villager, open up. The village brings warmth." Shun Lingxue was taken aback. Suddenly, with a deafening crack, Liu Mei's grave split open. A torrent of blood vines surged forth like venomous serpents, rapidly covering the ground and sweeping towards the three. "Be careful." Shun Lingxue swiftly drew her gun, firing several shots at the relentless blood vines, severing a few. However, the sheer volume of the blood vines emerging from Liu Mei's grave was overwhelming. Kaisu immediately activated his Kuan Yuan sound domain, dancing and leaping to evade the onslaught. At the moment the blood vines ensnared Wang Jingmeng, countless strands of annihilation sword energy erupted around him. The sword energy surged like a tide, shredding the blood vines into fragments, their bright crimson essence spilling forth and saturating the hillside. "If you won't come out, I shall venture in." With that, Wang Jingmeng leapt boldly into the gaping grave. Shun Lingxue and Kai Su stood before Liu Mei's tomb, awaiting his return. "He won't be in danger, will he?" Shun Lingxue asked, her voice tinged with concern. "Not at all. You know Dream Brother's prowess. He will be just fine." Before long, a tremendous commotion erupted from the grave mound. "The grave of Liu Mei has exploded. Menggu has emerged." Kai Su's eyes lit up as he beheld the figure of Wang Jingmeng materializing from the tomb, clutching a struggling and wailing doppelganger. "Liu Mei." At this moment, Liu Mei appeared utterly wretched. Her skin was cracked, revealing desiccated bark beneath. Her body had petrified, her lower half transformed into roots, and her arms into branches. "Where are the two individuals you captured?" Wang Jingmeng coldly inquired, gripping the tree demon. Liu Mei cackled like a vengeful spirit. "I inserted roots into their bodies, drained their blood, and consumed their remains as fertilizer." "Do you recognize him?" Wang Jingmeng brandished a missing person poster before Liu Mei's eyes. "Liu Shou, he is my brother. What have you done to him?" Liu Mei trembled and shrieked. "He sought to devour humans, but I reduced him to fragments. A family must remain intact. May you join him in hell." With that, Wang Jingmeng raised his hand, and the sword Qi of entropy sliced forth like a tempest. Chapter 062. Our daughter has just blossomed, with strength to move mountains and an aura that overwhelms the world. A tempest of sword energy swept through, a terrifying force that effortlessly reduced Liu Mei to mere fragments, obliterating even the grave mound behind her. Within the vicinity, not a blade of grass could survive. Liu Mei was but a trifling C-grade foe, and Wang Jingmeng required little effort to dispatch her. One strike of entropy-infused sword energy rendered her to ashes. Release the tree demon old ghost. Reward acquired. Longevity pill. With the prompt from his golden finger, a verdant pill materialized in Wang Jingmeng's hand, imbued with a vast essence of life. Even the smallest morsel counts. Thus, this trip to Longevity Village was not in vain. Wang Jingmeng tucked away the longevity pill as dawn began to break. The rooster heralded the morning, and the sun began its ascent. Having resolved all matters, the trio returned to the village, where they encountered Zhao Baotian, the village chief of Longevity Village. Zhao Baotian, with his dark skin and robust physique, exuded vitality. Clad in simple attire, he was perpetually adorned with an earnest smile. "I am the village chief, Zhao Baotian. Are you officers from the city?" he inquired. "We are from the Jingzhou Public Security Bureau, here to investigate a few matters in Longevity Village," replied Shun Lingxue, clarifying their identity. The investigation concerning the impostors needed discretion and could not be disclosed lightly. "We have completed our inquiries and are preparing to depart," Shun Lingxue stated. "Have you had your meal?" "The village has prepared some humble fare. Do stay and eat before you leave, Zhao Baotian insisted. Shun Lingxue intended to decline, yet the chief was adamant that they dine, insisting they would not be allowed to leave without doing so. Thus, Zhao Baotian led them to the village committee's cafeteria. Upon entering the cafeteria, the aroma of the meal enveloped them, causing Kai Su and Shun Lingxue to salivate in anticipation. Zhao Baotian beckoned them to sit and poured a bottle of liquor for them. Chief, that is not permissible. We have regulations against drinking during work hours. Shun Lingxue quickly interjected. A little won't hurt. The smell will dissipate once you leave the village. No one will know, Zhao Baotian insisted, resolute in his actions. At this moment, Wang Jingmeng cast a glance at Zhao Baotian and abruptly overturned the table before him. Is this how you test your officials? Kai Su and Shun Lingxue were momentarily taken aback by Wang Jingmeng's unexpected action, bewildered by his motives. Could it be that he found the wine of Longevity Village unsatisfactory? That seemed improbable. Zhao Baotian's expression darkened, shrouded in a cloud of discontent. Mingo, what troubles you? Kai Su inquired, perplexed. He could not fathom Wang Jingmeng's sudden outburst. Look at this food and drink, Wang Jingmeng remarked. Kai Su focused his gaze, only to discover that the delectable dishes were, in fact, mounds emitting a foul stench of decay. He even spotted several large, plump maggots writhing within. Witnessing this scene nearly caused Kai Su to regurgitate the late-night snack he had consumed the previous evening. This is utterly revolting. The village chief invited them to dine on dirt. Even more outrageous, the drink he poured for them was not the fine liquor, but a bottle of pesticide. Is this how he intends to treat them? Strangely, both Kai Su and Shun Lingxue noticed nothing amiss, while only Wang Jingmeng perceived the danger. Village chief, what is going on? As Shun Lingxue turned her gaze, she saw the village chief Zhao Baotian's fingers elongating, transforming into 5 iron-like black branches, lunging towards her neck. A doppelganger, Zhao Baotian, the village chief of Changshu Village, is also a doppelganger. Shun Lingxue's scalp tingled, her adrenaline surged, and she instinctively evaded the doppelganger's attack, retaliating with gunfire. Bang! Bang! The bullet struck Zhao Baotian's face. To her astonishment, Zhao Baotian's skin morphed into a layer of black bark, absorbing the impact of Shun Lingxue's bullets. Why don't you drink? Once consumed, you can depart in peace. Zhao Baotian's icy, sinister voice echoed. At that moment, distorted figures materialized around the house. When Shun Lingxue regained her composure, they found themselves encircled by the doppelgangers of Changshu Village. To her horror, she realized that all the villagers were doppelgangers. Changshu Village is a den of doppelgangers. This is dire. Located in a remote area, even if they called for help from the Investigation Bureau, it would be futile. Distant aid cannot extinguish a nearby fire. By the time assistance arrives, they would likely have become the doppelganger's next meal. And all of this was orchestrated by Zhao Baotian. He deliberately revealed Lu Mei's anomalies to test their strength. Had Wang Jingmeng and the others been weak, they would have perished at Lu Mei's hands. However, upon easily dispatching Lu Mei, Zhao Baotian devised a scheme to lure them here, setting a trap. Yet, it was still discerned by Wang Jingmeng. More and more doppelgangers surged from all directions, and Zhao Baotian stood among them, his gaze icy, as if he had already secured their fate. A massive hand shot out like lightning, striking down upon a doppelganger's head. Wang Jingmeng's palm trembled. The doppelganger, his head exploded like a watermelon, green juice splattering forth. The stench of decay overwhelmed them, nearly suffocating them in the air. Witnessing this, Zhao Baotian fixed his gaze on Wang Jingmeng, grinning malevolently. Are you skilled in combat? What good is your prowess if you cannot eradicate all the doppelgangers in Changshu Village? The original villagers have long been devoured by these doppelgangers. They have replaced the villagers, taking root here, feasting upon those who pass through Changshu Village. If not for Wang Jingmeng and his companions, the village's secrets would have remained forever concealed. It is a battle of fists against many hands. With hundreds of doppelgangers in Changshu Village, Zhao Baotian believed that no matter how formidable Wang Jingmeng was, he could not annihilate them all. At this moment, their situation teetered on the brink of life and death. Shun Lingxue emptied her magazine in one breath. only to realize with a sudden change in expression that she was out of bullets. They were truly at the end of their resources. While the number of imposters in Changsha village continued to swell, nearly overwhelming them. If this persisted, they would surely meet their demise. Was there any way to escape from Changsha village? Kaisu's Kuan Yuan sound domain could only last for 2.5 minutes. He had already leaped out of the afterimage, and once the time was up, he would be unable to hold on any longer. A flicker of hesitation crossed Shun Lingshue's face as she made an exceedingly difficult decision. I had originally planned to never use this ability throughout my life, but now there is no alternative. Shun Lingxue swept her long hair behind her ear and took a deep breath. Sister Xue, are you about to unleash your ultimate move? Kaisu exclaimed, surprised, not expecting Shun Lingxue to have a hidden card up her sleeve. What kind of ability could be so formidable that she intended to refrain from using it for a lifetime? In the next instant, Shun Lingxue took a step forward, and the bricks beneath her feet shattered into fragments as a terrifying force surged within her. Her body began to swell, the previously unremarkable pectoral muscles becoming increasingly pronounced. Then, a towering, formidable figure emerged before them. Neza? Kaisu gaped in astonishment. Was this truly Shun Lingshue's complete form? The impressive physique paired with Shun Lingshue's exquisite and beautiful face evoked a striking resemblance to Neza from Ten Cold, with a daughter blossoming in her prime. Her strength can move mountains, and her spirit is unmatched. Shun Lingxue unleashed a powerful punch, her might crashing forth like an unstoppable tide. The impostor before her was obliterated in an explosive display. Chapter 063, The Complete Shun Lingxue. Upon witnessing Shun Lingxue transform into Neza, her exaggerated pectoral muscles larger than her head, Wang Jingmeng suddenly comprehended why she was unwilling to embrace this power, even at the cost of her life. Within the investigation bureau, scarcely anyone was privy to Shun Lingshue's true capabilities, as she had never unveiled them before anyone. Every power comes with its price. While Neza's transformation might seem trivial to other spirit masters, perhaps even cool, for Shun Lingxue, a flat-chested beauty, the notion of becoming a muscle-bound figure was intolerable. She had yet to experience the sweetness of romance. If anyone were to witness her transformed appearance, which boy would dare to pursue her? Even a fleeting glance at a passerby's legs could evoke fears of being suffocated by her ostentatious muscles. Initially, when compelled to transform, Shun Lingxue had vehemently refused. She would have preferred never to possess such strength. Yet now, trapped in the village of longevity, surrounded by impostors, they found themselves on the brink of life and death. Reluctantly, Shun Lingxue steeled herself and activated Neza's transformation. The shame of public humiliation was a preferable fate compared to becoming fodder for the impostors in the village of longevity. In the village, Shun Lingxue unleashed her massive iron fists, delivering a punch that obliterated the approaching impostors. Her formidable strength crashed through the walls, creating a gaping hole. The impostors in Shun Lingxue's presence were as feeble as overripe fruit, easily crushed. Blood gushed forth and flesh splattered. Like a human tank, Shun Lingxue barreled through the throngs. Unstoppable and fierce. So impressive. Kaisu watched in awe, his eyes wide with envy. He reminisced about the time his ex-girlfriend had coldly dismissed him with a curt, "Can you handle it, you skinny dog?" and a disdainful glance. His dream was to become a man of such might as Shun Lingxue. The village chief's expression darkened. He had presumed the investigation bureau was at his mercy, unaware of the unforeseen turn of events. Regardless of their struggles, the outcome was predetermined. Just then, countless tendrils of ivy surged forth like a tidal wave, ensnaring Shun Lingxue's arms and legs. Her expression shifted. Was this some form of bondage? A powerful force emanated from the vines, threatening to rend her asunder. With a fierce roar, Shun Lingxue summoned her strength and tore the vines apart. Then, in a breathtaking leap, she soared 3 stories high. The next instant, like a cannonball, Shun Lingxue descended into the throng below. Boom! The ground was cratered by her impact, and the rushing impostors tumbled into the pit. Get away from me! With deftness, Shun Lingxue seized an impostor transformed into a tree demon, wielding it like a weapon to sweep through the impostors of Longevity Village. Like autumn winds scattering leaves, she sent a multitude of impostors flying. All around, the impostors fell as if struck by a gust through a wheat field. Crack! Due to her overwhelming strength, the impostor in her grasp shattered into fragments. In an instant, the relentless assault of the impostors rained down upon Shun Lingxue, yet all were thwarted by her iron-like physique, which served as the most formidable armor. Zhao Baotian, with a malevolent gaze, plunged his arms into the earth, causing a multitude of wooden spikes to erupt from beneath Shun Lingxue's feet. At that moment, Wang Jingmeng vanished from sight, appearing before Zhao Baotian like a specter. With lightning speed, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick. Zhao Baotian met the kick with his face, and in the next moment his arm shattered, propelling him uncontrollably backward. Old dang, your adversary is me. With a single step, Wang Jingmeng traversed the distance, instantly catching up to the flying Zhao Baotian. A large hand reached out and clutched Zhao Baotian's throat. With a sudden surge of strength, a sharp crack resounded as he twisted Zhao Baotian's neck with brutal precision. Zhao Baotian's head fell from his shoulders, melding seamlessly into the earth below. Immediately, countless wooden fibers sprouted from his neck, reconstituting a new head. Zhao Baotian glared at Wang Jingmeng, his expression as dark as the depths of water. Futile, I am immortal. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Jingmeng raised his hand and unleashed a blade of entropy. With a swift whoosh, the sword energy tore through space and cleaved Zhao Baotian in twain. His body collapsed to the ground, only for wooden fibers to emerge within, stitching him back together. Dream Brother, I come to assist you. Kai Su activated the Kuan Yuan sound domain, and with its amplifying power, his speed became so swift that afterimages trailed behind him. Zhao Baotian saw a flurry of phantoms before he could react. Kai Su struck him with a powerful Iron Mountain Slam, fracturing his fully Woodinized form. Under the combined onslaught of Wang Jingmeng and Kai Su, Zhao Baotian began to falter. Meanwhile, Shun Lingxue dashed towards a towering tree in Changshu Village, embracing its trunk with both arms. The veins on her arms bulged like coiling dragons. Live for me, she cried, uprooting the majestic tree with astounding strength. Like Lin Daiyu pulling up the weeping willow, she wielded the colossal timber as a weapon, smashing it down upon the advancing impostors. The several-ton heavy tree crushed them into mere pulp. Shun Lingxue resembled a valkyrie on the battlefield, a single force against 1,000. Any impostor daring to approach Changshu Village was swiftly flattened. The swarm of impostors from all directions was rapidly diminished. Is there anyone else? Shun Lingxue, her towering and powerful form hoisting the massive wood, surveyed the impostors in Changshu Village. Her arms could bear the weight of horses, and her fists could support a man. This was the true embodiment of Shun Lingxue. The battle in Changshu Village escalated to a fever pitch. At this juncture, Kai Su's Kuan Yuan sound domain was on the verge of dissipating. Dream Brother, this is my final wave. Kai Su seized the last few seconds, casting a reinforcement node upon Wang Jingmeng. Countless afterimages materialized. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jingmeng appeared before Zhao Baotian, delivering a thunderous punch from above. Thunder. The sky collapses, the earth quakes with a purple-golden hammer. Zhao Baotian's pupils suddenly constricted, as if an immense mountain were descending upon him with catastrophic force. It felt akin to the very heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. In an instant, his skull was obliterated, followed closely by his neck, torso, limbs, and bones. With a single strike from Wang Jingmeng, Zhao Baotian exploded into a fine mist. Once the monster was slain, it met its demise. There exists no creature in this world that cannot be vanquished. If such a creature does exist, it is merely a matter of insufficient firepower. At long last, it was over. Kai Su exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing that the impostor from Changshu Village was irreversibly defeated. The sensation of surviving a calamity was profoundly gratifying. Under the relentless assault of the impostors, they had exhausted all their trump cards, having burned through every resource. Fortunately, they had emerged alive in the end. Just as he began to relax, a figure suddenly soared towards him. It was Shun Lingshuo. Wang Jingmeng raised his hand to catch her, only to observe Shun Lingshuo's formidable form rapidly deflating like a punctured balloon. "We must hurry. There is danger." Shun Lingshuo gasped, spitting blood, her expression filled with terror. Chapter 064. Life is a play, all dependent on performance. You cannot escape. In Changshu Village, a man with green hair and a sinister expression emerged from the crowd. The surrounding figures knelt before him, akin to pilgrims paying homage. This green-haired man appeared to be the sovereign of Changshu Village. Be cautious, for this man is a B-class imposter, even more formidable than Zhang Biao. Shun Lingshuo uttered weakly. Her strength was comparable to Zhang Biao's. Yet she could not withstand even a single blow from the green-haired man. Despite also being a B-class imposter, the green-haired man's power surpassed Zhang Biao's tenfold. "I assumed you would be like a timid turtle, unwilling to reveal yourself." Wang Jingmeng's gaze was fixed upon the green-haired man, seemingly unfazed by his presence. At his words, the green-haired man furrowed his brow. It appeared that this human had already surmised that Zhao Baotian was merely a puppet, with a more powerful ruler lurking behind the scenes in Changshu Village. "When did you realize this?" The green-haired man's expression was mocking, as if toying with his prey. "I sensed it upon encountering Zhao Baotian," Wang Jingmeng replied leisurely. "His strength is too feeble. He cannot govern the impostors within Changshu Village, nor does he possess the qualifications to be the village chief. The law of survival among impostors is one of the weak being devoured by the strong. Power is paramount. Although Zhao Baotian was a B-class impostor, he was significantly weaker than Zhang Biao from the Beast Club. The impostors in the club were merely a fraction, 1/10, of those in Changshu Village. How could Zhao Baotian manage a village full of impostors with such limited strength? The scheming frog has always been probing your vulnerabilities. The truth is singular. Zhao Baotian, the village chief of Changshu, is merely a pawn, while a more powerful impostor conceals himself within the village, orchestrating everything. This green-haired man is the hidden boss of Changshu Village. So you have guessed correctly. What of it? The outcome will not change. You are destined to perish in Changshu Village. The green-haired man sneered repeatedly, his nature being one of caution and suspicion, never engaging in battles without assurance. Zhao Baotian was merely a puppet under his control, and the recent skirmish was a test of Wang Jingmeng and the others' capabilities. Should Wang Jingmeng and his companions exhibit overwhelming strength against the impostors, the green-haired man would retreat, never daring to show himself. However, if these investigators proved weaker than him, he would strike. The green-haired man deliberately sent the impostors of Changshu Village towards Wang Jingmeng and his group, intending to emerge and claim victory only after they had exhausted their strength. Thus, triumph would surely belong to him, and the secrets of Changshu Village would remain concealed. Yet, the green-haired man had not anticipated that Wang Jingmeng saw through his entire scheme. "In my eyes, Zhao Baotian is no more than a mere insect. Do you know why the final victory was so precarious?" Wang Jingmeng queried with an enigmatic smile. The green-haired man's expression tightened, a hint of confusion crossing his features. "Because what if I unleashed my full power and frightened you away?" Wang Jingmeng replied calmly, as if stating an undeniable fact. "Life is but a play, entirely reliant on performance." This is the most amusing joke I have ever heard. The man with green hair laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed from his eyes. "Are you suggesting that you were merely acting all along, with the intent of luring me out?" The green-haired man scoffed at Wang Jingmeng's words, not believing a single punctuation mark of it. What? Being trapped in dire straits and retaliating at the last moment was all just a performance? With such remarkable acting skills, why not pursue a career as an esteemed actor? You must be trying to deceive me. The green-haired man raised his arm, and beneath his feet surged a dense mass of green vines, coalescing into a colossal green dragon. The vines poured forth like a surging tide, and a massive green dragon lunged toward Wang Jingmeng. "If you want to believe me, then I shall demonstrate." Upon uttering these words, the ethereal form of the deity Lu Wu materialized behind Wang Jingmeng. In the next instant, The immense divine figure began to merge with Wang Jingmeng's own silhouette. This was a newfound ability that Wang Jingmeng had developed. Invoking the deity, the power of Lu Wu was undeniably formidable. Had Wang Jingmeng's divine palace not been several hundred times larger than that of an ordinary spirit master, it could not have contained such overwhelming strength without being shattered by its sheer magnitude. In the blink of an eye, Lu Wu appeared within his divine palace. An unparalleled force surged forth from Wang Jingmeng. He lifted his gaze, and his figure vanished as if teleporting, reappearing before the green dragon. The dragon roared as it charged forward. Wang Jingmeng merely raised his palm, effortlessly blocking the dragon's onslaught. Then, with lightning speed, he seized the dragon's menacing head. With a sudden, powerful jolt of his hand, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. In an instant, the fearsome dragon's head was obliterated. Green liquid erupted skyward, cascading down like a torrential waterfall. The terrifying shockwave rippled through the dragon's body. In the incredulous gaze of the green-haired man, the 100-meter-long green dragon began to split apart inch by inch. The swirling green vines were instantly reduced to dust. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the green-haired man felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, as if a tremendous dread were bearing down upon him. What has transpired? Wang Jingmeng had casually struck, reducing the immense green dragon to mere fragments. Are you a spirit master of the divine concealment realm? As Wang Jingmeng cast his gaze towards him, the green-haired man's face turned as pale as death. The surrounding ferocious aura nearly suffocated him. No, if you're this powerful, why didn't you say so earlier? Only then did the green-haired man realize that Wang Jingmeng had indeed been truthful all along. He had genuinely been acting. Had he unleashed his full power from the start, the imposters in Changshu village combined would not have been enough to contend with him. A single casual strike could annihilate Zhao Baotian. Had he known Wang Jingmeng was so formidable, the green-haired man would have preferred to hide like a coward rather than expose himself. Oh no, I've been ensnared. The green-haired man never anticipated that Wang Jingmeng was orchestrating a ruse against him. Damn it! Those from the Investigation Bureau are exceedingly cunning. Do not think that you have secured victory. No one can defeat me in Changshu village. The green-haired man let out a furious roar, and suddenly, the colossal trees surrounding Longevity Village seemed to come to life. Each towering tree rose from the ground, encircling Wang Jingmeng. Under the green-haired man's command, they launched an assault against him. With terrifying speed, Wang Jingmeng darted through the thicket like a phantom, evading the man's attacks, which barely grazed the hem of his garment. Wang Jingmeng wielded his palm as a blade, effortlessly cleaving the massive trees before him into several segments, their cut surfaces remarkably smooth, as if shaped by a chainsaw. Block him! A dense line of towering wooden pillars sprouted before the green-haired man, shielding him from harm. Can you withstand this? Wang Jingmeng declared as he stomped down, shattering the green-haired man's protective shell with a single blow. Chapter 065, A Foot Crushes the Turtle Shell. The conclusion of Longevity Village. A sense of dread enveloped the green-haired man as his pupils constricted in an instant. It was as if a harbinger star of doom flickered above him. The moment Wang Jingmeng made his move, the man retreated without hesitation. With a resounding stomp, the ground of Longevity Village trembled as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. An unparalleled force detonated like a miniature nuclear bomb in the heart of the village. In the astonished gazes of the foe beings, a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky above Longevity Village. Wang Jingmeng's kick unleashed the devastating might of artillery. The towering trees that stood before him shattered in an instant, sending a whirlwind of wood splinters and dust into the air. The power of the god of Lu Wu was overwhelmingly formidable, perhaps a bit too forceful. As the dust began to settle, it became evident that all the colossal trees summoned by the green-haired man had vanished without a trace. A disheveled figure erupted from the haze. The green-haired man was left in a daze, as if he had just awoken from a nightmare. What he believed to be a certain victory had turned into a swift and utter defeat. Wang Jingmeng, infused with the power of the god of Lu Wu, was akin to a walking humanoid nuclear bomb, capable of unleashing explosive force with a mere flick of his hand. At that moment, A profound doubt took root in the green-haired man's mind. Who, indeed, was the true monster? Initially, he had thought that no matter how formidable Wang Jingmeng was, he could not possibly eradicate all the foe beings in Longevity Village. Yet now it seemed that even an alliance of all the foe beings would not suffice to contend with him. Who had summoned this monster to Longevity Village? Witnessing the unfolding calamity, the green-haired man entertained thoughts of retreat. Preserving one's life ensured future opportunities. As long as he survived, there would come a time for resurgence. The losses in Longevity Village could easily be compensated by devouring a few more spirit masters. However, just as he prepared for a tactical withdrawal, a blade of energy sliced through the air like a bolt of black lightning. The green-haired man halted abruptly, his body frozen in place. With wide eyes, he looked down in disbelief. A fist-sized black hole had materialized in his chest, consuming his heart, and blood began to pour from his body in a steady stream. Am I dying? The green-haired man desperately clutched his chest as his consciousness faded, memories flashing before him like a kaleidoscope. He was transported back to the day he encountered the divine and became a foe being. At that time, he was merely an ordinary man with a young, beautiful girlfriend, though she spent her days intoxicated in bars, only to return home to berate him for losing at mahjong and demanded an exorbitant betrothal gift of 880,000. Treating him like an ATM, he still believed she was a good girl. After all, she had preserved her chastity, refusing even the slightest touch, threatening to accuse him of assault at the mere brush of a finger. The green-haired man thought that once his girlfriend grew tired of her escapades, she would surely return to him. Until one fateful day when she asked him to book a room at a couple's hotel, believing she had finally come to her senses. He hid in the wardrobe to surprise her, only to witness her in the embrace of a burly man. The man with green hair concealed himself within the confines of a wardrobe, unable to fathom that his faithful girlfriend, who had always held her virtue dear, could engage in such reckless behavior, even with another man. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a divine voice resonated in his mind. Under the guidance of this deity, he transformed into a grotesque being, acquiring the ability to manipulate flora. Overnight, his hair turned a vibrant green. Emerging from the wardrobe, the transformed man startled his robust girlfriend, who immediately unleashed a torrent of invectives, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Meanwhile, the man she had been with, enraged, lunged at the green-haired figure, intent on delivering a crushing blow. However, with a mere gesture, a tendril pierced through the intruder's body, consuming him entirely. In his mind, he recalled his girlfriend kneeling before him in her nakedness, confessing her transgressions and offering to engage in a final game. Yet in the end, he could not bring himself to harm her. In a desperate bid to keep her by his side forever, he devoured her, believing this would bind them eternally. A sharp pain surged from his chest, jolting him back to the present. The mother of life would not spare him. He knelt upon the ground, gazing up at Wang Jingmeng, aware that the village of longevity would likely be his final resting place. Is this your last word? Wang Jingmeng declared, crushing the green-haired man's shell beneath his foot, extinguishing his life. Release the green demon, reward, spirit of sea tongue. The power of the deity Lu Wu dissipated. And in the next moment, grotesque wounds erupted across Wang Jingmeng's body, blood gushing forth. All power exacts a toll. The greater the strength, the steeper the price. Wang Jingmeng's body was not yet capable of fully bearing Lu Wu's might, hence his current state. Had he failed to dispatch the green-haired man within the allotted time, it would have been his demise. The grotesque beings of the village, sensing Wang Jingmeng's weakened condition, surged toward him, driven by the insatiable allure of blood. Should they consume Wang Jingmeng, they would undoubtedly evolve, becoming even more formidable. In the instant they pounced, countless tendrils entwined around Wang Jingmeng, coalescing into an impenetrable vine armor, repelling their onslaught. Simultaneously, the tendrils surged forth, ensnaring the grotesque beings of Longevity Village. See tongue strangles. The assailants intent on attacking Wang Jingmeng were mercilessly torn to shreds. Seating offered both offense and defense, automatically shielding its master upon being attacked and retaliating against foes. Shun Lingxue and Kai Su seized the opportunity to eliminate the remaining grotesque beings within Longevity Village. Brother Ming, you're bleeding. Kai Su Galim. A look of concern etched upon his face. It's but a trifle, Wang Jingmeng replied, his thoughts coalescing as the 1,000 threads swiftly stitched his wounds closed. The grotesque beings had mentioned the Mother of Life earlier. Did you grasp its significance? After staunching the flow of blood, he recalled the last words of the green-haired man and curiously inquired of Shun Lingxue, a seasoned investigator who might possess insights. Upon hearing the term Mother of Life, Shun Lingxue's expression subtly shifted. The Mother of Life is one of the 4 pillars of the Truth Association. The 4 pillars of the Truth Association are not genuine deities, but rather 4 demigod-like aberrations. They believe that these aberrations are the result of genetic evolution, positing that in the near future, the environment will become exceedingly harsh and inhospitable for human existence. Only the mightiest of these aberrations will endure. The philosophy of the Truth Association advocates for the transformation of all humanity into aberrations, thus ensuring survival in the unforgiving future and preserving the spark of life. The green-haired man, once an ordinary individual, was transformed into an aberration by the Mother of Life. Under her guidance, he arrived at Longevity Village. It is the Truth Association that orchestrates the machinations behind Longevity Village. Chapter 066. To kill someone, it's either windy or rainy in the city of Jingzhou. At the Bureau of Faux Personnel Investigations, a few agents passed by the captain's office when they heard the astonished voice of Li Chongkai from within. What? You and Wang Jingmeng went to Changshu Village to investigate the faux personnel and were ambushed? The entire village is filled with faux personnel? What? The shadow of the Truth Association's 4 pillars looms over Changshu Village, and you encountered an ambush by B-level faux personnel? Upon hearing Shun Lingxue's report, Li Chongkai was already drenched in sweat. Although he had the experienced investigator Shun Lingxue by his side, facing B-level faux personnel in an ambush could lead to dire consequences, and the original villagers had already been devoured by these imposters. Li Chongkai could hardly envision how they would escape this perilous situation. What? Wang Jingmeng eliminated the B-level faux personnel in Changshu Village and annihilated all the faux personnel there? He also unearthed the truth behind the Truth Association? Upon hearing Shun Lingxue's account, Li Chongkai stood up in astonishment. As a fellow investigator of faux personnel, what allowed Wang Jingmeng to exhibit such prowess? Was this the stark difference between genius and the ordinary? After hanging up the phone, Li Chongkai immediately dispatched investigators to the site to gather clues. Following the battle in Changshu Village, aside from Wang Jingmeng, both Kai Su and Shun Lingxue also reaped significant rewards. Shun Lingxue surged to the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, just a step away from the Divine Concealment Realm. As her strength increased, her mastery over her powers deepened. In future transformations, she would be able to control her physique, preventing herself from turning into a hulking figure. A slight increase in muscularity would be acceptable for her. Kai Su's Qinyan domain expanded to twice its previous range. The Qinyan domain was his territory. No one could defeat him within the auditory landscape of his domain. Once the music started, Qinyan made his entrance. He was different with his singing, dancing, and rapping. When Li Chongkai and the investigators finally arrived at Changshu Village after a long journey, they found it resembled a battlefield, almost leveled to the ground. The village was littered with the fragmented corpses of faux personnel, strewn everywhere. Witnessing this scene made Li Chongkai's scalp tingle. Was this all orchestrated by Wang Jingmeng? The value of this rising star was undeniably increasing. Under Li Chongkai's command, a large number of specialized investigators began to clear the scene and collect DNA information left by the faux personnel. As for Wang Jingmeng, was he unharmed? When Li Chongkai finally located Wang Jingmeng, he found that his wounds had already been stitched up and the blood had dried. Aside from appearing a bit weak, he seemed to be in good condition. Upon seeing that they were all safe, Li Chongkai finally breathed a sigh of relief. How could it escalate to this extent? The entire population of Changshu Village is comprised of faux personnel? Li Chongkai wore an expression of shock. He had not anticipated that the reach of the Truth Association extended this far. Changshu Village was situated in a remote area, falling outside the Bureau's line of sight. Had it not been for Wang Jingmeng's unexpected discovery of the village's secrets while investigating faux personnel at the high-speed railway station, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the Bureau to uncover this location. Unbeknownst to many, Changshu village has fallen into the hands of imposters. If these pretenders are allowed to flourish, the outcome is uncertain. In the coming days, Li Chongkai will likely spend sleepless nights drafting reports until his hair turns white. He worries about how many more places like Changshu village exist. The tendrils of the Truth Association have quietly extended their reach. Regardless of the cost, the Investigation Bureau must eradicate the influence of the Truth Association in Jingzhou. With the investigation into Changshu village concluded, Wang Jingmeng and his companions boarded the transport vehicle back to Jingzhou. In the towering 30-story building of Longza Group, Sun Tianquan stood in his spacious office, gazing out of the vast floor-to-ceiling windows at the city skyline, his brow furrowed with clouds of despair. Not long ago, his daughter, whom he regarded as his heir, Sun Jiao, met her demise at the hands of Wang Jingmeng. Yet he found himself unable to seek vengeance openly, even having to apologize to the murderer. As the wealthiest man in Jingzhou and a powerful spirit master, he had always been the one to take lives, with no one daring to provoke him. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Driven by a desire for retribution, Sun Tianquan sought out the Truth Association. He had thought that once the association intervened, Wang Jingmeng would surely meet his end. However, days have passed, and the one responsible for his daughter's death remains alive and well, while the Truth Association, having accepted his payment, has fallen silent. It seemed they were toying with him. In a fit of rage, he realized he could not afford to offend either the Truth Association or the Imposter Investigation Bureau. The former was an international criminal organization, lawless and unrestrained, while the latter was the state's violent apparatus. For a capitalist to confront such power was akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Suppressing his indignation, Sun Tianquan called the Truth Association. After 3 rings, the call connected. I tasked you with a killing, and it seems like there's only wind or rain. It has been 2 weeks. Are you mocking me? Sun Tianquan could no longer contain his frustration. Mr. Sun, the individual you wish to eliminate is no ordinary person. He is a deceased Shura of the Investigation Bureau. Encountering some turbulence is to be expected. I haven't even mentioned your role in the last incident, where so many of our imposters perished, came the disgruntled response from the Truth Association's steward on the other end. Not long ago, the imposters of the Truth Association launched a night raid on the Qin family, only to be obliterated entirely, with not a single one escaping Wang Jingmeng's wrath. The losses were considerable. After this defeat, the Truth Association realized that Wang Jingmeng was not to be trifled with, and thus refrained from acting rashly, ordering their forces in Jingzhou to lie low and wait for the right moment. This cautious stance lasted for 2 weeks, akin to a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Having invested his money, Sun Tianquan was frustrated by the lack of any movement from the Truth Association. Return my money and the forbidden objects, and we shall consider the matter settled, he asserted, holding back his anger. The forbidden objects cannot be returned until the task is accomplished. Rest assured, the Truth Association values its credibility. But how much longer must I wait? In 3 days, we shall certainly eliminate that investigator. I shall await your favorable news, and I sincerely hope that the Truth Association will not disappoint me. Severing communication with the Truth Association, Sun Tianquan felt a sense of unease. Should the Truth Association's assassination attempt fail, and the Investigation Bureau uncover their clandestine collusion with the Truth Association to murder an investigator, it would spell significant trouble. Thus, Sun Tianquan clandestinely gathered a contingent of recruits, employing wealth to entice the spirit masters of Jingzhou to serve him, while simultaneously preparing an escape route. Should the situation unravel, he would swiftly relocate his assets abroad. Once beyond the borders, even if the Investigation Bureau were to discover his collusion with the Truth Association, they would be powerless against him. Meanwhile, members of the Truth Association received a revelation from one of the 4 pillars, the Mother of Life. Chapter 067. Invincible below grade A, 1-for-1 above grade, the zeal of the pseudo-beings from the Truth Association was palpable. The Mother of Life seldom bestowed direct revelations unless tasked with matters of utmost significance. Should they successfully fulfill the Mother's mission, they would be endowed with the power granted by the four pillars, enabling them to ascend to the next stage of evolution. The Mother of Life expressed her fury over the disruption of her arrangements in Changshu village, where someone had devoured a piece she had strategically placed. Her wrath was severe, and the consequences dire. Our mission was to identify this individual and bring them before the Mother, who would inject a spiritual embryo into their body, transforming them into its vessel. Upon receiving this revelation, even the most ruthless and cold-hearted of the pseudo-beings felt a chill run down their spines. The Mother of Life had cultivated countless spiritual embryos, which she intended to implant into the bodies of those who defied the Truth Association, forcing them to bear her progeny and endure the agonies of pregnancy and childbirth. Once they gave birth to the spiritual embryo, the monsters within would consume them as nourishment for their growth. The thought of the Mother's merciless methods sent shivers through the ranks of the Truth Association. Failure in their task would result in becoming hosts for the spiritual embryos, forced to carry the children of the Mother of Life. With no means of childbirth, the matured embryos would tear their way out, ultimately devouring them. These pseudo-beings would rather perish at the hands of the Investigation Bureau than bear the offspring of the Mother of Life. Meanwhile, in the medical ward of the Investigation Bureau, Wang Jingmeng lay in a hospital gown, engrossed in a game of Peace Elite. His wounds had been expertly stitched with thousand-mechanism thread, and coupled with the formidable regenerative power of the undying golden soul, he was nearly recovered by the time he arrived at the hospital. However, Li Chongkai remained uneasy, insisting that he stay for observation and undergo a thorough examination. Dream brother, there's an enemy at 12 o'clock. Oh no, they've spotted me. Kai Su's fingers danced across the screen, attempting to showcase his skills. Gunfire erupted, and Kai Su found himself eliminated. What a useless teammate, dying as soon as we land. Are you a primary school student? Practice more if you're so bad. Two random teammates began to mock him. Frustrated, Kai Su exited the game, realizing that Peace Elite had a peculiar way of making one feel increasingly youthful. By the way, Dream brother, I've agreed to join the Investigation Bureau under Captain Li, so I can fight alongside you from now on. Speaking of this, Kai Su's earlier frustrations faded, replaced by excitement and anticipation. With someone as illustrious as Wang Jingmeng at his side, all he needed to do was support him well, allowing Wang to lead them to victory. After the battle in Changshu village, the Investigation Bureau rewarded Kai Su with a vial of spiritual elixir. Upon consuming it, his realm surged to the 6th level of transcendence, awakening a new ability. The powers of a spirit master were intrinsically linked to their life and fortune, and revealing such secrets to outsiders could spell disaster. If the pseudo-beings were to uncover the secrets of a spirit master's abilities, it would be catastrophic. However, Kai Su promptly informed Wang Jingmeng of his newfound ability. To him, Wang Jingmeng was no stranger. Had it not been for Wang Jingmeng, he could scarcely fathom how many times he might have perished. I have dubbed this new skill Epic Lung Pass. Any breath that traverses my lungs shall be eternally etched in memory, allowing me to discern the abilities of its originator. Just moments ago, when Dr. Zhao examined me, a pen fell to the floor. Seizing the opportunity to retrieve it, I employed an Epic Lung Pass. Beyond his healing prowess, Dr. Zhao also possessed the gift of mental hypnosis. Wang Jingmeng felt a stir in his heart. As previously mentioned, the abilities of a spirit master pertain to life and death and must remain concealed. Yet, Kai Su could detect these abilities through his Lung Pass. Should this knowledge become public, he might find himself the target of relentless pursuit by spirit masters. Not only spirit masters, but Kai Su could also sense the presence of imposters. With the Epic Lung Pass, imposters would be utterly exposed before him. The capacity of Epic Lung Pass is a secret that must remain solely with me. This applies to all. Wang Jingmeng cautioned. If Kai Su's Epic Lung Pass were to be revealed, both the underworld and the law enforcement would undoubtedly seek his life. Realizing this, Kai Su broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Wang Jingmeng had provided a timely warning. Had he inadvertently exposed his ability, the consequences would have been dire. It appears that caution is paramount in the future regarding the use of my powers. After a night's rest in the medical ward, Wang Jingmeng was summoned by Li Chongkai upon his discharge. The situation in Changshu village has been preliminarily investigated, and in light of your remarkable performance, Director Zhou has requested a forbidden item as a reward from the headquarters. As he spoke, Li Chongkai produced a square box and placed it before Wang Jingmeng. A forbidden item? Wang Jingmeng opened the box to find a jade talisman radiating spiritual energy. The number 119 forbidden item, the Spirit Insight Jade Talisman, possesses the capability to sense any malice directed at its bearer and trace its source. I did not anticipate the Investigation Bureau to be so generous. They presented me with such a practical, forbidden item. Should the Spirit Insight Jade Talisman be placed on the black market, it could easily fetch a modest target. Yet, Wang Jingmeng had no intention of selling the talisman. It would prove quite beneficial to him. The Investigation Bureau's decision to reward Wang Jingmeng with this forbidden item stemmed from his significant contributions during the Changshu village incident. Not only did he unveil the village's secrets, but he also single-handedly vanquished its hidden boss and exposed the truth association behind the green-haired man, thwarting the Mother of Life's conspiracy. Were it not for Wang Jingmeng's insufficient credentials, such merit might have warranted a promotion to team leader. In recent days, Li Chongkai had been burning the midnight oil in the office, tirelessly drafting reports, to the point where his girlfriend nearly ended their relationship. The Changshu village incident had far-reaching implications, prompting the Investigation Bureau to resolve to eradicate the influence of the Truth Association. They would soon dispatch investigators to rural areas, particularly secluded and remote mountain villages, for thorough examinations. Li Chongkai sipped his tea and remarked, "However, the Investigation Bureau's manpower is limited, necessitating vigilance against the potential emergence of imposters lurking within the city. The threats they must confront extend beyond the Truth Association. The insidious presence of imposters lurking within human society poses an equally grave danger. Should these imposters perceive any relaxation in the Bureau's stringent policies, they would inevitably emerge to hunt humanity. For the ordinary populace, such an occurrence would spell disaster. With me here, there will be no unforeseen calamities," Wang Jingmeng assured confidently. After spending 2 days in the medical facility, he was eager to eliminate a couple of imposters for some excitement. Li Chongkai nodded in satisfaction. Given Wang Jingmeng's prowess in the realm of divine concealment, even ordinary B-class imposters would be unable to withstand a single strike from him. Once he unleashed his full power, he would be invincible against foes below A-class, and for those above A-class, it would be a one-for-one exchange. Chapter 68. Remove your armor. Do you hear me? As night fell, the once bustling city succumbed to a profound silence, leaving the streets desolate, devoid of even a single silhouette. The plaza, once alive with dancing elders, now stood empty, and the basketball courts echoed with an eerie stillness. With the onset of darkness, the city seemed to plunge into an abyss of quietude. Recent incidents involving disguised creatures had left many ordinary citizens acutely aware of the lurking dangers that emerged after sundown. Thus, it was prudent to remain indoors, for no one dared to gamble with their lives. Jingzhou, a provincial capital boasting a population of over 10 million, inevitably had its share of skeptics who ventured out into the night, undeterred by the warnings. A crimson Ferrari raced along the deserted highway, its engine roaring like thunder. Inside the car, a girl with golden-dyed hair was broadcasting live. "Hello, I'm a streamer, Xiao Qiao. Recently, a captivating urban legend has emerged, claiming that after dark, monsters disguised as humans roam the city. Tonight, I shall take you along to uncover the truth behind this tale." With an air of defiance and disdain, Xiao Qiao dismissed the notion of urban legends. In her mind, there were no such creatures, merely the fanciful concoctions of deluded otaku. As a prominent internet celebrity with millions of followers, her live stream attracted a torrent of eager viewers. The audience buzzed with anticipation at the prospect of her seeking out these alleged monsters. In her view, there was no reality to such beings. Those who believed in them were destined for a life of folly. "My girlfriend is a monster," she jested, always assigning me chores, mopping the floor, doing laundry, taking out the trash, with no reward in sight. She continued, "My colleague must be a creature too." The first thing he does upon arriving at the office is to take a paid break in the restroom, lingering for a full 30 minutes. Venturing out alone at night is dangerous for a girl. It would be wise for the streamer to exercise caution, a warm-hearted viewer commented. Glancing at the barrage of messages streaming in, Xiao Xiao chuckled dismissively. "You haven't even sent me a million gifts. Why should I heed your advice?" Suddenly, she slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt in the middle of the road. Her phone nearly flew from her grasp. Before her, a chilling and solemn ancient army traversed the night. The sound of their haunting footsteps resonated through the air. Clad in medieval knight armor and brandishing the flag of Great Britain, the leading knight rode a skeletal warhorse, its body wreathed in ethereal blue flames, and its hollow eye sockets glowing with an eerie light. Startled by the sight, Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, realization struck her, and her hands trembled with exhilaration. The urban legend was indeed true. Supernatural creatures existed in reality. If she could capture this spectral army on film, her fame would undoubtedly soar. Frantically, she grabbed her phone and began to record. But just as she lifted her device, a shadowy figure materialized before her, raising a knight's sword that pierced through her chest. In an instant, the specter surged into her body. After a brief moment, Xiao Xiao reopened her eyes, her expression turning frigid, as if all vestiges of humanity had been extinguished. The foe being rose slowly, medieval knightly armor materializing upon her form, as though it were intricately fused with her very essence. At that moment, Xiao Xiao's livestream abruptly ceased, igniting a fervor among her fans. What transpired? Did the streamer truly encounter a monster? Hurry, call the police. At the Jingzhou station, in a security checkpoint, classmate Kai was reveling in the triumph of having identified 3 faux beings at the high-speed rail station. His extraordinary ability to discern any breath that passed through the lungs was unparalleled. With such prowess, the faux beings were rendered invisible before him. However, this ability bore its drawbacks, as it often led to complaints of perversion directed at the station master. At that moment, a cold-faced blonde woman approached the security area. Kai-Su looked up, momentarily taken aback. The woman was clad in ancient knightly armor, as if she had traversed time from the Middle Ages. Could she be a cosplayer heading to an anime convention? Cosplay had become increasingly popular, with individuals adorning themselves in fantastical attire to travel to different cities for conventions. He had grown accustomed to such sights. The woman's appearance resembled that of a knight from an anime. With that thought, Kai-Su halted her. "Madam, please comply with the security check." The blonde woman remained expressionless, as if his words had not registered, offering no response whatsoever. Just as Kai-Su was about to reiterate his request, a powerful hand clasped his shoulder. Turning, he found Wang Jingmeng standing behind him. "Let me handle this." Sensing the tension in the air, Kai-Su quickly stepped aside. Wang Jingmeng's gaze was calm, yet an authoritative voice rang out, "Disarm." The blonde woman lifted her head, regarding Wang Jingmeng with a cold stare, showing no inclination to comply. "Did you not hear my command to disarm?" Suddenly, a flash of silver cut through the air. The blonde woman swung her knight's sword with blinding speed towards Wang Jingmeng. In that fleeting moment, vines ensnared Wang Jingmeng, coalescing into a protective armor. The knight's sword struck the armor, leaving only a shallow scar. In an instant, the armor repaired itself, leaving no trace behind. "I instructed you to disarm. Since you refuse, I shall take matters into my own hands." Wang Jingmeng stepped forward, an aura of ferocity emanating from him. With lightning speed, one hand shot out, gripping the blonde woman's throat with forceful intent. She was propelled backward, pinned against the wall. Subsequently, Wang Jingmeng raised his other hand to grasp the knightly armor upon her, tearing it away with a swift motion. The blonde woman emitted a piercing, anguished scream as her armor was forcibly removed. Yet, no matter how fiercely she struggled, she remained ensnared in the grasp of Wang Jingmeng. Helplessly, she could only watch as he began to disarm her. Kai-Su stood transfixed, unable to suppress a gulp. He was convinced that Wang Jingmeng would not target an ordinary person without cause. This golden-haired woman was an imposter. Just moments before, The Lingcha jade talisman worn by Wang Jingmeng had reacted, sensing the malevolence emanating from the golden-haired woman. She was an assassin, a false being sent to confront him. Thus, he felt no obligation to show her any courtesy. Wang Jingmeng tightened his grip around the woman's neck, methodically stripping away her knightly armor piece by piece. Beneath the armor, it became apparent that the flesh and organs of the golden-haired woman had vanished, revealing a bizarre, skeletal structure. Unmasking the imposter, the skeletal sorceress. Chapter 069. The times have changed. Bureau of Pseudo-Human Investigations. Report. At 9:17 p.m., an anomalous event occurred on Highway 103, initially suspected to be the work of pseudo-humans. Shen Lingxue burst into the office with great urgency. Li Chongkai furrowed his brow, perplexed by the report of an unusual incident. Please view the VCR. Shen Lingxue projected a live recording onto the electronic screen, commencing the playback. The video began with the female host, Xiao Qiao, racing through the night. As she ventured out in search of pseudo-humans for the sake of her program, Li Chongkai's expression darkened. Despite the Bureau's warnings to the public to refrain from unnecessary outings, there are always those who tempt fate. Ignorance of this principle often leads to dire consequences. The Bureau cannot protect everyone. In the video, the host sped along a desolate highway under the cloak of night. If predictions held true, an accident was imminent. Indeed, at that moment, the female host abruptly slammed on the brakes, as if witnessing something extraordinary. The scene shifted, revealing a knightly army seemingly transported from medieval Europe, traversing through the darkness. The procession was both eerie and solemn, led by a knight clad in medieval armor, riding a skeletal warhorse, with flickering soul fires in its hollow eye sockets. Suddenly, the live feed was severed. Li Chongkai's countenance darkened. It was likely that the host faced grave peril. Captain, do you recall that not long ago, customs intercepted a shipment of cultural relics smuggled from abroad, which included 300 sets of medieval European cavalry armor? Shen Lingxue reminded him. After being confiscated, these artifacts were temporarily stored in a warehouse, only to mysteriously vanish the following day. Initially, customs suspected theft. However, it now appeared that the armor might have fled on its own. Shen Lingxue conjectured that the armor concealed the spirits of the knights. This raised a pressing question. Who had gone to such lengths to smuggle these spectral knights into Jinghai? And to what end? Investigations revealed that the company linked to the smuggled artifacts had intricate ties to the Longza group, with the unloading dock being developed by them. Has Sun Tianquan colluded with foreign forces to undermine social stability? Has he lost his mind? Li Chongkai's gaze turned icy. Collaborating with external forces was akin to walking a tightrope. A single misstep could result in catastrophic failure. When heaven intends to bring about a downfall, it first drives one to madness. Ever since Sun Jiao perished at the hands of Wang Jingmeng, Sun Tianquan had completely succumbed to madness. This is the footage captured by surveillance. Shen Lingxue displayed the monitoring footage, which featured the host Xiao Qiao. Strangely, she was adorned in a set of medieval knight armor, her expression frigid, as though she had transformed into another being. A pseudo-human. Li Chongkai and Shen Lingxue exclaimed in unison. The original Xiao Qiao had been consumed by the knight's spirit, and now she was a pseudo-human, replaced by the knight's essence. Where she headed, the surveillance trailed relentlessly until it captured the imposter arriving at Jingzhou Station. The imposter was targeting Wang Jingmeng. A flash of insight struck Shen Lingxue's mind. Zhigan's group, the imposter Wang Jingmeng, Sun Tianquan colluded with foreign forces to exact vengeance on Wang Jingmeng for the death of his daughter. Wang Jingmeng was in peril. In the waiting hall, Wang Jingmeng held the severed head of the imposter, gazing out into the thick, oppressive fog. The imposter's body lay in ruins, reduced to nothing but a head. Fortunately, he had unmasked the imposter. Had it entered the high-speed rail station, the consequences would have been dire. At that moment, a chorus of synchronized footsteps and the sound of hooves echoed through the fog. Wang Jingmeng looked up to see a chilling, solemn procession approaching. This fully armed troop appeared as if they had traversed time from the Middle Ages. Yet beneath the knightly armor were mere skeletons, as if exhumed from their coffins. The skeletal general at the forefront brandished the crimson banner of the knightly order amidst the mist. Form ranks, charge. 300 skeletal knights assembled in formation, raising their long spears and charging at Wang Jingmeng. Without uttering a word, he hurled the impostor's head like a cannonball. Boom! It shattered the foremost skeletal knight into fragments. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jingmeng leaped into the ranks of the skeletal knights like a projectile. A knight astride a skeletal steed thrust his spear fiercely, yet Wang Jingmeng's hands moved with lightning speed, seizing the spear. With a surge of terrifying strength, he yanked the skeletal knight down. Come down. With one hand gripping the skeletal knight's skull, he swung him around in a powerful arc. The force was so immense that it sent the charging skeletal knights flying. Before Wang Jingmeng, this eerie and solemn battalion of skeletal cavalry resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. He charged in like a fierce tiger among a flock of sheep. A skeletal steed approached, lifting its hooves to strike. Whoosh! A devastating wave of sword energy surged forth, cleaving the skeletal steed and its rider in two. The remains crashed to the ground, the soul flames in their eye sockets extinguished. The skeletal knights charged with tremendous force, akin to a dump truck barreling down at 70 miles per hour. A challenge for any ordinary spirit master to withstand. Alas, their opponent was Wang Jingmeng. The Crimson Knights, formidable in the Middle Ages, might have swept across nations. An invincible army. But this was no longer an era where knightly orders could dominate the world. Times had changed. Wang Jingmeng grinned ferociously, soaring into the ranks of the army and seizing a charging skeletal steed. Raising his hands, he tore it apart, along with its rider, into two halves. Bones scattered through the air, blanketing the ground. Wang Jingmeng emerged as a god of war from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, invincible. In mere moments, he had torn a third of the skeletal knights into fragments. For the glory of our king, knights, charge with me. Hundreds of skeletal knights launched their deathly assault, their long spears aimed at Wang Jingmeng. The bones in the tomb, this is no longer your era. Return to Britain. Roar. A figure with a human face and the body of a tiger, adorned with 9 tails, leapt forth into the ranks of the army. The deity Lu Wu raised his enormous claw, and with a gentle sweep, the skeletal knights were torn to shreds, as if they were mere paper. Subsequently, Lu Wu opened his mouth and swallowed the fallen knight's whole. Lu Wu's devouring. The air resonated with explosive crackles akin to firecrackers as his tiger tail swept out like a steel whip, obliterating the advancing skeletal knights. In an instant, the skeletal knights were utterly vanquished, leaving only the skeletal general standing alone. All your cavalry has perished. Now it is your turn. Just as the words fell, a sword chi of entropy surged forth. The souls of Britain dare to act so recklessly in the realm of Great Xia. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Chapter 070, Crush the Enemy. Your glory is as laughable as you. For the glory of Britannia. The General of Bones roared, raising his shield in an attempt to defend himself. In the next moment, the knight's shield shattered into countless pieces, and an immense force propelled the General of Bones several meters away, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Wang Jingmeng stepped forward, planting his foot upon the flag of Britannia. Your glory is as laughable as you are. As he spoke, Wang Jingmeng seemed to contract the very space around him, vanishing from sight only to reappear before the General of Bones. A flicker of crimson ignited within the General's dark eye sockets as he raised his knightly sword, gathering his strength. How could Wang Jingmeng allow him to gather his power? The wind-up was far too lengthy. Let me shatter you. Boom! With a swift kick. Before the general could complete his charge, Wang Jingmeng sent him flying. The once impenetrable knight's armor was punctured by a gaping hole. I shall crush the glory of Britannia along with you. The sword energy surged forth like a tempest, instantly shattering the knightly sword. The sword energy surged forward, annihilating everything in its path with unstoppable force. In the next moment, intricate scars crisscrossed across the general's armor, rendering it tattered and torn. At this moment, all the knights under the general's command had been slaughtered by Wang Jingmeng, leaving him at his wit's end. The flag, a symbol of glory, lay trampled beneath his feet. His mind wavered, unable to accept the reality before him. A thought arose unbidden in his mind. Perhaps the expedition of the Knightly Order to the east was a grave mistake. Who could have foreseen such a terrifyingly powerful investigator in the distant east? Had the era of Britannia truly come to an end? Memories of the Knightly Order's dominance over the European continent flickered through his mind, and in the next moment, Wang Jingmeng delivered a resounding slap to him. What pretense is this? The General of Bones' head spun a full 180 degrees from the force of the blow. At that moment, he grasped a blood-red cross, radiating an eerie aura. Then, he thrust the blood-red cross into his chest. A forbidden artifact? To his astonishment, flesh sprouted from the bones of the general, an eruption of blood gushing forth like a fountain. The General of Bones appeared to be resurrected, his form gradually swelling in size. In an instant, a tall and robust man clad in knightly armor stood before Wang Jingmeng, a golden-haired man. C019 Forbidden Artifact, the Blood Cross. Its power is resurrection. The General of Bones, long deceased for centuries, was revived by the power of the Blood Cross. The Scarlet Knight Order is invincible. The golden-haired man bellowed, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. However, the resurrection power of the Blood Cross is not eternal and can only be invoked once. Once the force of the Blood Cross dissipates, he will disintegrate into nothingness. The General of Bones mounted a skeletal steed, wielding a black knightly lance, and charged towards Wang Jingmeng with deathly intent. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the skeletal general charged forth with terrifying speed. "Here he comes, my brother," Wang Jingmeng intoned, invoking the divine presence of the deity Lu Wu to inhabit his sacred palace. A torrent of formidable power surged within him, as if a celestial being had descended. His divine might radiated, suppressing all in its vicinity. As the skeletal general lunged forward, Wang Jingmeng sprang into action. He unleashed a punch, and the tide surged, clouds roiled. Enormous waves crashed, tumultuous and towering. The warhorse beneath the skeletal general erupted instantaneously, reduced to mere powder, vanishing without a trace. His steed was gone. Alongside the obliteration of the skeletal warhorse, the skeletal general's legs were also annihilated. In a single blow, his lower body transformed into a mist of blood. The skeletal general, taken aback, had summoned the power of the Blood Cross, yet found himself unable to withstand even a single punch from Wang Jingmeng. "I've exerted all this effort, and yet you still persist?" Wang Jingmeng's foot came crashing down, akin to an insurmountable mountain of armies, causing the ground to tremble violently. A spurt of crimson splattered forth, saturating the earth beneath him. At that moment, a mountain of corpses lay stacked at his feet, rivers of blood flowing freely. Wang Jingmeng's expression remained unperturbed, as if he were a deity of slaughter amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Release the skeletal general to receive the reward, Blood Cross. As the skeletal general was obliterated, a tremendous surge of energy flooded into Wang Jingmeng's being. Subsequently, a blood cross emanating an eerie aura materialized in his grasp. At that moment, a strand of crimson thread ensnared the blood cross in his hand. With a decisive snap, the thousand mechanic thread severed the blood cross. In mere moments, the thousand mechanic thread devoured the essence of the blood cross. Could forbidden artifacts consume one another? Wang Jingmeng pondered briefly. After consuming the blood cross, he noticed the thousand mechanic thread had elongated. Originally a C-class forbidden artifact, it had now evolved to B-class, its capabilities significantly enhanced. Moreover, it had acquired a new ability. B049 Forbidden Artifact, Thousand Mechanic Thread. Ability, Puppet Control. At this juncture, several investigators rushed into the waiting hall, their expressions taut with apprehension. Leading them was none other than Shun Lingxue. "Who goes there? Do not move." Upon noticing an approaching figure, Shun Lingxue hastily drew her firearm. "Do not be alarmed. It is I." Upon hearing Wang Jingmeng's voice, Shun Lingxue felt a measure of relief. "Wang Jingmeng, are you unharmed?" "Where are the impostors?" "Everywhere," he replied. At this, Shun Lingxue's anxiety heightened. Wang Jingmeng gestured towards the ashes on the ground, now reduced to dust. "We have discovered that individuals have colluded with foreign forces to smuggle contraband into the country, aiming to target you." Shun Lingxue recounted the details of their investigation. The Longza Group is highly suspect. The director has issued an investigation order to probe their collusion with foreign entities. We suspect all of this is a scheme orchestrated by Sun Tianquan to avenge Sun Jiao. Wang Jingmeng nodded thoughtfully, then removed his uniform. Shun Lingxue, what are you planning to do? I have finished work. Now it is time for personal grievances. The investigation into Longza Group must follow due process. By the time the investigation concludes, Sun Tianquan will have already received word and fled abroad. Therefore, Wang Jingmeng intends to resolve the enmity in her own way. If Sun Tianquan seeks vengeance, it will depend on the strength of his fate. Meanwhile, at Longza Tower, a call came into Sun Tianquan's office. After waiting through the night, the news from a Truth Association finally arrived. So has Wang Jingmeng died? Sun Tianquan inquired calmly. Mr. Sun, I'm calling to inform you that our transaction has been cancelled, replied the representative from the Truth Association. What did you say? Sun Tianquan's expression darkened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The operation has failed. Wang Jingmeng is a spirit master of the divine concealment realm. The investigation bureau has traced the matter back to the Truth Association. We must relocate immediately. From now on, we shall have no further contact. Without giving Sun Tianquan a moment to react, the representative from the Truth Association hung up. When he attempted to call back, the line was already disconnected. Damn it! Sun Tianquan's face turned ashen as he slammed the phone down. At that moment, his pupils suddenly constricted as he caught sight of an unfamiliar figure on the surveillance footage of the tower. Chapter 071, Breaking In. A kick that leaves one crippled. Wang Jingmeng. Has he arrived so swiftly? Sun Tianquan immediately recognized the figure appearing on the surveillance footage as none other than the perpetrator responsible for his daughter's demise. He had not anticipated that. Upon receiving news of the failed assassination attempt by the Truth Association, Wang Jingmeng would appear here in such haste. There was no need for conjecture. It was evident that Wang Jingmeng had not come merely to share pleasantries over tea. It was highly probable that the investigation bureau had traced the matter back to him. Not long ago, Sun Tianquan had utilized the channels of Longza Group to assist the Truth Association in smuggling a consignment of contraband into Jingzhou. Unfortunately, this shipment had been intercepted by customs. Despite his efforts to keep the smuggling operation discreet, there exists no wall in this world that remains impenetrable. Once an act is committed, it is only a matter of time before it is uncovered. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the business world for years, Sun Tianquan was well aware of the adage regarding self-preservation. Even during his collusion with the Truth Association, he had foreseen the potential fallout. He had already discreetly transferred his assets offshore. As long as he could extricate himself profitably, the investigation bureau would find themselves powerless, even if they linked him to the Truth Association. Moreover, once abroad, he would be free from any constraints, particularly in smaller nations. Wealth could allow one to act with impunity. When the time came, he envisioned purchasing an island, inviting social elites, celebrities, tycoons, and even presidents to indulge in revelry, experiencing the bliss akin to paradise. Yet prior to realizing such dreams, he was determined to avenge Sun Jiao by eliminating Wang Jingmeng. Upon receiving the call from the Truth Association, Sun Tianquan had assumed that the opportunity for revenge had slipped away, as he intended to flee abroad before the investigation bureau took action. However, Wang Jingmeng had unwittingly presented him with a chance for retribution. From the surveillance footage, Sun Tianquan discerned that Wang Jingmeng had come alone. When heaven offers a path, but one chooses not to tread it, hell's door will inevitably be breached. A flame of revival ignited within Sun Tianquan as he fixed his gaze on Wang Jingmeng on the screen. The hope for revenge lay before him. He resolved to take the risk, to eliminate Wang Jingmeng before the arrival of the investigation bureau, and then escape the eastern great nation via private jet. With a surge of murderous intent, Sun Tianquan issued a resolute command to the security department to eliminate the intruder in the building. The personnel within the Longza Group's security department were not mere ordinary guards earning a meager sum. They were professional assassins, adept at handling Sun Tianquan's clandestine affairs. They had discreetly dispatched numerous competitors, each a ruthless character forged in the crucible of danger. Within the security department, several formidable spirit masters were present. The sniper Hawkeye, who had perished at Wang Jingmeng's hands previously, was one of them. With the firepower at their disposal, the security team could easily overwhelm a small African nation. At that moment, the sound of gun bolts being pulled echoed through the security department. "Brothers, the boss has spoken. Eliminate the man on the screen, and we shall be rewarded 5 million. Zhang Qiqiang licked his lips, his eyes alight with anticipation. With such wealth, they could indulge in a lavish feast. Surrounded by a bevy of companions. "Brother Chong, who is this man that he is worth such a bounty?" A security guard named Xiao Dao could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. In the past, when they assisted Sun Tianquan in eliminating a target, their reward was merely a sum ranging from 1 to 200,000, with Zhang Qiqiang claiming the lion's share. The meager portion that ended up in their hands barely amounted to several million. Now, however, a bounty of 500,000 awaited them for the assassination of this man. This individual was the nemesis of their boss, responsible for the demise of both the young lady and Eagle Eye. Zhang Qiqiang grinned menacingly as he racked the slide of his gun, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty wolf. Should anyone fall victim, he would ensure a swift finish, sparing his brother from suffering. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as the tempered glass door on the ground floor of the building shattered. A figure surged in with terrifying speed. Zhang Qiqiang was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for Wang Jingmeng's audacious entrance through the front door. Seeking death. Despite being aware that Wang Jingmeng was a spirit master, Zhang Qiqiang felt no fear. A spirit master was still flesh and blood, vulnerable to bullets. If bullets proved ineffective, a rocket launcher would suffice. The security department was armed with weaponry on par with elite mercenaries, boasting fearsome firepower. Open fire. The gunfire erupted, bullets raining down like a torrential storm upon the intruding figure. However, the speed of Wang Jingmeng was astonishingly swift. The bullets Zhang Qiqiang fired could not keep pace with him. The red thread entwined around Wang Jingmeng's hand suddenly tightened, and a flash of crimson light sliced through the air. The two security guards who had aimed their weapons at him let out horrific screams as their firearms were instantly severed into fragments, their fingers severed at the joints, falling to the ground. Soon after, the 1,000 mechanisms wire ensnared their necks, hoisting them into the air. "Brother Chong, save me." The two men dangled helplessly, kicking their legs in a desperate plea for Zhang Qiqiang's assistance. Bang! Bang! Zhang Qiqiang decisively fired, eliminating both of them. With 2 fewer mouths to feed from the spoils, his share would inevitably increase. He then opened the safe, retrieving an RPG rocket launcher, and aimed at Wang Jingmeng's silhouette, launching a missile without hesitation. This rocket possessed a tracking feature. Once it locked onto its target, it would pursue relentlessly, ensuring that even the swiftest of prey could not escape. Boom! The rocket struck its target, erupting in a fiery explosion. Before Zhang Qiqiang could revel in his success, he witnessed Wang Jingmeng emerge from the flames, adorned in a vine-like armor. The rocket had failed to kill him. Was he a mere human or truly a spirit master? "Xiao Dao, make your move." A young man beside Zhang Qiqiang sprang into action, lunging at Wang Jingmeng with a sharp butterfly knife. The blade glimmered like lightning as it sliced toward Wang Jingmeng's throat. Xiao Dao's awakened ability was enhanced speed, coupled with the lethal butterfly knife capable of cutting through anything. No one could withstand his assassination attempt. His favorite act was to slay with the butterfly knife, watching the life force spill forth from his severed throat. To dare cause chaos in Longza building showed a boldness that was remarkable. With a sinister grin, Xiao Dao prepared to strike. Just as the butterfly knife grazed the neck of Wang Jingmeng, it was abruptly halted by a resilient red thread as tough as steel. The butterfly knife wielded by the small knife was an object of taboo. However, among such forbidden items, there exists a hierarchy of strength, and the caliber of the Qianji thread surpassed that of the butterfly knife. Consequently, the moment the butterfly knife made contact with the red thread, it shattered with a resounding crack. How is this possible? The small knife's face contorted in terror as he let out a ghastly shriek. Half of his prowess stemmed from this indomitable butterfly knife. Yet now, it lay in ruins, indicating that this enigmatic red thread was far more formidable. Raising his gaze, he beheld Wang Jingmeng, whose expression remained tranquil as he regarded him, smiling. Why had the smile vanished? Was he inherently devoid of mirth? The small knife, stricken with dread, retreated instinctively. In the next moment, Wang Jingmeng executed a swift movement, appearing directly before him. Bang! A powerful kick was unleashed, and the small knife felt an overwhelming force surge forth, accompanied by the sickening sound of splintering bones, as if his insides were about to rupture. He was propelled through the air like a mere sandbag, suffering catastrophic fractures and internal injuries. In an instant, Wang Jingmeng had reduced him to a state of abject helplessness, leaving him to roll at Zhang Qiqiang's feet like a bloodied gourd. Zhang Qiqiang furrowed his brow and raised his firearm. "Brother, please, no." The small knife pleaded for mercy. Bang! The gunshot rang out, leaving a grisly scene in its wake. Brothers are meant to be betrayed, and now, yet again, he would receive a lesser share. Chapter 072. If the big ones can't come out, let the small ones stand in. The Dragon's building reverberated with a cacophony of gunfire, the smoke billowing from the muzzles coalescing into a dense mist as relentless firepower bore down. Bullets cascaded like a torrential rain, leaving behind a multitude of dark holes in the ground, walls, and ceiling of the hall. Wang Jingmeng found himself enveloped by the hail of gunfire, as if he were to be submerged in a sea of violence. Yet, the bullets striking against the armor of Si Tung resembled impacts against a titanium alloy shield, merely leaving behind a series of pockmarked indentations before being deflected away. The armor's perforations mended instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, some unfortunate security personnel were struck by ricocheting bullets, bleeding profusely on the spot. Witnessing the man, who appeared as if descended from the heavens, Sun Tianquan stood up in shock within the office. Under such ferocious firepower, even a false human would be reduced to a sieve, yet Wang Jingmeng remained unscathed. Was he truly a spirit master, or merely a false human? As the bullets proved ineffective against Wang Jingmeng, Sun Tianquan's face darkened. This was the end. With a swift motion of his hand, Wang Jingmeng unleashed countless streams of black sword energy, resembling a tempest of death that swept across the vicinity. The security personnel of the building crumbled like building blocks, blood pooling and saturating the ground. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Qiqiang's bulletproof vest was shredded, exposing his scar body. As he lay in a pool of blood, laughing maniacally. "Now, I alone shall claim the spoils." The security division of Dragon's group had been utterly decimated, save for Zhang Qiqiang. Their full firepower had failed to so much as harm a single hair on Wang Jingmeng. "Be cautious, there's wealth to be gained, but no life to spend it," Wang Jingmeng remarked, his face devoid of expression. At that moment, the flesh on Zhang Qiqiang's body writhed as deep, bone-revealing wounds began to heal spontaneously. "My ability is super regeneration. No matter how grievous the injury, I can swiftly recover, emerging stronger than before. Anything that does not kill me only serves to amplify my strength." With that, Zhang Qiqiang tore away the remnants of his shredded bulletproof vest, revealing his muscular physique. He clearly understood that bullets held no efficacy against Wang Jingmeng. Hand-to-hand combat was the only option. Having won the championship in the Southeast Asia Free Fighting Championship in 1974 and defeating the Japanese heavyweight Lei Long in 1980, he had dominated various combat experts for 3 consecutive years thereafter. With a sudden surge of power, Zhang Qiqiang lunged at Wang Jingmeng like a ferocious tiger. "Hand-to-hand combat is my forte. I am a formidable fighter." With his super regeneration ability, he was nearly invincible in close combat. "The advantage lies with me." In the next instant, Zhang Qiqiang's figure shot backward at a speed even faster than before, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Wang Jingmeng lifted his head and addressed the camera. "If the big ones can't come out, let the small ones stand in. Is this the attitude of your Dragon's group?" As the words fell, a shadow silently materialized behind him, wielding a blade aimed at his nape. Wang Jingmeng swiftly twisted his body, executing a single-arm circular motion. his palm slicing through the air like a knife. The sharp gust of his palm cleaved the shadow in two. A shadow? Wang Jingmeng focused his gaze, realizing that the assailant was not a person but rather a mere shadow. In that moment, the severed shadow transformed into two shadow warriors, lunging towards him with ferocity. With a swift motion, one of the shadow warriors struck, effortlessly cleaving the marble table in front of him. Yet, Wang Jingmeng raised his hand, drawing a line in the air towards the warrior. The intent of his strike surged forth, as the annihilation sword energy ripped through the shadow warrior, like scissors through paper. More shadow warriors surged from all directions. At that instant, the sound of polished shoes echoed across the floor. Sun Tianquan, his expression grim, emerged flanked by a cadre of shadow warriors. Wang Jingmeng, I believe this is our first encounter, he remarked, casting a glance at the fallen security personnel strewn across the ground, his face as cold as ice. Enough with the meaningless banter. Aren't you seeking vengeance for Sun Liang and Sun Jiao? Here lies your chance. Come forth. Wang Jingmeng beckoned with a finger, straightforward as ever, eschewing pretense. Sun Tianquan, frowning, let out a scoff. Ignorant youth, a little skill, and you think yourself invincible. Before he could finish, a shadow warrior emerged from beneath Wang Jingmeng's feet, aiming a strike at his knee. Get lost, Wang Jingmeng exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick that obliterated the warrior instantly. Kill him. Sun Tianquan's awakened talent was that of the Shadow Legion, granting him the ability to summon and control shadow warriors. The Shadow Legion was classified as an A-grade talent among spirit guardians, exceptionally rare and formidable. However, few were aware of Sun Tianquan's capabilities, as he seldom displayed them in public. Even the Investigation Bureau remained oblivious to his A-grade spirit guardian talent. With a command from Sun Tianquan, dozens of shadow warriors surged forth towards Wang Jingmeng. In response, a terrifying slash erupted from Wang Jingmeng's hand, a storm of sword energy that shattered the shadow warriors within the building into mere fragments. Witnessing this, Sun Tianquan's pupils constricted in terror. He had never anticipated that the Shadow Legion would be utterly powerless against Wang Jingmeng for even a second. An ominous premonition gripped Sun Tianquan. This rising tide of Wang Jingmeng threatened to wash him away. Suddenly, Wang Jingmeng's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before Sun Tianquan. Stop! Do you wish for mutual destruction? Sun Tianquan bellowed, sensing the danger posed by Wang Jingmeng. Shadows rapidly converged from all directions, enveloping him in a suit of shadow armor. Mutuelle destruction? You dare to think yourself worthy. Wang Jingmeng countered, delivering a thunderous punch. The sound resonated like thunder in Sun Tianquan's ears, as if a colossal mountain were crashing down upon him. In the next moment, the shadow armor enveloping Sun Tianquan shattered like glass. A mouthful of blood surged to his throat. Nevertheless, he resolutely swallowed the blood that threatened to choke him. At this moment, his entire body felt weak, save for his mouth, which remained steadfast. Suddenly, a chilling sensation coursed through his knuckles, as if countless shards of ice were burrowing through his veins towards his heart. A rift tore open in the void, followed by the jarring sound of metal scraping against the air. The shadow blade was emerging from the abyss. Its blade shimmered in a flowing dark purple hue, reminiscent of lightning solidified and steeped in venom. The patterns that danced along the blade were not mere engravings, but writhing shadows, pulsating with life, each contraction exhaling dark matter that pulverized the light within a 3-foot radius into dust. As he fully grasped the hilt of the blade, the shadows around him convulsed violently, as though drawn towards the blade by invisible threads. An A-grade forbidden item, the Shadow Blade. The enigmatic aura emanating from the Shadow Blade rendered the surrounding air seemingly frozen in that instant. Sun Tianquan grinned malevolently. With the emergence of the Shadow Blade, the outcome was already decided. Even though Wang Jingmeng's vine armor could withstand bullets, it could not defend against the Shadow Blade. Just then, Zhang Qiqiang, who had regained consciousness, suddenly dashed forward and embraced Wang Jingmeng, locking him in place. Well done. The shadow blade pierced through Zhang Qiqiang, aimed at Wang Jingmeng. In a moment of crisis, A divine projection with a human face and a tiger's body materialized behind Wang Jingmeng, their forms gradually overlapping. A faint golden light blossomed within his pupils. In the next instant, the shadow blade fell into Wang Jingmeng's hands, which he secured with unwavering grip. Chapter 073. Why did you inscribe your name on my blade? How could this be? Witnessing Wang Jingmeng actually catch the shadow blade, Sun Tianquan gasped in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. To catch a blade with bare hands, one must possess extraordinary skill. Yet the shadow blade is no ordinary weapon, but an A-class forbidden artifact, endowed with the power to manipulate shadows. Once struck by the shadow blade, one would succumb to the encroaching force of darkness. Even he, its master, could not withstand the shadowy power inherent in the blade. What gave Wang Jingmeng the audacity to seize it? As the shadows writhed upon the blade like a living entity, they sought to envelop Wang Jingmeng, yet a divine aura emanating from his palm repelled their insidious advance. At that moment, Sun Tianquan exerted all his strength, but found himself utterly unable to wrest the shadow blade from Wang Jingmeng's grasp, his countenance contorting in frustration. "Release it," Sun Tianquan bellowed. Yet no matter how fiercely he strained, Wang Jingmeng remained unmoved. What monstrous strength is this? Is Wang Jingmeng truly human, or some sort of imposter? The shadow blade? Hand it over. Suddenly, Sun Tianquan felt an overwhelming force surge forth. In the blink of an eye, the shadow blade was now in Wang Jingmeng's possession. Sun Tianquan. How could this be? Wang Jingmeng effortlessly snatched away his shadow blade. Was it not said that investigators would not pilfer the belongings of spirit masters? How is it that he has taken everything from him except for the needles and threads? Return my blade. Sun Tianquan's face flushed crimson, resembling a furious lion, bristling with indignation. This Wang Jingmeng is nothing short of a thief. This blade rightfully belongs to me. Will it even respond to your call? Wang Jingmeng queried. The words inscribed upon the shadow blade bear my name. A-class forbidden artifacts require a master. Upon acquiring the shadow blade, Sun Tianquan had inscribed his true name upon it. Wang Jingmeng glanced at the hilt of the blade, where indeed Sun Tianquan's name was etched. Why did you inscribe your name on my blade? Sun Tianquan retorted. You bastard. At that moment, the shadowy power within the blade surged violently, tendrils of twisting shadows crawling up his arm like a living creature. Observing this, Sun Tianquan chuckled disdainfully. The A-class forbidden artifact, the shadow blade, is not something just anyone can wield. To claim the shadow blade as his own, Sun Tianquan had paid a considerable price, dedicating an entire year to the endeavor. Others who merely possessed the shadow blade would find themselves unable to wield it directly. Gradually, the shadowy power began to engulf Wang Jingmeng, enveloping him in darkness, distorting his expression into a grotesque mask. You seek your own demise. Sun Tianquan scoffed repeatedly. But at that instant, the figure of the divine deity, Lu Wu, emerged, emitting a deep and authoritative roar. An overwhelming divine might surge forth, instantly suppressing the shadows. The shadow blade trembled as if it had encountered its nemesis. The shadows enveloping Wang Jingmeng receded like a retreating tide. Lu Wu raised his sharp claws, placing them upon the shadow blade, as if to sharpen his talons against its edge. In the next moment, the name that once belonged to Sun Tianquan on the shadow blade was utterly erased. It was replaced with the name Wang Jingmeng. From this point forward, the shadow blade would take the shape of Wang Jingmeng. With a sudden gasp, Sun Tianquan spat out a mouthful of blood, rendered speechless by shock. The shadow blade had not only erased his name, but had also willingly inscribed Wang Jingmeng's name upon it. This felt akin to a devoted admirer, who had spent a year pursuing his goddess, only to see her whisked away by a fleeting figure with golden hair who, without hesitation, inscribed his name upon her. Alas! He had become the epitome of a cuckold. In the next breath, the shadow blade was poised at his throat. You may have the blade. I no longer desire it. Sun Tianquan exclaimed, feeling the chilling aura pressing against his neck. Why should my blade be given to you? Wang Jingmeng replied with a calm demeanor. Sun Tianquan was left speechless. He had never encountered such audacity. Are you seeking vengeance against me? I offer you a chance, yet you prove to be inept. This is all a misunderstanding. I harbor no intent for revenge. Sun Jiao's demise was a consequence of her own actions. I, as her father, failed to guide her properly. With the blade at his throat, Sun Tianquan suddenly adopted a rational perspective. Children may perish, but they can be replaced, and he had many illegitimate offspring outside. However, should he fall to Wang Jingmeng, his life would be irrevocably over. In the prime of his years, he could not afford to die here. Mr. Sun, are you begging for mercy? Wang Jingmeng inquired, a smirk dancing upon his lips. If your plea is sincere, perhaps I might show you some mercy. Sun Tianquan paused, initially believing Wang Jingmeng would never spare him. Yet now, it seemed there was a glimmer of hope. Investigator Wang, I acted out of momentary folly. I can compensate you for whatever you desire. I can transfer the assets of the Longza Group to your name, and you shall become the wealthiest in Jingzhou. The terms he offered were tempting, yet Wang Jingmeng remained unresponsive. At that very moment, a shadowy warrior appeared behind Wang Jingmeng, launching a lethal surprise attack. Did you think I was unaware of your little ploy? As the blade of the shadow warrior was a mere 3 centimeters from his heart, it abruptly halted. A crimson thread had ensnared the shadow warrior, immobilizing him. In a flash, the shadow blade swept across Sun Tianquan's throat like a bolt of lightning. Thud! Sun Tianquan collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth. His head tilted, and in an instant he was gone. Investigator Wang. At that moment, the young Neza, Shunling Xue, entered the Longza building, her eyes widening at the sight of the carnage. She had anticipated Wang Jingmeng would confront the Longza group, but she had not expected such swift and resolute action. I've traced the call records between Sun Tianquan and the Truth Association. Their last conversation was a mere 15 minutes ago. The Truth Association's imposters are preparing to relocate, and the Investigation Bureau has pinpointed their location through technical means. With that, Shunling Xue sent the location of the Truth Association to his phone. Wang Jingmeng activated the locator and discovered that the imposters of the Truth Association were concealed within a psychiatric hospital. No wonder the Investigation Bureau had been unable to locate them. In this hospital, from the patients to the nurses and doctors, all were imposters. Mental illness served as the perfect guise for these imposters, as any behavior deviating from the norm could easily be attributed to insanity. This psychiatric hospital had also become a frenzied laboratory for the Truth Association's creation of imposters. Captain Luo Tianwu had already proceeded to the hospital to apprehend the imposters of the Truth Association, Shun Lingxue remarked. The Investigation Bureau had deployed a large number of investigators, ready to capture the imposters en masse. I shall go there immediately, Wang Jingmeng declared, feeling that traveling by vehicle would be too slow. With an infusion of spiritual energy, he soared into the air. I haven't even boarded the car yet, Shun Lingxue exclaimed, watching him ascend further into the sky. She hurriedly jumped into the Investigation Bureau's vehicle, pressed the accelerator, and the car launched forward with great speed. Chapter 074. Who released this monster? In the Aoyama Psychiatric Hospital, the infernal contract before Director Yang Yongxin suddenly ignited, flames swiftly consuming it until only a heap of black ashes remained. Sun Tianquan was dead. So soon? Yang Yongxin's face contorted with horror, the scar upon it writhing like a worm. The demonic contract could only become void upon the death of one of its signatories. The bad news, Sun Tianquan was deceased. The good news, the forbidden object need not be returned. Yet what truly astonished Yang Yongxin was that he had spoken to Sun Tianquan merely 15 minutes prior. How could one so quickly meet the King of Hell? Could it be that the Investigation Bureau had taken action against the Longza group? But Sun Tianquan was no pushover. He possessed at least one Class A forbidden object as a trump card, and this old fox was adept at concealment, not easily dealt with. Sun Tianquan's demise instilled in Yang Yongxin a profound sense of peril. He understood, well, the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. If the Bureau had traced any leads to the Truth Association through Sun Tianquan, it would spell trouble. Director, could it be that Wang Jingmeng was responsible for Sun Tianquan's death? A voice broke the silence among the doctors and nurses in the psychiatric hospital. This remark jolted Yang Yongxin from his thoughts. He had initially suspected a spirit master of the Investigation Bureau had acted against Sun Tianquan. But now he considered that it could very well have been Wang Jingmeng, Sun Tianquan, seeking to hire someone from the Truth Association to commit murder, had instead fallen victim, leading the Bureau right to their doorstep. Pure lunacy. Director, the Bureau may have already traced their way here. It might soon be too late to escape. Yang Yongxin clenched his teeth, his expression shifting between gloom and despair. 5 years. I have been lurking in this psychiatric hospital for 5 years. Do you have any idea what I have endured during this time? For 5 years, he had to face the twisted, delusional beings, documenting their behaviors, his very spirit tainted. Yet he had no choice, for this was the mission of the Truth Association. Failing to complete the task would result in a fate more tragic than that of the mental patients, transformed into a distorted monstrosity by the association. Upon regaining his composure, Yang Yongxin urgently instructed the doctors and nurses to relocate the research findings from the psychiatric hospital. These data and files and the entities could not fall into the hands of the Investigation Bureau. At that moment, the window of the director's office shattered violently, and a figure of formidable presence burst through. Yang Yongxin stood stupefied. This was the 10th floor. Could he have flown up? As he focused, he beheld a shadowy figure, indistinct in features, wielding a shadowy longsword, appearing within the psychiatric hospital. Who released this monster? Hurry, capture it! Yang Yongxin instinctively thought it was one of the deranged beings from the hospital that had escaped, startled by the sudden intrusion. Wang Jingmeng's face darkened. You are the monster. Your entire family is monstrous. 2 nurses charged towards Wang Jingmeng with terrifying speed, their arms grotesquely transforming into colossal syringes filled with a murky, yellow-brown substance. They lunged at him with the intent to inject. The syringes contained a potent anesthetic. Swift as lightning, a shadow darted past the nurses' monstrous forms, revealing fissures on their bodies, followed by piercing, harrowing wails. The nurses' figures fractured at the waist, and darkness enveloped them as they collapsed into unconsciousness. Throughout the ordeal, Wang Jingmeng did not falter in his stride, advancing towards the aberrations within the psychiatric hospital. Witnessing this, the director, Yang Yongxin, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What manner of monstrosity had escaped from which room? The Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital housed numerous twisted and perverse beings, making it impossible for even the director to recall them all. Nearby, a doctor hastily perused the medical records. Director, this creature does not appear to belong to our facility. What? Before he could fully comprehend, a terrifying slash descended like a black tempest, overwhelming the room. Boom! In an instant, the office resembled a scene ravaged by a tornado, with furniture reduced to splinters. The floor, walls, and ceiling bore scars from the onslaught. The myriad of aberrations within the hospital lay scattered like broken toys, shattered beyond repair. A burly orderly, resembling an iron tower, positioned himself before Director Yang Yongxin, his arms instantly swelling into a massive steel shield, attempting to withstand Wang Jingmeng's strike. The tempestuous blow collided with the shield, unleashing tremendous force. Yet, the heavy barrier shattered into fragments. Wang Jingmeng's figure then vanished, followed by the emergence of a blade from the void. The aberration's steel form crumpled under the impact of the shadow blade, as if it were mere paper. With a single stroke, Wang Jingmeng executed a precise middle-parting technique. Witnessing the demise of the hospital's aberrations, Yang Yongxin's expression turned frigid. We are the same kind. I too am an aberration. He pondered why this dark figure had targeted the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Had he been a patient here before? As he spoke, Yang Yongxin shed his human disguise, revealing his true nature. A terrifying figure emerged from the darkness, his skin transformed into a dark crimson hue, with veins beneath resembling flowing magma. Too long. Dark brown horns protruded diagonally from his forehead, their shapes not particularly sharp, but rough, adorned with a mixture of what seemed to be blood crusts and unidentifiable grime. His hands gradually expanded, cracking ominously, as his nails grew at a visible speed, akin to poisoned daggers. In an instant, his hands lost all semblance of humanity, morphing into the claws of a demon. This was the complete form of Yang Yongxin. At that moment, the shadow that had shrouded Wang Jingmeng dissipated, revealing a youthful and handsome visage. Wang Jingmeng, you are an aberration? Yang Yongxin gazed at the familiar, yet unfamiliar face before him, momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that this formidable entity, capable of vanquishing gods, would turn out to be Wang Jingmeng. In an instant, a pitch-black claw lunged toward Wang Jingmeng's head with astonishing swiftness. Yang Yongxin's expression contorted with fury. At this juncture, it was a matter of life and death. Whether Wang Jingmeng was human or beast, only one of them could emerge alive from this encounter. Wang Jingmeng remained composed, not even glancing at Yang Yongxin, and swiftly unleashed a strike. The shadow blade sliced through Yang Yongxin's menacing claw, severing it cleanly. Dark crimson blood gushed forth. In quick succession, another strike ensued, with the shadow blade plunging mercilessly into Yang Yongxin's heart. A piercing, anguished roar erupted. Why you scream so loudly? Wang Jingmeng twisted the shadow blade, causing blood to flow in a torrential cascade from Yang Yongxin's form. At that moment, Yang Yongxin suddenly produced a remote control and pressed a button. An intense alarm blared throughout the psychiatric hospital. The doors of all the wards swung open automatically, and a procession of twisted, grotesque figures emerged from within. The situation escalated. Chapter 075, Crushing the Imposters, the Devil's Heart Technique. The imposters from the mental asylum have emerged. Your demise is imminent. Everyone shall perish. Blood trickled from Yang Yongxin's lips, his eyes gleaming with madness and malice as he cast a derisive grin at Wang Jingmeng. Aren't you quite the fighter? Yet, what use is your strength? Can you truly eliminate every monster confined within the asylum? The imposters, tormented at Yang Yongxin's hands, endured daily electric shocks and brutal mistreatment. Their minds and bodies grotesquely distorted, harboring an unfathomable resentment. Once unleashed, no one could withstand these abominations. All investigators entering Qingshan Mental Hospital would be torn to shreds, Wang Jingmeng included. Yang Yongxin was acutely aware that the Investigation Bureau had traced the asylum, and it was highly likely he would meet his end here. Thus, he unlocked the ward, unleashing all the wretched impostors imprisoned within, determined to drag Wang Jingmeng down to hell with him, even in death. Is there a possibility that only the impostors will perish? Wang Jingmeng calmly inquired. With a swift motion, the shadow blade was extracted from Yang Yongxin's chest. The tip embedded in a grotesque, dark red demon heart resembling a tumor. As the crimson veins tore apart, a torrent of blood gushed forth, swiftly saturating the ground. Thud! The monstrous heart fell to the floor, and Wang Jingmeng crushed it underfoot, causing it to explode like a watermelon. Release of the long-horned black demon. Reward acquired. Devil's Heart Technique. Devil's Heart Technique. In the depths of a sea of consciousness, forge a hall of demons. The heart of darkness begins to bloom with ethereal light. Construct the heart with demonic essence. Condense the aura through meridians, and forge the body of gods and demons. In the next moment, a thunderous heartbeat emanated from within Wang Jingmeng, akin to a clap of thunder. As the heart contracted, formidable spiritual energy surged through his veins, invigorating every limb. His physique felt as though it had been reborn, exuding unparalleled strength with every movement. He sensed an overwhelming power coursing through him. At that moment, primal roars echoed throughout the asylum. Instantly, grotesque, twisted figures surged forth like a black tide from all directions. The long-repressed impostors shrieked, lunging madly toward Wang Jingmeng. Are they finally here, little brother? Wang Jingmeng regarded the bloodthirsty impostors charging at him with an unflinching gaze. His immense spiritual power erupted like a volcanic eruption, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating strike. The terrifying slash descended like bolts of black lightning, instantly reducing the impostors within the asylum's walls to mere fragments. In a single blow, the entire floor appeared as if ravaged by a tornado, walls torn asunder, the ground caving in, and the ceiling punctured with a gaping hole. After the onslaught, only remnants of shattered walls remained. Amidst the ruins, scattered limbs and severed arms lay strewn about, and blood flowed like rivers. Wang Jingmeng ascended to the rooftop and gazed below, witnessing hundreds of imposters escaping from the asylum. Meanwhile, the Imposter Investigation Bureau had cordoned off the building, establishing a defensive perimeter. A familiar figure was orchestrating the operation. Luo Tianwu, with a grave expression, surveyed the dense throng of imposters before her, sensing an impending storm. Within the confines of the Qingshan Mental Hospital lies a multitude of deceptive monstrosities, and should they escape, the consequences will be dire. However, eradicating these imposters is no simple task. Despite the majority being classified as C-level, their collective strength is formidable. Moreover, it is highly probable that B-level or higher entities lurk within the asylum. The impending battle tonight may claim countless lives. Captain, the imposters from Qingshan Mental Hospital are about to breach the perimeter, Lin Fan declared, his face etched with anxiety. Seal off the hospital. Not a single one must escape, ordered Luo Tianwu, steeling herself for the inevitable. At that moment, the imposters surged to within 10 meters of the blockade. Open fire. Suddenly, the night ignited with sparkling flashes, the air filled with a cacophony of gunfire. Bang! 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 The investigators' weapons belched forth flames, silver bullets cascading like a torrential downpour. Conventional ammunition proved ineffective against the imposters. Instead, they unleashed energy-infused bullets specifically designed to combat these monsters. Upon entering an imposter's body, these energy bullets would suppress their strength and inflict critical damage. Yet the supply of these vital rounds was limited, and the onslaught of imposters emerging from the asylum was overwhelming. It was akin to a bioweapon catastrophe. Once the energy bullets were expended, they would be forced into close-quarters combat, which carried a high mortality rate. Bang! One bullet struck an imposter squarely in the forehead, but lodged itself within the skull. The imposter's form began to swell grotesquely, its human facade tearing away to reveal a horrific visage. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupted, transforming into a blazing phoenix that lunged toward the imposter. With a mere flick of her wrist, Luo Tianwu summoned roaring flames that engulfed the creature, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Hold on. Reinforcements are on their way. With her first strike, Luo Tianwu incinerated several imposters attempting to breach the blockade, alleviating the pressure on her fellow investigators. However, the crisis was far from over. More and more imposters continued to pour forth from the hospital. Should they infiltrate the city, the death toll would be unimaginable. At that moment, a pale fist collided with the grotesque face of one imposter, sending it hurtling several meters away, akin to a bowling ball toppling down a lane of pins. The valiant Shen Lingxue had joined the fray. Luo Tianwu cast a surprised glance at the towering and formidable Shen Lingxue, momentarily taken aback. Was this colossal warrior capable of standing on fists and riding arms? Truly Shen Lingxue? The last encounter in Changshu village had already exposed her secret. With nothing left to lose, she had embraced her transformation. Transformations come in either zero or countless iterations. Following her elevation in rank, Shen Lingxue gradually learned to control the form she assumed post-transformation, avoiding excessive exaggeration. Yet, the sight left Luo Tianwu utterly astonished. There was no time for amazement, as yet another wave of imposters surged forward. The battle was escalating into a dire struggle. Soon, the energy bullets on the investigator's side were completely depleted. Just as they were on the verge of peril, the imposters within the asylum suddenly displayed expressions of sheer terror, as if confronted by some dreadful monster, scattering in all directions like headless flies. Witnessing this scene, Luo Tianwu was taken aback. Then, she beheld a spectacle that left her utterly speechless. Emerging from the asylum's edifice was a humanoid figure shrouded in shadows, wielding a long knife that exuded a menacing aura. The grotesque and fearsome imposters appeared as mere sheep before this dark silhouette. With a swift motion, the figure effortlessly decapitated and dismembered the imposters surrounding it, tearing them into shreds. What manner of creature is this? Sensing the overwhelming dread emanating from it, Luo Tianwu felt her hair stand on end, shivers coursing down her spine. Surely, even an A-class imposter would pale in comparison. Instantly, Luo Tianwu regarded it as a formidable adversary. However, the dark figure paid no heed to the investigators, relentlessly pursuing the imposters within the asylum. Huh? A question mark arose above Luo Tianwu's head. This monster seemed to be on their side. While Luo Tianwu was momentarily stunned, Wang Jingmeng, akin to a reaper, swiftly harvested the lives of the imposters with terrifying speed. Before long, the ground was strewn with the corpses of the imposters. Standing atop the mountain of remains, Wang Jingmeng resembled a grim reaper. Investigator Wang, a melodious voice resonated. The voice belonged to a robust and muscular woman. Shunling Xue instantly recognized the blade in Wang Jingmeng's grasp. It was the forbidden object seized from Sun Tianquan. As the shadows receded from Wang Jingmeng, his youthful and handsome visage came into view. It was indeed Wang Jingmeng. With just one glance, Sister Wu stood at attention. Chapter 76. The 8th Level of the Divine Concealment Realm. The Vanished Investigator. By the time the support from the Investigation Bureau arrived, the battle at Aoyama Psychiatric Hospital was nearing its conclusion. The malevolent, bloodthirsty pseudo-beings within the facility, many possessing the strengths of intermediate investigators, surged forth with ferocity. Yet now, they resembled a flock of chickens under the gaze of a predator, cowering in corners, trembling in fear. With no hope of combat or escape, they were ultimately eradicated within half an hour. The hospital's structure resembled a war zone, riddled with destruction, walls crumbling and debris scattered throughout. The floors were littered with the remains of the pseudo-beings, most of whom had been captured by the Truth Association for inhumane experiments, transformed into abominably violent creatures. Had even one of these entities escaped into the world beyond, the toll on innocent lives would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, under the valiant efforts of Wang Jingmeng and the investigators, every last one was eliminated within the confines of the hospital. In the aftermath of this brutal confrontation, the logistical team commenced the grim task of clearing the scene, removing the corpses of the pseudo-beings for safe disposal. Was it truly Wang Jingmeng alone who vanquished all these entities? Zhang Ting and Guo Wei, alongside other novice investigators, entered the hospital building and were struck dumb by the sight within. The interior appeared akin to a hellish landscape. Fragments of pseudo-beings strewn across the floors, walls, and ceilings, with not a single complete body in sight. Overwhelmed, Zhang Ting questioned the reality. Had all these pseudo-beings truly been slain by Wang Jingmeng? It was worth noting that Wang Jingmeng had joined the Bureau after them, yet her meteoric rise surpassed all expectations, akin to a comet soaring through the night sky. While they were still engaged in menial tasks, accumulating experience, she had already carved a path of destruction. Why, they wondered, was there such a stark disparity among newcomers? Zhang Ting, did you not previously assert that your sparring with Wang Jingmeng was roughly even? Guo Wei provocatively inquired. Zhang Ting pondered for a moment before gesturing a ratio, 1 to 9. Wang Jingmeng can strike me down 9 times in a second. The group fell silent, realizing the true nature of that ratio. Did this mean they would forever dwell in Wang Jingmeng's shadow? A voice of dissent emerged, questioning the status quo. Those who entered the pseudo-being investigation bureau were all exceptional individuals, accustomed to being the protagonists in their narratives, brimming with self-assuredness. Yet, Wang Jingmeng's presence rendered them mere background figures. In such a significant operation to eradicate the Truth Association, they found themselves relegated to mere cleanup roles, unworthy of participation in the action. Not necessarily. Zhang Ting interjected mysteriously. I know of a way to overtake her through an unexpected turn. What method is this? Do enlighten us, came the eager response. Do not keep us in suspense. Leave the images but not the seeds, for the chrysanthemum is pierced by thousands. Are you familiar with the inner world? Zhang Ting spoke softly. Isn't the inner world a concept from the realm of anime? Guo Wei inquired with curiosity. However, Zhang Ting shook his head, stating, Art originates from reality. The inner world truly exists. Moreover, the origin of the pseudo-beings lies within the inner world. It can be perceived as a clandestine space that runs parallel to our reality. Information regarding the inner world is exceedingly scarce, and after decades of investigation, the Bureau has confirmed that the original pseudo-beings emerged from this realm. What does this have to do with us? Guo questioned further. Though the inner world is fraught with peril, it is simultaneously teeming with opportunities. Forbidden items within the inner world are merely ordinary objects, and it is their exposure to the dark energy of this realm that grants them astonishing powers. The Bureau has identified several stable entrances to the inner world, periodically dispatching agents to gather data. I have also discovered that spirit masters can cultivate at a pace several times faster than in our reality within the inner world. Even without encountering forbidden items, one can still reap rewards. The Fish King, Brother Chong, once remarked, "The greater the storm, the pricier the fish." Risk is invariably intertwined with opportunity. If they wish to overtake their competitors, they must brave the dangers and venture into the inner world. With a stroke of luck, finding a forbidden item could justify the perilous endeavor. Upon hearing the information regarding the inner world, their spirits soared, eager to embark on an adventure there. The scene shifted to the Bureau. Thus, you were first attacked by a pseudo-being at the high-speed railway station, leading you to uncover that Sun Tianquan had hired hitman. Consequently, you arrive at the Longza building intending to reason with Sun Tianquan, only to face armed resistance from the security personnel, resulting in their lawful elimination during self-defense. Taking advantage of the chaos, Sun Tianquan attempted a sneak attack, which you subsequently countered. Li Chongkai felt overwhelmed, his head spinning. So many lives were lost tonight. Dozens perished at the Longza building, including many spirit masters, and even the chairman of Longza Group, Sun Tianquan, fell to Wang Jingmeng's blade. This incident has escalated to such proportions that I am at a loss for how to draft this report. I am exhausted. Let all be obliterated. Brother Kai, you know me well. I have always preferred reasoning over violence. I resort to force only when absolutely necessary. Yet, Sun Tianquan was solely focused on avenging Sun Jiao and refused to engage in dialogue. Wang Jingmeng stated earnestly. Li Chongkai rolled his eyes. I trust you as far as I can throw you. The surveillance footage from the Longza building depicts a one-sided massacre. However, as Wang Jingmeng mentioned, it was indeed Sun Tianquan's men who initiated the conflict. As an investigator, Wang Jingmeng is entitled to unlimited defensive measures when faced with threats to personal safety. But did you really have to eliminate Sun Tianquan outright? While Sun Tianquan's collusion with the Truth Association to hire a hitman is certainly culpable, the Bureau must adhere to evidence-based procedures to make an arrest. Now, thanks to Wang Jingmeng's actions, we have bypassed the entire judicial process and laid Sun Tianquan to rest. The Bureau has always been clear in its rewards and punishments. You have overstepped in the Longza Group affair and will be penalized with an 800 yuan deduction for your bonus. Do you have any objections to this resolution? Li Chong wore an expression of impartiality and sternness. I have no objections, Wang Jingmeng declared loudly. If Sun Tianquan were to discover that his life and fortune were worth a mere 800 yuan, he would likely be unable to contain his despair. Having already imposed a penalty, it was now time for rewards. This evening, after successfully eliminating the imposters of the Truth Association, I shall commend you for your significant contributions and recommend you for a special merit award, which include the monetary bonus of 500,000 yuan and a vial of cleansing elixir. Wang Jingmeng had been fined 800 yuan, but was now being rewarded with 500,000 yuan and a vial of elixir. While 500,000 is no trifling sum for an ordinary person, it pales in comparison to the value of the cleansing elixir. This elixir has the extraordinary ability to allow spirit practitioners to refine their essence and blood, thereby reconstructing their foundations. A vial of this elixir is priceless on the black market. Naturally, Wang Jingmeng would not dare to sell the elixir awarded by the Investigation Bureau. He was not in need of money, but rather of cultivation. After slaying numerous imposters within the psychiatric hospital, the spiritual energy within him surged exponentially overnight, placing him on the verge of a breakthrough. He needed to solidify his realm. Thus, Wang Jingmeng voluntarily requested to enter the confinement chamber, seeking a tranquil space to commence his advancement. Upon consuming the vial of cleansing elixir, his spiritual energy erupted like boiling water. His cultivation soared effortlessly, as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. From the 5th to the 6th, and then to the 7th level of the divine storage realm, Wang Jingmeng propelled his cultivation to the 8th level in one breath, halting just a step away from the 3rd realm, the Wheel C realm. The surging spiritual energy radiated outward, and Wang Jingmeng felt an unfathomable strength coursing through him. He could easily fell a hefty tiger with a single punch. On the morning of the 4th day, the door to the confinement chamber swung open, and Kai Su entered, carrying 2 large bags of breakfast to visit Wang Jingmeng. "Brother Meng, I brought fried buns and youtiao, along with your favorite savory tofu pudding." A lavish breakfast adorned the table. Wang Jingmeng scooped up a bowl of savory tofu pudding and slurped it down. The flavor was truly authentic. Indeed, savory tofu pudding is the only way to enjoy it. Any sweet or spicy variants are but heresy. The same applies to zongzi. Wang Jingmeng could only accept the yolk and pork variety. "Brother Meng, during your days of confinement, something has occurred at the Investigation Bureau," Kai Su said while enjoying his breakfast. "What has happened?" "2 investigators have suddenly gone missing, prompting the Bureau to mobilize many personnel for a search, yet they have yet to be found. With surveillance cameras everywhere in the streets, ordinary people hardly go missing, let alone investigators. Yet these 2 simply vanished without a trace, and even the surveillance footage provides no clues." The missing investigators, named Zhang Ting and Guo Wei, were reportedly searching for some entrance to an otherworldly realm. Could it be that they truly found it? Chapter 077. What are you doing sticking to my blade? What has become of the 2 missing investigators? Are they lost in the inner world? This situation is perplexing. The inner world, much like the concept of false beings, exists merely as an urban legend to ordinary people. Everyone has heard of it, yet no one has ever witnessed it. However, for investigators, the inner world is not an ethereal myth, but a clandestine realm parallel to reality. In games and films, the inner world is often portrayed as a space filled with mystery and peril. The true inner world is indeed similar, albeit even more treacherous. According to internal files from the Investigation Bureau, the inner world is the very birthplace of false beings. The false beings in the real world may well originate from this enigmatic plane. Within the inner world reside countless false beings. Wang Jingmeng recalls the black wasteland he envisioned aboard the Infinite Train, along with the grotesque and twisted figures that roamed its expanse. Such a place does not exist in the real world. Therefore, the locations traversed by the Infinite Train can only belong to the inner world. The Infinite Train has the capability to shuttle between the realms of reality and the inner world. Interestingly, this matter bears a slight connection to you, Meng Ge. It is rumored that Zhang Ting and Guo Wei are among the finest new investigators of this cohort, yet due to Meng Ji's extraordinary performance, they may have felt overshadowed, leading to a significant psychological disparity. In their frustration, they contemplated embarking on a grand venture. Wang Jingmeng, however, was blissfully unaware that the disappearance of the 2 investigators was intertwined with his own actions. Zhang Ting and Guo Wei initially sought to undertake something monumental, but inadvertently vanished themselves. They had somehow acquired intelligence regarding the inner world and aspired to discover its entrance for an adventurous exploration. Initially, they did not harbor high hopes, for entrances to the inner world do not simply materialize. Yet by stroke of luck, they stumbled upon a clue. 6 months prior, several spirit masters mysteriously disappeared from a subway station in Jingzhou. Last month, one of the missing spirit masters suddenly reappeared. When the Investigation Bureau inquired, he recounted a bizarre tale. According to him, the missing spirit masters had entered a realm known as the Red Moon Platform. They had been on the subway, unknowingly succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, they found that all the other passengers had vanished, leaving only themselves. The subway had halted at a strange platform, and upon disembarking, they realized they had arrived at the Red Moon Platform. However, the details of the Red Moon Platform had become a blur in his memory. Upon receiving this intelligence about the inner world, Zhang Ting and Guo Wei ventured to the subway station in hopes of fortune, taking dozens of rides in succession. Ultimately, they achieved their goal, only to lose themselves in the process. Kai Su spread his hands, his face a canvas of incredulity. If one does not engage in reckless behavior, one does not meet an untimely demise. They entered the inner world without any comprehension of its nature, oblivious to the dangers that might await them. Were they to encounter peril within the inner world, it is likely that their graves would already be overgrown with grass. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingmeng could not help but feel that these two were exceedingly foolish. Did they never consider the problem of how to exit the inner world once they had entered? At the very least, one should first seek out the individual involved to inquire about his journey back from the Red Moon Station. If he cannot emerge, must he remain trapped in the inner world for eternity? Moreover, the inner world is rife with grotesque beings. These two are unlikely to survive beyond 3 chapters. It is said that forbidden objects originate from the inner world, ordinary items from the real world that become tainted by dark energy, potentially transforming into forbidden artifacts endowed with extraordinary powers. 6 months ago, several spirit masters went missing while intending to venture into the inner world in search of these forbidden objects, yet only one managed to escape. Zhang Ting and Guo were also drawn to this pursuit, hoping to take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Unfortunately, their luck was somewhat lacking. Although they discovered the entrance to the inner world, they could not find their way back. Can we ascertain the name of the spirit master who escaped from the inner world? Wang Jingmeng inquired. I am unsure. Let me consult with Xiao Neza. She surely possesses the information. With that, Kaisu sent a message to Shunling Xue. Having worked in the investigation bureau for many years, Shunling Xue had extensive connections and resources. There was little she could not uncover. It was not long before Shunling Xue retrieved the personal information of the spirit master. His name is Zhao Minglei, a spirit master from Longgang District at the 3rd tier of the Divine Concealment Realm. Although Zhao Minglei is a spirit master of the Divine Concealment Realm, his abilities are rather mediocre, not comparable to someone like Wang Jingmeng, who has fought through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood as an investigator. 6 spirit masters went missing 6 months ago, yet only Zhao Minglei returned. What secrets does he hold? Wang Jingmeng mused as he reviewed the records. Let us eat quickly. Once we finish our meal, we shall seek out Zhao Minglei for answers. Kaisu nodded, swiftly swallowing the last of his pan-fried buns. After concluding their breakfast, the two departed from the investigation bureau. Longgang City, Platinum Bay Community. This area is known as the affluent district of Longgang City, with the price of a large flat typically in the tens of millions. Most residents here are social elites and corporate executives. As a spirit master of the Divine Concealment Realm, Zhao Minglei is not lacking in wealth and has long since achieved financial independence. Are you Zhao Minglei? Just as Zhao Minglei returned home from outside, 2 individuals suddenly appeared before him. Zhao Minglei looked up, a puzzled expression on his face. One was a tall young man dressed in a white sports sweatshirt, resembling a university student. The other, with a middle-part hairstyle and wearing suspenders, exuded the charm of a cheerful and sunny youth. Who are you? Zhao Minglei squinted, scrutinizing the two with curiosity. We are from the investigation bureau. We have a matter to discuss with you, Wang Jingmeng stated. What matter? Upon learning they were from the pseudo-being's investigation bureau, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in Zhao Minglei's eyes. It concerns the events at the Red Moon Station. How did you manage to escape? And what became of the others trapped with you there? Wang Jingmeng asked, locking eyes with him. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Minglei's face contorted with anguish, as if he were reluctant to revisit that painful chapter of his past. I know nothing, he suddenly erupted, his temper flaring as he reached out to shove Wang Jingmeng aside. With his cultivation at the Divine Concealment Realm, a mere push from him could incapacitate an ordinary person. In the next moment, Wang Jingmeng retaliated with a swift slap that struck Zhao Minglei's face, causing him to spin like a top, completing a full 360 degrees. Now, do you recall? Wang Jingmeng employed a powerful memory restoration technique, prompting even the most trivial childhood incidents, like bedwetting, to resurface. If Zhao Minglei still failed to remember, it would be nothing short of pretension. The password. Zhao Minglei's eyes glimmered with a fierce red light as he roared, preparing to lunge forward, only to be met again by a fierce slap from Wang Jingmeng, who treated him like a spinning top. Insulting officers resisting arrest. I have the authority to take you back, Wang Jingmeng stated calmly, observing him. At that moment, Zhao Minglei's expression shifted to one of profound torment, as an eerie black smoke began to emanate from his being. He was enveloped in this smoke, his features obscured, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. Brother Ming, something is amiss with Zhao Minglei. Kai Su's heart raced, and he instinctively grew wary. Why are you forcing me? Why are you doing this to me? Zhao Minglei shrieked in a fit of hysteria as a terrifying, shadowy figure emerged from the smoke, lunging towards Wang Jingmeng with alarming speed. At that instant, a rift tore open in the void, and the shadow blade burst forth from the abyss. The moment Wang Jingmeng grasped the blade, Zhao Minglei, unable to evade, collided directly with its edge. A piercing, anguished scream filled the air. Wang Jingmeng glanced at the bloodied blade in astonishment, asking, "What are you doing, sticking to my knife?" Chapter 078, The Underworld, Red Moon Station. Zhao Minglei, hurtling through the air, was unable to evade and collided directly with the shadow blade, his body cleaving in two and collapsing on the ground. Almost immediately, he heard a surprised exclamation from behind. "What are you doing sticking to my blade?" Zhao Minglei's face darkened, nearly succumbing to fury. "Can you hear yourself? Is that even human speech?" At that moment, Zhao Minglei's form began to smolder like burning coal, emitting thick black smoke. The severed parts of his body gradually converged. "Dream brother, this Zhao Minglei is indeed problematic," exclaimed classmate Xiao Kai in alarm. Even a blind person could discern something was amiss upon witnessing this scene. The Zhao Minglei who had fled from Red Moon Station had been replaced by a doppelganger. The original Zhao Minglei had likely been left behind forever at the Red Moon Station. At this moment, having been unmasked, Zhao Minglei was enveloped in swirling black smoke, his form contorting grotesquely, utterly devoid of human shape. A beastly roar erupted, shattering the surrounding glass into a rain of shards. The doppelganger's body swelled, bursting the layer of human skin. A terrifying, grotesque shadow emerged before Wang Jingmeng. In an instant, the blade shimmered as the shadow blade swept across the doppelganger Zhao Minglei's neck with blinding speed. Subsequently, his head separated from his body, floating away like a balloon. Wang Jingmeng furrowed his brow. The doppelganger Zhao Minglei possessed the ability to transform into smoke. Neither bullets nor blades could vanquish mere vapor. A sinister, mocking face materialized in the black smoke, taunting the two. "Futile. Even if you are a spirit master of the divine concealment realm, you cannot kill me." Just as the doppelganger Zhao Minglei finished speaking, Wang Jingmeng's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing before him as if teleporting. With a powerful kick, the terrifying force collided with the doppelganger's face, exploding his head on impact. A cloud of black mist erupted, but soon reformed. "I am indestructible." Zhao Minglei's visage twisted in rage, having been obliterated time and again by Wang Jingmeng, which ignited his fury. In a fit of rage, he declared, "Wait for me. I shall return." The next moment, Zhao Minglei transformed into a wisp of black mist, drifting into the distance. "Do you think you can escape after offending the abbot?" The beastly Lu Wu, with a human face and 9 tails, lunged at Zhao Minglei from behind Wang Jingmeng, swiftly catching up to the fleeing doppelganger. The overwhelming divine aura descended, causing Zhao Minglei to tremble in terror, as if confronted by a nemesis. With a single mouthful, Lu Wu consumed the black mist. In an instant, it was refined. Releasing the mist demon grants the reward. 9 breaths of calm. 9 breaths of calm, by breathing and exhaling 9 times. One gains inexplicable divine powers, refining the forces of heaven and earth into a source of Tao, enhancing one's cultivation realm. Wang Jingmeng's eyes suddenly brightened. He had never anticipated that releasing the mist demon would yield one of the 36 divine powers of Tiangang, 9 breaths of calm. With merely 9 breaths, one could inexplicably awaken latent powers, refining their essence and enhancing their cultivation. At that moment, Lu Wu opened his mouth and released a round, red coin. Wang Jingmeng picked up the coin and, upon closer inspection, realized it resembled a subway token, adorned with a peculiar crimson moon. Unlike typical subway tokens crafted from plastic, this red coin was forged from an unknown metal. As Wang Jingmeng's palm made contact with the coin, a chilling aura enveloped him. Could this token be from the underworld? After a moment's contemplation, he tucked the Crimson Moon Station token into his pocket and promptly called Li Chongkai. requesting assistance to clean up the situation. Once everything was settled, the two made their way to a nearby subway station and boarded the train to return. At this hour, the subway was relatively empty, so they found a seat and busied themselves with their phones. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over Kai-Su, his eyelids growing heavier until he unwittingly drifted into slumber. Some time later, he was abruptly roused by a gentle shaking. "What is wrong, Mingo?" Kai-Su, still half asleep, rubbed his eyes. Just then, an eerie, cold voice echoed through the loudspeakers. Approaching the next stop, Crimson Moon Station. Startled by the mention of Crimson Moon Station, Kai-Su's sleepiness vanished in an instant. To his astonishment, he noticed that he and Wang Jingmeng were the only passengers left in the train. Everyone else had inexplicably vanished. The once pristine subway now appeared dilapidated, cloaked in cobwebs, while the view outside the windows was engulfed in darkness, reminiscent of a death train heading to the underworld. "Mingo, what is happening?" Kai-Su inquired, feeling a chill creeping down his spine. "Fear not. We must have entered the underworld," Wang Jingmeng replied, retrieving the Crimson Moon Station token from his pocket. It seemed that carrying this token allowed them access to the underworld and the station itself. "Meng Yi, will we be able to escape the underworld alive?" Kai-Su asked, swallowing hard, his face etched with anxiety. "Do not worry. It is guaranteed," Wang Jingmeng reassured him. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Kai-Su caught a glimpse of a grotesque face reflected in the train window, prompting him to scream in terror. "What is that?" Wang Jingmeng followed his gaze, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Do not fear. It's merely a monster." Just then, a loud crash echoed as the subway windows shattered, and eerie shadows began to crawl into the moving train. The creatures that emerged were cloaked in darkness, their faces obscured by horrifying white masks. Sensing the presence of humans, they surged towards the two with alarming speed, as if fearing their prey would be snatched away by others of their kind. Wang Jingmeng, unfazed, observed the monsters in the carriage, and a rift opened in the void before him, allowing a long blade to escape. He extended his hand, grasping the shadow blade, his eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light. At the Hanyue station, a man engaged in the task of cleaning the platform suddenly heard a resounding rumble. He turned to witness a subway train hurtling towards the platform. Another newcomer had arrived. A sardonic smile crept upon the man's lips. Periodically, individuals from the realm of reality would inadvertently wander into Hanyue station, with a staggering 90 of them meeting their demise at the hands of the enigmatic monstrosities. Those fortunate enough to survive found themselves ensnared within the confines of the station, unable to return to the world they once knew. The existence of those trapped here was fraught with peril, teetering on the brink of death. No one could ascertain whether death or the dawn of a new day would arrive first. To date, the man had yet to witness anyone successfully escape from Hanyue Station. However, he could exploit the disparity of information, compelling the newcomers to serve him. 2 minutes later, the subway came to a halt at the platform. The doors of the train slid open. The man's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld an unforgettable sight. The carriages were strewn with dismembered corpses. The monstrous beings that once instilled terror in the man now resembled lambs upon a butcher's block, mercilessly slaughtered. At that moment, a foot stepped upon the carcasses of the monsters, emerging from the subway doors. Chapter 079. Pick up the glasses. I command you to pick up the glasses. A cold sweat trickled down Li Wei's face as he gazed at the monstrous corpses strewn across the carriage. Then, he beheld the owner of a foot nearby. Before Li Wei stood a tall young man, resembling a university student, wielding a long knife as he emerged from the subway. Following him was another boy with a center-parted hairstyle and suspenders, his eyes radiating clarity. What an unusual pair! Observing the youthfulness of the two, Li Wei couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Typically, newcomers to this bizarre world undergo a period filled with fear, uncertainty, helplessness, and despair. However, in Wang Jingmeng's eyes, there was not a trace of fear or panic. His expression was as serene as that of a traveler on excursion. Li Wei was perplexed. In such an eerie place, did he not feel the slightest bit anxious? When Li Wei first arrived at the Red Moon Station, he was so terrified that he nearly soiled his pants. Just then, a long knife was pressed against Li Wei's neck. The sharpness of the blade sent a chill down his spine, causing his hair to stand on end. A forbidden object. Sensing the icy breath of death emanating from the shadow blade, Li Wei instantly reacted, raising his hands with lightning speed. A faux person? A cold voice inquired. Li Wei hurriedly shook his head, hastily declaring his identity. I am not a faux person. I am Li Wei, a spirit master from Longgang District, Jingzhou City. His words tumbled out rapidly, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, Wang Jingmeng would mistake him for a faux person and strike him down. Dream brother, the photo matches. He is indeed Li Wei, who went missing 6 months ago. Kai Su pulled out his phone to check the missing persons report sent by Shun Lingxue, revealing a photo of Li Wei. Do you know Zhao Minglei? Wang Jingmeng asked, still holding the knife. With a blade at his throat, Li Wei dared not withhold his response. Yes, Zhao Minglei came with us, he replied, steeling himself. Where is Zhao Minglei now? He's dead. Dead? When did he die? 2 months ago. Zhao Minglei went mad, trying to escape the Red Moon Station along the tracks, but was killed by the monsters there. Li Wei confessed earnestly. Are you certain Zhao Minglei is dead? I personally buried his body. He is undoubtedly dead. Wang Jingmeng's expression turned contemplative, indicating that the real Zhao Minglei had not escaped the Red Moon Station, but had perished within its confines. The Zhao Minglei in the real world was a monster from the Red Moon Station. This creature had devoured Zhao Minglei, acquiring his memories and masquerading as him. How can one leave the Red Moon Station? Wang Jingmeng inquired. Li Wei pondered for a moment, then retrieved a subway token from his pocket. Emblematic of the Red Moon Station. Legend has it that one must collect 100 subway tokens to escape, yet no one has ever succeeded. He chuckled wryly, saying, outside the Red Moon Station, there are monsters everywhere. Only by hiding on the platform can one avoid their attacks. However, remaining on the platform consumes 1 token each day. Without tokens, one is expelled from the platform to fend for oneself. The subway tokens are not given away freely. They can only be obtained from the station master at the Red Moon platform. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingmeng seized a crucial point. The Red Moon platform indeed has a station master. Much like the Infinite Train, which has conductors, ticket inspectors, and train managers. It is highly probable that the station master is also a pseudo-human. I clean at the Red Moon platform and earn 2 tokens daily. After deducting protection fees, I have to purchase food at the platform, leaving me with hardly any tokens to save. The others trapped at the Red Moon Station are in a similar predicament to Li Wei's. Collecting 100 subway tokens to leave the Red Moon Station is merely a legend. Thus far, no one has succeeded. How many of you are there? Wang Jingmeng speculated that Li Wei was not the only one trapped at the Red Moon Station. There are about a dozen. Periodically, people from the real world mistakenly wander into the Red Moon Station, where ordinary individuals cannot survive. Even spirit masters can only barely scrape by. Have you seen a short, chubby man and a tall, thin one? Wang Jingmeng described the 2 missing investigators' characteristics. Yes, they arrived a few days ago. That short, chubby man eats voraciously, consuming our remaining rations. According to Li Wei, the 2 missing investigators should not be in any immediate danger. Therefore, Wang Jingmeng instructed Li Wei to lead the way to find the missing investigators. When Wang Jingmeng located the 2 missing investigators, he found them cowering in a corner, bruised and battered, their eyes vacant, evidently having endured a severe beating. Li Wei, have you brought newcomers here to be slaughtered again? At that moment, a group of over a dozen individuals approached with unfriendly expressions. The leader, with a cultured appearance and gold-rimmed glasses, wore a sinister smile. Wu Chong, the infamous Wu Chong. Upon seeing Wu Chong, Li Wei felt as if he had found a protector. He was the fiery Wu Chong, a spirit master from the Longgang District, possessing the cultivation of the 7th realm of divine concealment. He had been wanted by the Investigation Bureau due to an injury case, and, like Zhao Minglei and Li Wei, had gone missing 6 months prior. Kai Su had memorized the contents of the file and whispered to Wang Jingmeng. Wu Chong possesses forbidden items. He has slain the monsters in the train cars, Li Wei said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang's gaze fell upon the shadow blade, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Investigator Wang, are you here to lead us out? At that moment, Zhang Ting finally noticed Wang Jingmeng's arrival and stood up, his face filled with excitement. Wonderful, it's Wang Jingmeng. We are saved. Wang Jingmeng regarded him coolly. You are thinking too highly of yourself. Zhang Ting froze in place, his expression turning ashen. Could it be that we're destined to be trapped here forever? Not necessarily. There must be a way to leave this place, Wang Jingmeng asserted. Since pseudo-humans can exit this inner world, they must possess a means to do so. Is that truly the case? Adoptive father. As long as he can escape this dreadful place, Zhang Ting is willing to take him as his adoptive father. Quite a bold claim. Wu Chang spoke in a sinister tone, remarking that the hefty individual had consumed a considerable portion of their provisions. Since they were acquainted, he insisted that it was up to them to repay the debt, 10 subway tokens in total. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting's expression darkened, and he indignantly protested, claiming that he had only partaken of a mere morsel, far from the worth of 10 tokens. The subway tokens held immense value at the Red Moon station, and Wu Chang was clearly taking advantage of the situation. With no subway tokens at their disposal, Wu Chang suggested they use the forbidden items they possessed as recompense. He let out a cold chuckle as he reached for the shadow blade in Wang Jingmeng's hand. In an instant, as Wu Chang extended his hand, Wang Jingmeng retaliated with a swift slap, striking his face and sending the gold-rimmed glasses flying. Wu Chang seemed taken aback by Wang Jingmeng's audacity, his countenance visibly darkening. Wang Jingmeng pointed at the glasses that had fallen to the ground and said, "Pick up your glasses." Chapter 080. Crushing the Masters of the Divine Vault. I truly come for you, yet you seem unhappy, Brother Wu Chang. A woman clad in a red leather vest and high heels, one of the spirit masters trapped at the Red Moon station, exclaimed in shock as she witnessed Wu Chang being struck hard. Without regard for who Wang Jingmeng was, she raised her hand and lashed out with a whip. Wu Chang's sister, named Wu Yin, known as the Queen, wielded a thunder whip. With a sharp crack, the air erupted with a sound reminiscent of lightning. Wu Yan's whip surged forth like a striking serpent, aiming directly at Wang Jingmeng. In response to the lethal strike, Wang Jingmeng deftly wielded her blade, moving with such swiftness that it created afterimages. The blade flickered, and in an instant, the whip was severed into several pieces. Witnessing this, Wu Yan's expression transformed into one of sheer horror, her mouth agape in disbelief at the ferocity of Wang Jingmeng's counterattack. By the time she regained her composure, Wang Jingmeng had already shrunk the space between them, appearing before her as if teleporting. "Close your mouth," came the cold voice, prompting Wu Yin to instinctively shut her mouth and grit her teeth. Almost simultaneously, Wu Yin felt a fist pressed against her abdomen. Wang Jingmeng's punch was solid. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed. With one punch, Wu Yin was lifted off her feet, propelled backward as if struck by a sniper's bullet, her body soaring through the air. Like a sandbag thrown aside, she crashed to the ground, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. Witnessing this scene, Wu Chang's eyes reddened with fury. What kind of man bullies a woman? If you have the ability, come at me. Wu Chang roared, disregarding the golden spectacles that had fallen to the ground, raising his hand to unleash a spherical bolt of lightning. "This is what you asked for, and I'm coming for it." Upon hearing Wang Jingmeng's words, an ominous premonition washed over Wu Chang. Yet now, he found himself in a predicament, having provoked conflict over the forbidden item on Wang Jingmeng. Wang Jingmeng raised her blade, cleaving the spherical lightning in two. Following this, a terrifying slash erupted like a tempest, devastating everything in its path. The ground was left marred with deep, intersecting gashes, reminiscent of a tornado wreaking havoc in a parking lot. As he beheld this spectacle, Wu Chang's pupils constricted, and without a second thought, he retreated. At the same time, a layer of molten armor manifested around his body. This was a forbidden item he had acquired in the inner world, capable of withstanding a fatal attack. However, in the next moment, the molten armor began to crack under the onslaught, crumbling into grains of gray sand that fell away. Then, excruciating pain surged through him. Wu Chang's face contorted in agony, his entire being trembling as if he had donned a mask of suffering. The stench of death loomed ominously. In an instant, his body bore numerous gruesome wounds, blood gushing forth, forming a crimson carpet beneath him. The volume of blood loss was staggering, In the horrified gaze of the onlookers, Wu Chang was left mangled and drenched in blood, transformed into a ghastly sight. Had it not been for the protective embrace of the lava armor, he would have been slain by Wang Jingmeng's blade in an instant. Witnessing Wu Chang's swift defeat at the hands of Wang Jingmeng, no one dared to step forward in his defense. Li Wei and his companions buried their heads in the sand like ostriches. The Wu siblings, Wu Chang and Wu Yan, were no match for their formidable opponent, and any attempt to confront him would be as futile as the efforts of the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. Before Wu Chang, Wang Jingmeng slowly sheathed his sword and approached him with deliberate calmness. As he drew nearer, Wu Chang struggled to rise, but every movement sent searing pain coursing through his body, causing blood to spurt forth like a fountain. At that moment, regret consumed Wu Chang. He lamented his reckless provocation of such a merciless character. Had he known the extent of his opponent's ruthlessness, he would not have dared to act so foolishly. Now, he was at the mercy of another, a mere pawn in a deadly game. At that moment, a voice, tinged with mockery, whispered in his ear, "I truly came for you, yet you seem displeased." Coughing up blood, Wu Chang felt as though half his life had been drained away. If Wang Jingmeng were to strike again, his demise would be inevitable. Wang Jingmeng flashed the investigator's credentials, a warning to anyone who might cross him, the Bureau of Pseudo-Humans. Wu Chang gasped as he beheld the official seal on the badge. When had such a formidable individual emerged from the investigation bureau? "I concede. It is all my fault. I should not have provoked you. This is entirely my own doing. I apologize." Wu Chang's acknowledgement of his error stemmed not from genuine remorse, but from the stark realization of his imminent death. He could barely withstand a single blow from Wang Jingmeng, and another would surely seal his fate. In a desperate bid to preserve his life, he found himself compelled to submit. Just then, the mournful chime of the clock at the Red Moon Station echoed, reminiscent of a death knell. The sound sent a wave of terror across the faces of Li Wei and his companions. Each time the clock struck 12, passengers would appear at the Red Moon Station, and Li Wei's expression morphed into one of sheer horror, as if he were deeply afraid of these arrivals. "Brother Meng, look!" Kai Su tugged at Wang Jingmeng's sleeve. Immediately, eerie figures began to pour into the Red Moon Station from all directions. The passengers at Red Moon Station were all pseudo-humans, and failure to hide would result in dire consequences, Li Wei explained in a rapid-fire manner. Wu Chang held the position of security guard at the station, tasked with maintaining order, while Li Wei served as a janitor, responsible for cleaning and tidying the environment. Currently, only the positions of ticket agent and security inspector remained unfilled. Neither the ticket agent nor the security inspector dares to interact directly with the pseudo-human passengers, Li Wei remarked. As more and more pseudo-humans flooded into the Red Moon Station, Li Wei and his companions hastily carried the injured Wu Chang and Wu Yin inside. Subsequently, Wang Jingmeng, accompanied by Kai Su and 2 investigators, made their way to the station's office, where they discovered several sets of security inspector uniforms. Clad in the uniform, Wang Jingmeng transformed into a security officer at the Red Moon Station. The impeccably tailored black and red attire enveloped him, exuding an eerie and enigmatic aura. This was precisely the right atmosphere. Let's proceed to investigate the imposters. Wang Jingmeng pushed open the door of the operations room and calmly advanced towards the imposter passengers on the platform. At that moment, Wu Chang, who was being carried away for treatment, also took note of Wang Jingmeng's actions. Was he truly going to inspect the imposters? Li Wei could not help but exclaim, quickly covering his mouth to avoid detection by the imposters. A sinister glint flickered in Wu Chang's eyes. It would be ideal if Wang Jingmeng were to perish at the hands of the imposters. Just then, Wang Jingmeng stepped forward, approaching a female passenger with long hair. Her tresses cascaded down to her waist, obscuring her face. "Safety inspection," Wang Jingmeng announced. Upon seeing the security officer before her, the woman's hair surged forth like a dark tide. The imposter, sensing Wang Jingmeng's presence, launched an immediate attack. Wang Jingmeng's figure flickered, as if teleporting, arriving before the long-haired woman in an instant. A large hand shot out like lightning, yanking the woman's hair with force. Subsequently, a wig fell into Wang Jingmeng's grasp. C-Class forbidden item, Black Wig, Chapter 081, Daily Security Inspector, Station Examining Imposters, was rather unexpected. The female passenger did not anticipate that the station's security inspector would act so ruthlessly, abruptly tugging at her wig. Beneath the black wig lay a barren scalp and a face devoid of features. Unmasking the impostor, the faceless one, no wonder this woman concealed her visage with a wig. She was a faceless entity. The black wig, as if animated, coiled around Wang Jingmeng's arm, constricting his neck tightly. Still not compliant? Wang Jingmeng raised his hand and swiftly sliced through the wig, shards of hair cascading to the ground, writhing like black insects. The essence of the shadow blade infused the once lustrous black wig, causing it to wither instantly, shrinking into a submissive ball in Wang Jingmeng's grasp. The faceless one instinctively touched her bald head, gasping in horror, and recklessly lunged at Wang Jingmeng, desperately attempting to reclaim her black wig. I understand your urgency, but please, hold your horses. In the split second the faceless one leaped forward, Wang Jingmeng raised his foot with lightning speed. He delivered a powerful kick. The force struck her face directly. For a brief moment, the faceless one paused, then shot backward like a meteor streaking across the sky, her entire face caving in from the impact. The sound of footsteps echoed as Wang Jingmeng leisurely approached the faceless one. Then, he stomped down with tremendous force. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air. The entire Red Moon Station seemed to tremble. A gaping wound appeared on the faceless one's body, and Wang Jingmeng released her on the spot. Releasing the faceless one, reward. Face change. Witnessing this scene, Li Wei and others huddled in the station office, dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Is this real? Even a spirit master from the divine concealment realm would avoid the imposters in the inner world. The imposters appearing at Red Moon Station are far more formidable and vicious than those in the real world. Yet, Wang Jingmeng not only faced them head-on, but also dared to investigate as a security inspector. Who granted him such audacity? Liang Jingru? Wu Chang's eyes glimmered with resentment. They were barely surviving at Red Moon Station, akin to rats in a sewer, cautiously clinging to life, perpetually teetering on the brink of death. Meanwhile, Wang Jingmeng boldly approached the imposters and seized the forbidden items from them. Why is there such a stark disparity among spirit masters? As the impostor vanished, a round red metallic coin rolled to Wang Jingmeng's feet. He bent down to pick up the subway token from the impostor. Having released the passengers, he deemed it wasteful to disregard these wild tokens. Zhang Ting and Guo Wei, two investigators, looked on in astonishment. They had thought only those working at the station could acquire subway tokens, unaware that passengers could also yield them. Until Wang Jingmeng. No one had dared to confront the passengers at Red Moon Station, leaving this knowledge undiscovered. Dream brother, there's another imposter over there, Kai Su pointed, indicating an elderly woman with a head full of silver strands. From the perspective of her silhouette, the elderly lady appeared unremarkable. Yet, upon encountering her, Wang Jingmeng was struck by the peculiar visage of the lady, resembling that of a cat. The cat-faced woman tossed a bloodied bone into her mouth, and the sound of her relentless chewing filled the air. A stream of blood gushed forth from her lips, painting a grotesque and chilling scene. At that moment, she seemed to catch the scent of food, slowly turning her head to fixate on the security officer approaching her. Meow. The cat-faced lady's pupils dilated, her mouth agape, revealing a dense array of blackened teeth. In an instant, she lunged at Wang Jingmeng with a terrifying speed that belied her age, her jaws poised to bite. Just as she was about to strike, a large hand reached out, grasping her chin with such force that it shattered her jaw. Wang Jingmeng glanced at her teeth and remarked, "Your dental health is quite impressive." In the next heartbeat, he plunged his hand into her mouth, extracting a set of dentures, an object of taboo. Such forbidden items are exceedingly rare in the real world, yet abound in the inner realm. Even an ordinary set of dentures, tainted by the aura of the inner world, transforms into a vessel of inexplicable power. The black hairpiece possesses the ability to grow infinitely, while the dentures can crush the hardest of substances. With a deft motion, Wang Jingmeng seized the cat-faced lady's dentures, leaving the bewildered figure in a state of shock. "I may not be human, but you are undeniably a dog." As her fingers elongated and sharpened, she lunged at his throat. Wang Jingmeng swiftly raised his hand, delivering a decisive strike. By the time the cat-faced lady hit the ground, she had fragmented into several pieces, departing this world in an oddly serene manner. Release the cat-faced lady to receive reward. Iron teeth and copper fangs. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Jingmeng had extracted 2 sea-level forbidden items from the bewildered figure. It was no wonder that Zhang Ting and Guo Wei were eager to explore the inner realm, hoping to transform their fortunes. 4 spirit masters. The inner world is a treasure trove, where even a single forbidden item can incite fierce competition in the real world. Alas, their misfortune left them stranded at the Red Moon Station. "Dream, brother, we are about to strike it rich," exclaimed the enthusiastic Xiao Kai. In contrast, Wang Jingmeng remained composed. These forbidden items were merely trifles to him. With his rising prowess, ordinary sea-level forbidden items had become inconsequential. His primary forbidden items, the A-level Shadow Blade and B-level Thousand Mechanisms Thread, could easily overshadow typical sea-level items. Within the Red Moon Station, there must be even higher-tier forbidden items. Just then, Kai Su tugged at Wang Jingmeng's sleeve. "Dream, brother, something big is coming." At this, Wang Jingmeng followed Kai Su's gaze, and a mysterious figure materialized before him. Clad in a red qipao and holding an oiled paper umbrella, the tall and slender woman, with a gentle and radiant countenance, seemed to have stepped straight out of the Republic of China era, standing elegantly in the station. Wang Jingmeng observed that the woman in the qipao possessed no eyes. Her eye sockets were mere voids. An eerie, frigid aura emanated from her being. Even from a distance, one could sense the terror that this qipao-clad figure instilled. The moment she appeared at the station, the surrounding passengers hastily dispersed, none daring to approach her. Those hiding in the station's office, including Li Wei, instinctively held their breath. Wu Chang's pupils constricted. An A-class pseudo. The power of such a being equated to that of a spirit master at the Wheel C level. Spirit masters below this tier would likely perish within seconds in her presence. Yet, Wang Jingmeng took a step forward, closing the distance to stand before the woman with the oiled paper umbrella. "Miss, may I have a look at your legs?" Chapter 082, Red High Heels, Miss. "Do take a look at those legs," Wang Jingmeng said earnestly, brandishing his security officer badge towards the woman in the Cheongsam. The 2 investigators held their breath, daring not to exhale. This woman, wielding an oiled paper umbrella, was an A-class imposter, a terrifying entity capable of snuffing out the life of a spirit master with merely a finger. Wang Jingmeng approached, intent on inspecting her legs. Who permitted such a security check? At that moment, a chilling wind swept through, lifting the hem of the woman's Cheongsam and revealing her long, graceful legs. Her skin radiated an almost ethereal whiteness, so luminous that Kai Su felt as if he had been dead for 3 days and still could not match it. Wang Jingmeng noted the woman's exquisite jade-like feet adorned with a pair of high heels, black with red soles, exuding boundless power. The woman slowly turned her face towards Wang Jingmeng, her hollow eye sockets locking onto him. A voice, as cold as ice, resonated from her lips. "I admire your eyes." In an instant, a flash of lightning-like coldness flickered in Wang Jingmeng's gaze. The woman's delicate fingers shot forth like bolts of electricity aimed at his eyes, intent on plucking them from their sockets. Her speed was terrifying. Even Wang Jingmeng could only perceive her as a blur. Had it been an ordinary spirit master, they might have lost their eyes before comprehending the danger. Boom! A tremendous divine presence erupted from Wang Jingmeng. As a spectral figure, a man with a tiger-esque body, gradually overlapped with his own, confronted with the threat of the A-class imposter. Wang Jingmeng did not hesitate to unleash his ultimate skill. Had he delayed even a moment longer, his eyes might have been forfeit. Just as the woman's fingers were a mere 3 centimeters from his eyes, a powerful hand seized her wrist. In the next heartbeat, the ground fractured, cracks radiating outward from the 2 like a spider-esque web. 2 formidable forces collided, and the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, the sound of high heels striking the ground echoed. Before Wang Jingmeng, the woman in the Cheongsam transformed into a fleeting red shadow, reappearing directly behind him. The heels, imbued with sinister abilities, pressed down upon him. Had been a mere novice, they would likely have shouted in excitement, "Mommy, step on me!" Wang Jingmeng swiftly twisted, vines entwining around him, forming a verdant armor. As the woman's heels made contact, the armor emitted a sound akin to splintering wood. Almost simultaneously, a palm pressed against her chest. A colossal force erupted forth, akin to a volcanic explosion, sending forth a wave of white energy that detonated. A thunderous boom echoed through the Red Moon Station, reminiscent of a bolt from the blue. The imposter's chest caved inward, her heels crushed the ground, and she staggered back 2 steps before regaining her balance. The sheer intensity of the commotion left Li Wei and others in stunned silence. They had assumed Wang Jingmeng was doomed after provoking the A-class imposter. Yet he fought back with remarkable vigor. Everyone is a spirit master. What makes you so exceptional? If it were Li Wei and his companions, they would likely be shattered by the false being within a mere second. At that moment, Wang Jingmeng suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. A bizarre and terrifying aura emanated from the woman in the qipao. She appeared like the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, sprouting countless arms reaching towards Wang Jingmeng. In an instant, he swiftly dodged backward, seizing the shadow blade. The shadows on the blade writhed as if alive, and in an instant, they engulfed Wang Jingmeng, leaving only his cold, piercing eyes visible. A shadowy figure emerged before the woman in the qipao, cloaked in darkness. Raising his hand, Wang Jingmeng executed a strike imbued with strange power, akin to a bolt of black lightning cleaving through the night sky. As the strike descended, it felt as though the very air had solidified, an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure enveloping him. In the next moment, the eerie blade light swept across the woman's arms, severing her limbs at the roots. Countless arms fell to the ground, transforming into dark petals that scattered with the wind. As Wang Jingmeng cut through the woman's arms, her strength visibly diminished. Upon her high heels striking the ground, her figure vanished like a specter, evading Wang Jingmeng's assault. Observing this, a frown creased Wang Jingmeng's brow. Those high heels were a forbidden object, rivaling the shadow blade, possessing extraordinary speed that allowed the woman to dodge most attacks. This predicament had become troublesome. The sound of her heels striking the ground echoed behind Wang Jingmeng. In an instant, she appeared behind him like a phantom. Sensing the movement, Wang Jingmeng instinctively turned and slashed. His lightning-fast strike cleaved through a station pillar. Just as the woman in the qipao prepared to vanish, a red thread ensnared her ankle. The other end of the thread was clutched in Wang Jingmeng's hand. "Got you," he exclaimed, tightening the thread with a sinister grin. With a swift motion, he unleashed a series of moon-like slashes that severed the false being's legs. Following that, Wang Jingmeng, with astonishing speed, removed the red high heels from her feet. Witnessing Wang Jingmeng's seamless execution of moves, snatching away the forbidden object from the false being, Zhang Ting and Guo Wei, the 2 investigators, were left dumbfounded. Why was his technique so adept? Not only had he taken the false being's wig and dentures, but he had now directly removed her shoes. Was this security officer serious? They were curious about the strong scent emanating from the heels. Wang Jingmeng, having claimed the high heels from the woman in the qipao, immediately slipped them onto his own feet. The crowd? What kind of peculiar fetish is this, wearing high heels stripped from a woman's feet? Li Wei and the others were in shock. Wang Jingmeng had actually taken the false being's high heels to wear. Surely, his mental state was somewhat unhinged. Many spiritual practitioners constantly confront the threat of imposters, enduring prolonged periods of immense pressure, which inevitably leads to psychological issues and an inclination towards extremism. However, witnessing someone wear high heels in such a bizarre manner was a first for Li Wei. He found even this peculiar behavior unsettling. In the next moment, the high heels adorning Wang Jingmeng's feet transformed into a pair of red men's leather shoes, which conveniently adjusted to his size. Under the oppressive aura of the deity Lu Wu, the high heels morphed into a shape that suited Wang Jingmeng. Could these heels truly change form? Classmate Xiao Kai was left dumbfounded, astonished by such an extraordinary phenomenon. At that very instant, The woman in the qipao, severed legs transformed into the roots of a plant. A striking red spider lily bloomed, and the eerie black roots surged towards Wang Jingmeng. The leather shoes beneath him shifted, vanishing from sight as if teleporting. Chapter 083. The Burial of the Spider Lily, the Path to the Underworld. Unmasking the false ones, the Manjusaka flower demon, from the depths of darkness, black rhizomes surged forth. And crimson petals, as vivid as blood, danced through the air, sealing off the area. Trapped within the confines of the Red Moon Station, the spirit masters felt an overwhelming aura of death enveloping them, as though ensnared in a nightmare, their very breaths stifled. Had they been in such a predicament, facing an A-class false entity, they would have perished countless times over. Astoundingly, Wang Jingmeng navigated the assault of the A-class false entity with remarkable ease. The line between predator and prey had become utterly blurred. At that moment, Wu Chang's expression darkened, casting a fierce glare at Li Wei. "Was it you who brought this monstrosity here?" As Wang Jingmeng's silhouette emerged, the flurry of blood-red petals surged towards him, suffused with a palpable sense of mortality, engulfing him entirely. In that instant, the red shoes upon his feet erupted with an uncanny power, propelling him through the sea of petals at a terrifying velocity. Wang Jingmeng felt as though his legs were no longer his own. The pace of the red shoes soared to its zenith, akin to a streak of crimson lightning darting through the station. The encroaching blood petals perpetually lagged behind. When Wang Jingmeng reappeared, he stood before the woman. With a forceful kick, it was as if a flash of red lightning had struck. A thunderous boom reverberated in the air. In the terrified gazes of the onlookers, the woman's porcelain-like body shattered under his blow, transforming into a myriad of blood-red petals. Wang Jingmeng's brow furrowed as his golden touch yielded no response, indicating that the woman was not yet defeated. Indeed, A-class false entities were not so easily vanquished. In this battle, he had unleashed all his hidden capabilities, yet the struggle remained arduous. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Ting and Guo Wei were even more astonished, their amazement tenfold. The Manjusaka flower demon was unlike any ordinary A-class false entity. She was a manifestation of the spider lily from the path to the underworld, inherently imbued with a fragment of the laws of death. According to their understanding, only spirit masters of the celestial realm could wield the powers of heavenly laws. The Manjusaka flower demon, possessing even a semblance of the laws of death, represented a dimensional assault against them. Even spirit masters of the Wheel Sea realm would find themselves buried within the floral expanse. At that moment, Wang Jingmeng cast his gaze downward, noticing a blood-red petal adhering to the sole of his shoe. The petal began to split, and before he could react, transformed into a hand that grasped his foot. Instantly, countless blood-red petals surged forth, as if intent on engulfing the entire station. In the next heartbeat, Wang Jingmeng was shrouded beneath a deluge of petals. From the sea of blood-red petals, an apparition coalesced. A woman clad in a qipao approached Wang Jingmeng, raising her hand as if to pluck out his eyes. Suddenly, a shadowy long blade sliced through the layers of petals. With a sharp sound, it tore through the fabric of the Manjusaka's qipao, piercing her chest. In the next instant, the bizarre power of the shadowy blade erupted, causing the blood-red petals blanketing the station to wither and decay in an instant, vanishing as if melting away like snow. The body of the Manjusaka flower demon gradually disintegrated, transforming into a cascade of blood-red petals that scattered like dust in the wind, strange yet beautiful. Witnessing this scene, the spirit masters at the Red Moon Station were left utterly astonished. Wang Jingmeng slowly sheathed his sword, the shadow blade vanishing into the crevices of the void. The numerical entities felt a sense of accomplishment. Releasing the Manjusaka flower demon grants the reward: Red Lotus Burial, Path to the Underworld. Red Lotus Burial, Path to the Underworld. Harnessing spiritual energy to manifest blood-red Manjusaka flowers. It opens a pathway to the netherworld. The power of the Manjusaka flower demon surged into Wang Jingmeng's being, imbuing him with a trace of the force of death. With a mere thought, a river of yellow springs appeared before him, its banks adorned with blood-red Manjusaka flowers. The gentle sound of flowing water echoed as countless blood petals drifted along the river, paving a crimson path. Wang Jingmeng stood like a deity of the underworld at the river's end, surrounded by swirling blood-red flowers. Death, like the wind, always accompanies me. With the emergence of the Red Lotus burial, the process of cremation was rendered unnecessary, directly guiding the false beings to the underworld. At that moment, the faux passengers gathered at the Red Moon station began to vanish one by one. The crisis averted, tranquility returned. They had survived. Zhang Ting and Guo Wei, having narrowly escaped, wore expressions of lingering shock. The routine security check came to a close. Not only had Wang Jingmeng survived, but he had also procured 3 forbidden items from the false beings, along with several subway tokens from the Red Moon station. The C-grade forbidden items, black wig and black dentures, held little value for him, but could be exchanged at the Investigation Bureau for substantial cultivation resources. The most significant acquisition from the security check was the Manjusaka flower demons, red high heels, which, though classified as a B-grade forbidden item, possess practicality and power comparable to that of an A-grade. An essential tool for domestic travel, murder, and arson. In addition to the forbidden items, he discovered 35 subway tokens on the faux passengers. The subway token served as the common currency at the Red Moon station, allowing one to purchase essentials from a station store. We receive only 2 tokens daily, and half must be surrendered as protection fees to the station master, leaving us with just enough to buy a single black biscuit from a store. The stout Zhang Ting grimaced, lamenting that since arriving in this bizarre place, he had never been fully satiated. In just a few days, he had lost 10 pounds. The mere thought of the moldy biscuit made him gag. It was hardly fit for human consumption. If not for the necessity of survival, even dogs would turn their noses up at it. "Have you seen the station master of the Red Moon station?" Wang Jingmeng inquired. The stout man shook his head. The station master only made an appearance every 7 days to collect the subway tokens from everyone. Failure to pay the tokens would result in dire consequences, either being cast out to fend for oneself or becoming a meal for the station master. Aside from them, all other passengers at the Red Moon station were false beings. As they spoke, the group arrived at the station store, where a solitary clerk was tending to the shop. Investigator Wang. The clerk here is also a false being. Once, someone attempted to acquire goods without spending a dime, attempting to indulge in the offerings of the station shop without paying, only to be consumed by the shopkeeper. The stout individual whispered a reminder. Wang Jingmeng nodded slightly. The shop was well stocked, yet the spirit masters trapped in the station could only afford the most inexpensive black biscuits. These black biscuits, tainted by the bizarre atmosphere of the underworld, had become rotten and moldy. Excessive consumption would lead to physical decay. However, they had no alternatives and had to rely on these black biscuits to stave off hunger. Wang Jingmeng, possessing a considerable sum of 35 subway tokens, was not compelled to gnaw on the moldy biscuits like the others. Instead, he swiftly procured an array of gourmet foods from the station shop. At that moment, Li Wei entered the shop with several spirit masters to purchase medicinal supplies for Wu Chang. Upon noticing Wang Jingmeng, they hastily lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. After acquiring the bandages, they left in a dejected manner. In the station office, Wu Chang and Li Wei, along with the others, nibbled on the moldy biscuits, their eyes fixated on Wang Jingmeng and his companions enjoying a hot pot. Investigator Wang, we have spent all our subway tokens. What shall we do when the station master comes to collect payment in a few days? The stout individual asked with evident concern. Wang Jingmeng picked up a piece of lamb for hot pot. As the youngest here, I shall speak frankly. From today onward, I shall not pay the station master. Who is in favor and who is against? Chapter 084 Boss Wu. Wang Jingmeng has stopped reporting to the station master. What should we do? Li Bei, squatting on the ground and gnawing on moldy biscuit, inquired. Wang Jingmeng, having recently arrived, was utterly oblivious to the terror that the station master instilled. At the Red Moon station, no one dared to stand against the station master. Wu Chang's countenance was as dark as turbulent waters, his gaze filled with resentment. He had been trapped in the Red Moon station for over half a year, painstakingly amassing a few subway tokens intended for the exchange of forbidden items. However, after provoking Wang Jingmeng and sustaining severe injuries, Those tokens were now spent on medicine to preserve his life. All his efforts over the past 6 months had been rendered futile, and to have been grievously wounded only intensified his hatred for Wang Jingmeng. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, he could not dare to express his animosity openly. The inner world was devoid of the rule of law. Here, there existed no constraints of law or morality. The only principle was survival of the fittest. As the weaker party, they were compelled to yield everything to the stronger. Just like those ensnared within the confines of the Red Moon Station, they were forced to endure the station master's merciless exploitation, stripped of everything, even their lives. 6 months prior, upon his arrival at the Red Moon Station, Wu Chang had witnessed a rebellious Yuling master being brutally disemboweled by the station master, devoured alive. The horror of that scene still haunted him, manifesting in nightmares. In his eyes, the station master was an invincible and terrifying presence, far more fearsome than the woman who had just been defeated by Wang Jingmeng. No matter how formidable Wang Jingmeng might be, he could never contend with the station master. To Wu Chang, Wang Jingmeng was already as good as dead. When a station master made his appearance in a few days, it would mark the end for Wang Jingmeng. If it weren't for the powerful forbidden items he possesses, I wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Wu Chang clenched his fists in frustration, convinced that Wang Jingmeng's strength relied solely on those potent items, and that he himself was not particularly impressive. Had Wang Jingmeng not depended on those forbidden artifacts, he might not have lost. Who exactly is Wang Jingmeng? Why have I never heard of such a formidable figure in Jingzhou before? Li Wei pondered, perplexed by the sudden emergence of Wang Jingmeng, as if he had sprung from the very stones. Just then, a seemingly inconspicuous girl timidly raised her hand amidst the crowd. Her name was Yin Xiaosu, who had accidentally stumbled into the Red Moon Station a month prior, and had since found herself ensnared here. Originally an ordinary college student, she had awakened as a Yuling master in the station, which was the only reason she had survived. Yin Xiaosu's strength was remarkably weak, rendering her virtually unnoticed, and thus, no one paid her any mind. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Yin Xiaosu, their collective gaze fixed upon her. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, she grew increasingly anxious, her words stumbling from her lips. "Do you know this Wang Jingmeng?" Wu Yin inquired. With great caution, Yin Xiaosu nodded. "He is the representative of the new students from Jingzhou University, class of 24. He delivered a speech at the opening ceremony. Only those with outstanding achievements are selected as representatives to speak at such events. Wang Jingmeng not only excels academically, but is also remarkably attractive." Yin Xiaosu, who has a profound admiration for beauty, instantly remembered Wang Jingmeng during the opening ceremony. Little did she expect to encounter him again at the Red Moon Station. However, Wang Jingmeng did not recognize her. Wu Yin scrutinized Yin Xiaosu with keen eyes, as a woman herself. She could discern that Yin Xiaosu possessed a striking natural beauty that could easily be enhanced with a bit of adornment. Yet, in the perilous and ruthless environment of the inner world, beauty could invite catastrophe. After all, there are no laws or moral constraints in the inner world, and anything could transpire. Thus, Yin Xiaosu deliberately smeared her face to obscure her true appearance, coupled with her ability to cast a weakening curse, which could leave others in a state of impotence. Few dared to provoke her. Even if a lustful spirit master sought to bully Yin Xiaosu, a single weakening curse would render them powerless. It is precisely because of this unique ability that Yin Xiaosu could survive unscathed. "Since you are acquainted with Wang Jingmeng, assist us in uncovering his background," Wu Chang stated with an authoritative tone that brooked no refusal. In Wu Chang's small circle, his words were akin to imperial edicts. Yin Xiaosu had little choice but to comply. Disobedience would lead to ostracism. Without the protection of the group, she feared she would not last 3 days. Wu Yin offered her half a bottle of water, urging her to cleanse her face. Meanwhile, Wang Jingmeng meticulously searched the Red Moon Station. The platform lay buried deep underground, with a dark iron track stretching into the abyss. The air was thick with a damp, decayed scent. "We have attempted to walk along the track before, but no matter how far we went, we could not escape the Red Moon Station," the plump man said, his expression one of dread. At that time, Zhang Ting and Guo Wei had jumped onto the tracks in a desperate attempt to leave, proceeding in a singular direction. They traversed the tunnel for what felt like an eternity, as if marching toward an abyss. All around them was impenetrable darkness, swallowing any light and sound. The two were assaulted by grotesque creatures within the tunnel, believing they were destined to perish there. They fled without a second thought, and after an undetermined time, they found themselves back at the Red Moon Station. Later, they learned that many had attempted to flee along the tracks, but none had succeeded. Anyone who entered the tunnel would have their body reappear at the station the following day. Fortunately, they had not ventured too deep, or else the grass on their graves would have grown a foot high. No one knew how many monsters lurked within the tunnel, nor did anyone possess knowledge of how to escape the Red Moon Station. All were trapped in this purgatory, with no choice but to await their demise. Wang Jingmeng switched on his flashlight and directed it into the tunnel, illuminating a grotesquely contorted face riddled with creases. A bat-like creature hung upside down from the tunnel ceiling. Their eyes met, and the creature's mouth curled into a bizarre, sinister grin as it lunged towards Wang Jingmeng. Confronted by the monstrous onslaught, Wang Jingmeng smiled. With a swift step of her crimson heels upon the ground, her figure vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, she had already positioned herself before the creature, raising her hand to seize its grotesque form. Then, with a swift motion, she tore it apart, much like one would shred a chicken, splitting the monster in two. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the depths of the tunnel. A figure stumbled toward Wang Jingmeng, panic-stricken, as if a terrifying entity was in relentless pursuit. Wang Jingmeng, I am Yin Xiaosu from the 2023 class of Jingzhou University. We met at the opening ceremony. When she finally reached Wang Jingmeng, she fell flat on the ground. In a flash, a blade of obliteration sliced through the darkness, obliterating the creature that had been pursuing Yin Xiaosu. Wang Jingmeng approached Yin Xiaosu, stating, "Senior, this is not a place for slumber. Rise quickly." Yin Xiaosu's face flushed crimson, wishing she could escape to another planet. Like a floundering fish, she struggled to rise from the ground. Before she could utter a word, a hand descended upon her with terrifying speed. The hand swept through her hair and pressed against the wall behind her. Yin Xiaosu felt as if her mind had exploded. Had she just been wall-pinned by the campus heartthrob? "Junior, what are you doing?" Yin Xiaosu's eyes widened in alarm. Chapter 085. White Gloves. Yin Xiaosu's heart raced, as if a fawn were bounding within her chest. She felt parched and bashful. Lowering her gaze to avoid meeting Ng's eyes. Could it be that the junior wished to pursue me? With such fanciful thoughts, Yin Xiaosu conjured an entire narrative of a Mary Sue novel in her mind. Her heart was a tumult of anxiety and a hint of expectation. Was it Ing who sent you to approach me? At that moment, Ng's calm voice broke through her reverie. Upon hearing those words, Yin Xiaosu's face drained of color. Ng's had uncovered her secret with a single utterance. Panic seized Yin Xiaosu as she grappled for an explanation. "They forced my hand. I had no intention of wronging you." Yin Xiaosu found herself in a precarious position within her small circle, as her frailty rendered her susceptible to abandonment. Should she be cast aside, her ability to survive alone in the Red Moon Station would be bleak. The law of the jungle prevailed in this world, where the weak perished tragically. Individuals like Yin Xiaosu, exuding an aura of vulnerability with her innocent, clear-eyed demeanor, often met a grim fate. Ng's regarded Yin Xiaosu with a gaze imbued with sagacity. With her intellect, she posed no threat to him. "Yin Suji, you may leave." He shook his head. He was not a benevolent soul, and would not take in Yin Xiaosu simply out of pity. She was not a stray cat to be casually adopted. Upon hearing Ng's dismissal, Yin Xiaosu trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she might weep at any moment. "Please do not send me away. I am capable of anything." In her desperation, she feared that returning now would surely lead to her being forsaken by her group. The Red Moon Station did not accommodate the idle. Ing, with his ruthless disposition, would not shelter those deemed without utility, lest he waste precious resources. Are you truly capable of anything? A low voice resonated near Yin Xi's ear, tightening her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she resigned herself, closing her eyes. Bashfully lifting her head, she pouted her rosy lips. In response, a sheet of paper was placed over Yin Xi's face. Confused, she opened her eyes to find a complex calculus problem inscribed upon it. I want you to solve this calculus problem. Huh? Yin Xi's expression turned blank. She had claimed to be capable of anything, yet never anticipated Wang Jingmeng would assign her a calculus task, especially since she was mathematically challenged, having struggled even with high school math. Was he truly intent on her demise? You must be a demon. The following day, Yin Xi's emerged from the station office, rubbing her sore wrists, her spirit drained. Wang Jingmeng had indeed made her toil over calculus problems throughout the night, her head nearly bursting from the effort. Once she completed the exercises, Wang Jingmeng instructed her to return to WCH's group as a double agent. In the Red Moon Station, the most significant threat was the yet-to-be-revealed station master. Wang Jingmeng sought to avoid betrayal when confronting the station master, thus assigning Yin Xi's to monitor the spirit masters. WCH would never suspect that Yin Xi's had already been turned against him. At that moment, the bells of the Red Moon Station began to toll. Passengers appeared one by one at the station, their expressions devoid of emotion, their countenances chillingly cold, exuding an eerie aura. Wang Jingmeng, clad in a black uniform and adorned with a security inspector's armband, stepped through the door in his polished red leather shoes, striding towards the passengers within the station. He approached an individual absorbed in reading a newspaper. The ink on the paper seemed barely dry, droplets of vivid crimson ink dripping onto the floor, coalescing into a pool resembling blood. This newspaper was a forbidden item. You are not permitted to bring contraband into the station. Hand it over, Wang Jingmeng asserted, directly seizing the newspaper from the passenger's grasp. In that moment, the passenger's skin began to tear apart, revealing a grotesque form beneath. Like an enraged beast, it lunged ferociously at Wang Jingmeng, who dared to assault a security inspector at the station. A calm voice resonated, as a large hand shot forth like lightning, pressing firmly against the faux passenger's forehead. Instantly, a terrifying force emanated from the palm. In the next heartbeat, the faux passenger's head exploded like a watermelon, brain matter bursting forth. Wang investigator, a towel. The rotund man called out, hastily extending a towel for Wang Jingmeng to wipe his hands. At that moment, Kai Su's expression shifted dramatically. Brother Meng, the forbidden item you left with me is missing. He opened the bag he carried, only to find that the forbidden item had vanished without a trace. Forbidden items do not grow legs. They cannot simply disappear. A cold sweat broke out on Kai Su's brow, as if he had encountered a ghost. He had not even noticed when the forbidden item had gone missing, nor had anyone approached him. There is a thief in the station. Wang Jingmeng narrowed his eyes, scanning the passengers present. The thief must be among them. Who could it be? Thus, Wang Jingmeng proceeded along the platform, weaving through the array of uncanny figures. After traversing a short distance along the platform, he suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a white glove trapped beneath his red leather shoe. Just then, the white glove slipped out from under the shoe and fled at remarkable speed. Wang Jingmeng realized that this white glove had attempted to steal the forbidden item from him, but had been caught underfoot. Stealing my belongings and attempting to escape? With a forceful stamp of his red shoe upon the ground, he surged forth like a streak of crimson lightning at a terrifying velocity. Though the white glove was swift, it could not outpace the red leather shoe. Wang Jingmeng raised his hand, unleashing a burst of annihilative sword energy that pierced through the white glove. The forbidden item stolen by the white glove scattered across the ground. Subsequently, Wang Jingmeng swiftly reached out, capturing the white glove with astonishing speed. Brother Meng, is this white glove the thief? Kai Su exclaimed in astonishment, realizing why no one had approached him, as his forbidden item had vanished. Wang Jingmeng gently shook his head. This glove belongs to someone. Ordinary taboo objects are merely tools tainted by an eerie aura, devoid of self-awareness and the ability to steal autonomously. There exists a hidden manipulator behind the white glove. Wang Jingmeng surveyed his surroundings and noticed a man clad in a trench coat standing on a nearby platform. The man wore a black glove on his hand. The white glove broke free and swiftly darted toward the black glove. This white glove was a counterpart to the black glove worn by the man in the trench coat, akin to the opposing poles of a magnet. In an instant, Wang Jingmeng vanished and reappeared before the trench-coated man. "Found you," he declared, a cold, sinister smile creeping across his face. Countless blood-red petals surged forth, laying out a path to the underworld before him. The flower of the other shore, the path to the yellow springs, the chilling aura of death loomed heavily in the air. Chapter 086. Welcome to the Red Moon Station, the blooming of the other shore flower. The air was thick with the scent of death. The man who appeared before Wang Jingmeng seemed as though he had one foot in the river of the underworld. His hat fell from his head, revealing a grotesque and terrifying rodent-like visage. Shiny gray fur sprouted from his neck, and his corpulent body stretched the human skin taut, emanating a foul odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. He was, in fact, a thieving giant rat, confronted by a deluge of crimson petals. The layers of fat on the creature's body quivered. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. However, as he pivoted, his foot landed on a petal, abruptly slowing his pace as if ensnared. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of blood-red petals surged forth, engulfing him entirely. It was akin to plunging into the ocean, where he found himself suffocated by the floral onslaught. Wang Jingmeng raised his arm, gradually clenching his fist towards the creature trapped in the sea of flowers. Boom! The creature's body erupted amidst the petals, transforming into a grotesque fountain of blood. The strikingly beautiful yet violent scene was harrowing. In a heartbeat, the petals devoured the flesh and blood of the creature, leaving not a trace behind. With a soft thud, a glove fell to the ground. Wang Jingmeng approached and picked it up, reclaiming the stolen forbidden item. The glove was an item of B-grade prohibition, with the white glove possessing the ability of deft maneuvering and the black glove housing a storage space, much like a magical pouch, capable of containing an array of objects. The two gloves, one black and one white, possessed distinct powers. With the creature now dead, there was no need to squander this wild, forbidden item. Wang Jingmeng adorned himself with the gloves. At the Red Moon Station, Wang Jingmeng was now clad in forbidden items from head to toe, nearly armed to the teeth. An eerie aura radiated from him, more terrifying than that of the creature. The bloodthirsty and savage monsters of the inner world paled in comparison to him. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of a train rumbling over the tracks echoed from the tunnel. A beam of light pierced through the darkness, and the gathered crowd on the platform turned towards the tunnel, witnessing a subway train hurtling forth. Time rewinds 5 minutes earlier. A subway train, filled to capacity with passengers, was traversing the tunnel. The once steady train abruptly accelerated, causing the entire carriage to shake violently. Passengers inside, gripped by terror, realized the train was speeding up as if it were racing toward hell. What is happening? Is the train malfunctioning? A college student exclaimed, panic-stricken. Why does it feel like the train is going faster? Grab the handrails. Call for help. There is no signal in the tunnel. Mon, iemi scarid, sobi. The out-of-control train careened through the tunnel, plunging the carriage into chaos. Clang, clang, clang. A tremendous noise erupted, sending the passengers of the subway into a state of panic, akin to being on a roller coaster, as they clung desperately to the handrails to avoid being flung out. In an instant, with a resounding bang, the lights within the subway car shattered, scattering glass across the floor. The surroundings plunged into darkness. One unfortunate passenger, unable to grasp the handrail, was violently thrown out, crashing against the subway door. At that moment, a slender hand reached out, catching the flailing passenger. Thank you. The shaken passenger stammered, regaining his composure to find a handsome young monk standing behind him. Despite the subway's chaotic swaying, the monk remained utterly unaffected, as though his feet were firmly rooted to the ground. Was he a martial monk from the Shaolin Temple? In this day and age, it's not uncommon for monks to drive luxury cars and reside in villas, but possessing genuine skill is indeed a rarity. In such a bizarre situation, The young monk exhibited remarkable calmness. Meanwhile, other passengers began to sense that something was amiss. The subway had been hurtling through the tunnel at breakneck speed for quite some time, yet the end remained elusive. According to the route, they should have reached the next station by now. Where were they being taken? Master, have we encountered a ghost? A male college student, with a troubled expression, inquired. He often indulged in reading novels on tomato fiction, his imagination running wild. Given the current predicament, it seemed highly likely that they were experiencing a supernatural event. Is it a mysterious resurgence? En est manifestation? Master Jinshan, the monk replied, hands clasped together, there are no ghosts in this world. One must believe in science. The college student's lips twitched in disbelief. A monk who adheres to Buddhist principles advocating for science? Is that reasonable? Master, what on earth is happening? The student could not contain his curiosity. It appears that a dimensional overlap between the real world and the underworld has caused our subway to plunge into the latter. Master Jinshan explained calmly. The student was left baffled. Underworld? Dimensional overlap? Why can I understand these words separately, yet together they elude me? Ghosts are unscientific. Does that mean the underworld is scientific? Is this not a concept from a video game or movie? In the face of urgency, Master Jinshan refrained from elaborating further. Amidst violent tremors, the subway's windows shattered with a deafening crash. Eerie shadows surged into the subway, launching attacks on the passengers. Blood-curdling screams filled the air, transforming the subway into a veritable slaughterhouse of monsters. Master, did you not claim there were no ghosts? What is this? The college student exclaimed, terror etched across his face. They are the manifestations of monsters projected from the real world into the underworld. As he spoke, Master Jinshan confronted a sinister shadow, his palm glowing like a radiant jade as it struck the creature's chest. Golden Buddhist light erupted from his palm, and with a single, decisive blow, the creature vanished without a sound, ascending to meet the Buddha. Master, you still insist you lack martial prowess? The college student gazed at him in astonishment. With a thunderous roar, the chaos continued to unfold. Suddenly, a tremendous impact reverberated, as if the subway had derailed and collided violently with the platform, turning the world upside down. It was unclear how much time had passed when the male college student regained consciousness, only to be greeted by the sight of blood splattered throughout the carriage and grotesquely contorted corpses. It resembled a hellish nightmare. He felt a dampness on his head and, upon touching it, found his hand smeared with blood, nearly causing him to faint from terror. Among the survivors in the subway, passengers were weeping inconsolably, still in shock. The young man pulled out his phone, only to discover that there was no signal, rendering emergency calls impossible. It appeared they were at a platform. What a relief! They had hope for salvation. The station staff would surely assist them in contacting the authorities and an ambulance. However, Shi Jinchuan was far less optimistic. The platform exuded an eerie atmosphere. Just then, the subway doors swung open. A tall figure approached leisurely. He was clad in a black uniform and red shoes, with black and white gloves adorning his hands, standing before them with an enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Welcome to the Red Moon Station. Chapter 087, The Great Celestial Dragon. An aura of mystery enveloped him, complemented by a whimsical and audacious smile. Dressed in a black uniform, Wang Jingmeng stood there, emanating an unmistakable air of villainy. The flickering red lights on the platform cast an eerie glow upon him, projecting a devilish silhouette onto the ground. A male university student hesitated as he stepped out of the subway, instinctively retreating, his face etched with anxiety as he sought refuge behind Shi Jinchen. The figure before them bore no resemblance to an ordinary individual. He seemed 100 times more terrifying than the monsters within the subway. Just his stance exuded an overwhelming strength. Is he human or a ghost? The student pondered, swallowing hard in fear. Shi Jinchen raised his gaze, sensing an overwhelming malevolence radiating from Wang Jingmeng, as if every pore was saturated with a bizarre and terrifying essence. A sense of dread settled in Shi Jinchen's heart. The man before him appeared to be a horrific monster. Little did he know that as soon as the subway halted, a formidable creature had blocked their exit. He was the only spirit master on the train, and to guide the unwitting passengers back to reality, he had no choice but to confront this beast. Even if he could not prevail, he had to devise a means to compel it to retreat. With a resounding clap, a golden Buddha palm emerged, its luminous energy radiating from the center of his hand. The great bright palm. Just as Shi Jin's palm was about to strike Wang Jingmeng, the latter casually tossed a coin into the air. In the instant the coin fell, Wang Jingmeng flipped his hand, presenting a stamped identification document directly before Shi Jin. Behold, the Beijing City Investigation Bureau, Level 1 Investigator, Wang Jingmeng. Shi Jin's palm came to an abrupt halt, mere centimeters from Wang Jingmeng's form. Astonishment now etched upon his previously serene visage. Who could have anticipated that this figure, shrouded in an aura of enigma, and far more fearsome than any monster, was an investigator from the Pseudo-Human Investigation Bureau? I am Shi Jin, a disciple of JNSHN Temple, he declared, his hands pressed together in reverence. JNSHN Temple was a renowned sanctuary in Beijing City, reputed for its remarkable efficacy, drawing countless devotees. Wang Jingmeng had not expected to encounter a practitioner like Shi Jin from JNSHN Temple. What place is this? The anxious university student inquired, surveying the bizarre station with growing curiosity. This is Red Moon Station, a nexus between the inner world and the realm of reality, Wang Jingmeng replied. The urban legends were indeed true, the student thought, disbelief etched across his face. How did you enter? Wang Jingmeng's gaze settled upon Shi Jin. A dimensional overlap occurred within the subway tunnel, causing the inner world and reality to converge, resulting in the train's chaotic entry into Red Moon Station. Just then, spirit masters trapped within the confines of Red Moon Station, drawn by the commotion, began to gather. Upon hearing of the dimensional overlap between the inner world and reality, a wave of astonishment swept through the group. Those with quick wits immediately grasped the implications of this convergence. Marvelous! We can finally escape this eerie place. As long as we exit through the tunnel before the dimensional overlap dissipates, we can escape from the Red Moon Station and return to the realm of reality. Time is of the essence. Should the dimensional overlap vanish, we may find ourselves trapped indefinitely. Missing this opportunity, we cannot ascertain when the next dimensional overlap will occur. A throng of spirit masters, restless and eager, are unwilling to linger at the Red Moon Station awaiting their demise. Thus, they leap from the platform, making their way towards the inky darkness of the tunnel. Observing these spirit masters hastily plunging into the tunnel, Wu Chang remains motionless. Wu Chang, are we not leaving? Li Wei queries, perplexed. Have you forgotten about the aberrant creatures lurking within the tunnel? Let them venture first to trigger any traps and scout the path for us. Wu Chang replies with a sinister smirk. Indeed, it is not long before piercing, anguished screams echo from within the tunnel. Wang Jingmeng takes a bold step forward, her figure vanishing from the platform. A beam of light pierces the impenetrable darkness of the tunnel, revealing hundreds of aberrant miners clad in yellow work attire, assaulting the spirit masters who had just rushed in. These grotesque beings, donned in miners' garb and hard hats, wielding pickaxes, possess elongated, sharp faces reminiscent of rodents. Their bodies cloaked in a glossy layer of black fur, with jaws stretched grotesquely to their ears, exposing a maw of jagged teeth. Pairs of crimson eyes glimmer ominously in the tunnel's gloom, exuding an unsettling glow. A sanguinary aura permeates the air. Several spirit masters who had charged into the tunnel have already perished, one among them impaled through the skull by a miner's pickaxe, blood pooling on the ground. Under the relentless assault of the aberrants, the remaining spirit masters retreat, leaving behind a few lifeless bodies. Despair envelopes the group. For to leave the Red Moon Station via the tunnel, they must confront the lurking aberrant creatures. Ultimately, it remains uncertain how many will survive the harrowing passage and return to the realm of reality. Wang Investigator, what shall we do? Zhang Ting and Guo Wei, visibly shaken. Swallow hard. If this opportunity slips away, they may never escape again. Yet, breaching the aberrant's defenses to flee the tunnel is no simple task. Charge forth, Wang Jingmeng states succinctly, her tone unwavering. The aberrants in the tunnel pose no genuine threat to her. The true menace lies with the station master of the Red Moon Station, who is visiting for inspections today. The two closely follow Wang Jingmeng, and upon witnessing this, Yin Xiaosu joins them. Shi Jinchuan brings along the passengers from the subway, trailing closely behind. A formidable procession strides boldly into the tunnel's abyss. Just then, a rustling sound reverberates from within, and a horde of grotesquely twisted shadows surges forth like a tidal wave. They have come. Without hesitation, the two launch their assault against the aberrant creatures in the tunnel. Zhang Ting claps his hands, and in an instant, a mountain weighing several tons descends from above, crashing down amidst the throng, reducing the unfortunate aberrants to mere pulp. His ability lies in storing spiritual energy within his fat, only to unleash it in an instant like a mountain crashing down. Peaks after peaks relentlessly descend, toppling a multitude of false beings. After the eruption, Zhang Ting is drenched in sweat, feeling as though he has shed dozens of pounds, his physique noticeably slimmed. Guowei stretches out his hands, and an electric net surges forth, enveloping the approaching monstrous figures. Each grotesque creature is ensnared within the net, rendered immobile. Subsequently, the net tightens abruptly, crackling with the sound of electricity. The trapped false beings convulse as if struck by high voltage, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. As exemplary newcomers among the investigators, Zhang Ting and Guo Wei possess notable prowess. At that moment, rhythmic music resonates in their ears. Who is playing the music? Is it Shao Kai? The Kuan domain unfolds. With the onset of the melody, the star emerges. Performing with flair, he is unlike any other. In the astonished gaze of Zhang Ting and Guo Wei, Kai Su strides confidently into the crowd. With a single move, he sends a horde of false beings flying with an Iron Mountain lean. Initially, the duo assumed Kai Su was merely Wang Jingmeng's subordinate. Yet they are astounded by his formidable strength. Within the Kuan domain, the spirit tamers are invigorated, a continuous surge of power flowing through their bodies. The momentum instantly overwhelms their adversaries. Little Monk also comes to lend assistance. Shi Jinchuan steps forward, shielding everyone behind him. His monk robe slips away, revealing a golden dragon tattoo on his back. Great might